Section 25 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 64. Rumania's Campaign, August 27th to December 6, 1916, Part 2. The breach with Austria found 3 Romanian armies waiting to cross the Transylvanian frontier. The First Army, under General Kulser, was the left wing of the invasion, and its front of 120 miles extended from Orsova to east of the Rutherford Pass. Obviously, half a dozen divisions could not operate continuously in such a front, so the advance fell into 3 groups: the left against the Orzosa-Mahadia Railway, the central against Hatzeg by way of the Balkan Pass, and the right through the Rutherford Pass against Halmstad. East of the First Army lay the Second Army, under General Averescu, the ablest of Romanian generals, who had risen from the ranks to be chief of staff in the invasion of Bulgaria in 1913. Averescu's force extended as far north as the Ortiz Pass and was the main army of assault, whose object was the seizure of the central Manoeuvres Valley, assisted by the flanking forces on the south. North of Averescu lay the Army of the North, the Fourth Army, under General Persan, whose right wing was in touch with Lechitsky's left in the Dorno-Water region. The Third Army guarded the Danube and the Dobruja frontier. At the moment, the Austrian strength in Transylvania was small: 5 divisions, under General van Artz van Strausenberg. Nor was their quality high, but they consisted partly of landwehr and partly of troops which had suffered severely in Brusilov's attack. The Romanians, strung out on a 400-mile frontier and advancing through passes separated, often by 40 miles of rocky mountain, were obviously in a precarious position against a strong enemy. Their hope of success was to break through the feeble resistance speedily and win their objective before the enemy could gather his supports. If Romania was to succeed, she must succeed at once, or, with her poor communications and widely scattered units, she would find herself checked on a line which she could not abide. The Romanian armies were in motion on the evening of 27th August, and next day were pouring across the passes towards the frontier railway in the upper glens of the Manoeuvres and the Aluta. They moved fast and found little opposition. In the Tomos Pass, a regiment drawn from the Magyars of Transylvania offered some resistance, but was driven in with heavy losses. In the Tolgas, a Czech regiment went over bodily to the invader. During that week, the bulletins posted up in Bucharest were cheerful reading. On 29th August, the town of Kesti-Varzaheri, west of the Ortiz Pass, was occupied, as well as Kronstadt, north of the Pradil, and Perseni, north of the Vulcan. This gave them most of the upper Aluta Valley and the lands held by the Saxon and Magyar immigrants. On 2nd September, on the extreme right, a column, descending from the Tolgas Pass, occupied the town of Borsak and sent out cavalry patrols to get in touch with Lechitsky on the Bukovina front. On the 4th, the Romanians, advancing from the Rutherford Pass, were close upon the important town of Hermannstadt. On the same day, the advance from the right over the Bekas Pass reached the frontier railway. By the 9th, from Toplitsa southward, the whole frontier valley, between the outer and inner walls of Transylvania, was in Romanian hands. Next day, Halmstad was evacuated, and the enemy withdrew to the northern hills. The advance was slowest just north of the Balkan Pass, where the defense fought hard for the vital junction of Hatzeg. But by 12th September, 3/4 of the distance had been covered by the invader. On the extreme left, a Romanian division had carried the Cerna line and entered Kosovo. Within a fortnight from the declaration of war, the Saxon and Magyar people of southeastern Transylvania were in full flight westward. The invasion had penetrated in some places to a depth of 50 miles. All the passes, the strategic frontier railway, and most of the frontier towns had been occupied, and nearly a quarter of the country was in Romanian possession. It was a dazzling success, but it was fairy gold which could not endure. The enemy had fallen back upon a shorter and safer line, and the real struggle had not begun. The Romanians, with their armies and groups far apart and often unable to communicate, were enmeshed in a difficult country of divergent valleys, with many strong positions to take before they reached the comparative security of the middle Manoeuvres. Moreover, the enemy was preparing a deadly counterstroke, though the invaders, with hardly an airplane to serve their needs, were ignorant of his preparations. As early as 29th July, a plan had been agreed upon for which Germany undertook to provide 5 infantry and 2 cavalry divisions. When Falkenhayn ceased to be chief of the general staff, the emperor had announced that he was destined presently to take up an important command. This command was the new Austro-German Ninth Army, even now assembling in the lower Maros Valley. It was intended to strike hard at the left of the straggling Romanian front and open the passes leading to the Wallachian plain. Another army under Mackensen was being assembled south of the Danube to clear the Dobruja of the enemy and be ready when Falkenhayn had stormed the passes to cross the river and join hands with him in an enveloping movement upon Bucharest. At first, Conrad von Hertzendorf would have brought Mackensen directly across the Danube against the Romanian capital, but Falkenhayn insisted that the Dobruja must first be won, and he was supported by Ludendorff and Hindenburg. It was a bold and subtle scheme, the true type of that offensive which is the best defense, and it was based upon a correct judgment of Romania's weakness and Russia's preoccupations. Its success was certain from the moment when the main forces of Romania were poured across the Carpathians rather than over the Dobruja frontier. The first move came from Mackensen, who was in the Balkans when Romania declared war, and during the 4 days which elapsed before Bulgaria followed suit, he had concentrated his mixed forces with unprecedented speed. He could count on 3 Bulgarian infantry divisions, 2 Bulgarian cavalry divisions, and the better part of a German corps, while 2 Turkish divisions were on their way to reinforce him. Above all, he disposed of a far greater weight of artillery than his opponents. The problem before him had the simplicity of an illustration to a staff lecture on strategy. The new frontier in the Dobruja was 100 miles long, but the Dobruja narrows as it runs northward, and it is only 30 miles wide, where the main line runs from the bridge of Cherkavoda to Costanza. Every mile he advanced, therefore, made his front shorter. Further, if he could cut off the Romanian bridgeheads at Tutorcai and Silistria, he would get rid of any danger of a flank attack on Bulgaria across the Danube. He would advance with his flanks resting securely on the river and the sea. If he could win the Chernovoda-Constanza line, he would be master of all the Dobruja and would cut off Romania from any connection with Russia by sea. Finally, the Dobruja won. He would have a safe starting point for the passage of the Danube and the flanking movement against Bucharest. On 1st September, Bulgarian troops crossed the Dobruja border, striking on the eastern flank against the railway which links Dobrich and Balchik. The Romanian frontier guards fell back, and on the 4th the enemy had Dobrich, Balchik, and Kavarna. This gave Mackensen a good strategic front on his right, and he proceeded to wheel his left against Turtocai and Silistria. Each of these places was held by an isolated Romanian division. Had Romania possessed an adequate air service, the perils of Mackensen's movement would have been discerned, and the divisions withdrawn, but only the German armies had eyes. Turkey was little more than a large village, and owed its importance solely to the ferry across the Danube between it and Oltenitsa, which stands on a tongue of hard ground between the marshes of the northern bank and is the starting point of a road to Bucharest. Since 1913, when it became a frontier post, it had been provided with extensive barracks and defended by forts and entrenchments. On 2nd September, 2 Bulgarian divisions advanced from the south against the forts, while a Bulgarian German force with heavy guns came down the river from the west by the Russian road. By the morning of the 5th, the place was invested, and that evening an attempt by the general commanding at Silistria to send supports was easily frustrated. Next day, the 6th, the garrison of Turkey was compelled to surrender, and 100 guns and the better part of 2 infantry divisions fell into Mackensen's hands. It was a serious disaster for Romania to suffer on the 10th day of her campaign. The detachment of Silistria, warned by the fate of Turkey, did not linger. The place was evacuated, and on 9th September was occupied by the Bulgarians. Mackensen's problem was now to bring up his center to the level of his left wing, and to form a front on the line Silistria-Drobic-Kavarna. This was presently accomplished, and once more he swung forward his left, till on the 11th he held the front Karakuyo, Alexandria-Karagach. He had the Romanian resistance stiffened, but the German general pressed on, till, on the 16th, he was in contact with the main Romanian position a dozen miles south of the Târnăvoda Railway, running from Brașov on the Danube to Tuzla on the Black Sea. Romania, engrossed in her Carpathian advance, had been forced to turn her attention to a menace which she had ruled out as unlikely. She saw her gains of 1913 disappearing, and her communications with their main seaport in jeopardy. The measures she took to meet the crisis showed her bewilderment. 3 divisions were hurried eastward from the Transylvanian front, and Arevescu was recalled from the command of the Second Army to take charge of the Army of the Danube. The Russian general Zayanchovsky was placed in command of the whole defense, and the Russian contingent present included a division composed of southern Slavs taken prisoner by Russia, who had asked to be led against the enemies of their race. The Russo-Romanian army in the Dobruja was now concentrated, not so much by any design of its commander, as because one of its outlying divisions had been destroyed and 2 more driven back upon it. The opposing forces were approximately equal in numbers, and the Romanians were fighting on interior lines, with slightly the better communications behind them. This advantage, however, such as it was more than neutralized by the fact that Mackensen had many more guns and a far greater munitionment. For the moment, the defense proved the stronger. The rolling barrens of the Dobruja presented no obstacle to movement, so long as the weather was dry, and Mackensen was in a hurry to win his objective before the weather broke. On 16th September he struck with his left, and for 4 days there was bitter fighting, during which Zayanchovsky held his ground. On the 20th the latter received reinforcements and opened a counter-offensive against the enemies right in the neighborhood of Toprosari, east of the Dobrich-Medgidia Railway. By the 23rd, Mackensen was forced back at least 10 miles behind the line which he had held on 14th September. It was a fine achievement, and the heroic Southern Slav Division played no small part in it. It is clear that Mackensen's initial supply of shells had run short, and that in ordinary infantry fighting, his men were not the superiors of the defending force. But he had the means to procure a further stock, and his opponents had none. Had Zayanchovsky had reserves to fling in at the critical moment, it is possible that he might have turned the retreat into a rout, pushed the enemy beyond the Dobruja border, and carried an offensive far into Bulgaria. But his men were weary, and he had no supports. He was compelled to wait on Mackensen's next move, in the painful knowledge that though his enemy had failed as yet to attain his main objective, he had forced Rumania to conform to his strategy, had nullified 2 avenues of communication for his Abruzzo campaign, and had compelled at a critical moment the weakening of the Transylvanian front. For in Transylvania the skies were already darkening. The 2 northern armies, indeed, still continued to progress after the middle of September. Prussian's army advanced from the glen of the Upper Maros over the Grigani Mountains and approached the Upper Kokai Valley with its important railway line. The Second Army, now under General Graniciano, crossed the Geisterwald and on the 16th took the historic town of Arras on the Aluda. But the First Army, engaged around Hermannstadt and in the Stria Valley on the way to Hatzeg, was already feeling the first effect of Falkenhayn's new concentration. It was commonly supposed in the west that the Teutonic League, being a crochet on the Somme and in Galicia, would have no surplus troops for a Romanian expedition. What Hindenburg did was precisely what he had already begun to do in the west. He took infantry regiments from 4 regiment divisions and battalions from 4 battalion regiments. His main trust, now as ever, was in artillery, and on all the fronts, while he kept the guns up to strength, he provided a smaller complement of men. For Romania he relied mainly on his guns, the service in which his opponents were weakest, but he also provided Falkenhayn with some admirable infantry units. The northern sector, facing the Romanian Fourth Army, was taken over by the right wing of the Austrian Seventh Army, and the Romanian First and Second Armies were faced by the Austrian First Army under Van Artz and Falkenhayn's new Ninth Army. The latter had with it the Alpine Corps, which had hitherto been with the Imperial Crown Prince at Verdun, men drawn from the Bavarian highlands and familiar with every branch of mountain fighting. General Coanda, commanding that part of the First Romanian Army, which was operating west of the Vulcan Pass, was getting dangerously near to Hatzeg and the main line from the Austrian bases, so on him fell the first brunt of the German counterattack. He was now astride the Strio Valley, and on 15th September he encountered a German force under the Bavarian general, von Stabs. Coanda, after a gallant fight, made a skillful retirement. The Hatzeg range of mountains lay between him and the frontier, and the railway by which he retreated circled round the eastern end of the range, and then turned south to the Vulcan Pass. Pivoting upon his left, he resisted the effort of von Stabs to outflank him in the Hatzeg Mountains, and swung his front round parallel to the frontier. On the 20th, he evacuated Protosina, and by the 22nd, his right was back at the Vulcan Pass. That night he counterattacked and took many prisoners, while his left threatened to cut the German railway communications. Stabs was forced back to a position astride the Strio Valley at Bersera, and his gains of the week were lost. Coanda maintained his ground till the disastrous events farther east compelled him to fall back through the Vulcan into Wallachia. Falkenhayn's main thrust was delivered against the section of the First Army known as the Aluda Group, which at the moment held a line from Parambaku in the Aluda Valley by the heights north of Hermannstadt to Urlaut in the tributary valley of the Sibu. This, the right of the First Army, was separated by a space of some 15 miles from the left of the Second Army near Forsgras. 10 miles of rough mountain lay between it and the frontier range. It had no supports in flank, and it had no rear guard to speak of at the Rotherham Pass. The position was fated to be turned, and Falkenhayn grasped the opportunity. He disposed his forces in 3 columns, the western, consisting of the Bavarian Alpine Corps, was directed to cross the intervening hills and cut the line of retreat through the Rotherham Pass. The eastern to march through the gap between the First and Second Armies, and the central to attack in front the line Orlat-Porumbaku. The Bavarian Jaegers, under General Kraut von Demmensingen, started on the 22nd, and crossing ridges 5,000 feet high, reached the southern base of Mount Kervelo on the night of the 23rd. After that, their path became difficult, and they had several encounters with Romanian pickets. But by the 26th, they were close to the Rotherham Pass. That day they attacked the pass on both its ends and the adjoining peaks, and cut the railway line from Hermannstadt to Wallachia. They took large quantities of material on its way to the Romanian forces, and on a rock at the Romanian end of the pass clamped great letters of iron commemorating their success. It was an operation which, for its speed and secrecy, well deserved the grandiose memorial. Had the rest of Falkenhayn's scheme proceeded with the precision of the part entrusted to the Bavarians, the eluded group must have suffered complete destruction. His left succeeded in cutting any communication with the Second Army by forcing the passage of the eluded east of Porumbaku, but it failed to execute a true flanking movement. On the 26th, the day the Rotherham Pass fell, the main German force opened a furious bombardment on the Romanian front at Hermannstadt. The Romanians were now aware of their imminent danger, and they met the crisis in the spirit of soldiers. Since the Rotherham Pass was closed to them, they must retreat southeastward and cross the frontier range by Goat Pass and difficult saddles. To cover such a retreat, the rearguards offered a stout resistance, and every village was the scene of bitter fighting. Next day, their main force was at Talmish, and during the following week they fought their way back over the border crest. The Second Army did what it could by an advance west to Porumbaku, and a contingent from Wallachia kept the Bavarians busy in the Rotherham Pass. The retiring troops lost heavily, but the amazing thing is that their losses were not greater. The Germans claimed no more than 3,000 prisoners and 13 guns, and the main booty was laden wagons and rolling stock intercepted on the Hermannstadt Railway. It was faulty generalship which led to the surprise of 26 September, but both leaders and men showed at their best in their efforts to retrieve the disaster. Hermannstadt was an undeniable defeat, but it was never a rout, and the retreat over the range will rank as one of the most honorable achievements in the story of Romanian arms. But Falkenhayn had won his end. He was now free to turn eastward against the flank of the Second Army. Crania-Suno was pushing towards Strasbourg, in spite of the misfortunes of his western neighbors, and the Fourth Army was moving down the valley of the Great Kokol towards the same objective. These operations were admirably conducted, and had they taken place at the beginning of September, instead of at its close, the line of the Central Maros might have been won. On 3rd October, the position occupied was astride the valleys of the two Kokols, and within a dozen miles of both Strasbourg and Maros Vasahili. It was the high water mark of Romanian success in Transylvania, for on 4th October, Falkenhayn's sweep to the east had begun, and Fogaras was evacuated. The pressure proved irresistible, and the Second and Fourth Armies began to fall back on divergent lines to the frontier, the former towards Torsburg and Brusula passes, the latter towards the Gaimes and the Utas. On 6th October, the Bucharest official reports for the first time abandoned their tone of confidence and announced that, in the south of Transylvania, the Romanian army is retiring before superior forces. The retirement was about to become universal. The tide had turned. The invasion had ended in failure, and everywhere, except in the extreme north, Romania was being forced back to defend her frontier passes. South of the Rotherham, indeed, the campaign was already being fought on Romanian soil. End of Chapter 64, Part 2. Section 26 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest, Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 64, Rumania's Campaign, August 27th to December 6, 1916, Part 3. 2. The closing stages of Brusilov's attack in the north had so vital an influence on the Romanian campaign that they must be most logically grouped with it. Stanislav fell on 10th August, and by the 15th, Bothmer's army had drawn back towards the Slota Lipa. The first two phases of Brusilov's advance had been crowned by a brilliant success. The Russian offensive had, indeed, attained its main object, since two Austrian armies had been shattered, over 350,000 prisoners taken, and little short of 1 million men put out of action. There remained 6 weeks of good campaigning weather in which to complete the work begun on the 4th of June by the taking of some enemy key point like Kovel or Lemberg. The past 2 months seemed to warrant such hopes, and the entry of Rumania into the war promised a grave distraction for Hindenburg on his southern flank. But Germany had not been slow to perceive and prepare against the danger. The whole of the eastern commands had been transformed. The Archduke Charles took formal charge of the forces against Rumania, and his former group passed to Bohum Ermoli, the supreme direction of all troops north of the Carpathians being vested in German headquarters. The de facto German control, which had existed since the first day of war, was now officially proclaimed and extended to the smallest details. The Austrian regiments were moved about like pawns on a chessboard, without regard to the wishes of their normal commanders. They did not complain, for the Prussian handling was efficient, and that of their own leaders had been chaotic. Now, at any rate, they were decently fed, and their transport well organized, but they perceived that they were regarded by their new masters as mere cannon fodder, and their love did not increase for their allies. "We are beasts to be sent to slaughter," wrote one Austrian officer. "When it is necessary to attack, we go in front. When enough of us are killed, the Germans advance under cover of our dead." But till the moment of need arrived, the cannon fodder was well cared for. The Magyar regiments were for the most part brought southward to the Transylvanian front, where they would be defending Hungarian territory from invasion. Everywhere along the depleted Austrian line, German troops were introduced, and the German commanders, even when they had only divisional rank, became the true directors of operations. For the most part, Austrians were left in charge of the corps, and from the Pripet marshes southward, all the army commanders, with the exception of Bothmer, were Austrians. But both corps and army had ceased to be important units. The true field units were now the divisions, and we find, as on the Western Front, that groups of divisions tended to replace the old corps, and groups of armies the old armies. Almost every group commander was a German, and it was with Lenzinget, Bothmer, and Falkenhayn that there lay the direction of the eastern campaigns. Brusilov's main objective in August was twofold: to push towards Lemberg, and to fling his left wing beyond the Carpathians, so as to keep touch with the right of the now imminent Romanian advance. This dual aim meant a dislocation of his offensive front, for there could be no strategic relation between the Carpathian campaign and that of the North Dniester. Accordingly, we find Lechitsky's Ninth Army definitely assigned to the Carpathian area, and given a southwest alignment, while Cherbachev extended his left across the river and took over the whole Dniester front. The battleground for Russia had become two self-contained terrains, where the forces in one could render no assistance to those in the other. Had Lechitsky's aim been merely to form a defensive flank, it would have been different, but he had a heavy offensive duty laid upon him. It is in this inevitable divergence of purpose that we must look for the cause of the check which Brusilov's advance was presently to suffer. Russia was approaching the limits of her accumulation of reserves and munitions, and could not sustain at the old pitch two campaigns conducted in two wholly distinct areas. If Brusilov had been able to concentrate his main energies on the movement towards Lemberg, he might well have succeeded. If he had remained idle on the Zlota Lipa and put all his force into the Carpathian attack, he might have turned the enemy flank in Transylvania and frustrated Falkenhayn's march on Bucharest. But in the middle of August, the situation was still too obscure to allow Alexiev to forecast the true center of gravity, and Cherbachev was committed to the advance on Holitz before the importance of the Carpathian flank had revealed itself. We left the army of Bothmer with the main feeders on his right wing cut by Lechitsky, and with Cherbachev across the Zlata Lipa, north of Nisanov, and so threatening to turn its flank. Brusilov's new position north of the Dniester was now well established. His right wing on the Stockade and his hold on Brody safeguarded his flanks in Volhynia, while in the south he had the Dniester itself to cover his swing towards Lemberg. He had three railways along which to advance, that from Tarnopol, by Zaborov and Krasny, and by Brezheny, and that by Holitz, all three converging on the Galician capital. It was his aim to strike at Holitz and Brezheny, while at the same time the army of Sakharov pushed southwestward from Volhynia against the northern side of Bothmer's salient. The immediate key point was Holitz, the importance of which was due to a number of quite different reasons. The town stood on the right bank of the Dniester, commanding the chief road bridge in that neighborhood. The Stanislav-Lemberg Railway crossed the river at Jezopol, a few miles farther down. If Holitz fell, then the southernmost of the lines running east from Lemberg were lost for the purpose of Bothmer's retirement, and, moreover, the valuable lateral line-up of the valley of the Nazavelka, which be rendered useless. Again, the westernmost of the river ravines running south to the Dniester was that of the Nila Nipa. The loss of Holitz meant that this, the last strong defensive position before Lemberg was reached, would be turned on its right flank. Finally, Holitz was an important depot where large stores had been accumulated, stores which could not be easily moved in the disorganization of a general retreat. If Lemberg was to be saved, it was clear that Holitz must stand. Under Cherbachev's pressure, Bothmer fell back from the Stripper towards the Zlata Lipa, 20 miles to the west. His position was curious, for while his center and left were on a straight line, his right was bent sharply back, since the Russians, assisted by Lechitsky's advance south of the river, had crossed the Kurapets by 8th August and were over the Zlata Lipa close to its junction with the Dniester by 11th August. On the 13th, they had taken Marianopol, some 10 miles from Holitz itself. Elsewhere, Bothmer's retirement was more leisurely. The Russian right was at Seniov on the 13th, and the center not far from Zavalov. They had marched fast so long as their route lay over the treeless plateau just west of the Stripper, but the country became more formidable as they approached the broken hills and the forest around the Zlata Lipa. Moreover, Bothmer had fallen back upon a prepared position and had received large reinforcements for its defense. By 20th August, when his retreat had definitely halted, Bothmer's 50-mile front lay from south to Zaborov, in the north to the Dniester, east of Holitz. On his left across the Tarnopol-Krasny Railway lay the right wing of Bohun-Ermoli's Austrian Second Army. Bothmer lay from Koniuchi along the river Zheniovka to the Zlata Lipa, at the important junction of Portatori, a line of marshy valley supported by the hills, half crag, half forest, which protected Brzezni on the east. Thence he continued down the broad, swampy vale of the Zlata Lipa to Zavalov, where his position was on the hills on the eastern bank, with Cherbachev in close contact. South of Zavalov, the German-Austrian wing bent back at a sharp angle to form a defensive flank with the Dniester. For south of that, the Zlata Lipa line had gone. The front in this area roughly followed the wooded hills south of the Zavalov-Halitz highway and reached the Dniester a little west of Mariampol. Cherbachev's great effort began on Tuesday, 29th August. He struck first against Bothmer's right center at Zavalov, and by the evening had pushed it off the hills east of the Zlata Lipa and forced it across the river. Next day the Russian left kept into action towards the Dniester, and for 4 days the battle raged on a 15-mile front from Nosov to Mariampol. On Sunday, 3rd September, the enemy's resistance broke. Jezapol, with its railway bridge, fell to the Russian extreme left, and there was desperate fighting among the wooded hills south of the Halitz-Zavalov high road. Late in the day, Bothmer's defensive flank was pierced, with the result that the whole of his right and right center had to retreat in some confusion. The Russian cavalry were sent in, and over 4,000 prisoners were taken. Next day, 4th September, the Russians sent to force the passage of the Zlata Lipa, routing a Turkish division at Bozikov, while in the south of the railway between Jezapol and Halitz was taken, and the banks of the Nila Lipa reached. Bothmer had now a singular line. He still possessed the town of Halitz, but not the station on the north bank of the Dniester. Thence his front followed the valley of the Narochovka to Lipitsa Dolma, and then struck almost due east across wooded hills to the Zlata Lipa. North of that it followed the valley of the Zheniovka to Zaborov and Plukov. The Russian drive towards Halitz had thus made of Brzezni a fairly pronounced salient, a sub-salient, so to speak, or under feature of the greatest salient formed by Sakharov's possession of Brody and Chervakev's position outside Halitz. The situation was critical, and reinforcements were hurried up to Bothmer's front. He got back what was left of the 3rd Guard Division and 2 other German divisions from the Somme, while his Austrian troops were also added to, so that presently his army was stronger than it had ever been since its creation. 7 German divisions and fragments of 2 others, 3.5 Austrian and 2 Turkish. Moreover, these divisions had mostly been brought up to strength, so that the 50 miles of front were held with not less than 250,000 men, a density familiar in the West, but novel in the looser fighting of the eastern battleground. Meantime, Cherbachev's right had begun a struggle for Brzezni. On Friday, 1st September, he attacked on the east bank the Zheniovka, some half-dozen miles from Brzezni, and the battle extended south past the junction of Portatori. Between the Zheniovka and the Zlata Lipa stood a ridge called Lysonia, which dominated Brzezni. On 2nd September, the Russian guns bombarded the enemy position on this height and played havoc with the crumbling outcrops of rock which lined the crest like a South African krantz. Next day, the infantry attacked across the Zheniovka and carried the ridges which the artillery had rendered untenable. For a moment it looked as if Brzezni must fall, but the place was too vital for the Germans to relinquish it, and a counterattack by fresh Bavarian troops early on the morning of 4th September won back most of the Lysonia crest. The Russians remained west of the Zheniovka, but they no longer held the high ground. In the 4 days' fighting, they had taken nearly 3,000 prisoners. Then, during the rest of September, the battle stagnated. The Portatori fell into Russian hands. It was a clear stalemate. Both sides were so evenly matched that progress was permitted to neither. On 5th September, Cherbachev made a bold bid for Hulitz. He strengthened his hold on the east bank of the Nila Lipa and the adjacent northern shore of the Dniester. Bothmer's right wing fell back, blowing up the Hulitz bridge, and the town itself was cleared of military stores, and the civil population evacuated. But no progress was possible in this direction until the German center on the Navajoka was broken. On 7th September, Cherbachev had crossed the Narajov south of Lipnitsa Dolna, winning a height on the west bank. His position there now formed a sharp salient, which was the endeavor of the Russians to enlarge and the Germans to destroy. All through September and well into October, the struggle continued on the line of this little river, and the Russian attack, though gallantly sustained, was unable to make any real progress. The third stage of Brusilov's offensive perished in the early days of October from sheer inanition. It had no longer the weight of artillery and trained reserves to succeed. The failure of the Podolian campaign made fruitless Sakharov's supplementary thrust from Volhynia. It was directed southwest from the Sovielka-Bludov line, on a front of some 6 miles in a district of forest and marshy valleys. Ground was gained in the first fight on 1st September, and in the second main action of 20th September. But Cherbachev's check made his success difficult and deprived of strategic value even such advance as was made. October saw the Volhynian terrain reduced to the stagnation of the Hulitz front. There remains the final section of this third phase of Brusilov's offensive, the Carpathians, where Lechitsky faced the Austrian Third and Seventh Armies. The entry of Rumania gave this area a very real importance, but Russia, deeply involved farther north, was unable, as we have seen, to increase her forces there to the strength which the strategic position demanded. On 15th August, the crest of the Jablonitsa Pass was won, and by the 17th the Russians were holding part of Mount Kapul and the Kiribaba Pass. At the southern apex of the Bukovina, the accession of Rumania on 27th August gave Lechitsky a new orientation, and henceforward his main efforts were directed against the passes of the Eastern Carpathians in order to cooperate with his allies. His front extended for nearly 100 miles from north of the Jablonitsa to Dorna Watra. At first, this mountain warfare went well. Between 30th August and 6th September, Lechitsky reported the capture of 15 officers, 1,889 other ranks, 2 mountain guns, and 26 machine guns. On Monday, 11th September, his left in the Dorna Watra region got into touch with the Romanian right. On that day, too, Mount Capel was carried in its entirety, a peak 5,000 feet high above the Kiribaba Pass, and nearly 1,000 prisoners were taken. During these days, the Romanians were pouring into Transylvania, and about the 22nd had reached the farthest limit of their advance. Lechitsky formed their defensive flank, but he could do little more. For about the middle of September, the snow began to fall and crippled his movements among the high peaks, and he had never that superiority in men and guns which would have allowed him to win the western debridement of the passes and drive down on the left rear of the Austrian defense in Transylvania. When the tide of Romanian invasion turned and Falkenhayn began his sweep across the Carpathians, Russia's position in the theater of her summer triumphs, while safe against attacks, did not promise any further success in the near future. Cherbachev was held at Hulitz on the Narajovka and opposite Brzezni, and the offensive in Volhynia had come to nothing. Lechitsky had captured various outlying parts of the mountain barrier between Hungary and the Bukovina, but he had not broken the defense. Germany's immense effort had for the moment closed the gaps in what Austrian front, which in July had seemed to be crumbling. To stabilize their line, certain changes were made in the Russian dispositions. A new special army, consisting mainly of the Guard Corps, was formed under Gorko and placed on Brusilov's right wing, and the 8th Army was moved southward between the 7th and the 9th. Russia entered upon the winter with very different prospects from those which had faced her a year before. Then she lay weary at the end of her great retreat. Now she had behind her a summer of successes, which, if they had cost her 1,000,000 men, had yet inflicted irreparable losses upon her enemies, and had proved conclusively that, given anything like a fair munitionment, she could break the front of the invader. The grandiose schemes proclaimed a year before the capture of Petrograd and Kiev and Odessa had faded out of the air. She was secure on her front, and seemed to need only a period of recuperation, during which she could complete the training of her reserves and accumulate supplies of shells, in order to resume her deadly offensive. As before, her problem centered in munitions. There was still no easy way of access for these from her Western allies. Archangel was still the neck of the bottle, though the new Murman line from the ice-free port of Alexandrovsk was in sight of completion, and she had enormously increased her domestic production. But her moral gains were conspicuous, and her troops had won confidence in themselves and their commanders. Their resolution on the defensive was now supplemented by that assurance of prowess in attack which is necessary to produce the true fighting edge. There were indeed 2 dark spots in her outlook. The success of the summer had weakened that political unanimity which had characterized the dark days of the retreat. Reactionary elements appeared in the ministerial appointments and the Duma, and the government drew apart. The omens in Russian internal politics in the autumn of 1916 were not propitious for a harmonious winter. In the second place, it was clear that Germany would struggle desperately to put Rumania out of action, and to make her share the fate of Serbia and Belgium. Succor could come only from Russia, for the Allies at Salonika were too weak and too far away to affect the situation. In that event, Alexeyev might find himself involved in a defensive campaign in Wallachia and Moldavia, a campaign which lay outside his plans, and would spend in a barren terrain the strength which he wished to reserve for the spring advance. Germany might follow on the Eastern Front the policy which in the spring of 1916 she had followed in the West, and the line of the Romanian Surev might play the part of Verdun. End of Chapter 64, Part 3. Section 27 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 64, Romania's Campaign, August 27th to December 6, 1916, Part 4. 3. The check to Brusilov's advance, more especially the unsuccess of his left wing, was soon to be followed by disastrous consequences to the Romanian offensive. If Bothmer and Kurthbach could hold their opponents among the Dniester canyons and the Carpathian defiles, the way was clear for Falkenhayn to force the weak armies of the invader back over the mountains and to use the awkward strategic position of the country for a crushing counterattack. We have seen that the situation on 3rd October might be regarded as the high water mark of Romania's success. Thereafter, the decline began, like the thaw of a snowfield in spring, a slow shrinkage and declension which grew quicker as it neared the day of cataclysm. At first, Falkenhayn's counter-thrust was well parried, as the enemy, pushed against the left flank of the Second Army, Crani-Sienu, fell back from Fort Arras. On 4th October, his line of retreat being towards Kronstadt and the Dorsberg, Pradil, and Dozu passes. The Fourth Army must inevitably lose connection with the Second, for its route of retirement was the eastern passes leading into Moldavia. On the night of 5th October, the Geisterwald was lost, and the left wing of Crani-Sienu's army was forced back to the frontier mountains. On the 7th, the enemy was in Kronstadt, though the place was not finally evacuated without some stubborn street fighting by the Romanian rear guards. 3 days later, the Romanian Second Army was everywhere, back at the Transylvania gates of the passes. Brison's Fourth Army, though much less hardly pressed, was compelled to conform, and on the same day stood close to the frontier on the upper streams of the Maros and the Aluta. The great adventure was over, and Romania was now forced to a hopeless defense. She had taken over 15,000 prisoners during her 6 weeks' attack, but beyond that had gained nothing, while the strength of her half-trained soldiery had been gravely tried by the Transylvanian raid. Bad as her intelligence system was, she had by this time some inkling of the strength and of the intentions of the enemy, and she braced herself resolutely to meet them. Averescu was recalled from the Dobruja and placed again at the head of the Second Army, which had imposed upon it the most critical part of the frontier defense. General Kulzer, commanding the First Army, was replaced by General Dragolina, who had distinguished himself in the Orsovo section. Moreover, General Bertholet had arrived in charge of a French military mission to supply the Romanian General Staff with advice based on a long understanding of German methods in war. There could be no hesitation in Falkenhayn's mind about the exact nature of the task before him. He had to drive his enemies back to their borders and regain control of the frontier railways. That done, he would be on the inside of a curve of 300 miles with a dozen passes to choose from, and able to strengthen rapidly his troops at every point, while his opponents, with slender forces and no good communications for a sudden concentration, would have to watch all the inlets and string their armies along the outer line of the Transylvanian salient. Moreover, there was Mackensen in the Dobruja, held tight for the moment, but likely, as the stress in the west increased, to free himself from his difficulties and win a line which he could hold lightly, thereby releasing his main troops to cross the Danube and take Romania in flank. Once Romania had failed to occupy the central Maros Valley, and Falkenhayn's Ninth Army had taken the field, it was obvious that the Austro-Germans had all the cards in their hands. The only drawback lay in the weather. Snow had begun to fall in the Carpathians before the end of September, and it was possible that winter in the mountains might interfere with the transit of the great guns and their full munitionment. What was to be done must be done quickly. To win a complete victory at the earliest possible moment, it was necessary to force the passes in the center of the arc of frontier. The passes, that is to say, between the Torsberg and the Buzău. If that had been achieved, and the railway junctions of Ploiești and Buzău seized, Romania would have been split in two. Wallachia would have been separated from Moldavia, and the Romanian First Army, and a large part of the Second, would have been cut off. It would have given Falkenhayn the great oil region before it could be destroyed, and the Wallachian harvest before there was time to remove it. He therefore began by driving hard against the passes south of Kronstadt, while Mackensen supported him by an advance in the Dobruja. The Romanian staff were alive to the danger. They successfully held the eastern outlets of the central passes, and when the line gave way, it was farther west, where the consequences, serious as they were, proved less disastrous than those which would have followed upon an early debouchement from the Torsberg and the pre-deal passes. But gallant as the defense showed itself, it was doomed from the start. It might avert the worst results, but it could do no more than play for time. For a strong concentration, if it held the central passes, involved the weakening of, or at any rate the inability to reinforce, the defense in northwestern Wallachia. The gates into Romania were opened when, towards the close of September, her troops came to a standstill far beyond her borders before they had reached the only objective that spells security. We have seen that south of Kronstadt, 3 chief passes, the Torsberg, Predil, and Basu, and 2 lesser ones, the Alshans and Bratosia, open into the Wallachian foothills. These passes are narrow defiles, and on the Wallachian side it is many miles before the glens of the rivers, bounded by steep, pine-clad hills, open out into the plains. For obvious reasons it was necessary for the Romanians to fight as near as possible to their railheads, so they did not attempt to stand on the main divide, but had their principal defensive positions nearer the southern debouchements. With the loss of many prisoners and a few guns, by the middle of October they had been forced back through most of the passes. The first blow was delivered at the Torsberg. By 14th October the defense was on the main road from Kronstadt to Kampelong, 6 miles inside the frontier. Here the enemy, failing to force the road by a frontal attack, devoted himself to outflanking movements by the subsidiary valley of the Dambo-Pitza on the east and Lereshti on the west. He made no progress, and the Romanians stood firm in front of Kampelong, on the line Lereshti-Dragoslavili. Farther east, the railway pass of the Predil was the scene of severe fighting. The frontier ridge was won by Falkenhayn as early as 14th October, and the border town of Predil was destroyed by shell fire. It fell on 25th October, and fighting for every mile, the Romanians fell back through the wooded glens towards the summer resort of Sinai. In this section, the defense was especially brilliant, and by the first days of November the enemy, though he had carried the main range in some of the lateral foothills, had not advanced more than 4 miles inside the frontier. Meantime, Przan and the Fourth Army were holding with equal resolution to the gates of Moldavia. He had been compelled to divide his forces into 2 detachments, one watching the Bikas and Tolgais passes and the routes to the upper Bistrica Valley, and the other holding the railway pass of Gaiams and the subsidiary Ots and Ortos passes, which gave access to Okna. The first assaults failed to carry the last-named passes, but by 17th October the enemy was through the Gaiams and some 7 miles inside the frontier, down the Trotus Valley. There he was held and driven back, and by the first days of November had made no headway in this section. Farther north, Przan's right wing was no less successful. It held the frontier between the Tolgais and the Bikas, till it was relieved in early November by an extension southward of Lechitsky's left. From that date the Romanian front was bounded by the Gaiams Pass, and the defense of northwest Moldavia was handed over to that stubborn Russian corps, which had been the spearhead of Lechitsky in the summer campaign in the Bukovina. Its counterattack drove the enemy back across the Tolgais, and in this section regained the initiative. Meantime, a serious situation had begun to develop in the Dobruja. We have seen that by 24 September, Mackensen's advance had been checked, and he had been driven south some 15 miles from the line Rostova-Tuzla. There, for nearly a month, little happened. At 1 or 2 points, the Romanians pushed the enemy farther back and took prisoners, and there was an attempt by each side to cross the Danube. The German effort was made on 30th September at Corabia, a port and railhead on the Romanian bank of the Danube, some miles west of the point where the Aluta enters the main stream. The port was bombarded and a few small craft sunk, but the landing came to nothing. The Romanian attempt next day was more ambitious. It took place at Rahova, a little east of Rostock, where there is an island on the north side of the river. Some 15 battalions crossed, too large a force for a mere reconnaissance, and occupied several villages and a tract of land, some 10 miles wide and 4 deep. The attacking force was weak in artillery, and, being assailed on both flanks, it was driven back across the river with considerable loss. By the middle of October, the pressure on the western frontier precluded all hopes of a Russo-Romanian offensive in the Dobruja. But Mackensen had not been idle. He had received large reinforcements of guns and munitions, and had got 2 new divisions from Turkey and 1 from Germany. On 19th October, after a heavy preliminary bombardment, he resumed the offensive, especially against the Romanian left. Tuzla fell next day, and on the 21st the central position at Toprasari was evacuated, while Mackensen's right pushed within 6 miles of Constanța. On the railway, the Romanian right center was driven back from Copacabana, and before night fell, the Cernavodă-Constanța railway had been cut some 20 miles from the coast. Constanța, bombarded on flank and front, could not be held. On the 22nd, its evacuation began and its stores of oil and wheat were burned. Under cover of the fire of a Russian flotilla in the Black Sea, the Romanian troops withdrew, and in a wild rainstorm, Bulgarian cavalry entered the place on the 23rd. They found little booty except hundreds of empty railway trucks and a few locomotives. But Romania had lost her principal seaport and one of her main lines of communication with her Russian ally. Sakharov, formerly in command of the Russian 11th Army, had arrived to take charge of the defense, but the Russian divisions were poor in discipline and fighting quality. In a stern order to his troops, he warned them that they had been sent to conquer, or at any rate to fight, and not to see who could run the fastest. Events now moved swiftly, for against the fire of Mackensen's guns, Sakharov's ill-supplied army could make no stand. On the 23rd, Medvedia fell, the station on the line halfway between Cernavodă and Constanța, while the Romanian right was driven back from Rashova. The great bridge was doomed. Constructed 20 years before by a French company, it was more than 1,000 yards long, built of steel on stone piers, and carried at a height of 100 feet above the river. The Romanian bank was low-lying, a wide stretch of swamp and lagoon, and over the bad ground, the railway was carried by 10 miles of causeway and viaduct. The importance of the spot was not as a crossing place, for such a crossing could be opposed by a small force on the hard ground above Fetishti, on the northern shore, beyond the marsh belt, and the invaders would have to advance by a long, open defile exposed for miles to gunfire. Mackensen had several better crossings higher up the river, and his attack on the bridge was only the last step in taking possession of the Constanța railway. Once he had secured it and driven Sakharov northwards into bad country with no railway communications, he could afford to entrench himself on the ground he had won, and prepare to invade Romania across the Danube, so soon as Falkenhayn was through the mountains. On the 25th, the small Romanian force which held the bridge retired across it, and blew up one of the spans. On that day the Bulgarians entered the town of Cernavodă. On the 26th, Sakharov was 24 miles north of the railway, and by the 29th, he was on the line Ostrov-Babadoc. Here the pursuit was stayed, and presently the counter-offensive began, but the center of gravity was now in the west, where the Romanian defense of the hills was beginning to crumble. We left Falkenhayn, held at the debouchements of the central passes. The winter snows had begun, and it looked as if he had missed his stroke. But farther west, the Romanian First Army, holding the Rutherham and the Vulcan passes, was less fortunate than Averescu and the troops of the Second. From the Rotherham Pass, the Aluta flows for some 30 miles in a narrow gorge, accompanied by a road and a railway, a gorge from its nature impregnable to direct assault. The southern end is the village of Rimnik-Velsia, and 15 miles east of the place is the town of Curtia de Agash, the terminus of one of the two railways which ran from Pitești to the hills. If Curtia de Agash could be won by way of the Aluta and Campalong by way of the Torsberg, the path would be prepared for the capture of Pitești, the most important strategic point in Wallachia. Falkenhayn, therefore, aimed at Pitești by a converging attack through the Torsberg and the Rotherham. The Bavarian Alpine Corps, as we have seen, secured the southern end of the Rotherham on 26 September. During early October, that force prepared for the next step, and on 15th October began its advance in 3 columns. On the east, a brigade was to cross the high Moscovo Pass and descend the glen of the Topologo against Salatrukel. In the center, the Bavarians followed the road which runs along the ridge between the Topologo and the Aluta. On the west, the brigade was to take the high ground of Pietru Asa and the Veverita mountain towards the tributary glen of the Lotru. From the start, all went ill. The eastern force by 18th October had reached the hills directly north of Salatrukel, when the Romanians closed in on its flanks from the Aluta and Argeș valleys, and, but for a heavy snowstorm, would have wholly destroyed it. So, too, the western brigade was caught on the Pietru Asa Massif, and flung back with heavy losses. The disasters to the wings compelled Kraft von Dellmann-Singen to hold up the attack of his Bavarian center. For a week there was a respite, and then at the close of October the offensive was renewed. On the 28th, a fresh German division won positions on the hills between the Aluta and the Topologo. By this time, the Aluta group of the Romanian First Army had been reinforced by some of Brison's troops from the Fourth Army, released by the extension of Lechitsky's front. But the enemy was also strengthened, and since his campaign in the Torsberg and Predeel passes was checked, and he was about to make his main effort through the Vulcan Pass, it was necessary to pin down the Aluta group to a defense which would preclude it from sending reinforcements westward. By 1st November, the Germans had reached the Pitești Valley, which enters that of the Aluta from the east. A week later, they had mastered the heights on both sides of the Topologo and the Massif of Kosea, which commands the mouth of the Lotru Glen. By this time, events south of the Vulcan had compelled the Romanians to send thither every man they could spare, and the Aluta group, thus weakened, was forced to fall back. By the middle of November, the Germans had won the Aluta Valley, as far as Kalamanești, and the Topologo Valley as far as Switzi, and controlled the road which linked up the two places. They were only 10 miles from the vital railhead of Curtia de Argeș. We now come to the section where the defense finally broke, the Vulcan Pass, through which ran the road down the Geo Valley to the railhead of Tarkojui. After beating off the attack in the Strio Glen, the Romanians, about the middle of October, were compelled to give way before the 11th Bavarian Division and retire through the Vulcan. The enemy advanced in 4 columns, aiming at an ultimate concentration in the Geo Valley between Tarkojui and Bombești. Colonel Dragolina, now in command of the Romanian First Army, had inferior forces and no reserves. He took his stand on the lines which the enemy had marked for his objective, and borrowed a detachment from the division at Orsova and one from the Aluta group. With great tactical skill he made his dispositions. On 27th October succeeded in checking the enemy attack and taking many prisoners. Up to 1st November, the Romanians advanced and drove the enemy back to the mountain ravines by which he had come. This first battle of Tarkojui was the most conspicuous success of the campaign, achieved as it was by forces inferior both in numbers and artillery. Unluckily, it was paid for by the life of the gallant commander. General Dragolina died of his wounds on 9th November and was succeeded in command of the First Army by General Patali, while the actual fighting on the Jiu was placed under General Vasilescu. In the beginning of November, though things had gone ill in the Dobruja, the Romanian defense in the west had succeeded beyond expectation. The invaders were still held in the foothills and had nowhere won the debouchements to the plains. Falkenhayn accordingly revised his plans and resolved to make his supreme effort in the Jiu Valley. He knew the smallness of Iliescu's force, and he knew, too, that there the lateral communications were worst of all, and least permitted the speedy dispatch of reinforcements. Accordingly, General Cuny was put in charge of a strong group which included 4 infantry divisions and a cavalry corps under Count Schmetto. Falkenhayn himself was present in this theater to watch the fortunes of the new attack. To support it and prevent reinforcements reaching the meager Romanian First Army, Kraft von Dellmensingen was ordered to press hard on the Alota and General Van Morgan in the Torsberg and Pradil section. The heavy guns having been got through the passes, the new offensive began on 10th November with an attack by the 2 central German divisions against the position on both banks of the Jiu. Ground was won on the heights, and at the same time a German force from the west pressed into the upper Mochu Glen. On the 13th, the enemy was astride the Jiu Valley some 6 miles north of Targul Jui, and this place, the terminus of the railway from Craiova, fell on the 15th. The Romanian position now lay from Copacini, west of the Jiu, to the river Gilot, down whose valley ran the Craiova line. The situation was desperate, and reinforcements were hurried westward from the eluded group. They were fated to arrive too late, for on 17th November, the second battle of the Jiu was fought, and the whole Romanian defense crumbled before superior numbers and a far superior weight of guns. Cuny was advancing on a wide front, flinging Schmetto's cavalry far out on his flanks, and by the 19th he had reached Felicia. The junction with the line from Targul Jui joins the main railway from Bucharest to Budapest by way of Orsova. This put the Romanian division at Orsova under Colonel Anastasiu in dire jeopardy. The retreat of the First Army was now eastward instead of southward. Its first hope was to prevent its left flank being turned and to fall back on the pivot of the eluded group and hold the line up that river. On 21st November, German troops entered Craiova, which the Romanians had evacuated. Cuny was now well into the Wallachian plains, and his progress became rapid. His next objective was the line of the Aluda, and 2 days later he was in touch with its defense on the front between Dragășani and Caracalu. The attack on the center at the railway bridge of Slatina failed, but Schmetto's cavalry managed to cross the river at Caracalu. The position was turned. The railway bridge and the granaries of Slatina were blown up, and by the 27th the Aluda line was abandoned. It was not a moment too soon, for in the north the group of Kraft von Dellmensingen was threatening the right flank south of the Rotherham Pass, and in the south the left flank was already turned, for on the 23rd Mackensen had begun to cross the Danube. Sakharov on 9th November had recaptured Cherchova on the Danube and pushed back Mackensen in the center as far as Moslu. On that day, too, a Romanian attack from Fetesti on the northern shore of the river gave them the riverside station of Dunărea at the north end of the Chernovoda Bridge. Pushing on, by the middle of the month, Sakharov was in position from a point on the Danube, some 7 miles north of Chernovoda, to the shore of the Black Sea, 50 miles north of Constanza. But he never reached the railway, being held by the strong lines which the enemy had constructed for its defense. And before he could attack them in force, the debacle in the west had put a further offensive in the Dobruja out of the question. Early in November, Mackensen, having entrusted the task of watching Sakharov to Prince Boris of Bulgaria, turned to his main objective, the crossing of the Danube. In late autumn, the river is not a formidable obstacle to an army operating from the south bank. The stream is at its lowest, not more than 10 feet deep between Nicopoli and Silistria, and the current is from 8 to 10 miles an hour. The south bank, as we have seen, is a high bluff with, in many places when the river is low, a beach beneath it, while the northern shore is for the most part swamp and backwater. Holding the high bank, an army with modern guns could sweep the northern shore for 3 or 4 miles inland, and command the narrow strips of hard ground between the marshes. In addition to this advantage, Mackensen had at his command a powerful river flotilla of monitors and gunboats, which could lie hidden behind the shrubby islets. So soon as the fall of Orsovo and Torno-Severin had opened the way from the upper waters, long trains of barges came downstream, bringing abundant bridging material. He selected for his first crossing places Islas, opposite the Bulgarian railhead Asamovit, and Sistova Samnitsa, the very place where the Russians had crossed in 1877. These points were chosen in order to turn the new Romanian line of defense on the Aluta. At both places, the bridging of the river would be facilitated by the islands and the streams, and since the Sistova crossing in peace times was one of the busiest ferries on the river, there were good landing arrangements on both banks. On 19th November, the preliminary German bombardment began to clear the north shore. A thick haze hung over the stream, and under its cover on the night of the 22nd to 23rd, the enemy rivercraft swarmed out from the shelter of the creeks and islands. In 1877, the Russians had taken 33 days to cross. Mackensen did the main work in 18 hours. The first troops crossed in steam ferries, and when they had seized the opposite bank, pontoon bridges were constructed with amazing speed. There was practically no opposition, for the enemy's overwhelming superiority in guns made it impossible for the Romanian river guards to make even a show of resistance. By the 26th, Mackensen was able to report that he had an army group under General Koch on the northern bank, that he had cleared the country for 20 miles inland, and that his van was close on Alexandria. Presently, at every Danube ferry, the enemy was crossing. Bulgarian cavalry were over the stream at Koravia, and in the east a Bulgarian detachment from Rushtok sacked Georgieva. The end had now fairly come. The Romanian left flank on the Aluta was turned, and events in the north put the pivot on which they swung in danger. The enemy was still held at the Pradil, but von Morgan entered Campalong on 29th November. At the same time, Kraft von Delmenssingen was pressing hard from the Rotherham. On the 25th, he reached Rymnik-Valsia. On the 27th, took Curtia de Argesh. On the 29th, Petishi fell, and the invaders' line ran by way of Dragonesti to Georgievo, within 30 miles of Bucharest. Before this week, the Romanian groups of the Geo and the Aluta had fallen back in fair order, but 2 of the frontier forces were in dire straits. One, the Orsovo division, was already beyond hope. Under its gallant leader, Colonel Anastasio, it had left Orsovo on 25th November and attempted to retreat southeastward to the Aluta. After 3 weeks' wild adventures, it reached the valley, only to find it held by the enemy. On 7th December, 2 days after the capital fell, the remnant of the 7,000 surrendered at Caracallu, having extorted from the Germans admiration for their undaunted valor. The Campalong group, after the fall of Pitești, was compelled to move southeast over difficult country and eventually reached Târgovişte and the Dâmboviște Valley, where it joined the main Romanian forces. The situation now was that from the Predeal Pass eastward and northward, the mountain position was still held, and the Russians in the Moldavian passes were successfully counterattacking the enemy. But from the Predeal, westward, all the passes had gone. The upper Argeș valley was lost, and in the south, Mackensen had pushed between the capital and the Danube. Averescu, now in supreme command of the Romanian forces, attempted one last stand before Bucharest. A Russian division had arrived in support, and northwest lay what was left of the First Army. South and southwest, Buchan commanded a group formed of troops from what had once been the Third and Fourth Armies to hold the line of the lower Argeș. On 30th November, the Germans forced the passage of the little river Mialovu, only 16 miles from the capital. On 1st December, Buchan attempted a counterstroke with the object of driving a wedge between Mackensen and the German center under Cluny. He almost succeeded, for he flung the enemy back over the Mialovu, taking 30 guns and 1,000 prisoners. Unfortunately, the expected reserves came too late, and the enemy was reinforced before Buchan could press his victory home. The success of 1st December was changed on the 2nd and 3rd to disaster, and Buchan's broken forces were driven in upon Bucharest. Meantime, farther north, the remains of the First Army could not bar the roads down the upper Argeș and the Dâmboviște. The vital junction of Titu fell, and Târgoviște, the border town of the great oil fields, passed into enemy hands. Since the line of the Argeș and Dâmboviște could not be held, it was clear that Bucharest was doomed. In the days before the war, the Romanian capital ranked as one of the great fortresses of Europe. Around the city, the land is a flat plain, open, treeless, and highly fertile, broken only by a slight rise between the Argeș and the Dâmboviște. Such country was considered ideal for a modern fortress, and more than 30 years ago the Romanian government accepted the suggestion of Briomont, the Belgian engineer, to make of the place an entrenched camp like Antwerp. In those days, the dreaded enemy was Russia, and Briomont intended that Bucharest should be the central point for the defense against the Russians advancing towards the Danube, its works being supplemented by an entrenched line on the lower Sareb, from Galatz to Farsani. Briomont's forts, 19 in number, were arranged in an irregular oval at a distance of some 6 to 9 miles from the center of the city, connected by a circular railway, linked up by 3 junctions with the existing lines. The forts were the same type as those of Liège and Namur, a mass of concrete covering a vaulted underground structure and forming the glacis for armored street turrets mounting heavy guns. But in 1914, the first months of war showed that, under the fire of the latest siege artillery, the turret fort with its steel armor and concrete glacis was futile. 5 million sterling had been expended on the forts of Bucharest. For this campaign, the money was as utterly wasted as if it had been thrown into the Black Sea. It needed 120,000 men to man the defenses, and to shut up these numbers in the place would have been to make a present of them to the enemy. The Romanian staff had long recognized this truth, and the most they could do was to fight a delaying action on the Argeș to cover the evacuation. That had begun towards the end of November, when Mackensen first crossed the Danube. By 1st December, the ministers, the banks, and the Allied legations had moved to Jassy in Moldavia. On 5th December, the arsenal was blown up. On 6th December, Mackensen entered the city. Meantime, in the north, Falkenhayn was approaching Ploiești, the center of the oil region. As he moved east from Târgoviște, he had before him, like the Israelites in the desert, a pillar of smoke by day and a pillar of fire by night. The air was rank with the fog and fumes of burning oil. The headworks of the wells themselves, the refineries, the stores, the tanks, all were ablaze as the Romanians retreated. The destruction was largely the work of a British member of Parliament, Colonel Norton Griffiths, assisted by the many American engineers employed in the oil works, and millions of pounds worth of property was destroyed in a few days. In front of the German armies moved a crowd of fugitives of every class and condition. Roads and railways were congested with traffic. In the towns on the line of the retreat, there was little shelter and scanty fare. It was a starved and frozen crowd that struggled into Cassis and Galatz. The advance of Falkenhayn to Ploiești had compelled the Romanians to abandon the defense of the Predeal. Sinai, the summer residence of King Ferdinand, among the pine woods of the Prahova Valley, was occupied on the same day as the capital. The German line now ran from the Predeal through Sinai, Ploiești, and Bucharest to the Danube, where Oltenitsa had been abandoned, and a new Bulgarian force was crossing from Turkey. Wallachia had gone, and the defense was confined to the short front between the apex of the Transylvania salient at the Bozu Pass and the river. North of the Bozu, the mountain frontier was still unbroken. The Romanian army had suffered no Sedan, but it had lost heavily, and the remnant was broken and weary. It was clear that the defense of Moldavia must for the present rest mainly with the Russian reinforcements. Contemporary history is really just a failure. Only when the mist have cleared and the main issues have been decided can the belligerents afford to weigh each section of a campaign in a just scale. Romania's entry into the war had awakened baseless hopes among her allies. Her unsuccess, her inexplicable unsuccess, as it seemed to many, was followed by equally baseless criticism and complaint. The truth is that when Brusilov and Sorel had once failed to achieve their purpose, her chances of victory were gone. She attempted a strategic problem which only a wild freak of fortune could have permitted her to solve. Her numbers from the start were too small, too indifferently trained, and too weakly supplied with guns. Nevertheless, when she stood with her back to the wall, this little people, inexpert in war, made a stalwart resistance. Let justice be done to the skill and fortitude of the Romanian retreat. Her generals were quick to grasp the elements of danger, and by their defense of the central passes prevented the swift and utter disaster of which her enemies dreamed. After months of fighting, during which his armies lost heavily, Falkenhayn gained Wallachia and the capital. But the plunder was not a tithe of what he had hoped for. The Romanian expedition was, let it be remembered, a foraging expedition in part of its purpose, and the provender secured was small. The 10 weeks of the retreat were marked by conspicuous instances of Romanian quality in the field, and the battles of Hermannstadt and the Strio Valley, the defense of the Predeal, Torsberg, and Rotherham passes, the first battle of Targo Jewel, and Poussin's counterstroke on the Argeș were achievements of which any army might be proud, and the staunch valor of the Roman legionaries still lived in the heroic band who, under Anastasiu, cut their way from Orsova to the Aluta. End of Chapter 64, Part 4. Section 28 of History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest continued in the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 65. The Italian Counterattack, June 16th to November 21st, 1916. The Austrian threat in the Trentino had, according to General Cadorna, exhausted itself by the 3rd day of June, but this exhaustion did not involve an immediate relinquishment of the struggle for the road to the Venetian plains. The Italian positions lay from the Conisogna in the Val Lagarina to the Massif of Posubio, where they held the crests, then south of the Pausina to a point southeast of Ansiero, then south of the Pausina to a point southeast of Ansiero, and thence along the southern and eastern rims of the Asiago Plateau to the Val Sagano. For a fortnight, the enemy fought hard against the Italian center and right, in the first theater to break through the Pausina heights and reach Scio, and in the second to turn the Italian flank on the Brenta. The splendid defense of Cadorna's left in the Vesubio and Buoli region, where the Alpini fought half buried in snow, slept in snow, and had 200 cases of frostbite daily, and defeated the dangerous turning movement from the Valasa, and the only chances left to the enemy were in the center and on the east. The actual Italian counteroffensive may be said to have begun on Friday, 16th June, when, on the extreme right, 2 columns of Alpini drove 2 Austrian regiments from Monte Magari, a peak of 5,000 feet above the Val Sagana, which forms the northern buttress of the Sette Comuni Plateau. Cadorna had begun to reascend the staircase down which the enemy had moved halfway. In spite of a stubborn defense, the Italian right began to close in on Asiago. On the 20th, the center advanced on the heights south of the Pausina and on Mount Sengio. Meantime, Brusilov's pressure in Volhynia was beginning to make itself felt, and by the 25th the Italians had begun to force the pace of withdrawal. Their artillery pounded the enemy positions, and between the Brenta and the Adige, they won ground everywhere, in some places only half a mile, in others as much as 4 miles. On the 25th, Monte Sengio was stormed, and Monte Simone, north of Asiero, was carried. Next day, squadrons of Sicilian horse rode into Asiago, and on the 27th, Asiero was recovered. On the Italian left ground was one north of Conisogna, and the whole center advanced against the Pausina. The deep bulge between the Adige and the Brenta was being pressed in, and the enemy fell back only just in time. He had no reserves remaining, for his last division had been flung in to cover the difficult retirement of his left. In 2 days, the Austrians had lost more than half the ground they had gained in their 6 weeks' offensive. Presently the enemy's front was behind the Pausina and the Asa, and there for the time being he remained. He held a strong position in the center on the mountain ridges of Maggio, Tirano, Campomolo, and Spitztemezzo, and even on his flanks he had advanced from his old line, for he held Borgo in the east and Sogdatorta in the west. He had certain definite territorial gains to show for an enormous expenditure of shells, and losses which were not less than 130,000. Moreover, his retreat was skillful, for he lost few prisoners and few heavy guns. As he retired, he contracted his front, and so could make up for the absence of the divisions which had gone eastwards against Brusilov. But when all has been said, the Trentino offensive was, from Austria's point of view, a grave failure. It had not reached its main objective, the Venetian plains and the railway communications of the Isonzo front. It had weakened Austria's strength and lowered her power of resistance to Brusilov's attacks. It had inspired her with the false notion that she had crippled Cadorna and prevented any Italian offensive that year. Finally, it had taught the Italians their business. It had forced them to improve their communications and to grapple with transport difficulties of the first magnitude. Italy's materiel was immensely increased, and her successful resistance not only gave her confidence and enthusiasm, but a certain suppleness in movement and a new technical aptitude. If Cadorna could bring reinforcements swiftly and secretly from the Isonzo to the Trentino, he might carry them back again with the same speed and silence. The penalty for Austria's failure was not Italy's counterstroke of June in the Trentino, but her August assault on Gorizia. As we have seen, the 50-mile front on the Isonzo was one of the most difficult and complex of all the European battlegrounds. In July, the Italian position was as follows. At Tolmino, their left flank was east of the river and established on the hills north of the town, while they held strongly the heights on the western bank. The town remained in Austrian hands, and the area offered no very good opportunities for an advance, since the railway from Gorizia to Villach by the Wochian tunnel was already cut, and a flank march on Gorizia from Tolmino was an almost impracticable undertaking. 15 miles south, the Italian left center held the bridgehead of Plava, which offered a possible route for an attack upon Monte Santo, the defense of Gorizia on the north. The enemy, however, held the heights east of the river in great strength, and such a plan, since the asset of surprise was lost, would have involved a cost wholly disproportionate to any conceivable gain. It had been tried on July 2nd, 1915, and had failed. An attack from this side was not possible till a more sheltered road could be made down into the Plava bottom, which would escape the attentions of the enemy from Monte Cook. The Italian center lay in front of Gorizia itself. The city lay in a pocket of plain, defended on all sides by rampart of hills. West of the Isonzo, the Austrians held the line of lower heights, Salvatino, Oslavio, and Podgoro, on the first and last of which the Italians had formerly effected a lodgment. North ran the Turno Vanderwald, with its main positions of Monte Santo, Monte San Gabriele, and Monte Santa Caterina. South lay the northern edge of the Carso Plateau. Finally, the Italian right wing lay along the western rim of the Carso itself, that bleak stony upland without soil or vegetation, where every acre is a virtual fortress. The map will show that it projects well to the west into the great loop of the Isonzo. The chord of the arc so formed is the dry valley called the Valloni, which runs almost from the plain of Gorizia to the Adriatic. It was that part of the Carso west of the Valloni which formed the key of the southern defenses of Gorizia. The valley itself was like a vast lateral communication trench, providing a sheltered road for the movement of troops behind the front line. The Italians held the greater part of this butt end of the Carso, and in the center reached almost to the Valloni, but in the north, Monte San Michele, and in the south, the line of heights between Sebusi and Kosic had defied their efforts. The vital point was San Michele, for it dominated the Gorizian plain. If any assaults upon Gorizia, there were two alternatives before the Italian commander. Merely to master the heights on the western bank would not give him the city. He must win them, and also carry and support either the northern defenses at Santo or the southern at San Michele. The reason was that, with the enemy on the San Michele or Santo, the Podgoro line, even if one, could not have been used as a position for which to assault the actual river crossing. Cadorna chose the latter of the two alternatives, to carry the western bank, and at the same time take the defense on its southern flank by winning San Michele. During the winter, Italy had made a great effort in the preparation of munitions and heavy guns, and her general staff had worked out in detail the plans for the Isonzo attack. The Trentino business upset the timetable, but it did not change the essentials of the scheme. Cadorna spent May and June with one eye on the Seti Comune, and the other on Gorizia and the Carso, where Borovich sat in fancied security. Even in the heat of the last defensive effort in the Trentino, there was a steady winning of minor positions in the Gorizian area. For example, on the evening of 14th June, a Neapolitan brigade captured by a surprise attack the enemy trenches east of Malfalcone, taking 7 machine guns and nearly 500 prisoners. On the 29th, a sudden gas attack almost drove the Italians off the Carso, and in repelling it, Colonel Gaddafi was the first soldier to receive the gold medal al valori, otherwise known as a posthumous honor. Towards the end of June, certain movements had already begun with transferring troops and guns from the Trentino to the Isonzo. The Italian staff divided its operations under this head into 3 stages. From 29th June to July 27th, the work was only preliminary, consisting of the transport of reserve units and of drafts for the existing Isonzo forces, as well as a certain amount of material. From 27th July to the eve of the grand assault, the great guns and trench mortars were moved, and the principal new units who received their orders while on the journey. After the attack began, there was a rapid movement of reserves, which the railways, reorganized under the strain of the Trentino defense, handled with conspicuous speed and precision. Cadorna desired to take the enemy unawares. He intended to feint hard with his right wing against the Malfalcone end of the Carso position, and so induce the Austrians, under fear of being outflanked, to mass their local reserves there. At the same time, they would assume that it was merely a local effort, and would not hurry such strategic reserves as they might possess to that point from the more distant parts of their line. Then, when the main enemy strength was massed opposite Malfalcone, he intended to strike with his chief forces against Gorizia itself, on the front from Sabatino to San Michele. His strategy was assisted by the confidence into which Borovich had been lulled. That commander believed the Trentino offensive had, even in its failure, crippled Italy for months. Once again, as in Volhynia, in June, Austria had underrated the recuperative power of her opponents. From the first day of August, the Italian artillery bombarded the whole Isonzo front, from Sabatino to the Adriatic. The preparation was so uniform that the defense could not forecast an infantry attack in any one section from the special violence of the shelling. On Friday, 4th August, came the Malfalcone feint. The Borsaglieri, who had long made this their fighting ground, carried 2 hills to the east of the Rocca, in their assault upon the strong Austrian flank positions on Monte Cassic. The Austrians left numbers of asphyxiating bombs in their abandoned trenches, which did terrible havoc among the attackers. Presently counterstroke drove back the Bersaglieri to their original line, but Cadorna's purpose had been secured, for Borovich promptly reinforced the Malfalcone section. On Sunday, 6th August, the Italian bombardment was resumed, this time with redoubled fury, along the front from Sabatino to San Michele. Presently it was reported that the Austrian first position had been destroyed, and at 4 in the afternoon the infantry crossed their parapets. Against Gorizia itself moved the right wing of the Second Army, the enlarged Sixth Corps, under General Capello, whose chief of staff, Badoglio, had planned the details of the battle. On the right, against San Michele, and the north edge of the Carso, was the left wing of the Duke of Aosta's Third Army. The great battle of that day and the following, which determined the fate of Gorizia, falls naturally into 2 parts. The northern, where the Italians aimed at mastering the heights between Sabatino and Badgora, and the southern, where the objective was San Michele. Sabatino and San Michele may be regarded as the 2 lateral buttresses of the Gorizian bridgehead, the fall of which must involve its conquest. On the extreme left, troops of the 45th Division were directed on Sabatino. The mountain had been tunneled to within 90 feet of the Austrian trenches, and in that tunnel the first wave of the assault assembled. At the signal, they swept up the broken hillside among the blazing scrub with such splendid gallantry that they withdrew the enemy first position before he had begun his barrage. In 20 minutes the first 3 trench lines were carried, and within an hour the Italians had the redoubt on the summit, 1,500 feet above the river, had captured the whole garrison and was forming down the farther side. Before the dark fell, the 45th Division held the line San Valentino-San Moro, within half a mile of the river. Just south of Sabatino, a brigade of the 43rd Division assaulted the hill marked 188 and carried it. On their right, the Abruzzi Brigade of the 24th Division stormed at dusk the strong line of Oslavia. South, again, a brigade of the 11th Division advanced against Podgora. This key position, so long contested, was not taken without desperate fighting. The crest was won in patches, and the Italians advanced down the farthest slope. But for 2 days, small garrisons of brave men resisted on the summit. An Austrian major with 40 men made such a gallant stand that when he was finally overpowered, the Italian commander ordered his men to present arms to the prisoners. Austria's fighting record in the campaign was so consistently belittled by her German allies that it is worthwhile remembering that both against Italy and Russia, certain of her troops showed a fighting quality which was never excelled and not often equaled in the German ranks. Finally, to complete the tale of this section, the 12th Division carried Monte Calvaria and had advanced by nightfall against the enemy's final position between the southern end of Podgora and the river. Not less were the achievements of the Third Army against San Michel. Had it been possible for the Bersaglieri on the 4th to have carried the Busi-Cossack position, the Italian right might have swung northwards against the southern flank of the mountain. As it was, the place had to be taken by direct assault. The 4 peaks, 3 of which had once been in Italian hands, seemed to offer a task too hard for mortal valor. Nevertheless, it was completed, but not without heavy loss. The enemy fought from cavern to cavern and from redoubt to redoubt, but he could not be reinforced. And step by step during the 6th and 7th, the Italians won their way to the rim, overlooking Gorizia, and forced the defense northwards. By midday on Tuesday, 8th August, the whole of the heights on the western bank of the river had fallen to Cadorna, and the key point of San Michel on the eastern shore. The moment had now come for the assault upon Gorizia itself. Trench line after trench line had to be carried in the riverside flats. But before the darkness came, no Austrians remained on the western bank. The bridges had been damaged and must be repaired before the army could cross. And for this task, it was necessary to get an advance guard over to hold a covering line. At dusk, troops of the Casali and Pavia brigades forded the stream and entrenched themselves on the farther side, while detachments of cavalry and Bersaglieri cyclists pursued and kept touch with the retreating enemy. That day, too, the right wing won more ground on San Michel, occupying Brasini on its extreme northern edge. By the morning of the 9th, the bridges were ready, and the main army crossed the stream. Before noon, it entered Gorizia, no longer the pleasant city among orchards which had once made it the Austrian Nice, but a dusty, shell-scarred memorial of a year of war. Meantime, the Italian cavalry was pressing eastwards to the line of the little river Vrtobitsa, and the hills which on the east bound the Gorizian plain. Already over 12,000 prisoners were in Cadorna's hands, and the casualties on the defense were little less than 80,000. With the fall of Gorizia, Cadorna's offensive entered on its second phase. Trieste was now the direct objective, and as a first step the enemy must be driven beyond the Valloni depression, since as long as he held any part of the western side, he menaced Gorizia and barred progress on the Carso itself. On Thursday, 10th August, began the advance on the Valloni. That day the whole of the Berda plateau was cleared, the Busi-Cossack knot of hills was taken, and the enemy was flung eastward across the valley. At one point in the south, at Devoli, near Malfalcone, the Austrians held their ground for 2 days longer, but on Saturday the 12th their resistance was broken, and the whole of the western butt end of the Carso was in Cadorna's hands. He pressed on east of the Valoni to the village of Abdication, the hill called Nad Logum, and positions on the west side of Monte Pichinko. Northeast of Gorizia he won Tivoli, on the slopes of Monte Santa Caterina. But it was clear that the San Gabriel and Santo Heights could not be taken without a simultaneous attack from Plava or Monte Cook. Moreover, it was necessary to rearrange the front after the fortnight's fighting, and about 15th August the advance slowed down. It had made invaluable gains. Gorizia and the Gorizian plain were won, and a vital part of the Carso, the line now lying several miles east of the Valoni. The Austrians, as in Galicia, had been compelled by their repulse not to shorten but to lengthen the front, already inadequately held. The whole southern Isonzo defense system had disappeared, and between Cadorno and Trieste lay a country, difficult indeed, but lacking such elaborately prepared fortifications as those which had made the Isonzo line so stubborn a problem. Between 4th and 15th August, he had taken 18,758 prisoners, 393 of them officers, 30 heavy guns, 62 pieces of trench artillery, 92 machine guns, and huge quantities of every kind of war materiel. The August battles roused in Italy a strong emotion of joy and pride. Only those who have seen the steep wooded hills west of Gorizia and viewed the intractable landscape of the Carso can realize how great was the Italian achievement. The Carso in especial might be claimed with truth as the most terrible battlefield in Europe. Waterless and dusty, scorching by day and icy by night, it was one giant natural redoubt. There was nothing to soften the shattering percussion of projectiles among the acres of rock and boulders, and wounds which elsewhere might have been slight became deadly injuries. Further, Austria had used all the laborious talent of certain classes of her people to turn the natural strength of the place to the best advantage. In this uncanny fighting, Italy was developing special troops distinguished by a desperate ardor and extreme endurance. She had always been famous for her corps d'elite, and to the great names of Alpini and Bersaglieri, there were soon to be added those of Arditi and Granatieri. New leaders also had emerged in the struggle, and of Capello and Badoglio the world was to hear much in the future. The fall of Gorizia was for Italy like the extra chemical whose addition to a compound dissolves certain intractable elements. The new enthusiasm for the war brought her into exact line with her allies. On May 23, 1915, she had broken with Austria-Hungary, and the Triple Alliance was at an end. On 20th August of the same year, she had declared war on Turkey, and on 19th October on Bulgaria. But with Germany she still remained formally at peace. Her reasons for this anomalous situation were mainly domestic, and no ally questioned their validity, the more especially against one member of the Teutonic League. She was waging a wholehearted struggle, but the financial and ecclesiastical difficulties which stood in the way of a final break with Germany gradually disappeared during the first year of war. Germany was the supreme fount of offense, and a contest with any one of her allies must bring a nation face to face with that Prussian creed which civilized Europe had vowed to destroy. Nor was she herself slow to give Italy specific grounds for hostility. She surrendered to Austria Italian prisoners of war who escaped to German soil. She directed her banks to regard Italian subjects as alien enemies, and to postpone all payments owing to them. She suspended the payment of pensions due to Italian workmen. By the summer of 1916, the nominal peace was the merest comedy. It was Germany who supplied Austria, Italy's direct opponent, with her chief munitions of war. It was German officers and German soldiers and sailors who largely directed every operation against Italy. It was only by Germany's assistance that the Archduke Charles had been able to concentrate for the Trentino offensive. The contrast between the situations de facto and de jure had become too glaring to continue. Cadorna's success cleared the air. The new national spirit demanded that truth should be spoken and facts recognized. Accordingly, on 27th August, the government declared in the king's name that Italy considered herself as from 28th August in a state of war with Germany, and begged Switzerland to convey the intimation to Berlin. So completely farcical had been the previous peace that the declaration involved no single change in the conduct of the campaign. The capture of Gorizia was an important step, but the nature of the country made it no more than a first step, and those who spoke glibly of a dash for Laibach or Trieste had small acquaintance with the intricate landscape. North of Gorizia, the Isonzo runs in a deep trench. Its eastern bank rises in sharp wooded ridges to the height of nearly 2,000 feet, and from its crest runs northeast the great Banzisa Plateau between the Isonzo and the Val Chiappavano. South of this last glen and at right angles to the main river, the southern rim of the turn of Vanderwald stretches eastward with its peaks of Monte San Gabriel and Monte San Daniel, defending the Gorizian plain from the north. Till these were mastered, there could be no advance from Gorizia along the railway to Trieste. East of the city, the Austrians held the low wooded ridge of San Marco and the east bank of the Vertobizza up to the edge of the Carso, along whose foot flowed from the east the little river Vipaco. The western Carso had already been won, but the Carso east of the Bologna was a harder problem. Desolate and stony in the interior, it had shaggy wooded fringes, the ridge above the Vipaco in the north, and in the south Fermato and the coast foothills. Its tableland was tilted towards the northeast, where it ascended from the Valloni in a great staircase to the crest called the Iron Gates, south of Dornberg. It is necessary to recapitulate this topography, that the strength of the Austrian position may be understood. Two facts must be kept in mind. The first is that no advance eastwards through the Gorizian plain was practicable till Santo, Gabriel, and Daniel. The rim of the turn of Vanderwald had been won, and that to win these points the Italians must first scale the steep ridge east of the Isonzo and carry the Banzisa Plateau. The second is that for the same advance the Carso must be carried, and that with every mile the place became a stronger fortress. To force the ridge of the Iron Gates by direct attack was impracticable, and the best chance was a turning movement by the south. But to block this rose Hermata, one labyrinth of tunnels and trenches, and bristling with guns. The task before Cadorna was a slow and formidable one, and could only be performed by patient stages. Moreover, it must be performed by alternate blows, now at the Santo Ridge, now on the Carso, for each demanded a full concentration, till Gabriel and Daniel were won in the north, and Hermata on the south. The Austrians in Trieste might sleep secure. The Carso was fixed as the theater of the next movement, and something like a month was occupied in preparation. The Italian line, the Third Army, now ran from the Vipaco, east of the hill called Nad Logum, east of Opoci Asella, west of the hamlet of Nova Bass, east of the lake of Dobredo, and thence to the coast marshes about Porto Rosiga. On the morning of 14th September, a great bombardment began between the Vipaco and the sea, in which the bombarda, the giant 11-inch trench mortar, played a chief part. Just after midday, a thunderstorm broke on the Carso, and when, in the early afternoon, the Italian infantry advanced, it was in a downpour of rain. In the center east of Nad Logum, they succeeded at once and took large numbers of prisoners. On the right there was desperate fighting around Nova Vas and Hill 208 to the south, and no impression was made on the extreme right, where Hills 144 and 77 were supported by the guns from Hermata. On the left, the Italians surrounded the little hill, where stood San Grado di Merna, All night thunderstorms rattled among the stormy scarps, and with the wet dawn, the batteries began again. At midday on the 15th came the next attack, which gave the Italians San Gardo as well as some gains at Lovica and Opacicella. Next day, the 16th, the line was farther advanced, and on the following day, Austrian counterattacks were decisively repulsed. So far in the 4-day battle, the Duke of Aosta had taken between 4,000 and 5,000 prisoners, but he had not won any vital position. The Austrians showed the most dogged tenacity in defense, and they were well served by the nature of their fortifications. The quote from an Italian communique: "Their new trenches had been prepared months ago, and had been strengthened and deepened as soon as the Italian offensive, which resulted in the taking of Gorizia, began. Many of these were blasted out of the rock to the depth of about 6 feet, faced with a low parapet of sandbags, and protected with steel shields, as experience had taught the Austrians not to use stones in the construction of their breastworks, and to avoid offering even the smallest target to the Italian artillery and trench mortars. Moreover, caverns and deep dugouts protected the defenders during bombardment. The undulating ground, broken by innumerable crater-like holes in the limestone, and here and there covered by small woods, lends itself admirably to obstinate resistance with concealed emplacements and hidden machine guns. Everywhere they had barbed wire entanglements, much of which, being concealed, escaped destruction. Once more the Italian bombardment was renewed, and with it came the rain. Low mists hung over the plateau. Observation from the air was impossible, and it was not till 10th October that the next attack was made. The infantry of the Third Army advanced at 2:45 p.m. in a thin fog, and were immediately successful. They straightened out the kinks which had been left from the September battle, winning notably the remainder of the Hill 208 position and Hill 144 east of Lake Doberdo. The Italian front now ran nearly straight from Hill 144 to the Vivaco, and included the whole of the old Austrian front which had been attacked in September. Next morning, 11th October, the Austrians counterattacked in dense fog, especially against the Italian left. In the afternoon, when the weather had cleared, the Italians again advanced, and during that night and the following day, there was a fierce struggle for Sober and the new hit line on Hill 144. At Sober alone, on a single battalion front, 400 dead were counted. That afternoon the Italians carried the hill of Pachinka in the center and got into the outskirts of the villages of Lovica and Hudi Log, more than a mile east of Nova Vas. Once more the line was as serrated as it had been in September. On the 13th, in wild weather, the Duke of Aosta's left pushed north of Sober to the Gorizia-Pavavintia road, and brought their capture of prisoners up to 8,000. But the continuing tempest, the same chain of gales which dislocated the British plans on the Somme, forced the battle to a standstill and compelled the Italians to withdraw a little from Pachinka, Lovica, and Hudi Log. For a fortnight the rains continued, and then very slowly the mists began to rise, and a chill, the first hint of winter, crept into the air. On 30th October the skies were clear, and from dawn to dusk there was such a bombardment as even the Carso had not seen. Fog had settled on the ridges again, but it was the fog of powdered earth, splintered stone, and the fumes of the great shells. The guns roared all night, and on the morning of the 31st, at 10 minutes past 11, the Italian infantry crossed the parapets, to be met with a hurricane of shrapnel as soon as they showed in the open. On the left, the 11th Corps won back all the ground that had been relinquished, carried Pachinka and Lovica, and within an hour, by a brilliant flanking movement, had the summit of Veliki Erb. Thence they swept on to the hill named 376. The Italian center south of Lovica moved along the Opacicella Costa Givica road, and came within 1,000 yards of the latter place. The right wing, operating along the southern rim of the Carso Plateau, took Hill 238 in the village of Gamiano, but could not maintain itself against the fire from the Armata guns. That hollow east of Hill 144, the southern end of the Vallone, became a nether pit of smoke and death. The day had been for the Third Army a remarkable victory, for on a front of more than 2 miles between the north edge of the Carso and the upper Chiasella-Costanjevica road, the Austrian line had been shattered. A large number of enemy batteries were taken, and nearly 5,000 prisoners, including 132 officers. But a pronounced salient had been created, and a salient is always liable to a counterstroke. The Austrians had been so roughly handled that it was not till 2nd November that their guns woke. All the ground won by the Italian center was plastered with shells, and since the Italians were largely in the open, the old trenches having been destroyed, their sufferings were severe. Of the 1st Saglieri Brigade, which had taken Pichinka, there is told a fine tale. All night the brigadier and the commanders of the 6th and 12th regiments walked up and down the front line to give confidence to their men, and in the morning of the 3 only one was left. About midday the enemy launched his infantry against Pichinka and Hill 308 in order to drive a wedge into the salient. He failed, and the Italians again swept forward, taking Hill 399 and the crowning position of Facci Herb. Facci Herb is the highest point of the step of the great staircase, which runs from Fupaco to Costanjevica. It commanded the last named village and also the road which ran to the east and north to south across the plateau. The situation was grave for the enemy's center, but for the moment he had to content himself with fruitless counterattacks on the flanks. The Italian salient was now as deep as it was broad, some 2 miles each way, and the danger of a counterattack at the re-entrance was great. But on 3rd November, a division moved downhill from the rim of the Carso and occupied the line of the Verpaco west of Biglia, and so protected the northern flank of the salient. Farther south during the same day, other troops occupied Hill 291 and came within 200 yards of Costanjevica. In the 3 days' fighting, the Third Army had taken 8,750 prisoners, including 270 officers. The Austrians were now back everywhere on their third line. Part of it, from the Verpaco to Costanjevica, was an improvised line constructed during the September attack, but from Costanjevica south, it was largely the old first line, made long before Gorizia fell, and moreover its strength was increased by the formidable concealed batteries on Armata. It was clear that Armata was the real obstacle, and that no progress could be made till a way was found of taking order with it. This meant a great concentration of guns and a halt for preparations. But meantime the winter closed down, and though all through December, Cadorna waited in readiness, hoping for fine weather, about Christmas he had to abandon his plan and postpone the next effort to the spring. During November and December the rain fell in sheets. Every ravine was a torrent, and every depression a morass. The Bora scourged the bleak uplands, and with the new year came frost and snow, so that the Isonzo front was scarcely less arctic than the glacier posts in Trentino or the icy Eries in the Dolomites. It was a bitter winter for the front lines, but through it all, a perpetual toil went on to improve positions, to contrive gun emplacements, to complete a network of communication trenches, in preparation for the campaign which the next season would bring. The troops could look back upon 4 months of brilliant achievement, but Italy was now at war with Germany as well as with Austria, and her high command had little doubt that 1917 would prove a supreme test of their country's valor and resolution. On Tuesday, 21st November, the Emperor Francis Joseph died. He was in his 86th year, the oldest sovereign in the world. He had reigned for 68 years, having begun his active political life just after the fall of Metternich. He had fought many wars and had nearly always been beaten. He had had to yield time and again his most cherished convictions. He had suffered the deepest public and private sorrows, and in the end he had come to be regarded as one of the permanent things in Europe, from his sheer length of life and tenacity and suffering. He was the last believer in the old theory of the divine right of monarchs, but the German emperor held a more modern variant, and his passionate faith gave him strength and constancy. To this creed everything was sacrificed: ease, family affection, private honor, the well-being of individuals and of nations, until he became an inhuman monarchical machine, grinding out decisions like an automaton. His age and his afflictions persuaded the world to judge him kindly, and indeed the tragic loneliness of his life made the predominant feeling one of pity. But if we try by any serious standard, we cannot set him among the good sovereigns of the world, and still less among the great. He gravely misruled the peoples entrusted to his care. He brought misfortunes upon Europe, and in the end he left his country ruined, bleeding, and bankrupt. The cause he fought for was not noble or wise, but only a sumptuous egotism. At no time in his career had he any true perception of the forces at work in the world. He broke his head against new powers which he did not foresee, and then sat in the dust to be commiserated. The tragedy lay in a mind so sparsely furnished, being charged with the control of such mighty destinies. He was a self-deceiver, living in a fanciful world of his own to which he feebly sought to make facts conform. He had the dignity and patience of his strange house, and in the fullest degree the essential Habsburg weakness. His successor on the throne was his great-nephew, the Archduke Charles Francis Joseph, the son of that Archduke Otto, who was the younger brother of the murdered Francis Ferdinand. He was in his 30th year, and had lately been commanding-in-chief on the southern section of the Eastern Front. The new emperor had some of the characteristics of his father, and shared in his personal popularity. He was known as a good sportsman and a young man of frank and engaging manners, but he had scarcely the education to fit him to sit on the most difficult throne in Europe. He was reported to have shared the trialist views of his uncle, the Archduke Francis Ferdinand, and his 2 years of campaigning had done something to sour his temper towards the martinets of Berlin. He wished to safeguard the remains of his sovereignty, and it was believed that he might show a certain independence in policy. If he accepted Mittel Europa, it would be because of the interests of Austria-Hungary, and not from subservience to his German ally. End of chapter 65. Section 29, The History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Fortress continued in the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 66, The Winter of 1916 in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, August 25, 1916 to January 29, 1917, Part 1. 1. We left the narrative of the Salonika campaign at the close of August, when the Bulgarian offensive had carried the troops of Todorov's Second Army to the gates of Kavala. The northern forts were occupied on 25th August, and on 14th September, the invaders entered the town itself. Then followed strange doings. The bulk of the 4th Greek Corps, stationed in the place, along with one Colonel Hatzelopoulos, its commander, surrendered itself without a blow to the enemy, and was carried to Germany as guest of the German government. One portion, the 6th Division, under Colonel Chrysostomos, succeeded in making its way by Thessos to Salonika to join the Allied forces. The Athens government repudiated the action of the commander of the 4th Corps, alleging that he had strict orders, in case of necessity, to transport his troops to Volo. But over these instructions, as over the similar case of the surrender of Fort Rupel, there hung a mist of doubt and suspicion, a doubt which has since been turned into a damning certainty by the publication of the correspondence between Athens and Berlin. The surrender was not only acquiesced in, but invited. Rumania had begun her campaign, and it behooved Cyril to play his part in detaining her enemies. But the events of August had made it very clear to him that no offensive could succeed by way of the Vardar and Struma valleys. The enemy was too strongly in force, and the country was too difficult. His one hope lay in the west, where, not too remote from the Allied lines, lay Monastir, the most cherished of Bulgaria's gains, a city which the enemy might be trusted to fight hard to retain. In that quarter was to be found a possible objective in the military sense, and at the same time a certain means of engaging Bulgaria's attention. Accordingly, the bulk of Kordanier's French force, the Servian Corps under Mishitz, and the Russian contingent were allocated to the advance west of the Vardar. By the last day of August, except for a French mounted detachment, the whole front from the Vardar eastward was in British hands. The task of General Milne was that of controlling the Bulgarian Second Army so that it should not send reinforcements to the First Army in the Monastir section. His methods were artillery bombardments and well-organized raids into the enemy lines. He slowly made ground, till by the end of the year he had advanced the British front east of the Struma, and had prepared a position secure from assault, and formidable enough to detain large enemy forces. On 10th September, the Struma was crossed at 5 places above Lake Tahinos, and a number of villages occupied. 5 days later there was a second successful crossing in the same area, and yet another on the 23rd, when the sudden rising of the river made operations difficult. Between 11th and 13th September, the Bulgarian front between the Vardar and Lake Doran was heavily bombarded at a point where it formed a salient, and the subsequent infantry attack inflicted severe losses on the enemy. Toward the close of the month, in order to cooperate with the impending attack on Florina, preparations were made for a more prolonged effort beyond the Struma. Bridges were improvised between Orjak and Lake Tahinos, and on the night of the 29th September, our infantry crossed. On the 30th, one brigade carried various villages, beat off counterattacks, and by 2nd October had consolidated its position. On the 3rd, another brigade won the village of Yanikoi, on the main road from Saris to Salonika. The Bulgarians counterattacked desperately during the afternoon and evening, but by the following morning our ground was secure. On the 5th, Novelian, a hamlet north of the high road, was taken, and on the 7th we flung forward a cavalry reconnaissance, which located the enemy on the railway between Demir Hisar and Saris. Presently we were astride the line, and the Bulgarians took up strong positions on the high ground to the eastward. On 1st November, we captured Barakli-Joma, 6 miles southwest of Demir Hisar, taking over 300 prisoners and strengthened our hold on the railway north of Saris. But the floods of the Struma, the wintry weather, and the strength of the enemy prevented us from undertaking any larger movement. In artillery work, we had shown ourselves conspicuously superior to the Bulgarians, and our activity of the autumn won us immunity from attack during the winter trench warfare. The British had performed the task assigned to them, and immobilized Todorov, while Cyril's left wing was creeping nearer to Monastir. At the end of August, the Bulgarian First Army was still advancing, and there was fierce fighting on the northern shore of Lake Ostrovo. By the last day of the month, that offensive had been definitely checked, and on 7th September, the Allied attack began. On the extreme left, in Albania, the Italians were in motion east of Avlona. The main front directed against Monastir was held by the Serbian Corps on the right and by the French and Russians on the left. The city lies at the mouth of a gorge on the western side of the Pelagonian Plain. East of it, the river Cherna flows southward and then turns to the north in a wide curve, containing in its loop a number of minor ridges of hills. The Salonika Road and Railway ran south also, west of the Cherna curve, to the Greek border in Florina, crossed the watershed, and turned along the north shore of Lake Ostrovo. Between that lake and the Cherna loop lies the Moglina range of mountains, close on 8,000 feet high, which separates Greece from southwestern Macedonia. Against an enemy advancing from the southeast, Monastir was well protected. Whoever held the Moglina crest could bar all access to the plain, and even when the frontier was passed, strong lines of defense were possible by means of the various tributaries entering the Cherna from the west. Cyril's plan was simple. The Serbians were directed from the Vodina Lake Ostrova line against the Moglina Ridge, while farther west of the French and Russians moved on Florina and the southern entrance to the Monastir Plain. If the mountains were won and the advance pushed beyond them, it was clear that any defensive position in the south of that plain would be turned on its eastern flank, and once the hills in the Cherna loop were carried, the city would fall. The Serbians began their main advance on 7th September, at a time when the valleys were yellow with ripening millet, and the orchards around the little villages were heavy with fruit. West and north of Lake Ostrovo, they progressed in a series of bounds, making brilliant use of their field guns, and storming the enemy trenches on the slopes with hand grenade and bayonet. They were fighting for revenge, and every foot gained brought them nearer to their native soil. Their left wing moved towards Banitsa, and their center and right against the massif of K. Manchalan, the highest point of the Moglina range. On the 14th they took Exiju, on the railway between Ostrovo and Florina, by a dashing cavalry charge, and pushed their front well up the steep ridge to the north. On the 16th, the Franco-Russian force, sweeping in a wide curve southwest of Lake Ostrovo, was close on the Greek town of Florina, which the Bulgarians had taken a month before. 4 days later, the Serbians stormed the summit of Kamak Chalan, and there, for the first time, re-entered their native land. That morning also, after a battle which lasted all the previous day and night, the Franco-Russian troops carried Florina by assault. The Allies were now in the Monastir Plain, their left moving up the railway, their center approaching the Cherna Loop, and their right on the top of the flanking mountains. The men on the hilltops were looking over the empty fields and yellowing vineyards to the red roofs and shining white walls and minarets of the most ancient of Balkan cities. To defend Monastir, there were 3 main lines of entrenchments. One ran north of Florina and south of the Greek frontier. A second lay from the western hills through the village of Kanali to the loop of the Cherna, while a third followed the little river Baritsa, just south of the city itself. The key to the whole position was Kamak Chalan, and to regain this, the Bulgarians made many desperate and fruitless counterattacks. On the 26th at dawn came such a venture, which was broken before the sun rose. Late on the 9th of the 27th, 4 different assaults were launched, one of which succeeded in taking the advanced Serbian line on the northern slope, but the crest remained in the Allied hands. 2 days later, Mishuk made another bound forward and pushed his front 1¼ miles north of Kamak Chalan, spreading also down the slopes toward the Cherna. The result was to outflank the first Bulgarian position for the defense of the Monastir Plain, and to drive the enemy back to the Kanali lines, only 10 miles from the city. While the French and Russians faced Kanali from the plain, it was the task of Mishuk to continue the outflanking movement by crossing the Cherna and winning the ridges in the loop of the river. The bridges had been destroyed, By 5th October, the river had been crossed in the region of Brod and Dobrovina. The Serbians now held 25 miles of frontier and had regained 90 square miles of their own land, including 7 villages. Ludendorff was compelled to take action. He had already had friction with the Bulgarian headquarters, and he now insisted that the armies on that front should be made a group under German command, and Otto von Bellow was brought south from Courland for the task. The Canale position was virtually impregnable to a frontal attack, and it was hoped to hold Mischik among the ridges inside the loop once the river was crossed. The next great assault came on 14th October. After a heavy artillery preparation, the infantry went into action at 1 o'clock in the morning, all along the line. But the position was too strong to be carried by a frontal assault, and little was achieved. On the 17th, the Serbians attacked north of the Cherna and forced their way well into the loop, getting behind the main alignment of the Canale position. On the 19th, they were nearly 4 miles north of Brod. And on 21st October, the weather broke, and Cyril had to endure the same obstacles from rainstorms, which were at the moment delaying the British advance on the Somme. In drenching wet and fog, the fighting in the Cherna Hills slowed down. The opportunity was taken by Winkler to strengthen his front and bring up his reserves, and for a little it looked as if the chance of the Allies had gone for the year. The new arrivals counterattacked on the 22nd, but Mischik held his ground in the loop and in some places advanced his line. During the last week of October, these attacks were many times repeated, while the French and Russians bombarded their 14-mile front, aiming especially at preventing the movement of troops from one bank of the Cherna to the other. On 14th and 15th November, Mischik struck again. He moved forward in the loop, taking 1,000 prisoners, mostly Germans, and reaching a point only a dozen miles from Monastir. This victory spelled the doom of the Canale lines, now hopelessly outflanked. Violent counterattacks failed to delay the Allied progress, for on the 14th the French and Russians broke into the Canale front, fighting in a sea of mud, and early on the 15th it was found that the enemy had evacuated the position and fallen back to the Britsa, less than 4 miles from Monastir. The Bulgarian line now ran in the loop of the Cherna through Jarovic and Ivan, with the Serbians close on their trail. The city was all but won, for if the Canale lines which Pakanson had prepared a year before could not be held, there was little hope for those on the Britsa, which were only a month old. Thursday the 16th was a day of rain and fog, and the Serbians, who now as before had the vital task, could not make progress. But Friday was clear and bright, and after severe fighting, Mischik carried before evening Hill 1212, north of Jaratok. One height only remained, that marked in the map 1378, before the Serbians would be masters of all the high ground in the Cherna Loop, and be able to descend upon the Prelate Road north of Monastir, and cut off the retreat of the enemy forces. On Saturday 18th, late in the evening, Hill 1378 fell, and at daybreak on the 19th the Serbians were in Makova and Dobromir, and so well to the northeast of Monastir. Winkler retreated while yet there was time. At 8:15 a.m. on Sunday the 19th, the last German battalion hastened out along the Prilep Road, and at 8:30 French cavalry were in the streets. At 9 came the first French infantry, and then a Russian battalion, and then an Italian detachment, which had come in on the extreme left. Later in the day, from across the Cherna, the Serbians arrived in their recovered city. To them the fall of Monastir was mainly due, for, by their brilliant flanking movements, first at Kaymakchalan, and then in the Cherna Loop, they had rendered futile the enemy's long-prepared defenses. It was an auspicious omen that they entered Monastir on the anniversary of the day on which, 4 years before, the troops had wrested it from the Turks. The enemy had fallen back a dozen miles toward Prilep. He was not pursued, for at that season of the year advance was difficult. The snowy Babuna Mountains barred the northern exits from the plain. The country around Monastir was cleared, however, in a wide radius, and on 27th November, the hill marked 1050 between Makova and the Cherna, which if held by the enemy would have been a thorn in the side of the Allies, was brilliantly carried by French Zouaves. There were minor actions during December, but by the end of the year the fighting on the whole Salonika front had returned to the normal conditions of trench warfare. The campaign, though it did not bring relief to Rumania, had not wholly failed. It had compelled Ludendorff to divert to Macedonia several Jaeger battalions that had been destined for Osova. It had restored to Serbia a famous city as an earnest of greater things, and it had proved to the world if proof were needed the heroic steadfastness of her exiled sons. The cautious and nerveless strategy of Cyril crippled the genius of the Serbian commander, for had Mishik been given the free use of the reserves, Prilep also might have fallen to his hand. During the operations in the north, the political situation in Greece was marching steadily to a deeper confusion. We have seen that the surrender of Fort Rupel had been succeeded on 6 June by an Allied blockade of Greek shipping, and that the unsatisfactory partial demobilization which Monsieur Scoliti's government announced had been followed by an Allied ultimatum which led to the formation of a service cabinet under Monsieur Zanis. The new government was non-party in character and was pledged to carry out in their entirety the Allied demands. Its intention was to proceed with new elections so soon as the army had been demobilized, and it seemed probable that these elections would take place in the middle of August. But the activity of the reservist leagues all over the land made it necessary to retard the elections, which on 16th August were definitely fixed for 8th October. Then came the Bulgarian invasion and the occupation of the better part of eastern Macedonia. The loss of so large a slice of Greek territory put any general election out of the question. The surrender of the Fourth Corps to the enemy and the open approval given by the military authorities to the extension of the reservist leagues had brought things to a pass where normal constitutional machinery had little meaning. On 27th August, Monsieur Venizelos addressed a mass meeting in Athens to protest against the government's attitude towards the Bulgarian invasion. He declared that the only policy which could save Greece would be for the king to put himself at the head of the nation, to remove his evil counselors, and to take into his full confidence the prime minister, on whom the Vizalist party were willing to bestow their complete trust. The appeal met with no response from the king, who refused to receive a Venizalist deputation, or from the anti-Venizalist parties, which continued to organize royalist demonstrations. Monsieur Zamis found the task too hard for him. Surrounded by pitfalls and staggered by the situation in Macedonia, he contented himself with doing nothing. His hesitation played into the hands of the more extreme element among the Venizalists, and on 30th August, a revolution broke out at Salonika. The Cretan gendarmerie and the Macedonian volunteers were the chief movers, and a committee of national defense was formed under the presidency of Zimbrakakis, an artillery colonel, and the Venizalist deputy for Saras. After some disorder, General Cyril interposed to prevent bloodshed, and the troops of the Greek 9th Division, quartered at Salonika, either joined the movement or allowed themselves to be disarmed. Those officers who refused to join were permitted to go to Athens, where they were received by the king and publicly thanked for their loyalty. Meantime, on 1st September, an Allied squadron consisting of 23 warships and 7 transports had arrived from Salonika and anchored 4 miles outside the Peiros. The Allies demanded the arrest and deportation of Baron Schenk and the other German agents whose propaganda was exercising a malign influence, and the instant suppression of the reservist leagues. Enraged by these demands, a body of reservists on 9 September demonstrated against the Allies in the gardens of the French legation. Monsieur Zamus promised satisfaction for the outrage, but found himself unable to cope with the anarchical movements now breaking out everywhere in the land. On 11 September he handed in his resignation. He was an honorable and patriotic man who in 1897 had concluded the peace with Turkey, and in 1906 had succeeded Prince George as High Commissioner of Crete. But his 65 years lay heavy on him, and his character was not masterful enough for so fierce a crisis. The king sent for Monsieur Dimitrakopoulos, who had been in the Venizelos cabinet in 1912, and had since then led a small independent party. He attempted to form an ordinary political ministry, but this the Allies were unable to accept. On 16 September, the anti-Venizelos deputy, Monsieur Kalagagopoulos, was invited to construct a government. His selection included Monsieur Ruffles, an Archean deputy and a violent anti-Venalist, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs was Monsieur Karapanos, whose sympathies had always been anti-Ally. The new cabinet was, in fact, purely partisan, and therefore a defiance of the note of 21st June. Monsieur Galogeropoulos promised the Allies a policy of very benevolent neutrality, declared that as soon as might be, he would transform his cabinet into a service ministry, and disavowed the performance of the Fourth Corps at Kavala. But in spite of his professions, the Allies refused to recognize him. Meanwhile, the Venalist movement was taking on a new character. On 22nd September, Monsieur Venizelos told an interviewer at Athens, if the king will not hear the voice of the people, we must ourselves devise what it is best to do. I do not know what that will be, but a long continuation of the present situation would be intolerable. Already we have suffered all the agonies of a disastrous war, while remaining neutral. That same day, a battalion of the Greek Revolutionary Army at Salonika left for the front. You were going, Zimbrakakis told them, to fight and expel the enemy who has invaded our native soil. On the 24th, a revolution broke out at Candia, and in 10 days the insurgent forces, estimated at 30,000, were in complete control of Crete. Elsewhere among the islands, at Mytilene and Samos and Chios, there were similar movements. Some of the leading Greek generals notified the king of their view that the country's interests demanded immediate war with Bulgaria. Some 70 deputies, till then anti-Venizalist, presented a memorial in favor of intervention. Late on the night of the 24th, Monsieur Venizelos took action. He left Athens like some new Aristides, that he might the better return. Accompanied by Admiral Kondoroitis, the commander-in-chief of the Greek Navy, and many of his followers, he crossed to Crete. I am leaving, he said, in order to proceed to the Greek islands to head the movement, which has already begun for action against the Bulgarian invader. Do not think I am heading a revolution in the ordinary sense of the word. The movement now beginning is in no way directed against the king or his dynasty. It is one made by those of us who can no longer stand aside and let our countrymen and our country be ravaged by the Bulgarian enemy. It is the last effort we can make to induce the king to come forth as king of our lands and to follow the path of duty in protection of his subjects. As soon as he takes the reins, we, all of us, shall be glad and ready at once to follow his flag, as loyal citizens led by him against our country's foe. On 30th September, a triumvirate, consisting of Monsieur Venizelos, Admiral Kondoroitis, and General Danglas, was chosen to direct the destinies of the national movement which was soon to become a provisional government. Monsieur Caligularopoulos' ministry, now the most embarrassed of phantoms, continued to plead for recognition. It even promised, under certain conditions, intervention in the war. But the Allies remained obdurate, and on 5th October, Monsieur Caligularopoulos gave up the hopeless task. 3 days later, a non-party service cabinet was constructed under Professor Lambros, who was no politician and not even a deputy. He was sworn in on 9th October, and on that day Monsieur Venizelos, after a visit to some of the islands, arrived at Salonika to be received with enthusiasm. He proceeded to form a cabinet to direct the work of the national movement, and a conference held by the Allies at Boulogne 10 days later. His provisional government was granted a qualified recognition. From that moment, Greece was practically, though not theoretically, divided into two hostile nations. All the conditions of civil war existed, save that the Allies were interposed between the combatants. The Lambros ministry had still to satisfy the demands of the powers. On 11th October, the French admiral d'Artige du Fournay commanded the Allied fleet, presented an ultimatum demanding, as a precautionary measure, the handing over of the entire Greek fleet, with the exception of 3 vessels, by 1 o'clock in the afternoon, as well as the control of the Piraeus-Larissa Railway. The demands were complied with, and in order to preserve order while the terms were being fulfilled, it was found necessary on the 16th to land parties of Allied bluejackets to occupy points in the capital. French officers were also appointed to assume control of the Greek police. The affair passed off without disorder, and presently the sailors were re-embarked, but the king and his cabinet were still far from an understanding with the powers. The demobilization went slowly on, but there was much haggling over the surrender of munitions. About 25th October, the decision of the Boulogne Conference was announced in Greece, a decision which satisfied neither party, though both claimed that their point of view had been recognized. The Venizelos government in Salonika at once declared war on Bulgaria, in conformity with what they conceived to be their position as allies of the Entente powers. The Lambros government, on the other hand, traded on its recognition by the powers in order to refuse or delay the full satisfaction of the powers' demands. One incident increased the bitterness. 2 Greek ships were torpedoed outside the Piraeus by a German submarine, and many lives were lost. Some of the passengers were Venizelos, and Germany announced her intention of sinking any ships carrying adherents of the provisional government, and that she was perfectly within her rights, and Monsieur Lambros' ministry seemed to accept the explanation as sufficient. During November, the position became daily more strained. On the 24th of the month, Admiral du Fournay's patience was exhausted. He asked peremptorily for the surrender by 1st December of 10 mountain batteries, and for the handing over the remaining war material by 15th December. Failing compliance, he promised to take summary steps to enforce his orders. The long delay had bred a dangerous spirit in the royalists, who had come to believe that they could bluff the Allies indefinitely. On the last day of November, nothing had been done, and during the early morning of 1st December, French, British, and Italian troops were landed at the Piraeus. The king had assured the Allied commanders that no disorder need be expected, so the contingents were small. They found the capital held in force by a Greek corps. 2 sides came into collision, and with considerable bloodshed, the landing parties were borne back by the weight of numbers. On this, the Allied warships opened fire on the Greek positions, whereupon the king proposed an armistice on condition that the bombardment ceased and the troops were re-embarked, offering also to hand over 6 batteries instead of the 10 stipulated for in the note. After some haggling, the armistice was agreed upon. Meantime, the royalists, flushed by what they regarded as a victory, proceeded to insult the Allied legations and to rout out, maltreat, and in many cases murder the principal adherents of Monsieur Venizelos in the city. The prisons were choked with innocent victims, and for a day or two mob rule was rampant in Athens. It was noted that many highly placed personages seemed to be personally superintending the campaign of outrage. A legend was invented later of a Venizelos plot, the common pretext of malefactors to cover their crimes. The situation had become both farcical and tragic. The Allies had suffered a severe rebuff and had allowed themselves to be fooled by an insignificant court, a handful of German-filled staff officers, and a rabble of discharged soldiers. A strict blockade of the Greek coast was announced on 7th December. On the afternoon of 14th December, an ultimatum was presented which required a reply within 24 hours. The note demanded the withdrawal of the entire Greek force from Thessaly and the transfer to the Peloponnesus of a large proportion of the Greek army. Failing compliance, the Allied ministers were instructed to leave Greece when a state of war would begin. The Greek government, realizing that this time the Allies were not to be trifled with, accepted the ultimatum, but after their fashion began to quibble about the construction of the terms. On 31st December, a second Allied note was delivered, containing the demands for military guarantees and for reparation on account of the events of 1st and 2nd December. The Greek forces outside the Peloponnesus were to be reduced to the number absolutely required to maintain order, and the surplus disbanded. All armaments and munitions beyond the amount required for this reduced force were to be transported to the Peloponnesus, as well as all machine guns and artillery of the Greek army. The situation thus established was to be maintained as long as the Allied governments deemed it necessary. Civilians were forbidden to carry arms, and all reservist meetings were prohibited north of the Isthmus of Corinth. All political prisoners were to be immediately released, and the sufferers from the events of 1st and 2nd December were to be indemnified. The general responsible for the action of the First Corps on these dates was to be superseded. Finally, the Greek government was to apologize to the Allied ministers, and the British, French, Italian, and Russian flags were to be formally saluted in a public square in Athens in the presence of the Minister of War and the assembled garrison. Meantime, the blockade would continue till every jot and tittle of the demands had been fulfilled. Again, the Athens government quibbled, adopting the method of pleading known to English law as confession and avoidance. The anti-Federalist persecution went on, and the reservists continued their meetings. An evasive reply was delivered, and this brought a second ultimatum, based upon the decisions reached at the Rome Conference in the first week of 1917. King Constantine judged shrewdly that he had now arrived at the end of the Allied patience. He had been in constant correspondence with Berlin, and hoped that the situation would be saved by a German advance, which would drive Cyril into the sea. But Germany's obligations elsewhere did not permit of a Salonika offensive, and the king accordingly accepted the Allies' terms. On January 20th, 1917, the transfer of the Greek forces to the Peloponnesus began. On 24th January, the Greek government formally apologized to the Allied ministers. On Monday, 29th January, in front of the Scephion, the Allied flags were solemnly saluted by soldiers and sailors, representing all the Greek units left in Athens. The reservist societies at the same time were dissolved by a legislative decree. The Allied handling of the Greek problem had never been brilliant, but during the last months of 1916, it seemed to most observers in the West to reach a height of fatuity, not often attained by mortal statecraft. Blunders there were, without doubt, but facile criticism scarcely recognized the extreme difficulty in which the Allies were placed. Their one object was to win the war, to prevent any addition to the German resources, and to avoid burdening themselves with troublesome problems not germane to their military purpose. A united Greece as an ally was beyond hope. The blunders of 1915 had made that impossible. The most they could look for was some arrangement which would protect their Salonika army from an assault in rear. They wished to keep Greece quiescent and to avoid having to fight a campaign in Thessaly or Attica, as well as in Macedonia. It was too often forgotten by their critics that a state of civil war in Greece would be more troublesome from a military point of view than a Greek declaration of war against the Allies, for it would not be possible to use the fleets as a weapon. On the top of their grave preoccupations, the Allies did not wish to have the ordering of the domestic affairs of a country none too easy to order. This desire was intelligible and politic. The Allied policy and its details may well be criticized. Ultimata which were not ultimate, pinpricks which did not pierce the skin, Admiral de Fournay's landing parties which were so ill-judged and ineffective. But when one plays a trimming game, one is apt to wear the appearance of inefficiency. The Allies sought to keep the peace at almost any cost. They accepted two de facto Greek governments. At the Rome Conference, they tried to stereotype the arrangement and prevent either side from increasing its power. The whole situation was farcical, but let us recognize that the policy in the main succeeded, at the cost of the loss of every kind of international dignity. Official Greece was kept uneasily neutral. There were many who advocated a more heroic course. Venizelos, they said, was the friend of the Allies and the declared enemy of the Teutonic League. He had 30,000 men under arms, and, if allowed to make a levy in Greece, might soon have 100,000. Let the Allies do as Admiral Noel did in Crete, train their ships' guns on the royal palace, and compel an abdication. Let Venizelos be brought to Athens as regent, and the provisional government established there. Let King Constantine retire to the Peloponnesus with his following, and let the Isthmus of Corinth be an impassable barrier between north and south. Or, if such things were impossible, let Venizelos be acknowledged as the true ruler of Greece. The Allied legations removed to one of the islands, and Athens and South Greece left to dree their weird under a strict blockade. If either course were taken, it was argued every Hellene worthy of the name would be fighting actively on the Allied side, and the king and his councillors would be reduced to the impotence which was their proper destiny. The objection to these heroic courses did not lie in any tenderness to the royal cause. King Constantine, trebly forsworn, deserves small consideration. It reposed on two uncontroverted facts. In the first place, the Allies were not yet agreed in their estimate of Venizelos. France was his passionate defender, Britain his staunch admirer. But many elements in Italy looked askance on one whose ambitions for his country might presently conflict with Italian aspirations, and the government then in power in Russia was naturally hostile to the man who had challenged a monarchy. In the second place, the Venizelos were by no means the whole of the Greek nation. By this time it was not even certain that they were the larger part. Too much was made of the Germanophilism of anti-Venizelist Greece. Except in the court, a handful of politicians and the general staff, there was little love for Germany. The opponents of Venizelos were partly his political opponents, the narrow politicians who could not look beyond parochial ends. They were partly the middle classes, who were afraid of bold ventures. They were very largely the reservists who strongly objected to be made to fight. They were all the creeping things that infest a court. They were simple conservatives, with a leaning to royalty. They were the ignorant and superstitious peasants who had that semi-religious veneration for a king, which is common in the Orthodox Church. Anti-Venizelism included the baser elements in the nation, but it involved also elements, narrow and self-centered indeed, but wholly respectable and honest. Venizelos drew to his standard all that was bold and generous and far-seeing in Hellenic life. But such men are rarely the majority in a nation. He preached a counsel of perfection which was a stumbling block to commonplace minds. For the Allies at that moment to have definitely espoused his cause and set him up in power would have rent the nation in two and delivered it over to civil war. If peace at all costs had to be preserved, a temporizing policy was the only course left to the embarrassed Allied statesmen. A recognition of this truth need not blind us to the greatness of Venizelos' part and the exceeding dignity and resolution of his character. He was called to a harassing work, to make bricks without straw, to make war under bonds, to govern and at the same time to serve. He could not attack the dynasty, since he sought above all things Hellenic unity, but he had to wait in silence while that dynasty oppressed and murdered his supporters. He had to content himself with a half-hearted recognition by the Allies. He had to submit to restrictions on the natural increment of his following. He had to obey often what he thought was the starkest folly. Yet at all times he took the larger view and showed a patience and a noble absence of vanity, which few leaders in history have excelled. I have tried, to quote his own words, not to cause any difficulties for my friends. I am told to evacuate Katerina. I evacuate Katerini. I am told to abandon Correggio. I abandon Correggio. A neutral zone is imposed on me. I respect the neutral zone. I am asked to bring my movement to a standstill. I bring it to a standstill. He was above all things a practical statesman, never losing sight of the end, but ready to change his means as the occasion demanded. He had seen unmoved the failure of his Cretan rising in 1897, and had promptly set himself to achieve his purpose by other methods. He had served the dynasty when Greece needed it. He was ready to oppose it when it played false to Greece. A passionate patriot, there was nothing parochial in his love for his country. He saw it as part of Europe, and no man was ever a better European. Others have had imagination and adventurous courage, but few have joined to these qualities, the surest flair for the practical and unearthly patience, the vision and the fact, the poetry and the prose of life. It is not often that they find union in a single human soul. End of chapter 66, part 1. Section 30 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 66. The Winter of 1916 in Eastern and Southeastern Europe. August 25th, 1916 to January 29th, 1917. Part 2. 2. When Falkenhayn forced the line of the Yaluta, and Bucharest and Ploiești fell, the eyes of Rumania turned naturally to the line of the Suret, which for 40 years had been the foundation of her strategy of defense. She had originally devised the position as a bar to a Russian invasion, a defense of Wallachia, should Moldavia be overrun. The situation was now reversed. Wallachia had gone. The enemy was coming from the west, and the river was the last bulwark of Moldavia. The fortifications which she had raised there were out of date, and in any case their front was in the wrong direction. But the natural strength of the Suret line remained the same. Its flanks rested securely on the Carpathians in the north, and the marshy Danube delta in the south. The right wing of the defenders must hold the mountain glens, which descend from the Ortors and Gymes passes. The center, the open valley east of Foscani, while the left wing had a strong position behind the swamps of the lower river between Novolasov and Galatz. Such a position involved the evacuation of the whole of the Dobruja, and it required that the Moldavian passes from the Gymes northward should stand intact, for the northern extension of the Sereth line was the Trotus Valley, running from the Gymes to the Ogna. If that were forced, the position would be turned and Moldavia would be at the mercy of the invader. By the end of the first week of December, Falkenhayn and Mackensen, now operating together on a front of less than 100 miles between the Bazou Pass and the Danube, were moving eastward against the line of the Bazou River and the lower Jedovitsa. Footnote: Mackensen was now in command of a group, Koch taking over the Danube army. End of footnote. Their extreme right wing in the Dobruja, the Bulgarian Third Army, had for its object the clearing of that district, the ultimate crossing of the Danube below Galatz, and the invasion of Bessarabia. On their left, the Austrian First Army was to attempt the forcing of the passes north of the Ortots. The Romanian campaign had now a very direct bearing upon the whole Russian position in the Bukovina and Galicia. If the Moldavian passes were forced, Lechitsky would be outflanked and compelled to retire from the Bukovina, and the gains of the summer south of the Dniester would be lost. This fact, combined with the extreme fatigue of the Romanian forces, meant that the campaign must now be in Russia's hands. Her reinforcements had at last arrived, reinforcements which, if they had come earlier, might have prevented the loss of Wallachia. Gorko, who was acting as chief of staff during Alexiev's illness, did his best, but he had much leeway to make up, and the Romanian railways were utterly disorganized. Lechitsky's left wing, a reserve corps under Denikin, had, since the beginning of November, taken over the defense of the Moldavian passes. Sakharov was in command of the Danube, and after the fall of Bucharest was entrusted with the defense of the Sereth line, since the bulk of the Romanians were withdrawn behind the front, to be reorganized under Averescu and Presin, now his chief of staff. The Romanian sector had become the 4th Division of the long Russian front. The enemy movement was a wheel to the northeast, the left wing under Falkenhayn, advancing slowly along the railway from Ploeshti to Ribnik-Sarat, where Koch moved faster in the region towards the river, and the Bulgarians in the Dobruja swung due north against Sakharov. The weary Romanian detachment, which had been fighting in the Predel district, made its escape, not without heavy losses, from the Prahova Valley, and fought a stout rearguard action east of Ploeshti on the Krikoval River. But only delaying actions were possible. By 14th December, Falkenhayn was in the town of Bazou, and Koch was across the Jelemitsa. On the 17th, the former had passed the river Bazou on a wide front, and the latter was just south of Felipeshti. That same day, in the Dobruja, Sakharov had fallen back 30 miles to a line running through the town of Bagdad. The immediate enemy objectives north of the Danube were the towns of Ribnik-Sarat and Braila, the only two Wallachian centers still uncaptured. Mackensen resolved to avoid a direct attack on Braila and to carry it by a turning movement in the Dobruja. He concentrated his main strength on Ribnik-Sarat, and after 4 days' battle, beginning on 22nd December, entered the town on 27th December, taking many prisoners. On Christmas Day, Koch carried Felipeshti, and the victory at Ribnik-Sarat compelled the defense in that region to fall back to Perikora. The next move was with the Bulgarians in the Dobruja. By 23rd December, Sakharov's left had reached the Danube Delta and had crossed by the pontoon bridges at Tolsia and Isakia to the Bessarabian shore. Beyond that there could be no movement, but the vast floating marshes of the delta, which are neither land nor water, defied the enemy. That same day, Sakharov's remaining troops were concentrated in the extreme northwest corner of the district in front of the town of Macon. Macon lies at the point where the right branch of the river, which breaks off north of Hirshuva, turns sharply to the west to join the left branch. It is only 6 miles from Braila, and formed its natural defense from the east. But such a position, with no good avenues of retreat, could not be safely held by Sakharov's remnant. On January 4, 1917, Macon was evacuated, and the Dobruja was now wholly in the enemy's hands. The Romanian retreat had here been most skillfully managed, but though it traversed a desperate country in the depths of winter, a country with scarcely a road and with a broad river to pass at the end, it lost no more than 6,000 men. The Bulgarian guns now opened against Braila, and since that place formed no part of the Sarath position, it was evacuated. On 5th January, Koch from the west and the Bulgarians from across the Danube joined hands in its streets. That same day, the first German troops reached the Sarath, east of the mouth of the Vesuv. The invaders were now in front of the final defenses. Falkenhayn, farther north, had still to come into line. Pivoting on Koch's new position, he swung northeastward towards Foskani. The strength of the Sarath line was known, and it was on the left wing of the foothills, under Kraft von Delmensingen, that the success of the greater operations must depend. Before the Trotus Valley is reached, a number of lesser streams flow eastward to the Sarath, and the Trotus itself receives on its right bank various small affluents. Each of these glens formed a defensive outpost for the main Trotus line. Here Falkenhayn's extreme left was operating in conjunction with the right of the Austrian First Army. The defense had not only to face the enemy, advancing from the southwest, but also flanking attacks from the west and north through the high passes. For a fortnight, the first fortnight of 1917, a swaying battle was waged among the foothills. On 8th January, Falkenhayn entered Voksani, and from Naneshti for 30 miles northward, occupied the banks of the Sarath. But the limit had been reached, and the advance was stayed. We may take 15th January as the date at which the Romanian retreat definitely ended. Wallachia had gone, but Moldavia was intact, and a line had been found on which the defense could abide. It was not till the end of the month that Mackensen desisted from his efforts. On 19th January he attempted to force the center opposite Fudeni, but after a bloody battle failed to do more than clear the west bank of the river. Such a frost had set in as the oldest peasant of Romania could not remember. The temperature stood below zero for weeks on end, and the Bulgarians in the Dobruja attempted to turn the weather to their advantage. On the morning of 23rd January, in a thick fog, they pushed through the frozen marshes of the Danube Delta and managed to cross the channel of the river north of Tulsia. It was a barren exploit, for the Romanians fell upon and annihilated the detachment. The frost, which put the left flank of the defense in peril, was the salvation of the right flank in the mountains. Mackensen could not force the center and was compelled to depend upon his wings, but Kraft von Delmensingen and the Austrian First Army found that the Carpathian winter immobilized them more effectively than any entrenchments of their opponents. A winter peace fell upon the hills. The invader wreaked his vengeance upon hapless Wallachia. Disappointed in his hopes of great stores of grain and oil, he contented himself with introducing the methods of administration with which he had experimented in Belgium and Poland. He requisitioned everything and left the people to starve. He compelled the whole civilian population between 18 and 42 to work for him. He drove the embassies of neutral nations from Bucharest, that there might be no witnesses of his doings. He levied great sums as indemnities. he dispatched to Germany many members of the chief families as hostages, and used them as hostages have always been treated by a barbarous enemy. The Romanian government at Jassy could only look on in impotent wrath, and in its heart in new counts to the long reckoning. Meanwhile, the Romanian parliament had met at Jassy on 22nd December, and King Ferdinand, in his speech from the throne, had endeavored to encourage his people. Our army has sustained the struggle according to the glorious traditions of our ancestors, and in a way which justifies us in regarding the future with perfect confidence. So far the war has imposed upon us great hardships and profound sacrifices. We shall bear them with courage, but we maintain a complete trust in the final victory of our allies. And in spite of difficulties and sufferings, we are determined to struggle by their side with energy unto the end. Before the common peril, we must all show an added patriotism and unity of heart and mind. On the 24th, the proof was given of the national unity by the formation of a coalition government, which included Monsieur Taki Janescu and some members of his party. The old conservatives had disappeared from practical politics. Karp, still living in dread of Russia, frankly announced that, since Romania's victory must be Russia's victory, he desired Romania to be beaten. Marjoloman refused Brătianu's offer to join the national ministry and remained in Bucharest, where he hobnobbed with his country's enemies. Meantime, the government at Jassy most wisely set about the reform of certain domestic abuses, the existence of which had crippled Romania in war. A scheme of universal and direct suffrage was drawn up to replace the old electoral college system, under which the peasants and working classes had been virtually defranchised. Even more urgent was the question of land reform, for the Romanian system of land tenure was still medieval. Absentee landlords and speculative middlemen had divorced the peasant from the soil of his country. A scheme was prepared to give a large grant of crown lands, and to purchase vast areas compulsorily from the chief landowners, with the result that the percentage of the country under peasant proprietorship would rise from 53 to 85. Such reforms were an immediate necessity if the rank and file were to be sustained under their crushing burdens, and they were of vital import to the whole alliance. They extended the principles of democracy within the ranks of those who were democracy's champions. When in the beginning of 1917, the Austro-German threat against the Sereth Line was made manifest, Russia, according to the rules of sound strategy, attempted a diversion on another part of the front. Ruski pushed westward from Riga on 5th January over the frozen marshes and carried the village of Kolsten west to the Great Tyrol Marsh, taking some 800 prisoners and 16 guns. He was immediately counterattacked, but managed to hold the ground won. On the 9th, a second Russian attack was made about 50 miles north of Dvinsk, and the island in the Dvina east of Gladden was captured. The battle in the Riga sector continued for some days, and altogether 32 guns were taken. On the 24th, a violent German counterattack recovered some of the ground lost, taking about 1,000 prisoners. A second followed on the 30th in the sector between Kolsen and Lake Babbitt, and again there was a slight withdrawal. During the same month, there was some fighting in the corner of the Bukovina between Dornowatra and Kimpoling, but the divided command on that wing made success impossible, for Lechitsky reported to Brusilov the remaining armies to their king, and Sakharov direct to Alexeyev. All these actions were subsidiary to the Romanian campaign, and meant no more than that Russia, when she believed that a bit of the enemy front had been weakened by the withdrawal of divisions to Mackensen, took the opportunity of testing its strength. In that fierce weather, no large movement could be contemplated. A frozen marsh might give her a chance of a local attack, but the front as a whole was bound in the rigors of a Russian winter. Even had the weather been favorable, it is doubtful whether Russia could have done more than devise here and there a small diversion. She was busy rearranging her forces for the conjoined Allied offensive of the new year, and had accumulated a reserve of some 60 fresh divisions. She had already sustained over 4 million casualties, and at the moment was maintaining about 10 million men under arms. Alexeyev and Gorko were straining every nerve to complete the armament and training of the new troops. There was also another reason. For some months it had been growing fatally clear that the government and the so-called governing classes were not the equal of the nation and the army. There were elements there of scandalous corruption. There were sections whose sympathies were avowedly with German bureaucracy rather than with Russian freedom. There were many who feared democracy as a foul skin dreads cold weather. There were sinister influences at work whose power lay in the erotic and neurotic mysticism of the East. All these dark things, fearing daylight in the will of a liberated people, had affinities with Germany, and could not face with comfort the defeat of the great absolutist power. It was to such elements that Germany appealed in her attempts at a separate peace. The first was in the summer of 1915, when the reactionary ministers, Sukhomlinov, Shlegolev-Tov, and Maklikov fell from power. That attempt was frustrated by the influence of the army and the Duma, which grew as the skies darkened during the Great Retreat. But the sun of prosperity in 1916 brought the parasites to life again. Monsieur Boris Sturma became prime minister in succession to Monsieur Gorodykin, and in August, Monsieur Sazarov, the foreign minister and in many ways Russia's ablest civilian statesman, was dismissed and his portfolio taken over by the premier. Once again Germany made a bid, and with some hope of success. The terms suggested as the basis for discussion embraced the opening of the Bosphorus and the Hellespont, the offer to Russia of Armenia and Persia, eastern Galicia, the Bukovina, and part of Moldavia, an independent Poland with a Russian Grand Duke as king, and certain special rights for Germans in Lithuania and in the Baltic provinces. The proposals were reasonable and attractive, for Germany very seriously meant business. But there was never for one moment a chance of a separate peace. Had the Russian government accepted any such overtures, there would have been a revolution next morning, a revolution both bloodless and final, for the army would have engineered it. But the purblind eyes of the bureaucrats were not open to this certainty. There was a serious risk that they might commit themselves to some folly, and, in dread of popular reprisals, attempt to stir up an abortive revolt, which they could use as an excuse for stern reactionary measures. Monsieur Protopopov was added to the ministry with the portfolio of the interior, and this kindled the suspicions of patriotic Russia. He had been vice president of the Duma, an Octobrist, and a member of the Progressive Bloc, but for some unknown reason he had changed his side, apparently on his return from his visit to Britain in the spring, and had become an ally of the reactionaries. On Tuesday, 14th November, the Duma met. It was a stormy sitting, and the ministry was torn to shreds by the progressive critics. In especial, Monsieur Milyukov, the leader of the cadets, attacked the premier in one of the most outspoken speeches ever made on Russian soil. He accused him of corruption and anti-patriotism, and he did not hesitate to name the dark forces behind him. Patriotic members of every group supported the cadet leader, and Monsieur Sturma was left with the alternatives of dissolving the Duma or resigning. The emperor refused to permit the first course, and accordingly the premier went out of office, though not out of power, for he was immediately given a high court appointment. His fall was brought about not only by Monsieur Milyukov's speech, but by his mishandling of the food question and the Romanian situation, and by the fact that the army chiefs were to a man his opponents. He was succeeded by Monsieur Trepov, who as Minister of Communications had done good work in the construction of the new railways. Monsieur Trepov was a strong conservative and far removed in sympathy from the bloc, but he was a nationalist and an honest man, and he earnestly desired to come to a working agreement with the Duma, for he realized on such an alliance Russia's military efficiency in the near future would largely depend. He was a statesman of the Stolypin type, who believed that somehow or other the work of government must be carried on. His aim was a ministry of experts and businessmen, a mobilization of the best national talent, but he was handicapped from the start, for he was compelled to retain the deeply suspect Monsieur Protopopov at the Interior. When the Duma met again on 2nd December, after 10 days adjournment, the situation was little easier. The new premier was able to announce for the first time in public the agreement of 1915 between Russia, France, Britain, and Italy, which definitely established Russia's right to Constantinople and the Straits. He made an eloquent appeal to all parties to close up their ranks and promised various domestic reforms, but he is heard impatiently. For so long as Monsieur Protopopov remained in the cabinet, there could be no cooperation, even with the conservative elements in the Duma. The demand of all the nationalist parties was now the same, from ministries who had the confidence of the nation. It was men and not measures that were sought, a cabinet of single-minded statesmen who in civil life could reproduce something of the clean and steadfast purpose of the soldiers. It was an aim endorsed not only by the Duma, but by the Council of the Empire and by the Congress of the Nobility. With the new year, it became plain to the world that Russia's political life was approaching a crisis. All her commands, both civil and military, seemed to be in the melting pot. General Shuvayev, who had been Minister of War since March 1916 and had the complete confidence of the Duma, was removed in January, and his place was given to a comparatively obscure soldier, General Byalov, who had the favor of the court. At the same time, an epidemic of ill health fell upon other ministers, and 3, the ministers of Finance, Commerce, and Foreign Affairs, were granted sick leave. Monsieur Trepov, having held the office of Premier for just 6 weeks, retired and gave place to Prince N.D. Golitsyn, an undisguised reactionary, and Count Ignatieff, the only liberal member of the ministry, was removed from the Department of Education. There were signs that the sinister influence of Monsieur Protopopov, the Minister of the Interior, was growing. The Emperor, in a rescript to Prince Golitsyn, outlined the duties of the government, a procedure which had not been adopted since 1905, and which seemed to foreshadow a still further weakening of constitutional government and a relapse into autocracy. The food question, too, was growing serious. It had been scandalously mismanaged, and in a great grain-producing country like Russia, food was scarcer among the people than with the grain-importing belligerents who had all the difficulties of overseas transport. A dangerous spirit was rising in all classes of society, for it seemed clear that such a result could not have come about without corruption and bungling in high quarters. Finally, the armies at the front had much to complain of in the way of faulty transport and inadequate supplies. The Emperor, in his rescript, touched upon these matters. At the present moment, he wrote, when the tide of the Great War has turned, all the thoughts of all Russians without distinction of nationality or class are directed towards the valiant and glorious defenders of our country, who with keen expectation are awaiting the decisive encounter with the enemy, in complete unison with our faithful allies, not entertaining any thought of a conclusion of peace until final victory has been secured. I firmly believe that the Russian people, supporting the burden of war with self-denial, will accomplish their duty to the end. not stopping at any sacrifice. The national resources of our country are unending, and there is no danger of their becoming exhausted, as is apparently the case with our enemies. This, said the ordinary Russian, was very well in its way, but the armies were not well supported, the poor were not fed, and the blame for this did not lie upon the Russian people, who had no real say in the government. The events of January caused a dark shadow of doubt to creep over the face of the state. The people saw strange forces at work which they could not interpret, but which they profoundly mistrusted. The government, patched and tinkered at by the autocracy, was inadequate to the temper of the nation. Russia was notoriously a slow and patient country, and shrewd observers on the spot about this time, while admitting that revolt someday was inevitable, considered that it would be postponed till peace. But those familiar with the incalculable ways of revolutions refrained from prophesying. They knew that during a period of apparent calm, some chance event, a speech, a manifesto, a street riot, a sudden death, may bring the bolt from the lowering sky. End of chapter 66, part 2.
Section 31 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and The Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lori Waymeyer. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 67, The French Advance at Verdun, October 21 through December 18, 1916. It is a feature of great campaigns that certain places arrogate to themselves an importance which is not their due under the strict laws of strategy. They may have acquired this significance for military reasons, but they are apt to retain it when those reasons have gone. A spell hangs over them which sways unconsciously the minds of men. Once they may have been fortresses or sally ports or ganglia of communications, but the fortress may be battered to earth, the sally port blocked, and the routes of traffic diverted, and they will still possess an illogical but compelling power. The tides of battle may flow in far from other channels, but neither side can cut itself loose from the old battleground. Ypres was such a case, and Verdun was another. To Germany, the latter was in very truth a damnosa hereditas. Her success had been so triumphantly advertised that for very shame's sake she was fain to keep up the show of consummating it. When the Somme offensive was unleashed, she still continued her efforts to break the Foix-de-Terre-Fleury-Souville line of defense. She tried desperately on 11th July and again on 1st August. On 21st July, the Imperial Crown Prince told his troops, "The French count on our relinquishing our pressure on Verdun now that they have begun their attack on the Somme. We will show them that they are deceived." But the showing did not come. August saw Fleury firmly in French hands, and with the abortive attempt of 3rd September to advance from the Bois de Chapitre, the enemy's strength seemed to be exhausted. By that date, the grim Picardy struggle had drawn to it every spare battery and battalion on his western front. Germany would fain have let the Meuse uplands fall into stagnation of the Vosges and the Aisne, but she was not permitted to cry out of the contest she had set. For France had taken up the gauge in deadly earnest. For her, too, Verdun had become a test of prowess, a palladium not to be valued by common standards. It was not enough to have stood fast. The time had come to advance. No triumphs on the Somme could wholly divert her eyes from that awful battlefield where she had won a glory not excelled by the victories of Austerlitz and Marengo. Verdun was the predestined soil on which, above all other spots, the enemy must reap the bitter harvest he had sown. In such a resolve there was something antique and splendid, some touch of that far-reaching imagination and poetry with which France had so often astonished the world. It was a strange land on which to set one's affections. The map might show the names of woods and villages and ravines, but these features were no longer there. From Fort Souville, looking north, the eye saw nothing but desert, pitted and hummocked as by the eruption of gigantic earthworms. No tree or masonry broke the desolation. The very gullies and glens, the quarries and the crests had been beaten out of their old shapes. There were hundreds of thousands of men in the landscape, burrowing below that fretted soil, but there was no sign of them. Only the naked ridges of Douaumont, Foix-de-Terre, and Vaux were left of what had once been a pleasantly diversified countryside, but in every square yard of that landscape lay France's dead. The fighting at Verdun from October 24 to December 18, 1916, may be regarded as a distinct and complete episode in the campaign. Beyond weakening the enemy's manpower and morale, it had no direct bearing upon the main strategy. The terrain was self-contained, and the offensive, conducted as it was in wintry weather, did not spread to other areas. But as an episode, it may well be regarded by the historian as one of the greatest in the war. It was a thing perfect alike in conception and execution, like some noble lyric interpolated in a great drama. At Verdun, all that had been learned during the 2 years of war, and in especial the lessons of the Somme, were put into practice. The use of standing and creeping barrages, the new trench weapons, the art of consolidating ground, the nettoyage of captured trenches, the relation of missile to cold steel. In these and 1,000 other problems, the Allied view was brilliantly vindicated. The test was a hard one, for the enemy was prepared. He was equal in numbers to the actual attacking force, and the advance was a frontal one made over a country as bald and as exposed as the granite top of a mountain. A new figure enters into the list of France's soldiers. Pétain had held the fort in the dark days of the spring of 1916, and Nivelle had borne the burden of the long summer battles. The latter still commanded the Second Army from the Argonne to Lorraine, but the coming attack was entrusted to a group of divisions under Charles Mangin. A man of 50, Mangin was one of the great brotherhood of colonial generals, which included Joffre, Gallieni, Violet, Gouraud, and Passaga. Born of a distinguished Lorraine family, which for generations had been eminent in the law and the army, he had served since his 24th year in Tonkin and in every part of northern Africa, and had been one of Marchand's companions in the great march from the Congo to the Nile. He had made himself the first authority on colonial campaigning, and had written a famous book on the fighting stuff which France possessed in her dark-skinned subjects. He was at home at the outbreak of the Great War, and was given command of the 8th Brigade in the 5th Army, that army which took the shock of the first German onset at Charleroi. At the Marne, he led the 5th Division and the 3rd Corps. He was heavily engaged at the First Battle of the Aisne. He was in the Artois fighting in the summer of 1915, and early in 1916 was in the Frisay area south of the Somme. At the end of March 1916, he came with his division to Verdun and led his men to the recapture of La Cayette Wood, and on 22nd May to the glorious and short-lived reconquest of Douaumont. In June, he received a corps, the new 3rd Colonial Corps, and was given charge of the crucial sector on the right bank of the Meuse. In appearance, he was a typical soldier of France, with his dark, stiff thatch of hair, his skin tanned by African suns, his iron jaw, his piercing black eyes that held both humor and fire. There was thought in his face, as well as ardor and resolution, and he had that first requisite of great captains, imagination and an insight into the hearts of his troops. No man could speak more appositely that word which nerves the soldier to desperate ventures. Since the land from Audramont to Damlou was without cover, and was commanded by the enemy on the high ground at Douaumont and Fort Vaux, it was clear that a series of local actions would not avail. Any position won by these would be at once rendered untenable, and only a grand assault pushed forward to the main objectives would serve the French purpose. But since this would mean a frontal attack over difficult country, it demanded for its success the most meticulous preparation. Mangin proposed to make the attempt with 3 divisions in line, 3 divisions which had already held the sector and knew every inch of it. These were the 38th Division under Guillaume de Salins, composed of Zouaves, colonial infantry, and those Moroccan and Algerian troops which had first won their spurs at Dixmude, and the 133rd and 74th Divisions of Passaga and Lardemel, composed of chasseurs and infantry of the line from every district of France. 1 division was taken out of the line at the end of August, and the other 2 at the end of September, and withdrawn to a back area for training and rest. That training was carried out on a piece of ground modeled to reproduce the actual terrain, and an especial and exact counterpart of Fort Douaumont was constructed so that every man of the attacking force should know the work assigned to him. Moreover, the training included practice in the new tactics of assault learned on the Somme, which had not yet been tried in the Verdun area. As regards materiel, there was a great increase in batteries and stores of shells, and much road making and laying of light railways to ensure the rapid passage of munitions. 2 divisions were left in the sector of assault, and for 20 days in the incessant rain of October, these had a heavy time preparing trenches, dugouts, headquarter post, dressing stations, and cover for the guns. In October, the enemy held the front between Avocourt and Les Eparges with 15 divisions, of which 7 were in the first line. Between Audramont and Damelot battery, he had 21 battalions in front line, 7 in support and 10 in reserve. After the battle, the Germans, following their familiar practice, announced that they had long resolved to evacuate the positions they had lost, and were in the act of doing so when the French attacked. Captured documents told a different tale. One commander enlarged on the immense importance of Douaumont and the necessity of safeguarding the German hold on it. An army order of Lockow, dated 18th September, enjoined the strengthening of the front and the preparation of reserve positions. As late as 23rd October, we find the German commanders perfectly alive to imminence of a French attack and making plans to meet it, while urging their men to hold their ground at all costs. Mangin's intentions were well known to his opponents, and his attack had nothing of the nature of a surprise. They had no inclination to cede anything, least of all the vital Douaumont, and they believed that they were strong enough to beat him off, for on the ground they had over 200 batteries and equal numbers of men. On Saturday, 21st October, the French guns opened, directed by kite balloons and airplanes in the one brief spell of clear weather which October showed. Mangin had 289 field and mountain pieces and 314 heavy guns. Methodically, from hour to hour, the enemy lines were pounded to atoms. The Verdun area, like the Somme, was losing its old nomenclature and becoming a tangle of uncouth trench names. The enemy had been busy since midsummer and had a vast number of new trenches. On the skirts of the woods of Chenoise and Chapitre, the neck of the ridge which links the Souville and the Douaumont uplands, and in and around the quarries of Audramont. Every little ravine which cuts the slopes had become a nest of dugouts. On all these new works the French artillery played night and day, till the quarries and gullies were choked with rubble. On Sunday, the 22nd, a heavy shell landed in Douaumont fort, and there was the glare of a great fire. That same day, a feint of the infantry obliged the enemy to reveal his new batteries, and many of them were marked down and shelled. That night, a captured German pigeon message showed that things were in a bad way in the enemy's front line. Instant relief was begged for, and 100 deserters came over, including an officer, who was rash enough to prophesy, "You will never retake Douaumont," he said, "any more than we shall take Verdun." On the 23rd, the 3 divisions of assault moved up to take their places in the assembly trenches, relieving the muddy and weary troops who, for 3 weeks, had been preparing the ground. The frontage was roughly 7 kilometers, and the French position extended from the wood of Audramont just south of the quarries skirting the wood of Navet, covering Fleury village to the south edge of the Chemin wood north of Loufet fort. It had been decided to conduct the operation in 2 stages. The first objective was a line formed by the Audramont quarries, the ridge north of the Ravine de la Dame, the trench north of Thiamont farm, and Fossé Côte battery, the northeast side of Chapitre wood, the Viola trench in the Fumine wood, and the Steinmetz trench before Damelot battery. After consolidating on this line, the troops would advance to their final objective: the ridge north of the Couleuvre ravine, Douaumont village and fort, the north and east sides of the Fossé Côte ravine, the pond of Vaux, the Siegen trench west of the Fumine ravine, and Damelot battery. On the French left was the division of Guillot de Salins, directed upon Audramont, Thiamont, and Douaumont. In the center, Passaga's division, moving upon the wood of La Cayette, and on the right, Lartemel's division, with before it the Fumine, Chapitre, and Chenoise woods, and the battery of Damelot. Between the divisions there was a noble emulation. "On your left," Passaga told his men, "you have the famous Africans. You are disputing for the honor of retaking Fort Douaumont. Let them know that they can count on us to support them, to open the door for them, and to share their glory." By the morning of Tuesday, 24th October, while the guns still thundered, the clear weather had gone, and a thick autumn fog hung over the uplands. The valley of the Meuse was hidden, and even the next ridge a quarter of a mile away. The hour fixed for the assault was late, to enable the light to improve, and at 10 minutes to 12, when the troops went over to the parapets, the haze was lifting, and the French airplanes were droning in the sky. Through the muddy fringes of the old woods and along the back of the Foix de Terre went the 3 divisions, methodically, calmly, and with perfect certitude. It was like the ground round cavalry pickets, where every yard is churned and trodden. But here it was as if the trampling had been done by cohorts of mammoths and mastodons. Success came at once. At Mansion's headquarters, Joffre, Nivelle, and Pétain had arrived to watch the fortunes of the day, and presently through the raw October weather came telephone messages of a surprising and economical triumph. It was clear that the plan of the two stages must be foregone, for the three divisions were making one mouthful of the whole objective. Hordes of gray-clad prisoners came running back through the mist till, to the troops in reserve, it seemed that the men surrendering must far outnumber the attackers. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the wind rose and dispersed the haze, and from the observation post near Souville the French infantry were seen moving up the slopes of Douaumont. At 3 came the news from the aircraft that they were in the fort. Before the dark fell, every objective had been gained, and over 4,500 prisoners, including 130 officers, were on their way to the French rear. Let us examine the progress of the day. On the extreme left, the 11th Regiment attacked the Haudramont quarries, which had been turned into a gigantic fort. The place was encircled and mastered after a fierce struggle with grenades in the main quarry, and an enemy counter-attack beaten off. On their right, the left wing of Guyot de Salins moved through the relics of the wood of Naoué on the Ravine de la Dame as their first objective, and the Coulouvre ravine as their second. These two gullies lay on the southern side of the depression into which the Douaumont-Bras road dipped after leaving the tableland. The 4th Regiment of Zouaves and the Colonial Tirailleurs had won their second objective by 2 o'clock, and patrols had pushed as far as the Helly ravine north of the Bras road. In the deeper dugouts, some of the enemy remained, ignorant of what was happening above ground. That night, a French sergeant wandering among the shell holes was taken prisoner by a party of Germans and pushed into a subterranean chamber where dinner was being served. He asked where he was and was told, "The Ravine de la Dame." In return, he told them that Thiamont and Douaumont had fallen, and had the satisfaction of taking back to his line 200 prisoners and 6 machine guns. Guyot de Salins' right had a like success. A Moroccan battalion carried Thiamont fort and farm, and a Zouave battalion, coming after them, flung themselves on Douaumont village. There now remained only Douaumont fort, a grim hump on the crest seen dimly through the fog. Its conquest had been reserved for 2 battalions of the Moroccans. One, under Commandant Modat, launched the assault and carried the first objective. Then they halted to organize, and through them passed Commandant Kroll's men, whose duty it was to turn the defense of the fort on the right and left. Behind them came the spearhead, the battalion under Commandant Nicolai, which was destined for the actual storm. They were all picked men, and for weeks had been practiced upon this very problem, till each man knew every yard of the objective like his own name. For a moment, but only for a moment, they lost direction in the mist. Then the broom opened and disclosed their goal, and after a second's halt, while each man gazed with reverence at a place so famous and so long in mind, they swept upon it through the German barrage, one of their own airplanes flying low above them. They scrambled over the fosse, carried the outer works, and bombed the remaining garrison out of the chambers. It was only 3 hours since they had left their parapets. The center division, under Passaga, had the longest road to travel. Advancing from Fleury, it had to cross the Basile ravine, where ran the railway from Verdun to Vaux, and beyond that the wood of La Cayette, honeycombed with trenches. It had a difficult starting place, for at that point the enemy front formed a small salient, and accordingly the rate of advance of the different units had to be nicely calculated. General Ancelin, commanding the left brigade, fell early in the day, and was replaced by Colonel Hutin, who had won fame in the Cameroons fighting. In 58 minutes the division had attained its 2 objectives, and held a line from just east of Douaumont fort to the slopes north of the Fossé Côte ravine and west of Vaux pond. There, as the mist lightened, they watched with wild excitement the colonials on their left carry Douaumont. The fiercest fighting fell to the right division under Lardemel. The shoulder of hill crowned by Vaux fort was a difficult problem in itself, and it had been defended by the enemy with a perfect spider's web of trenches. The terrain was bounded on the left by the Souville-Vaux road descending the Fontaines ravine, and on the right by the Damelou battery on the steep overhanging the Wavre. The intervening space was occupied with the debris of 3 woods and a number of little ravines. The Germans had constructed a strong front line from just north of Souville to the Lagayette ridge above Damelou, including the trenches named Moltke, Clausewitz, Moudre, Steinmetz, and Verda. Behind was an intermediate line with as points in it the work called Petit Depot and the battery of Damelou. The second line, a kilometre or more behind behind the front line ran from the place where the Fontaines ravine begins to open into the Vaux valley and included the trenches of Hanau, Siegen, Dessalles, and Damleux village. Lardemel's men were troops of the line and chasseurs, in large part contingents brought from Dauphiné and Savoy. Their first rush took them into most of the first objective, but Clausewitz Trench held on till 3 o'clock. The intermediate line followed, but it was 8 o'clock before it was all captured, the Petit Dépôt being the last point to fall. Early in the day, Damleux Battery had been brilliantly carried by the 30th Regiment, but the second line was not touched, and all through the night there was fierce fighting, where the Savoyards of the 230th Regiment were engaged in the wood of Fumain and the east side of the Fontaines ravine. In such a war as this night brought no peace to either side, and through the mud and the darkness the battle continued. The combat had now centered itself on the Vaux ridge. On the morning of Wednesday, the 25th, the last survivors of the garrison of Douaumont surrendered, and next day there were heavy German counterattacks against the fort, which were broken up by the French fire. There the line remained firm, while on the Vaux ridge it was creeping inexorably round the ruins which in June the gallantry of Raynal could not save from German hands. The great struggle was for the German second line, the trenches Gotha, Siegen, and Dessalles, and Damleux village. For if these fell, the fort of Vaux must go. On the 26th they were bitterly contested, and that day a French patrol got close to the south and east angles of the fort itself. Another reconnaissance descended the northern slope of the Fumain wood and found touch with Passaga's right at Vaux Pond. The weather had become foul again, and it was clear that a continued attack on the fort by Lardemel would be too high a trial. Accordingly, the troops were slightly retired, and the guns opened in a new and furious bombardment of the bald hilltop. On the 28th, General Andlauer's 9th Division relieved Lardemel, and Arlabos relieved Passaga. On the morning of Thursday, 2nd November, the French observers reported that part of the fort, where the explosions had been most frequent, was in process of evacuation by the enemy. When night fell, a company of the 118th Regiment went forward to reconnoitre the ground beyond the fort, while a company of the 298th, Raynal's old regiment, were told off to enter the ruins. They had some difficulty in finding a way in, so wholesale had been the destructive work of the French guns. But when they effected an entrance, they found that the garrison had not stayed upon the order of their going. Large quantities of military supplies, not to speak of a recent army ordering and joining the strengthening of the defense, gave the lie to the German tale that the evacuation had been decided on long before, and that the French had been forcing an open door. Vaux Fort had been claimed by the enemy as far back as 9th March, and had finally fallen on 7th June. Its recapture forced the Germans in this section off heights into the marshy plain, and combined with the retaking of Douaumont, gave the French the vantage in observation. Next day, Friday, 3rd November, Andlauer's division pushed beyond Vaux Fort to the edge of the plateau overhanging Vaux Glen. On the Saturday, they cleared the Germans off the northern slopes, crossing at one point the Vaux-Damleux road, but the enemy still held the Ardemont ridge in strength. Later in the day, Arlabos's division pressed in from the Fumain wood on the west side of the hamlet, and Andlauer's men on the eastern side carried their line well up the Ardemont slopes. Vaux village was now in French hands. At the same time, on the right, the village of Damleux was won back. In 10 days, Mangin had wiped out the German gains during 8 months of battle. The French line now stood as it had stood on February 26, 1916, the 6th day of the Crown Prince's offensive. At a cost of under 6,000 casualties, he had taken more than the number of German prisoners, many guns, and vast quantities of supplies, and had put out of action the equivalent of 2 enemy divisions. Before the first phase was concluded, Nivelle had made his plan for a second and bolder effort. The great October attack had not been pushed to the limits of the French strength. The troops had been deliberately halted in accordance with Nivelle's cautious plan when they might have gone farther. The French command took an artistic pride in their actions, rounding off neatly their set objectives, but not straggling beyond them. Moreover, they desired to fight economically, and operations prolonged at random are costly. But the situation after the fall of Douaumont and Vaux had certain drawbacks. The enemy had lost his principal observation posts, but he had others nearly as good, such as Hill 342 on the Côte du Poivre and Hill 378 between Louvemont and the farm of Chambret. The Louvemont plateau, too, with its hollow and deep-cut ravines, gave him good gun positions, and so long as he held it, the access to Douaumont was meager and difficult. To complete the October victories, it was necessary to push the Germans back from the high ground between Louvemont and Bezonvaux. The enemy line after the fall of Douaumont lay from the Meuse, just south of Vachereauville, and covering that village along the south side of the crest of the Côte du Poivre, through the wood of Audramont on the north side of the glen, where ran the Bras Douaumont road, just north of Douaumont fort and village, and along the south slopes of the wood of Ardemont above Vaux to the flats of the Wavre. It was a strong line, and the Germans, alarmed by the events of October, had greatly strengthened it. The front bristled with redoubts. Many new trenches had been dug, and advantage had been taken of the ravines to form strong points to take any advance in flank. The task of the attackers was harder than in October. Then, once the first line crust had been broken, the affair was to a large extent over, and the troops promenaded to victory. Now there was a series of crusts, each one of which must be pierced by stern fighting. The Germans had on the 10 kilometers of front 5 divisions. They held their first line with 15 battalions, between 8,000 and 9,000 bayonets. They had the same number in immediate reserve, and the rest in quarters within easy call. 4 other divisions were at hand in support. Mangin had 4 divisions of attack, those of Passaga and Guillot de Salins, which had come back out of the line for rest at the end of October. The 37th of Garnier du Plessis, which had been one of those to bear the brunt of the spring battles of Verdun, and the 126th of Muteaux, which was new to the terrain. As before the earlier operations, all were trained upon a model of the ground they were destined to win. Nothing was left to chance. Every detail was scrutinized, and every contingency foreseen. The troops, already a corps d'élite, were strung to the highest pitch of enthusiasm by memories of past successes and the consciousness that France waited with hushed breath on the issue of the new adventure. Their commanders knew how to speak the decisive word. From the heights of the Ardemont, said Passaga, the enemy still sees a corner of that famous place where he thought to decide the fate of our country and of civilization. To you has been given the honor of winning that height. You will push your bayonets well beyond it. You will add to the glory of your flag by the luster of another unforgettable day. Muteaux told his troops, still unentered in the Verdun contest, you will justify the honor that has been done you. The enemy still clings to the Côte du Poivre, whence he insults Verdun with his greedy eyes. You will hurl him off it. À l'heure dite, haute les coeurs, et en avant pour notre chère France. The beginning of December saw ill weather, high winds, rains, and flurries of snow. The artillery preparation due to start on the 2nd had to be postponed for a week, but on the 11th the air was clear, though the skies were still gray and threatening. Winter warfare can only be conducted in the pauses of storms, and a commander must snatch any interval of calm. At dawn on that day, the French airplanes were humming over the plateau, and the guns opened. It was a moment most critical and dramatic in the history of the war. Germany was launching her peace proposals, and next day the Imperial Chancellor told the world that his country had given proof of her indestructible power by gaining victories over adversaries superior in numbers, and that her unshakable lines still resisted the incessant attacks of her foes. Some answer was needed, and France was preparing one more eloquent than any diplomatic note. A change, too, had come about in the French High Command. Nivelle, the commander of the Second Army, had been nominated commander-in-chief in the West, and this was his last fight before he took up his new duties. Into it he had put every atom of his vigorous energies. He told the cabinet in Paris of his plans and forecast with amazing accuracy the extent of his successes. Prepare, he said, to receive good news. Before the evening of December 15th, I will send you a telegram giving details of this and that success. No operation of war was ever more dramatically staged, and it is a proof of the complete confidence of Nivelle in his troops that he should have thus ventured to tempt fate and boldly prophesy. The grand bombardment began on the 11th, but ceased during the afternoon owing to bad weather. During the 12th, 13th, and 14th it continued, a far more difficult operation than that of October. The short winter days, the fog, and the rain made aerial observation uncertain, and on the air depends the virtue of the guns. The target, too, was less easy than in October, for the enemy's front was cunningly grooved and recessed in the maze of ravines and little glens. The French were suffering also from what had been the greatest obstacle to the British in the winter's fighting on the Somme, the necessity of bringing up ammunition across an old battlefield. All the ground between Souville and Douaumont had been fought over, and though miles of new roads and light railways had been constructed, the transport of heavy shells was an arduous labor. Nevertheless, from the 11th onward, the strong points on the German front were scientifically blotted out. The Ardemont wood and the ruined villages of Vachereauville, Louvemont, and Besanvaux now turned into underground fortresses. The French barrage cut off all communication, Division, and for 3 days the German defense, cowering in dugouts under a ceaseless tornado, went hungry. Deserters dribbled across the line, broken men who fled from the wrath to come. Friday the 15th dawned gray and chilly with snow showers and a lowering sky, but without the baffling fog. The French divisions of attack crossed their parapets at 10 in the morning. On the left, Mouton's division had for its main objective the hill called 342 on the Côte du Poivre. Next to it, Guillaume de Salins struck at Louvemont. On his right, Garnier du Plessis had the area between Chambret Farm and Bezonvaux, while Passaga, on his right flank, aimed at the fortress labyrinth, which was once the wood of Ardemont. The task of the divisions varied much in difficulty. The whole movement was a swing forward of the right wing pivoting on the Côte du Poivre, so that while Mouton on the left had less than a mile, though a difficult mile to cover, the troops on the right had a 2-mile advance before them. Mouton had an instant success. His men, infantry of the line, were for the most part reservists, with 30 years behind them. On the extreme left, Voilemont's brigade attacked Vacheroville at the crest of the Côte du Poivre. At 7 minutes past 10, they had won the crest, and 5 minutes after the 112th Regiment was in the village. 20 minutes later, the crowning position of Hill 342 was carried, and the intricate German defenses elaborated during 8 weeks had passed into other hands, together with 1,200 prisoners. That fierce half-hour was one of the most brilliant strokes of the campaign. Nothing stopped the fury of the assault, not uncut wire or machine guns in pockets or unforeseen strongholds. That thunderous charge swept aside all hindrances like stubble. Vacheroville had made a strong place, but its strength was futile against the swift encircling tactics of the French and their tempestuous surge inwards. On Mouton's right, the brigade under Steinmetz, which took Hill 342, evoked the admiration of Guillaume de Salins' proud colonials, who were stern judges of an assault. "Tell your commander with our compliments," so ran the message, "that for linesmen, that was pretty well done." East of Mouton, the Moroccan brigade of the colonials attacked from the wood of Audramont against Louvemont village, which lay in the slight dip of the plateau where ran the highway from Vacheroville to Orne. There, Nicolai's battalion, the victors of Douaumont, had a desperate struggle in the first-line trenches, called Prague and Pomerania, and there fell Nicolai himself, shot through the forehead by a sniper who picked out the tall figure of the commandant. His death maddened his followers, and Louvemont, encircled on all 3 sides, speedily fell. The right of the division was no less successful. In the ravine of Heli, the Zouaves repeated their October exploit in the ravine de la Dame. In 3/4 of an hour, they were on the crest of Hill 378, after Douaumont, the highest point of the neighborhood, and at 20 minutes past 1, the farm of Les Chambrettes was in their hands. On their right, the division of Garnier du Plessis had a long and stubborn task. Its first difficulty was with the work called the Camp of Attila, at the head of the Heli ravine, which was stubbornly defended by a grenadier battalion from Posen, whose officers themselves served the machine guns and whose colonel fought most gallantly to the end. One part of the division was able to push on almost to the edge of the wood of Carrière, where they were in touch with the Zouaves in Les Chambrettes, but the rest, after brilliantly carrying the enemy's first line, were held up in the second by the trenches called Weimar and Chemnitz, which lined the crest on the west side of the Hassoul ravine, which descends to Bezonvaux Glen. This position also checked the advance of Passaga, who in the morning had brilliantly carried the trenches and ravines in the wood of Ardemont. When the December dark fell, the French line was as follows. From Vacheroville to Louvemont, the whole Côte du Poivre was in their hands, except a pocket on the crest which was reduced during the night. East of Louvemont, they held the higher ground as far as Les Chambrettes farm, from which, owing to the enemy bombardment, they had slightly withdrawn. Thence, the front curved sharply back, running through the woods of La Vauche and Ardumont, and reaching the edge of the uplands just south of the little fort of Bezonvaux. Next day, 16th December, it was the task of Duplessis' division to make good the Weimar and Chemnitz trenches. Till this happened, Passaga on the right was held, and the Zouaves of de Salins at Les Chambrettes were awkwardly enfiladed. Indeed, the latter formed a sharp salient, and all night long had to struggle against attacks from the wood of Carrière. Little could be done in the darkness, for the moon was in its last quarter, and the blasts of snow made the obscurity profound. At the first light the advance began. 2 battalions of Passaga's right brigade forced their way into Bezonvaux village, while a battalion on his left took in flank the Deux Ponts trench, which was a continuation of the more famous Weimar. Large numbers of prisoners were taken, but the French had no time to look after them, and their multitude of captives was almost their undoing. For some 600 wandering back without an escort, and seeing that the attacking force at this point was a mere handful, recovered their arms, and skulking in trenches and in shell holes, opened fire from the back. The chasseurs were between two foes, and disaster might have followed but for the fact that the Zouaves on the left were busy executing a similar flanking movement, and had carried the ridge in the rear of the Weimar trench. They saw what was happening farther east, and dispatched a company to the aid of the hard-pressed chasseurs. The Weimar defense was now hopelessly turned, and Duplessis' men swept over the debatable ground, through the wood of Carrière, and carried the line to the scarp of the plateau. The French front now lay where it had been on 24th February, the fourth day of the great battle. The German counterattacks came fast, and their main object was the little salient at Les Chambrettes. All the afternoon of the 16th they kept up a continuous bombardment on Dessalines' right, which for 2 days went through the extreme of human misery. To win ground is easy compared with the task of holding it through the long winter nights in mud and snow and bitter cold, with no dugouts, no hot food, no shelter, no rest from an overpowering fatigue. For 6 days a Zouave battalion under Lieutenant Colonel Richard held the Les Chambrettes sector. On the 17th the Germans counterattacked and managed to recover the ruins of the farm, the last point from which observation was possible towards Douaumont and the Chauffour wood. The Zouaves refused to be relieved till they had won it back. On Monday, the 18th, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, win it back they did, and such an attack has rarely been witnessed by mortal eyes. Every man was a muddy ghost, weary to death and chilled to the bone. Long ago, in Marlborough's wars, the cry of "En avant les gants glacés" had attended the charge of the Maison du Roi. Now it was "En avant les pieds gelés" that the leader shouted. The frozen feet did not fail him. Men crawled on their knees, men used rifles as crutches, but, limping and stumbling, they swarmed over Les Chambrettes and made it theirs. The action fought between 15th and 18th December was, considering its short duration, perhaps the most remarkable Allied success since the campaign opened in the West. The prisoners taken numbered 11,387, including 284 officers. 115 guns were captured or destroyed, 44 trench mortars, 107 machine guns, and much other material were taken. 4 villages, 5 forts, many redoubts, and innumerable trenches were occupied, and the better part of 6 enemy divisions was destroyed. The French losses for the first day were in the neighborhood of 1,500. In the later days the total mounted higher, thereby supporting Nivelle's point, for he had argued that it was only when the line grew stationary that losses came, and that an attack kept up continuously must be economical, a view which, as we shall see, was to play an important part in the next stage of French strategy. Moreover, it was no sudden gift from fortune, but a result foreseen and planned, a triumph of generalship and calculation as well as of fighting prowess. The event came at an auspicious moment. It was for Nivelle a spectacular farewell to his old army, and an eloquent message to his countrymen on his assumption of the highest command. Above all, it was France's reply to Germany's maneuvering for a false peace. To her hypocritical overtures, Mangin told his men, you have answered with the cannon mouth and the bayonet point. You have been the true ambassadors of the Republic. You have done well by your country. End of chapter 67.
Section 32 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jenny, A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 68. The Position at Sea and in the Air, August 19th to November 28th, 1916, Part 1. The second half of the year 1916 brought no great sea battle to break the monotony of the vigil of the British Navy. The events which led to the Battle of Jutland were not repeated. Movements there were, both in the North Sea and the Baltic, but none was followed by an engagement of capital ships. The autumn was indeed a period of high significance in naval warfare, but the struggle was waged below the surface. The face of the northern waters saw no encounter which deserved the name of a serious battle. For a moment in August there was hope of better things. On Saturday, the 19th, the German High Sea Fleet came out, preceded by a large number of scouting craft and accompanied by Zeppelins. They found the British forces in strength and deemed it wiser to alter course and return to port. In searching for the enemy, we lost 2 light cruisers by submarine attack, the Nottingham, Captain C.B. Miller, and the Falmouth, Captain John D. Edwards. But happily the loss of life was small. Footnotes. The Nottingham had a displacement of 5,400 tons and 25 knots. She had been in the battles of the Dogger Bank and Jutland. The Falmouth, which was also at the Battle of Jutland, had 5,250 tons and 25 knots. End footnote. One German submarine was destroyed and another rammed and damaged. That same day, the British submarine E-23 attacked a German battleship of the Nassau class and hit her with 2 torpedoes. The enemy vessel was last seen in a precarious condition, being escorted back to harbor by destroyers. There was no further incident till the close of October, when destroyers of the German flotilla, which had its base at Zeebrugge, placed a bold exploit to their credit. The safety of the mighty Channel ferry, which had carried millions of our troops safely backward and forward between France and England, had become almost an article of faith with the British people. In spite of drifting mines and submarine activity, our lines of communication had remained untouched, and Sir Reginald Bacon, the admiral commanding the Dover patrols, was able to report in his dispatch of 27th July 1916 that not a single life had been lost in the vast transport operations of 2 years. The night of Thursday, 26th October, was moonless and stormy, and, under cover of the weather, 10 German destroyers slipped out of Zeebrugge and made their way down channel. Air reconnaissance had given them the exact location of our minefields and our main cross-channel route. Creeping along inshore in the dark, they managed to elude the vigilance of the British patrols. They fell in with an empty transport, the Queen, which they promptly torpedoed. The vessel kept afloat for 6 hours, and all her crew were saved. 6 of our drifters were also sunk, and then British destroyers came on the scene. One of them, the Flirt, was surprised at close quarters by the enemy and sunk, while another, the Nubian, was torpedoed while attacking the invaders and went aground, her tow having parted in the heavy weather. Footnotes. The Flirt belonged to C-class and had 380 tons and 30 knots. The Nubian was of the F group and had 985 tons and 33 knots. Both had been engaged in the operations off the Belgian coast under Rear Admiral Hood in the autumn of 1914. The enemy made off without apparently suffering any losses from our gun or torpedo fire, but there was evidence that 2 of his destroyers afterwards struck mines and perished. Such were the bare facts of an incident which, for the moment, agitated public opinion and increased the uneasiness as to our naval position, which the growth of submarine activity had already engendered. In itself it was a small affair, a bold enterprise which had every chance in its favor, for the confusion and darkness made its success almost certain. The wonder was not that it had happened, but that it had not happened before. Major Morat and others had long been pointing out the importance of the Channel ferry for Britain, and it would have been little short of miraculous if nothing had ever occurred to threaten that line of communication. The German adventure was to be expected so long as the nest of pirates at Zeebrugge was not smoked out or hermetically sealed up, and such true preventive measures were both difficult and dangerous so long as the main German fleet was not out of action. 3 more incidents of what may be called open fighting fell to be recorded before the close of the year. On the night of 1st November, the Old Amt, a Dutch steamer, was captured by German destroyers near the Old Hinder lightship. A prize crew was put on board, and the vessel was making for Zeebrugge. Early next morning she was overtaken by British destroyers, and the prize crew made prisoners. 5 German destroyers, which came up as escort, were engaged and put to flight. On 7th November, a British submarine under Commander Noel Lawrence fell in with a German squadron off the coast of Jutland and hit 2 battleships of the Kaiser class. 3 days later, German torpedo craft of the latest and largest type, under cover of fog, attempted a raid on the entrance to the Gulf of Finland. They were engaged by Russian destroyers and driven off in confusion, losing from 6 to 9 vessels. The main German successes during these months were won against liners and hospital ships. With regard to the latter, Germany followed her familiar method. She attacked vessels which bore conspicuously the mark of their non-belligerent mission, attacked them often in broad daylight, and then, to justify herself, invented the legend that they were laden with ammunition and war material. Footnote: the military purpose was, of course, to compel Britain to draw upon her scanty supply of destroyers to act as escorts to such vessels. End footnote. On 21st November there was a flagrant instance in the torpedoing of the Britannic in the Z Channel off the southeast point of Attica. The Britannic, which in gross tonnage was the largest British ship afloat, was carrying over 1,000 wounded soldiers from Salonika, most of whom were saved, the total death roll being only about 50. The outrage took place in the clear morning light, when the character of the great vessel was apparent to the most purblind submarine commander. On 6 November, the P&O liner Arabia, a sister ship to the India and the Persia, which had been previously destroyed, was torpedoed without warning in the Mediterranean, all the passengers and the majority of the crew being saved. Since the war began, the most striking fact in naval warfare has been the development of the range of action of the submarine. At first it was believed in Britain that an enemy submarine could do little more than reach the British coast, and the torpedoing of the Pathfinder on 5th September and of the 3 Cresses off the Hook of Holland on September 2nd, 1914, came as an unpleasant surprise to popular opinion. In December of that year, Tirpitz himself announced that the larger underwater boats could remain out for as much as 14 days at a time. 2 months later, the U-boats were in the Irish Channel, and in May 1915 they were in the Mediterranean. There, to be sure, they were assisted by depots en route, and the full extent of the submarine's range was not understood till, in July 1916, the Deutschland reached the American coast. This exploit so heartened Germany that she announced a long-range blockade of Britain and promised in October to begin operations. The Allied governments protested to neutral states against the extension to submarines of the ordinary rule of international law, which permits a warship to enjoy for 24 hours the hospitality of foreign territorial waters. They urged that any belligerent submarine entering a neutral port should be detained there on the ground that such vessels, being submersible, could not be properly identified at sea and must escape the normal control and observation of other types of warships. On Saturday, 7th October, the German U-53, Captain Rose, footnote, this was perhaps the most advertised of all German submarines, and though eagerly pursued, was never destroyed by the Allies. It was, however, crippled for good by an American subchaser about 2 months before the end of the war. End footnote. The German U-53 arrived at Newport, Rhode Island. She did not take in supplies, but she received certain information and presently departed. During the next 2 days she sank by torpedo or gunfire 8 vessels in the vicinity of the Nantucket lightship, including 1 Dutch and 1 Norwegian steamer. There was no life lost, owing to the prompt appearance of American destroyers. The performance created something like a panic in American shipping circles, and for a day or 2 outgoing ships were detained. But it was soon obvious that talk of a blockade of the American coast would awaken a very ugly temper in the United States, and could not be defended by the wildest stretch of the rules of international law. Submarines which took at least a month coming and going from German waters could not institute any effective blockade without illegal assistance on the American side, and the government of Washington was determined that the temptation should not arise. Accordingly, the performance of U-53 remained unique. The Deutschland arrived on its second voyage on 1st November, and the occasional transit of other submarines continued, but the Nantucket doings were not repeated, and the talk of long-range blockade was suddenly dropped. Footnote: the ocean cruiser type of submarine had a crew of 70 and a displacement approaching 3,000 tons, but they were slow to submerge and difficult to handle, and on the whole played a very small part in the war. End footnote. But in the Eastern Atlantic and the Mediterranean, and in all the waters adjacent to the British and German coasts, the autumn saw a determined revival of Germany's submarine campaign. The comparative immunity which had endured throughout the summer was violently broken, and the tale of Allied and neutral losses quickly mounted to a dangerous figure. Germany was operating now with the large boats laid down in the spring of 1915, boats with a radius of 12,000 miles, carrying deck guns with a range of 6,000 yards, with strong upper works capable of resisting hits by 6-pounders, and with a surface speed of 25 knots and a submerged speed of 12. In the last 6 months of 1916, she completed not less than 80 new craft. Her promise to President Wilson of May 1916 was utterly disregarded. Vessels were torpedoed without warning and without provision being made for the safety of the passengers. The Marina, for example, which was destroyed off the Irish coast at the end of October with considerable loss of life, had many Americans on board, but Berlin gambled on the preoccupation of the American people with the presidential election. Swedish, Danish, and Dutch vessels suffered heavily, and the Norwegian merchant navy was a special target owing to Norway's refusal to permit German submarines inside her territorial waters. The U-boats became insolent in their daring, and in the beginning of December one of them shelled the town of Funchal, Madeira, in broad daylight and sank several ships in her harbor. The barbarity of the enemy grew with his successes. The Westminster was torpedoed without warning on 14th December and sunk in 5 minutes. As the crew tried to escape, the submarines shelled them at 30,000 yards range, sinking one of the boats and killing the master and chief engineer. By the end of the year, Germany claimed that the Allied tonnage was disappearing from the sea at a rate of 10,000 tons a day, and though the figure was considerably overstated, yet beyond doubt a maritime situation had arisen, the gravest which had yet faced the Allies since the beginning of the war. The reason of Germany's success was not far to seek. So long as the U-boats confined themselves to the narrow seas, we could by nets and other devices take heavy toll of them and nullify their efforts. But all our normal defensive measures were idle when they extended their range and operated in the open waters of the Atlantic. A new problem had arisen to be met by new methods. Germany was attempting to meet the British blockade by counter-blockade to cripple the seaborne trade which brought food to the people of Britain and munitions of war to all the Allies. Our available merchant tonnage was shrinking daily, and with labor already taxed to its utmost, it looked as if it might be difficult to replace the wastage. An extravagant rise in prices, a genuine scarcity of food, even the crippling of some vital section of the Allied munitionment were possibilities that now loomed not too remotely on the horizon. To cope with the German campaign, there seemed at the moment to be 3 possible plans, 2 practicable but inadequate, 1 summary and final but hard to achieve. Of a 4th, to make the sea no place for submarines, the possibility was not yet envisaged. The first was to arm all merchantmen. This would not prevent torpedoing, but it would make destruction by bombs or deck guns more difficult, and since no submarine could carry a large stock of torpedoes, the power of mischief of the underwater boat would be thereby limited. Such arming of merchantmen had the drawback that it would absorb a large number of guns for which there was other and urgent use, or, in the alternative, would compel munition factories to switch off from their normal work to ensure their production. It would also induce the Germans to revive wholesale their practice of sinking without warning. The second plan was to revive an old fashion and make all merchantmen sail in convoy. This method was unpopular among ship owners because of its inconvenience and delay, and it had the further objection that it would give the enemy submarines an easy target, assuming that they eluded the vigilance of the escorting warships. Moreover, the type of fast, lighter craft required for escort could only be provided by a large amount of new construction, or by withdrawing that type from its duties with the main battle squadrons. Both of the plans were confessed to be palliatives rather than cures, and both made further demands upon the already severely taxed reserve of British labor. The one final policy against submarines was to carry our minefields up to the edge of the German harbors and to pen the enemy within his own bases. But clearly this aggressive campaign was most hazardous so long as the main German fleet remained in being. It would be impossible, while the enemy's high sea fleet was still intact, to utilize a large part of our fleet in mining operations in his home waters without running the risk of a division of strength and a sudden disaster. The true remedy for the submarine menace was a naval victory which would destroy the better part of the capital ships. This did not mean that Sir John Jellicoe was forthwith to run his head against the defences of Wilhelmshaven and risk everything in an attempt to bring the enemy to action, but it did mean that the last word, as always, lay with the main fleets, and that to rest on our laurels because the German high sea fleet was more or less immobilized was to repose upon a false security. The truth was that our command of the sea was far from absolute. We had not neutralized the enemy's fleet so long as it remained above water, and the development of submarine warfare had impaired the safety of our ocean-borne trade. We possessed a conditional superiority, but we could not make it actual and reap the fruits of it until we had won a decisive sea battle. This truth was obscured during the autumn of 1916 by some unfortunate publications of Mr. Winston Churchill, who, having returned from the front and being without official responsibility, was free to indulge in comments on the situation. Quote, "The primary and dominant fact," he wrote, "is that from its base in Scottish waters the British fleet delivers a continuous attack upon the vital necessities of the enemy, whereas the enemy from his home bases produces no corresponding effect upon us." End quote. He urged the country to rest satisfied with this quote-unquote silent attack, and criticized the Battle of Jutland as an quote audacious but unnecessary effort unquote, to bring the enemy to action. No necessity of war, he argued, obliged us to accept the risk of fighting at a distance from our bases and in enemy waters. Apart from the fact that Mr. Churchill's view was in conflict with principles that had always governed our sea policy, his conclusion was wholly unwarranted by the facts. The German fleet, by the mere fact that it existed intact, did, quote, exercise a continuous attack upon our vital necessities, end quote. It crippled our efforts to overcome the very real submarine menace. A successful general action, so far from being a luxury and a trimming, was the chief demand of the moment, for only by the shattering of sheer could the U-boats be corralled, blinded, and effectively checkmated. The anxiety of the nation was presently reflected in certain important changes made in the high naval commands. For some time it had been urged that the post of First Sea Lord was the most vital in the Navy, and that the man who held it should be one who had large experience of actual service under modern conditions. For 28 months, Sir John Jellicoe had been continuously at sea. He had been aforetime a successful Admiralty official and understood headquarters procedure, but above all, he had learned at first hand the problems of the hour. It is desirable during any campaign that the man with first-hand knowledge of realities should be given the directing power at home. The main duty was to cope with the enemy submarine and to solve that conundrum needed the fullest experience of the enemy's methods. The policy had been followed when Sir William Robertson was brought back from France as Chief of the Imperial General Staff, and the same course was now taken with the Commander-in-Chief at sea. On 4th December, Sir John Jellicoe was gazetted First Sea Lord in place of Sir Henry Jackson, while Sir David Beatty assumed command of the Grand Fleet. The new appointments were welcomed by the nation and did something to appease the critics. The crying needs of the moment were that our naval policy should not be considered as a thing by itself, but as a part of the whole strategic plan of the Allies, and that the administration at headquarters should be in the closest touch with the requirements of the fighting line. Sir John Jellicoe was not only a great sea captain, but a trained administrator and a man of statesmanlike wit and foresight, and he brought to his new office an unequaled experience of active service. Moreover, the mere change of duties was in itself desirable, for an unrelieved vigil of 28 months must tell upon the strongest constitution and the stoutest nerve. In all human enterprises, some readjustment of personnel is periodically necessary, if only to ensure that variation of tasks which is the best rest and refreshment to men of action. The new Commander-in-Chief was the man to whom fate had granted the widest experience of actual fighting. In 2.5 years, Sir John Jellicoe had been no more than 2.5 hours within range of the enemy. Sir David Beatty had had better fortune, for he had been at the Battle of the Bight of Heligoland, at the Battle of January 24th, 1915, and had been in action through the whole of the Battle of Jutland. At the age of 46, he succeeded to the highest fighting command in the British Navy, and those who believed that there was no final settlement of our sea difficulties except in a decisive victory over the main enemy fleet rejoiced that in Sir David Beatty the spirit of the offensive was incarnate. The summer and autumn of 1916 saw no such spectacular revival of German aeronautics as marked the close of 1915. The Fokker, for some months a defense so formidable that the Allied air offensive came almost to a standstill, had found its level, and though Germany struggled hard to create new types, she did not again steal a march upon the Allied construction. Moreover, the opening of the Somme offensive saw an immense advantage in the tactical use of airplanes by the Allies, an advance marked by such boldness and ingenuity that the question of aerial supremacy seemed to be clearly decided. The French and British airmen had beyond doubt won the initiative. This was recognized by the enemy, and captured letters were full of complaints of the inadequacy of the German reply. The Battle of the Somme, in its later stages, showed, indeed, something of the old seesaw, and there came moments when the German airmen recovered their nerve and made a stout defense. The popular phrase, the mastery of the air, was in those days apt to be misused. There were weeks when the Allies' total of loss seemed to be higher than that of their adversaries, and the pessimists complained that our mastery had gone. Mastery in the absolute sense never existed. The Allied squadrons still ventured much when they crossed the enemy lines, and they paid a price, sometimes a heavy price, for their successes. But they maintained continuously the offensive. Daily they did their work of destruction and reconnaissance far inside the enemy territory, while the few German machines that crossed our lines came at night and at a great elevation. Hourly throughout the battles, they gave to the work of the infantry a tactical support to which the enemy could show no parallel. If the Allied losses had been consistently higher than the Germans, the superiority would still have been ours, for we achieved our purpose. We hampered the enemy's reserves, destroyed his depots, reconnoitred every acre of his hinterland, and shattered his peace of mind. For such results no price could have been too high, for our air work was the foundation of every infantry advance. As a matter of sober fact, the price was not high. It was less than Germany paid for her inadequate defense. During the later Verdun battles and the great offensive on the Somme, the four main aerial activities were maintained. Our airplanes did long-distance reconnoitering work. They spotted for the guns. They bombed important enemy centers, and they fought and destroyed enemy machines. The daily communiques recorded the destruction of enemy dumps and depots and railway junctions, and a long series of brilliant conflicts in the air, where often a German squadron was broken up and put to flight by a single Allied plane. To a watcher of these battles, the signs of our superiority were manifest. Constantly at night, a great glare behind the lines marked where some German ammunition store had gone up in flames. The orderly file of Allied kite balloons glittered daily in the sun, but the German quote-unquote sausages were few, and often a wisp of fire in the heavens showed that another had fallen victim to an Allied airman. A German plane was as rare a sight a mile within our lines as a swallow in November, but the eternal crack of anti-aircraft guns from the German side told of the persistency of the Allied inroads. The most interesting development brought about by the Somme action was that of quote-unquote contact patrols. The machines used were of the slowest type, and it was their business to accompany an infantry advance and report progress. In the intricate trench fighting of the modern battle, nothing was harder than to locate the position at any one moment of the advancing battalions. Flares might not be observed in the smoke and dust. Dispatch runners might fail to get through the barrage. The supply of pigeons might give out, or the birds might be killed en route, and the general behind might be unable in consequence to give orders to the guns. With the system of quote-unquote creeping barrages, it was vital that the command should be fully informed from time to time of the exact situation of the infantry attack. The airman, flying low over the trenches, could detect the whereabouts of his own troops and report accordingly. Again and again, during the Somme, when the mist of battle and ill weather had swallowed up the advance, airplanes brought half-hourly accurate and most vital intelligence. A check could in this way be made known, and the guns turned on to break up an obstacle, while an advance swifter than the timetable could be saved from the risk of its own barrage. Curiously enough, except for rifle and machine gun fire from the German trenches, these flights were not so desperately risky. They were made usually at a height of something under 500 feet, and the German anti-aircraft guns, made to fire straight into the air, and usually mounted on the crests of the ridges, could not be trained on the marauders. These airplanes did not content themselves with reconnaissance. They attacked the enemy in the trenches with bombs and machine gun fire, and on many occasions completely demoralized them. There was one instance of a whole battalion surrendering to an airplane. Bouchavena was taken largely by French fire from the air, and the last trench at Coudecourt fell to a British airman. End of Chapter 68, Part 1. Read by Jenny, 2023. Section 33 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jenny. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 68, The Position at Sea and in the Air, August 19th to November 28th, 1916, Part 2. The air, as we have seen, was the realm for individual prowess, and slowly from the multitude of combatants, figures began to emerge of an epic greatness. Men who steadily added to their tale of destruction, till in the world's eyes their work took the appearance of a grim rivalry. The Germans and the French made no secret of their heroes, but rather encouraged the advertisement of their names. But the Royal Flying Corps, true to its traditions, contented itself with a bare recital of the deed, till an occasional VC lifted the veil of anonymity. Germany possessed the great twin brothers Bolke and Immelmann, who rose to fame during the Verdun struggle. Immelmann was the chief exponent of the Fokker and had 18 victims to his credit when on 18th June he was shot down by 2nd Lieutenant McCubbin, who was still in his novitiate in the Royal Flying Corps. On 28 October, Bolki, who the day before had destroyed his 40th Allied plane, perished in a collision. It is pleasant to record that these heroes of the air had the respect of their foes as well as the admiration of their friends, and the Allied airmen sent memorial wreaths to their funerals. The chief French champions were Guynemer and Montgeser, who survived the winter in spite of adventures where every risk on earth was taken. In September, for example, Guynemer's machine was struck by a shell at an altitude of 10,000 feet. He made vain efforts to hold it up, but it dropped 5,000 feet and was then caught by an air current and driven over the French lines. It crashed to earth and became an utter wreck, but the airman, though stunned, was unhurt. All records, however, were excelled by the British airman, Captain Albert Ball, formerly of the Sherwood Foresters. When not yet 20, he had taken part in over 100 aerial combats and had accounted for over 30 German machines. His life was fated to be as short as it was heroic, for he perished in the spring offensive of 1917 after having destroyed for certain 41 enemy planes, with 10 more practically certain, and many others where the likelihood was strong. No greater marvel of skill and intrepidity has been exhibited by any service, in any army, in any campaign, in the history of the world. Footnote: Captain Ball received the Victoria Cross posthumously. He had already won the DSO and the Military Cross. End footnote. During the better part of the Somme battle, the Allied machines were at least equal to the German in pace and handiness. The little Nieuport scouts, in especial, dealt death to the kite balloons, and the Martinsyde and de Havilland fighting planes were more than a match for the Fokker. In October, however, the enemy produced 2 new types, the Spad and the Halberstadt, both based on French models and possessing engines of 240 HP. With them, his airmen could work at a height of 20,000 feet and swoop down upon British machines moving at a lower altitude. Hence there came a time at the close of the Somme operations when the seesaw once again slightly inclined in the Germans' favor. The moment passed, and long before the 1917 offensive began, the arrival of new and improved British types had redressed the balance. The aerial warfare of 1916, as summarized by the French staff, showed that 900 enemy airplanes had been destroyed by the Allies, the French accounting for 450 and the British for 250. 81 kite balloons had been burned, 54 by the French and 27 by the British. 750 bombardments had taken place, of which the French were responsible for 250 and the British for 180. Apart from tactical bombardments immediately behind the fighting line, the record of the year was least conspicuous in the matter of bomb dropping. Experience had shown that the German public were peculiarly sensible to this mode of attack, but the preoccupation of the Allies with great battles limited the number of machines which could be spared for that purpose. Nevertheless, some of the raids undertaken were singularly bold and effective, as a few examples will show. On 12th October, a Franco-British squadron of 40 machines attacked the Mauser rifle factory at Oberndorf on the Neckar, dropped nearly 1,000 pounds weight of projectiles, and fought their way home through a hornet's nest of enemy craft. On 22nd September, 2 French airmen, Captain de Beauchamp and Lieutenant d'Aucourt, in a Sopwith biplane, visited and bombed the Krupp works at Essen, a tour de force rather than a work of military importance, for Essen did not suffer much from the limited number of bombs which could be carried on a 500-mile journey. On 17th November, Captain de Beauchamp, in the same machine, flew over Friedrichshafen to Munich, which he bombed and then crossed the Alps and descended in Italy. But the most sensational achievement was that of Second Lieutenant Marchal on a special type of Nieuport monoplane, who on the night of 20th June flew over Berlin dropping leaflets. He was making for Russia, but unfortunately he had trouble with his machine and came down at Chom in Poland, where he was taken prisoner. He was then only 63 miles from the Russian trenches and had traveled 811 miles. The controversy raised by unofficial writers as to the administration of the British Air Service which had sprung up originally when the first Zeppelin raids gave the civilian people of Britain food for thought, raged intermittently through 1916. It was a topic where the critic was at an advantage, for the ordinary man had no expert knowledge to test his criticism, and it was frequently impossible for the authorities to make reply, since that would have involved the publication of details valuable to the enemy. Any considerable increase in flying casualties brought the question to the fore, and the natural anxiety of the British citizen to make certain of the efficiency of a service on which he depended for his safety was buttressed by the grievances of private aircraft makers against the Royal Aircraft Factory at Farnborough. The private maker was indeed in a difficult case. His market must be with the government. To the government he looked for recompense for the toil and money he had spent in new production, and jealousy was inevitable of a state business which seemed to take the bread out of the mouth of a deserving industry. In August, a committee was appointed to consider the state of affairs at Farnborough, when various faults were discovered and a scheme of reorganization proposed. Another committee sat throughout the summer, investigating the charges brought by press and parliamentary critics against the administration and command of the Royal Flying Corps. The inquiry was a personal triumph for the Director General of Military Aeronautics, Sir David Henderson, who had no difficulty in disposing of the foolish charges, based on hearsay evidence or no evidence at all, which had been showered on his organization. At the same time, many unsatisfactory points were revealed, and the committee recommended that the Royal Aircraft Factory should be regarded rather as an experimental center than as a manufacturing establishment, and urged that the efficiency of the service required that the fighting command should be separated from the responsibility for supplying equipment. The latter task should belong to a special department which should meet the demands both of the Army and the Navy. This last recommendation exposed one of the main difficulties of the question. The Navy and the Army were in perpetual competition, and the Air Board formed under the presidency of Lord Curzon in May 1916 could not control the quarrel. When Lord Curzon in December went to the War Cabinet, he was succeeded at the Air Board by Lord Sydenham, who presently resigned. Mr. Lloyd George, some weeks later, attempted to solve the problem by reconstituting the Air Board with Lord Cowdray in charge and appointing Commander Payne to be the Air Member of the Board of Admiralty, as Sir David Henderson was Air Member of the Army Council. The production of machines for both the naval and military services was handed over to the Ministry of Munitions. The change was an improvement, but few people believed that it was a final solution of the problem. The administration of a new and swiftly developing service is more intricate at home than in the field. The demands of two separate organizations had to be faced, the Navy and the Army, organizations that differed largely in their requirements. The private makers had to be kept in touch with the needs of the fighting services. They had to be controlled and advised, and at the same time their initiative in research and experiment must not be crippled. Finally, the executive command of the service must not be confused with the duty of supplying material, for the two tasks were poles apart. The air service had from small beginnings grown rapidly to great dimensions, and the need for differentiation of functions had risen. That is never an easy matter to settle, and it was not made easier by the pressure of instant war needs. Beginning in August 1915, the British people saw a series of Zeppelin visitations which grew bolder as the winter advanced. On the last day of March 1916, for the first time a Zeppelin came down within sight of eyes watching from British soil. Our descendants will look back on the era of those raids as one of the most curious in the history of the country. The face of the land was changed. Lighting restrictions plunged great cities into gloom, and London became as dim as in the days of Queen Anne, and vastly more dangerous for the pedestrian, owing to a speed of traffic undreamed of in the 18th century. Never had the metropolis looked more beautiful than on moonless nights when small sparks of orange light gave mystery to the great thoroughfares and the white fingers of searchlights groped in the heavens. But never had it been a more uncomfortable habitation. The busy life of the capital had to adapt itself to the conditions of a remote and backward country town. It cannot be said that the raids had any real effect upon the good spirits and confidence of our people. Indeed, at first they were taken too lightly and regarded by the ordinary citizen rather as curious variety shows than as incidents of ruthless war. The first Zeppelin visits found us unprepared, and our only security lay in the unhandiness of the weapon employed. As the months passed, we perfected our scheme of defense and realized more clearly the limitations of the menace. Zeppelin attacks were largely blind. The great airships rarely knew where they were, and were compelled to drop their bombs on speculation, and the German reports of damage done had seldom much relation to the facts. Our anti-aircraft defenses were largely increased, but we realized from the start that the true anti-Zeppelin weapon was the airplane, as Mr. Churchill had long before prophesied. To use it, our pilots must practice the difficult task of making ascents and descents in the darkness. Once they had attained proficiency in night work, there was every reason to hope that the Zeppelins would no longer reach our shores unscathed. The early autumn of 1916 made these hopes a certainty. Early in May, in a spell of bad weather, 5 German airships visited the northeast coast of England and the east coast of Scotland. Little damage was done, and one of them, L-20, was wrecked on its return voyage. At the end of July, the weather grew warm and still, and the raids became frequent. On the night of 28th July, 3 airships visited the Yorkshire and Lincolnshire coast, but they lost their way in the summer fog and dropped their bombs in the sea and on empty fields. On the night of the 31st, they came back again, this time 7 in number, and their area of attack stretched from the Thames estuary to the Humber. Their aim seemed to be to drop incendiary bombs along the growing crops, but little damage was done and no lives were lost. On 3rd August, 8 appeared on the east coast after attacking British trawlers out at sea. Again they lost their way, and after killing some livestock were driven home by our guns. A week later a bolder attack was made. A flotilla, variously estimated at from 7 to 10 in number, appeared on the east coast of England and Scotland. A number of towns were attacked, 6 people were killed and some 50 injured, but no material damage was done. Then came a lull during the August moonlight, and it was not till the night of 24th August that the raiders came again. There were 6 of them, and 5 were driven away by our gunfire from the sea-coast town which they attacked. One succeeded in getting as far as London and dropped bombs in a working-class suburb, killing and wounding a number of poor people, mostly women and children. It was the last raid under the old regime. Henceforth the Zeppelin was to meet a weapon more powerful than itself. Saturday, 2nd September, was a heavy day, with an overcast sky which cleared up at twilight. The situation on the Somme was becoming desperate, and Germany resolved to send against Britain the largest airship flotilla she had yet dispatched. There were 10 Zeppelins, several of the newest and largest type, and 3 chute-lance military airships, and their objective was London and the great manufacturing cities of the Midlands. The Zeppelins completely lost their way. They wandered over East Anglia, dropping irrelevant bombs, and received a warm reception from the British guns. The military airships made for London. Ample warning of their coming had been given, and the city was in deep darkness save for the groping searchlights. The streets were full of people whose curiosity mastered their prudence, and they were rewarded by one of the most marvelous spectacles which the war had yet provided. 2 of the marauders were driven off by our gunfire, but one attempted to reach the city from the east. After midnight, the sky was clear and star-strewn. The sound of the guns was heard, and patches of bright light appeared in the heavens where our shells were bursting. Shortly after 2 o'clock, in the morning of the 3rd, about 10,000 feet up in the air, an airship was seen moving southwestward. She dived and then climbed, as if to escape the shells, and for a moment seemed to be stationary. There came a burst of smoke, which formed a screen around her and hid her from view, and then far above appeared little points of light. Suddenly the searchlights were shut off and the guns stopped. The next second the airship was visible like a glowing cigar, burning rapidly to a red and angry flame. she began to fall in a blazing wisp, lighting up the whole sky, so that country folk 50 miles off saw the portent. The spectators broke into wild cheering, for from some cause or other the raider had met his doom. The cause was soon known. Several airmen had gone up to meet the enemy, and one of them, Lieutenant William Leaf Robinson, formerly of the Worcester Regiment, a young man of 21, had come to grips with her. When he found her, he was 2,000 feet below her, but he climbed rapidly and soon won the upper position. He closed, and though the machine gun on the top of the airship opened fire on him, he got in his blow in time. No such duel had ever been fought before, 10,000 feet up in the sky, in the view of hundreds of thousands of spectators over an area of 1,000 square miles. The airship fell blazing in a field at Cuffley near Enfield, a few miles north of London, and the bodies of the crew of 16 were charred beyond recognition. Lieutenant Robinson received the Victoria Cross, for he was the first man to grapple successfully with an enemy airship by night and to point the way to the true line of British defence. It was no easy victory. Such a combat against the far stronger armament of the airship, and exposed to constant danger from our own bursting shells, involved risks little short of a forlorn hope in the battlefield. On the night of 23rd September, the raiders came again. 12 Zeppelins crossed the eastern shoreline, making for London. Almost at once they were scattered by gunfire, and only 2 pursued their journey to the capital, where they succeeded in dropping bombs in a suburb of small houses. Of the others, 1 attacked a Midland town. The total British casualties were 30 killed and 110 injured, but they paid dearly for their enterprise. One, L-33, was so seriously damaged by our anti-aircraft guns that she fled out to sea and then, realizing that this meant certain death, returned to land and came down in an Essex field. Her men, 22 in number, set her on fire and then marched along the road to Colchester till they found a special constable to whom they surrendered. The destruction was imperfectly done, and the remains gave the British authorities the complete details of the newest type of Zeppelin. A second, L-32, was attacked by 2 of our airmen. The end was described by a special constable on duty. Quote, "In the searchlight beams, she looked like an incandescent bar of white-hot steel. Then she staggered and swung to and fro in the air for just a perceptible moment in time. That, no doubt, was the instant when the damage was done, and the huge craft became unmanageable. Then, without drifting at all from her approximate place in the sky, without any other preliminary, she fell like a stone, at first horizontally, that is, in her sailing trim, then in a position which rapidly became perpendicular, she went down, a mass of flames." End quote. Germany had begun to fare badly in the air, but popular clamor and the vast sums sunk in Zeppelin manufacture prevented her from giving up the attempt. On the night of Monday, 25th September, 7 Zeppelins crossed the east coast, aiming at the industrial districts of the Midlands and the north. The wide area of the attack and the thick ground mist enabled them to return without loss after bombing various working-class districts. The Germans claimed to have done damage to the great munition area and even to have, quote, bombarded the British naval port of Portsmouth. As a matter of fact, no place of any military importance and no munition factory suffered harm. The losses were among humble people living in the flimsy houses of industrial suburbs. A more formidable attempt was made on 1st October. It was a clear, dark night when 10 Zeppelins made landfall on their way to London. But they found that the capital was ringed by defences in the air and on the ground, which made approach impossible. The attack became a complete fiasco. About midnight, 1 Zeppelin, L-31, approached the northeast environs and was engaged by a British airplane. The watching thousands saw the now familiar sight, a glow and then a falling wisp of flame. The airship crashed to earth in a field near Potter's Bar. The crew perished to a man, including the officer in charge, Lieutenant Commander Maffei. the best known of all the Zeppelin pilots. He it was who had commanded the raiding airships in September and October 1915. He had always ridiculed the value of airplanes as an anti-Zeppelin weapon, but by the irony of fate, he was to fall to a single machine, guided by a young officer of 26. During the wild weather of late October and early November, there was a breathing space. The next attempt, warned by past experiences, steered clear of London and aimed at the northeast coast, which, it was assumed, would be less strongly defended. It came on the night of 27th November, in cold, windless weather. One airship, after dropping a few bombs in Durham and Yorkshire, was engaged by a plane off the Durham coast. Once again came the glow and then the wisp of flame. The airship split in two before reaching the sea. The debris sank, and when day broke, only a scum on the water marked its resting place. Another wandered across the Midlands on its work of destruction, and in the morning steered for home, closely pursued by our airplanes and bombarded by our guns. It left the land going very fast, at a height of 8,000 feet, but 9 miles out to sea it was attacked by 4 machines of the Royal Naval Air Service, as well as by the guns of an armed trawler. The issue was not long in doubt, and presently the Zeppelin fell blazing to the water. The year 1916 was disastrous to the Zeppelin legend. The loss of 12 of these great machines, each costing from £250,000 to £500,000 to build, was admitted by the enemy, and beyond doubt there were other losses unreported. The Zeppelin fleet was now sadly reduced in effectives, and it had lost still more in repute. A way had been found to meet the menace, and it was improbable that any future adaptation of the Zeppelin could break down the new defense. But the peril from the air was not over, as some too rashly concluded. Throughout the year there had been a number of attacks by German airplanes which rarely extended beyond the towns in the southeastern corner of England. Such attacks were not formidable, the raiders being as a rule in a desperate hurry to be gone. But it occurred to many, watching the advent of the new Spad and Halberstadt machines on the Western Front, that in that quarter lay a threat to England more formidable than the airship. An airplane with a 240 HP engine, which could fly at a great speed at a height of close on 20,000 feet, could travel in broad daylight and passed unchallenged to its goal. If we had not the type of machine to climb fast and operate at the same altitude, such a raider would be safe from attack alike by plane and gunfire. On the 28th of November, a German machine, flying very high, dropped 9 bombs on London. The raider was brought down in France on its way home, and among its furniture was a large-scale map of London. The incident was trifling in itself, but in many minds it raised unpleasing reflections. Our planes had beaten the invading Zeppelin. We might still have to face the invading airplane. End of Chapter 68, Part 2. Read by Jenny, 2023.
Section 34 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 69. Political Transformations. October 13th through December 7th, 1916. Part 1. The closing months of 1916 were remarkable for a series of political upheavals and transformations among all the belligerents, such as attend inevitably the advanced stages of a great struggle. The first optimism is succeeded by discouragement, which is followed in turn by a fatalistic resolution. But the stauncher this resolution grows, and the more certain the assurance of ultimate victory, the less tolerant will a nation be of supineness and blundering in its governors. If a man is called upon to make extreme sacrifices, he will not readily permit any class of his fellows to escape more easily, and if his doings are tried by a hard test, he will apply a rigorous touchstone to the performance of his betters. Again, if a ministry at such a stage is apt to be sternly judged, its task has also very special intrinsic difficulties. The nearer the decisive moment approaches, the more urgent becomes the duty of provision, and the more difficult its fulfillment. All the ancient landmarks and guideposts have gone. The old world which endured into the first year of war has now vanished. And if the statesmen are still the same as those who administered that lost world, they are handicapped by irrelevant memories. Lastly, war weariness will have overtaken many who started on the road with a brisk step and a purposeful eye, and a nation rising slowly towards a supreme effort will be impatient of leaders who seem to falter and fumble. In Germany, the ferment stopped short of its natural effect. No minister fell from power, but the government was driven into strange courses. Happily for itself, it had to deal with a docile people, a credulous people who accepted incredible things, an obedient people who swallowed with scarcely a grimace unpalatable medicines. Yet even in Germany, public opinion could not be wholly neglected, and the policy of the German government was directed not less to explaining away the crisis which faced them than to taking steps to meet it. The Battle of the Somme, as we have seen, had profoundly affected German popular opinion. No official obscurantism could conceal its ravages. Indeed, the very silence of the newspapers and the minimizing tone which they adopted in their infrequent comments increased the mystery and awe which cloaked that front. The plain man knew only that the place was thick with his kinsfolk's graves, and all who possessed any influence struggled to have their friends sent eastward rather than to that ill-omened angle of France. Instructed military opinion was aware that for the first time the German machine had been utterly outmatched, and that France and Britain had prepared their own weapon, growing daily in strength, which, unless a miracle happened, must sooner or later break down the German defense. In Ludendorff's ominous words, "If the war lasted, our defeat seemed inevitable." The storms of the autumn had given a brief respite, but the blow had not been parried, but only deferred. A horror of the place fell on the German people, from the simplest peasant to the most exalted commanders. More and more they saw advancing from Picardy the shadows of catastrophe. The darkness of that battle in the West, where all of high and holy dies away. In such a time of depression, Falkenhayn's Rumanian success came as a blessed stimulant to the national spirit. A hungry people was promised a bounty of Rumanian corn and oil. The swift campaign seemed to show German arms as resistless as ever. The fate of Rumania was a warning to any neutral that might dare to draw the sword against the Teutonic League. But on this matter the High Command could have no delusions. They had driven back the armies of a little nation which was desperately short of munitions and had made a serious strategical blunder. But the success had small bearing on the real problem. The extension of their lines to the Sareth shortened their eastern front as compared with its position in September, but it did no more. It still gave them some extra hundreds of miles of line to hold as compared with August. The promise of Rumanian supplies had been falsified. The oil fields were in ruins, and most of the grain had been destroyed or removed. The balance was a mere drop in the bucket of Teutonic needs, and would only lead to bitter quarrels as to its allocation. Moreover, the Rumanian retreat had not perplexed or divided the Allies' plans. Russia had made scarcely a change in her main dispositions, and not a man or a gun had been moved from the west. Germany, in the eyes of those best fitted to judge, had only added to her barren occupations of territory and increased the commitments of her waning strength. Hence, while the joy bells rang in Berlin and the Emperor repeated his familiar speech about his irresistible sword, the true rulers of Germany were busy with devices which proved that, in their opinion, the outlook was growing desperate. The peace proposals and their sequel, Unrestricted submarine warfare must be left to later chapters. Here we are concerned with the two burning problems which demanded an immediate answer: the shortage of men and the shortage of supplies. With regard to the first, during the early autumn, German policy seems to have wavered. At one time, men were combed out from industries for the field. At another, they were sent back to industrial life from the fighting line. But with November, a great step was decided upon. A War Bureau was established, to which were handed over 8 separate branches: the Works Department, the Field Ordnance Department, the Munitions Department, the War Raw Materials Department, the Factory Department, the Substitution Service Office, the Food Supply Department, and the Export and Import Department. At its head was placed one of the ablest of Germany's organizing brains, the Württemberg soldier, General von Groener, who had previously been at the head of the military railway service. This step was taken largely at the instigation of Hindenburg, who, in 2 letters to the Imperial Chancellor, reviewed candidly the economic situation and demanded the organized exploitation of every class of industrial and rural labor. Of the former, that the Allied efforts might be met and surpassed; of the latter, that the former might have sufficient supplies to make their work effective. Accordingly, the Auxiliary Service Bill was passed by the Reichstag on 2nd December, legalizing the levée en masse. Contrary to expectation, women were not included. Every male German between the ages of 17 and 61 who had not been summoned to the armed forces was liable for auxiliary service, which was defined as consisting, apart from service in government offices or official institutions, in service in war industry, in agriculture, in the nursing of the sick, and in every kind of organization of an economic character connected with the war, as well as in undertakings which are directly or indirectly of importance for the purpose of the conduct of the war or the provision of the requirements of the people. The recruitment was to be locally managed, and compulsion was not to be applied until the call for volunteers had failed. The purpose was twofold: to substitute as far as possible in the non-combatant branches men liable to auxiliary service for men liable to military service, and to make certain that the work of the civilian manhood of Germany was used in the spheres most vital for the conduct of the war. In her quest of manpower, Germany cast her net beyond her native territories. From the beginning of October onward, the inhabitants of the occupied Belgian provinces were rigorously conscripted for war work on her behalf. Partly these were workmen already thrown out of employment by the closing down of Belgian factories, but largely they were men engaged in private undertakings who were peremptorily ordered to labor for their new masters. Slave raids, for they were nothing better, were conducted on a gigantic scale, and some hundreds of thousands of Belgians were carried over the German frontiers. When the laborers learned on what tasks they were to be employed, there was frequent resistance, and this was crushed with consistent brutality. Belgium had already been stripped of her industrial plant, her foodstuffs, and her rolling stock for Germany's benefit, and she had now to surrender the poor remnant of her manpower. Her foreign minister appealed to neutral countries and to the Vatican, and the scandal was so great that President Wilson was moved to protest. But for the moment the Allies were helpless. They were obliged by considerations of common humanity to continue their work of feeding the Belgian people by means of a neutral commission, even though Germany was using it to her own advantage by exporting foodstuffs from Belgium and suspending public relief works that she might have an excuse for her deportations. The reckoning must wait yet a while, but the man-hunting of the autumn added to it another heavy item. The British government, in the words of its Foreign Secretary, could give Belgium only one answer: that they will use their utmost power to bring the war to a speedy and successful conclusion, and thus to liberate Belgium once and for all from the dangers which continually menace her so long as the enemy remains in occupation of her territory. This is a cardinal aim and object of all the Allies, and the people of the British Empire have already been inspired by this latest proof of German brutality with renewed determination to make every sacrifice for the attainment of that end. Germany looked also to the occupied territories in the east for a new recruitment. She had already made use of starvation to try and attract workmen from Russian Poland westward to her own factories. Now she took a bold step, for with the object of enlisting Polish regiments for her army, she announced on 5th November that in conjunction with Austria, she proposed to establish an independent Poland with an hereditary monarchy and a constitution. The thing had been long in the air, and the establishment of a Polish university at Warsaw had been one of the steps to it. But the official announcement had been delayed so long as Berlin believed there was hope of making a separate peace with Russia. Now that hope had gone, and Germany burned the boats that might have made a passage to Petrograd. The new Polish kingdom was to be but a small affair, for Posen and Galicia, which contained half the Polish race, were not included. It was to be a satellite of the Central Powers, and someone of their numerous princelings would be set on this caricature of the throne of John Sobieski. The very wording of the proclamation betrayed its purpose. There was to be a Polish army with an organization, training, and command, to be regulated by mutual agreement, and the German press, commenting on the point, made it clear that such an army was to be a mere reserve for Germany to draw upon. Germany's security, wrote the semi-official North German Gazette, demands that for all future times the Russian army shall not be able to use a militarily consolidated Poland as an invasion gate of Silesia and West Prussia. With this motive so brazenly conspicuous, it required some audacity to claim that Germany and Austria now stood out nobly before the world as the true protectors of small nations. Hindenburg wanted recruits and had demanded 700,000 by hook or by crook from Russian Poland. The new Poland was to be like Napoleon's Grand Duchy of Warsaw, established with the same purpose and at the same price. The move incensed Russia, even those elements in her government which were prepared to look favorably on a separate peace. A proud nation will scarcely submit with equanimity to the spectacle of another power giving away its territory and conscripting its own subjects for a war against it. Nor could the long-felt and passionate desire of the Poles for national unity be satisfied by such meager territorial limits or such an ignoble vassaldom. Non tali auxilio nec defensoribus istis. Unhappily, the Polish people were split into 100 groups and rivalries, and there were many elements which were won over to the German policy. But the better elements in the race and its ablest leaders stood scornfully aloof. Germany gained nothing of practical value by her proclamation. The manhood of Russian Poland had already been recruited for the Russian ranks. In the great retreat of the summer of 1915, the vast proportion of the remaining able-bodied men had been swept eastward into Russian areas. So far as she could by vigorous enlistment for the Polish Legion and by conscription for industrial work, Germany had already sucked the occupied territories dry. In the approbation of her own press and the encomiums of her tame Warsaw professors, she had to look for her reward. To meet the second of her problems, the shortage of supplies, she had no very clear resource. The ingenious food controller, Herr Bataki, had done his best to compel 2 and 2 to make 5, but he had not succeeded. And beyond doubt, especially in the handling of the potato crop, grave errors had been committed, and certain areas and classes suffered not only from scanty rations, but from a burning sense of unfair treatment. As the expected gains from the Rumanian campaign shrank into a very modest bounty, the problem of the food controller became insoluble. Only one course remained, to satisfy popular feeling by a ruthless submarine campaign. If Britain blockaded Germany, then Germany in turn would blockade Britain, and through the early winter, the temper of all classes of the nation was moving towards a great act of revenge and defense in the spring. but no dreams of the future could obliterate the extreme awkwardness of the present. Germany had before her 9 months of short commons before she could look for any relief. Though the rations of her troops were not cut down below the standard necessary to ensure health and vigor, their monotony was a subject of universal complaint. In many interior districts, the shortage was not far removed from want, and there was a general undernourishment of the whole people. The suffering was embittered by the suspicion, only too well founded, that certain classes were exempt from it and were even waxing fat on the leanness of others. At no time in modern German history were the agrarian magnates of Prussia the objects of such violent criticism. Moreover, there was bad feeling between the constituent states. Bavaria and South Germany in general complained that they were being sacrificed to satisfy Prussia's need. In many a prisoner's camp on the Western Front, Bavarian and Brandenburger came to blows, and the subject of controversy, as often as not, was the greed of the Northerners. The utterances of official Germany during the autumn and early winter provided an interesting reflex of the hopes and depressions which beset the German mind. In October, the imperial crown prince, who had of late fallen sadly out of the picture, sought rehabilitation by a discourse on the beauties of peace. His lyrical cry was confided to an American journalist and formed one of the interludes of comedy in the grim business of war. He sighed over the commercial depravity of America, which had led her financiers to invest in the Allied chances of success, and quoted the Bible as a warning against the lust of gain. He deplored the expenditure of human talent on the work of destruction, and assured his interviewer that every man in the German ranks would far rather see all this labor, skill, education, intellectual resource, and physical power devoted to the task of upholding and lengthening life, such as the conquest of disease. He proclaimed his passion for domesticity and his grief at being separated from his household. He paid modest tributes to the quality of the enemy. It is a pity, he said, that all cannot be gentlemen and sportsmen, even if we are enemies. And lastly, he spoke of flowers and music, that he might complete the part of the happy warrior. In the same month, a different type of man took up a different parable. Hindenburg informed a Viennese journalist that the situation on every front was secure and hopeful. He announced that he was ready, if necessary, for a 30 years' war. France was even now exhausted. She had called Britain to her assistance, and the help which her ally gives is that she is forcing the French to destroy themselves. Britain had no military genius, and Russia's numbers could never learn true battle discipline. How long will the war last? That depends upon our opponents. Prophecy is thankless, and it is better to abandon it in wartime. It is possible that 1917 will bring battles that will decide the war, but I do not know, and nobody knows. I only know that we will fight to a decision. These were brave words. They were spoken to raise the drooping spirits of Austria, and they had their effect so long as daily advances east of the Carpathians could be reported. But the governors of Germany were not contemplating a 30 years' war. They were cudgeling their brains to think how their Rumanian success could be turned to profit, for well they knew that it was of use only as an advertisement, and that the true situation was very desperate. Bethmann Hollweg, on 9th November, made a speech in the Reichstag, which showed the inmost cogitations of Berlin. The orations of the imperial chancellor were at all times a good barometer of German opinion, for their mechanical adroitness revealed more than it concealed. During 1915, he had explicitly stated his aim as such an increase of strength as would enable Germany to defy a united Europe. If Europe is to arrive at peace, it can only be through the strong and inviolable position of Germany. A revival of the policy of Charles V and Louis XIV. In the first half of 1916, his tone was the same. Belgium and Poland must be brought under the control of Germany, and peace could only be considered on the basis of the war map. But after the misfortunes of the summer, he changed his phrasing. On 29th September he announced, "From the first day the war meant for us nothing but the defense of our right to life, freedom, and development." But he left the last word, the crux of the whole matter, undefined. The speech of 9th November was skillfully advertised beforehand, and had obviously been prepared with great care as the starting point of a new diplomatic phase. It contained the usual roseate summary of the situation upon all the fronts, but its importance lay in the fact that for the first time the Imperial Chancellor talked at large about peace. He labored to prepare the right atmosphere by showing that Germany's hands were clean, that she had had no intention of conquest when she drew the sword, and that from first to last she had waged a defensive war. He attempted to cast upon Russia the whole responsibility for the immediate outbreak, since the act which made war inevitable was the Russian general mobilization ordered on the night of July 30th to 31st, 1914. This dubious historical retrospect was the basis for a declaration on the subject of the future after the war. Sir Edward Grey, now Lord Grey of Culloden, in an earlier speech, had spoken of an international league to preserve peace. The German Chancellor professed himself in agreement, but peace could only be ensured if the principle of free development was made to prevail not only on the land but on the sea, and it must involve the dissolution of all aggressive coalitions. The Triple Entente had been based solely on jealousy of and hostility towards Germany, while the Central Powers had never had any thought but of an honorable defense. "Let peace come," said the Chancellor, "and let it be guaranteed by the strongest sanctions that the wit of man can devise, and Germany will gladly cooperate, provided it allows for her free and just development." On the word development hung all the law and the profits. The speech, it is clear, was addressed to neutral opinion rather than to the speaker's countrymen. It aimed at creating an atmosphere of reasonableness. Victorious Germany, fresh from her brilliant Rumanian conquests and unbeaten on every front, was prepared to appeal to the sense of decency of the neutral world. She, the victor, alone could speak with dignity of peace. It needed little acumen to see that the Imperial Chancellor's utterance was the first move in a new game. The political situation in Russia during the autumn was, as we have seen, in the highest degree confused and perplexing. On one point, indeed, the issue was clear. The German challenge in Poland received prompt answer. Russia restated the views which she had already publicly expressed and announced that nothing would drive her from her purpose of creating a free and united Poland under her protection, from all three of her now incomplete tribal districts. But in domestic politics there was no such unity of purpose, and already the frail dikes were cracking under the rising floods. In Italy, the Baselli government had no crisis to face such as threatened others of the Allies. The chief event of the autumn and early winter was a futile attempt on the part of the extreme socialists to commit the chamber to peace negotiations, for which German agents were striving throughout the world to create an atmosphere. On 13th October, Signor Bissolati, the Civil Commissioner of War in the Cabinet, had spoken strongly on the matter. "I think that any state or states of the alliance which today harbored thoughts of peace would be guilty of an act of treason. Rather than accept peace contaminated with the germs of future wars, it would have been better not to have embarked on the present struggle at all. The germ of war can only be killed by destroying Austria as a state, and by depriving Germany of every illusion of predominance." Italy, as we know, had difficulties peculiar to herself. Her popular feeling was mobilized rather against Austria than Germany, and the ancient ramifications of German intrigue and German finance in her midst, combined with the very real economic suffering which the war now entailed, made her liable to sudden spasms of popular discontent and suspicion. Almost alone among the Allies, she had an avowed anti-war and Germanophile party to reckon with. At the end of November, the pro-German socialists in the chamber, led by a Jew of German extraction, brought forward a motion in favor of immediate peace, to be secured by the mediation of the United States of America. The chamber dealt drastically with the motion, rejecting it by 293 votes to 47, and Senior Baselli, the premier, restated in eloquent words the central principle of the Allies. Peace must be a pact born of armed victory, a peace for which Italy has drawn the sword in the name of maritime and territorial claims that are not mere poetry, but a reality of her history and of her existence. A peace which, in order to be lasting, must replace the equilibrium of the old treaties by an equilibrium built up upon the rights of nationalism. We seek not the peace of a day, but the peace of new centuries. The government of Monsieur Briand had not at any time an easy seat, and during the early winter it had to face a series of petty crises. In France, there was no ebullition of pacifism worth the name. The futile demonstration of the socialist Monsieur Brizon in September was overwhelmed by the premier's torrential eloquence, and its author exposed to general ridicule. But Monsieur Briand held office rather because no alternative was very obvious than because he had the assent of all parties. He was somewhat autocratic in his methods and preferred to govern with the minimum of parliamentary assistance. The difficulties in the Near East, in which France had a peculiar interest, and the apparent futility of the Allied policy in Greece did not make his task simpler. The discontent of the opposition came to a head in the close of November and beginning of December. The scarcity of coal, the high price of food, the losses of the Somme campaign, certain failures in transport, and doubts as to the capacity of various elements in the high command made a basis for criticism of the government. In a series of stormy secret sessions which revealed a curious regrouping of parties, Monsieur Briand was called upon to defend his policy. He succeeded, though his majority dwindled and most of the deputies on leave from the front were found voting in the minority. The result of the debates was that he was given a mandate to reconstruct his government and to reorganize the high command. The first was a matter of consolidation and readjustment, rather than the sweeping innovation which about the same time was taking place in Britain. The cabinet was made smaller, 3 departments being grouped under one chief. The prime minister still held the portfolio of foreign affairs. Monsieur Ribot remained at the exchequer and Admiral Lacaze at the Ministry of Marine. An inner executive cabinet was constructed in the shape of a war committee of 5 on the British model. The most interesting appointment was that of General Lyautey, the resident general in Morocco, to the Ministry of War. On his great ability and experience all Frenchmen were agreed, but there was some doubt as to how a soldier, whose life had been mainly spent abroad and who had no parliamentary experience, would work with the chamber. It looked as if the extra-parliamentary nature of the administration, which had been the chief topic of Monsieur Briand's critics, was to be accentuated by the reconstruction. Far more remarkable were the changes in the high command. Popular opinion in France was passing through a critical stage, and for the first time civilian views and political personalities tended to influence directly military plans and the high command. The Somme had not been the decisive victory that had been looked for, and France's losses there, following upon those at Verdun, had alarmed the cabinet, and much exaggerated by rumor, had shocked the ordinary public. Foch was the first to suffer. A motoring accident in November was made an excuse for removing him from his command, and for several months the greatest of living soldiers was unemployed. Then the wave reached Joffre, and that robust figure was swept from his place. His unrelieved optimism had become a mannerism that palled. Some said he was growing senile. It was rumored, too, that he considered that France's great part in the war was over, and that the main attacks must now be left to the British. So he relinquished the office of Generalissimo, which he had held since the outbreak of war, and was nominated military advisor to the new War Committee, being at the same time created a Marshal of France, the first holder of that famous title to be appointed by the Third Republic. To the command in the West, Nivelle succeeded, a much younger man who had won brilliant successes at Verdun and had a plan for winning a speedy and final victory by methods very different from the tortoise-like progression of the Somme. The military significance of these changes will be discussed later. Here let us take leave of one of the most honorable and attractive figures that this narrative will reveal. The services of Joffre to his country and to the Allied cause had been beyond all computation, and in the history of the time his is one of the 2 or 3 names that will shine most brightly. To his skill and nerve and patience was due the triumph of the Marne, won when the skies were darkest, which destroyed forever the German hope of victory. He had been, like Ajax, the pillar and shield of his people, and his rock-like figure had held the confidence of his country since the guns first opened in Alsace. To him, more than to any other man, was due the superb military effort of France and her unyielding resolution. He had brilliant lieutenants, some of them his superiors in the technical accomplishments of a soldier, but his was always the deciding will and the directing brain. End of chapter 69, part 1. Section 35 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Betty B. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Political Transformations, October 13th through December 7th, 1916. Part 2. During the autumn it was becoming clear that the coalition government in Britain was rapidly sinking in public esteem. There was perhaps less captious criticism of particular ministers than there had been a year before, but there was a deep-seated dissatisfaction and an impatience, the more dangerous in that it was more rarely expressed in words. The root of the feeling was the belief that the government was too much inclined to try to cure an earthquake by small political pills. The war is a cyclone, Mr. Lloyd George had told the trade unions, which is tearing up by the roots the ornamental plants of modern society and wrecking some of the flimsy trestle bridges of modern civilization. It is an earthquake which is upheaving the very rocks of European life. It is one of those seismic disturbances in which nations leap forward or fall back generations in a single bound. The ordinary citizen believed this and looked for proofs of a like conviction in the public acts of his government. The coalition formed in May 1915 had not been a mobilization of the best talent of the nation, but a compromise between party interests. It contained most of the men who in the previous Liberal government had been responsible for the mistakes and overconfidence of the first 9 months of war. Its guiding principle had resembled too closely that of an ordinary British government in times of peace, to keep the ministry together at all costs by a series of irenica and formulas ill-suited to a supreme crisis, for, as has been well said, the tremulous cohesion of a vacillating ministry is not the same thing as national unity. It had seemed to many people to lack courage. All its members declared that great sacrifices were necessary for victory, but when it came to the question of a particular sacrifice, they were apt to hesitate. The result of the national service controversy proved that this hesitation was needless. In this, as in other matters, the people were in advance of their governors. It would be unfair to deny that a vast deal of good work had been done between May 1915 and December 1916, but in many vital matters efficiency was to seek, and generally speaking, there was more political than administrative talent among ministers. Further, The main machinery was not fitted for the prompt dispatch of business. A cabinet of 23 members, even with the added device of special war committees, is not an ideal body for prompt decision and quick action. To quote Mr. Lloyd George again, you cannot conduct a war with the Sanhedrin. During the autumn of 1916, men of all classes were beginning to ask themselves whether the government, as then constituted, was capable of bringing the war to a successful issue. Instances of apparent timidity and lack of forethought and imagination had so grown in number as to constitute a weighty, if unformulated, indictment in the popular mind. Many of the charges were unfair. The unsatisfactory position in the Near East sprang from causes most of which could not be rightly laid to the charge of the coalition. The disasters of Rumania were blamed with little reason on the Foreign Office. The halt of the British advance on the Somme, due to bad weather, was made the occasion by certain irresponsible critics for declaring that the great battle had failed, that our Western strategy was a blunder, and that the lives of our young men had been squandered in vain. But there were other complaints which had greater substance. The whole question of pensions was unsatisfactory, and there was growing discontent among the classes concerned. The Air Board seemed to be without a clear policy. The revival of German long-range submarine activity, contrary to popular expectation, suggested that all was not well at the Admiralty. The military authorities had warned the nation that we should have to make large further levies on our manpower, and at the end of September 1915, a manpower distribution board was appointed to deal with the matter. The board recommended a wholesale drafting of semi-skilled and unskilled men below a certain age into the army, and the filling of their places by volunteers and women. Its report was submitted on 9th November, but it looked as if no immediate action would be taken. Finally, the rise of prices convinced every householder that presently, unless something was done, there would be a serious shortage of food and conceivably a famine. In June 1915, a committee had been appointed under Lord Milner to consider the question of food production at home. A month later it reported, urging, among other things, that a guarantee of prices should be given for wheat grown on land broken up from grass, and that the country should be organized in local units for the distribution of labor and the supply of seeds and fertilizers. The report was pigeonholed, the government accepting the view of the minority that the submarine menace was now well in hand, that there was no fear of a short supply of wheat from abroad, and that it was unnecessary to adopt any extraordinary measures to ensure a homegrown supply, even if the war should extend beyond the autumn of 1916. In the said autumn, this complacency had been rudely broken. On November 15, 1916, Mr. Runciman announced the appointment of a food controller, but no food controller was forthcoming, since no responsible man would undertake a post which it was proposed to make a mere impotent appendage of the Board of Trade. Even at that late date, the government seemed only to toy with the idea of action. It is probable that for many months the great majority of the people of Britain had been convinced that a change was necessary, but the government was slow to read the weather signs. With the conservatism that a long term of power engenders, its chief members found some difficulty in envisaging an alternative ministry. They were patriotic men who earnestly desired their country's victory, and they feared that cabinet changes and resignations would weaken the strength of the nation and the confidence of the Allies. Hence, when the blow came, there was a tendency to attribute it solely to a malign conspiracy and a calumnious press. Conspiracy and press campaign there were, but it is impossible to believe that in the crisis of such a war any government could have been driven from office by backstair intrigues alone or by the most skillful newspaper cabal. The press which criticized owed its effect solely to the fact that it echoed what was in most men's minds. Mr. Asquith's government fell because the mass of the people had come to believe, rightly or wrongly, that it was not the kind of administration to beat the enemy. The details of the story may be briefly summarized, for though among so many great events they have little importance, yet they cast an interesting light on certain protagonists of the larger drama. Mr. Lloyd George, ever since in the preceding summer he had succeeded Lord Kitchener at the War Office, had been restless and uncomfortable. Sir William Robertson, when he became Chief of the Imperial General Staff, had insisted on a definition of his powers, and the agreement then reached was binding upon Lord Kitchener's successor. Mr. Lloyd George found himself a secondary figure at the War Office. Certain indiscretions during a visit to France that autumn had made him deeply suspect by both the British and the French generals. In the cabinet, too, it appeared as if his influence was on the wane. His prestige, still high with the public at large, had sunk low in official and ministerial circles. Apart from the personal question, he was honestly convinced that the war was being ill managed both by the generals in the field and the statesmen at home, and longed to infuse into its conduct a fierier purpose. At the time he had no close political ally except Mr. Churchill, who was out of office and somewhat under a cloud. Casting about for help, he bethought himself of the Unionist leader in the Commons, Mr. Bonar Law, and of an intimate friend of that leader, a young Canadian member of Parliament, Sir Maxwell Aiken. Mr. Bonar Law was at the moment a tired and anxious man, and a controversy with some of his own followers over a bill authorizing the sale of enemy property in West Africa had seriously troubled him, and predisposed him to think that the existing arrangement was not the best conceivable. Mr. Lloyd George's scheme was for a very small war committee of 3 members, of which the Prime Minister should not be one, a scheme not devised, as might appear at first sight, to compel Mr. Asquith's resignation, but a quite sincere attempt to get the actual direction of the war into more vigorous hands. Mr. Bonar Law, whose simplicity was as great as his probity and patriotism, believed that Mr. Asquith might fairly accept it, but the Prime Minister, while agreeing to the small war committee, not unnaturally refused thus to divest himself of the main duty of leadership. On Friday, 1st December, 2 newspapers in Mr. Lloyd George's confidence published a guarded account of the controversy, and next day the journals of Lord Northcliffe, who was now made privy to the enterprise, informed the world that Mr. Lloyd George was on the point of resignation. On Sunday, 3rd December, Mr. Bonar Law called a meeting of the Unionist leaders, and to his surprise found that they did not regard Mr. Lloyd George's departure from the government as an unmixed misfortune. They were anxious that Mr. Asquith should resign as a tactical measure, and in order that he might reconstruct with a free hand, they were prepared at the same time to tender their own resignations. But it was clear that they hoped that the new cabinet would not include Mr. Lloyd George. Mr. Bonar Law, whose motive was not to get rid of Mr. Asquith, but to retain the great talents of the Secretary for War, visited the Prime Minister that afternoon and urged a settlement. To this the latter agreed, consenting not to be a member of the War Committee, provided he had effective control over its decisions. But to Mr. Lloyd George and those in his full confidence, who at this time were only Sir Maxwell Aiken and Sir Edward Carson, such a settlement was not sufficient. They were resolved that Mr. Asquith's supremacy should be purely titular. On the morning of Monday, 4th December, the Times printed a leading article describing the arrangement and insisting that the Prime Minister had to all intents abdicated from the control of the war. This move had an instantaneous effect. The Liberal ministers rose in arms, and Mr. Asquith was compelled to revise his agreement of the Sunday and insist that he must be permanent president of the War Committee. Mr. Lloyd George had therefore to burn his boats, and on the Tuesday announced his resignation. That same day the Prime Minister was visited by various Unionist colleagues, who angrily disassociated themselves from any partnership in the maneuver of the Secretary for War. Mr. Asquith now took a step which seemed to be amply justified, but which in truth was fatal to his fortunes. He himself tendered his resignation. Counting on the support of the bulk of the Liberal and Unionist parties, he argued that it would be impossible for his malcontent colleague to form a government. Fate seemed to have delivered Mr. Lloyd George into his hands. The king sent for Mr. Bonar Law, who, after taking a day and a night to think over it, declared himself unable to construct an administration, and advised His Majesty to summon Mr. Lloyd George. Mr. Lloyd George was accordingly sent for, and on the evening of 7th December kissed hands as Prime Minister. He had played a daring game with consummate coolness and courage, and he believed that he had the people of the country behind him. But for the moment his first need was the Unionist party if he was to form any kind of presentable government. Mr. Balfour was ill in bed. He had consequently had no part in the hectic negotiations of the past week, and was imperfectly informed about the details. When the Foreign Office was pressed upon him by Mr. Bonar Law as a patriotic duty, he consented, and his adherents brought in the rest of the Unionist statesmen. The latter insisted, however, that Mr. Churchill should not be given office, a condition at which the new Prime Minister did not cavil. Mr. Lloyd George's first task was to appoint a war cabinet. He called to it Lord Milner and Mr. Arthur Henderson as ministers without portfolios, Lord Curzon, the new President of the Council, and Mr. Bonar Law, the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, while he himself acted as its chairman. This body of 5 was entrusted with all matters pertaining to the conduct of the war. Sir Edward Carson became First Lord of the Admiralty and Lord Derby Secretary for War. Since the ordinary political material was limited, some bold experiments were made, experts with little or no parliamentary experience being brought to special departments, Sir Albert Stanley to the Board of Trade, Mr. H.A.L. Fisher to the Education Office, Sir Joseph Maclay to the new Shipping Department, Mr. Prothero to the Board of Agriculture, and Sir Hardman Lever to the Treasury as Financial Secretary. The posts in the new ministry were roughly divided between Liberal and Labour members and Unionists. All the Liberal cabinet ministers followed the late Prime Minister into retirement, but at a party meeting on 13th December, under the direction of Mr. Asquith, they pledged themselves to give Mr. Lloyd George's administration a fair trial. The fate of Mr. Asquith's government will, it is probable, be for future historians something of a landmark in the political history of Britain. It marked, some have argued, the end of the preeminence of a school of thought, which had flourished since the fat days of the Victorian era, a school which had done good service in its day, and which contained many elements of permanent worth, but which had been invested by its votaries with a Sinaitic sanction that no poor creed of mortal statecraft could long sustain. These matters lie outside the province of a historian of the war. But, since contemporary public opinion is within that province, we may briefly inquire why a government so solidly buttressed should suffer such a sudden eclipse. Whatever be our view of the necessity of the change of ministers, we can admit that the manner of it was ungracious. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary, who had labored long and hard in the service of their country, retired to the accompaniment of much coarse abuse from a section of the press. As a race, we are magnanimous and not careless of the decencies. Whence came this lapse from our normal practice? Whence sprang the nearly universal conviction that horses must be swapped, however turbulent the stream? It is to be observed in the first place that a change of leaders in a long struggle is the usual practice of nations. In most of the great wars of history, the men, both soldiers and civilians, who began the struggle have not been those who concluded it. Lincoln was the exception, not the rule. Since August 1914, in all the belligerent states, there had been much shuffling of cabinets and commands. Germany had seen 3 successive chiefs of the general staff, and if the same imperial chancellor continued in office, it was only because he was removed beyond the reach of the mutations of the popular will. In Russia, the leadership of the armies had already passed from the Grand Duke Nicholas to Alexiev, the premiership from Goremykin to Sturmer, and from Sturmer to Trepov. Italy had changed her premier once. France had had several cabinet reconstructions and had now a new commander-in-chief. Among departmental heads in every country there had been a continuous and bewildering exchange. France had had 3 ministers of war, Britain 2, and Russia 3, to take the office where change was prima facie, least desirable. The British Prime Minister and the British Foreign Secretary seemed almost the only stable things in a shifting world. That new leaders should be demanded in a strife which affects national existence is as inevitable as the changes of the seasons. The problems of the second and third stages of a war are not those of the first stage, and the man who has borne the heat and burden of the morning will be apt to bring a stale body and a wearied brain to the tasks of the afternoon. Few leaders are so elastic in mind that having given all their strength to one set of problems, they can turn with unabated vigor to new needs and new conditions. The odds are that the man who has shown himself an adept in a patient defensive will not be the man to lead a swift advance. Again, every war is a packet of surprises, and the early stages must be strewn with failures. History may rate the general who has endured and learned the lessons of failure far higher than his successor who reaps the fruit of that learning, but contemporaries have not this just perspective. The nature of the popular mind must be reckoned with, and that mind will turn eagerly from one who is identified with dark days of stress to one who comes to his task with a more cheerful record. The nation, which bears the brunt of the struggle, must be able to view its leaders with hopefulness, and in all novelty there is hope. The demand for change is likely to be the stronger in the case of a civilian government, if its members entered upon the war already weary from long years of office, and if one of their claims to fame has been skill in the common type of politics, a type which has been wrecked by the new era and has left in the popular mind a strong distaste. This was very notably the case with Mr. Asquith and some of his chief supporters. The Liberal government had been continuously in office since the close of 1905. It had gone through 3 general elections, it had been engaged in many bitter disputes, and had weathered more than one serious crisis. After 8 such difficult years, there must inevitably have followed some decline in the elasticity and vigor of those who were responsible in such stormy waters for the ship of state. Again, those 8 years had been years of conspicuous success in party management. The art of directing the House of Commons had rarely been carried higher than by Mr. Asquith, and great was the skill of those lieutenants who cultivated and manipulated the caucus. But after 3 months of war, the caucus was futile, and the party catchwords meaningless. More, there was growing up in the popular mind a dislike of the whole business, a suspicion, not wholly baseless, that Britain owed some of her misfortunes to this particular expertise. The skill, so loudly acclaimed a year before both by those who benefited and by those who suffered from it, seemed now not only useless but sinister. The dapper political expert was as much in the shadow as the champion faro player in a Western American township which has been visited by a religious revival. It was no question of political creed. The same fate would have overtaken a conservative or a labor government if it had been in power before the war. It was the reaction of the plain man plunged into a desperate crisis against the sleek standards of a vanished world. Lately, there was that in the temperament and talents of the Prime Minister himself upon which the nation had begun to look coldly. His great ability no man could question. His oratorical gifts, his diplomatic skill, his shrewd and closely reasoning mind. Not less conspicuous were his endowments of character. He had admirable nerve and courage, and as a consequence he was the most loyal of colleagues, for he never shrank from accepting the burden of his own mistakes and those of his subordinates. He was incapable of intrigue in any form. He had true personal dignity, caring little for either abuse or praise, and shunning the arts of self-advertisement. But he left on the ordinary mind the impression that he thought more of argument than of action. To most men he was identified with the political maxim enjoining delay, and in many matters his ministry had been too late. He was a man of the old regime, devoted to traditional methods and historic watchwords. His intellect was lucid and orderly, but in no way original, and the nation asked whether such a man could have that eye for the instant need of things which an unprecedented crisis demands. It seemed to his critics impossible to expect the unresting activity and the bold origination which the situation required from one whose habits of thought and deed were cast in the more leisurely mold of the elder school of statesmen. When a people judges, there is usually reason in its verdict, and it is idle to argue that Mr. Asquith was a perfect, or perhaps the best available leader in wartime. But history will not let his remarkable services go unacclaimed. In August 1914, he had led the nation in the path of honor and political wisdom. No man had stated more eloquently the essential principles for which Britain fought, or held to them more resolutely. In a tangle of conflicting policies, he had always kept in the mind of the public the vital point of the quarrel with the Central Powers. And if his optimism had at times an unfortunate effect, there can be little doubt that his steady nerve, coolness, and patience did much to keep an even temper in the people during days of disappointment and darkness. He departed from office with the dignity that he had worn in power, and he behaved throughout in all respects not as a party chief, but as a patriot. History will see in him a great debater, a great parliamentarian, a great public servant, and a great gentleman. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Fortress Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 70. The German Manoeuvres for Peace, November 9, 1916 to February 1, 1917. Throughout the autumn of 1916, the German troops and people were encouraged with hints of peace by Christmastide. The Imperial Chancellor, in his speech of 9th November, spoke smooth words, and the mind of the nation was prepared for his declaration of 12th December in the Reichstag, and the dispatch on the same day of a summons to the enemies of Germany to enter into negotiations. Before we deal with these overtures, it is necessary to consider the state of mind which prompted them. Germany's diplomacy had never been distinguished by subtlety. He who ran might read as in large type the motives of her numerous pronunciamentos. The causes which she wished the world to believe to have guided her action were always explicitly stated, but the true reasons could be observed sticking out like the stuffing from a damaged marionette. In the present case, she adopted the role of a generous conqueror. She had won in every field, but out of the fullness of her strength and the greatness of her soul, she would condescend to treat with beaten antagonists for the sake of humanity and the world's future. It is safe to say that the pose deceived no one except the more ignorant and credulous classes of her own people. She had begun the campaign with loud talk about the rights of Germany, founded on a higher culture, and with proclamations of her will to power. When her great offensive was foiled, but not till then, she discovered that she had always been waging a defensive war, and asked for the security of her frontiers and the opportunity of peaceful development. But her own spoken and written words, and above all her deeds, remained as damning evidence against her. If she abated one jot of her earlier pretensions, It was due not to a change of heart, but to a change of circumstance. Her first motive was prudential. The tide of her success had long ago begun to turn, and she wished to arrest the ebb while yet there was time. Deeply embarrassed as she was, she still occupied much foreign territory, which might be used in bargaining. The Battle of the Somme had shown her that a military machine was being strained to breaking point. Once it broke, all would be over, and at any cost that catastrophe must be averted. She had seen the Allied strength in the field grow to a pitch which she had believed impossible. But arguing from her own case, she considered that the effort had only been made at the expense of colossal sufferings, and that behind the Allies' resolution lay a profound war weariness. An offer of negotiations might, she thought, be welcomed by the masses of the Allied nations and forced by them on their governments. Once the belligerents consented to treat, she believed that she had certain advantages in any conference. She had much to give up which she could not hold, and her renunciation might win her the things which she considered vital to her future. Moreover, if her opponents were entangled in discussions, there was a chance of breaking up their unity and shifting the argument to minor issues. Her peril lay in the silence of her enemies, so long as they maintained their deadly concurrence on the broad principle that Germany had shattered the world's peace and must be prevented from doing it again. Her protestations would not move them, and her bluster would only steel their hearts. But once let them sit down to argue on ways and means, and they would beyond doubt reveal divergencies of purpose. It was a matter of life and death to her that the rift should appear in the Allied loot before she had suffered a final catastrophe. Her overtures were made also with the eye to the neutral states, notably America. Their sufferings during the war had been grave, and the longer it lasted, the more difficult became their position. They hungered for peace and would not scrutinize Germany's motives with the acumen of her actual foes. It might be assumed that they would look at the war map, to which the imperial chancellor so often turned, with eyes more readily dazzled than those who had won during 2 years of conflict a truer sense of the military value of territorial conquests. They might take Germany's claims at their face value and be really impressed by her apparent magnanimity. In any case, they would not be likely to welcome a summary bolting of the door against negotiations. If the Allies declined the offer, neutral opinion might force them to reconsider their refusal, and if they persisted, be seriously alienated from them. To win the goodwill of neutrals, even if nothing more were gained, would be an immense advantage for Germany, for there lay her one hope of reconstruction. Finally, she was thinking of her own people. They had at first been buoyed up with illusory dreams of a settlement dictated to a conquered earth. Then, with accustomed docility, they had accepted the view that Germany was waging a war of self-defense, and fought for virtue and peace against the mailed wickedness of the world. God had been good to her, and the malice of her enemies had been confounded. But, to show the cleanness of her soul, she was willing to forget and forgive, and to forego her just revenge for the sake of a quiet life. If proof were needed that the guilt of the beginning of the war did not lie on Germany, here surely was the last word, for, though victorious, she refused to take the responsibility of continuing it. The Emperor was a Prince of Peace as well as the Lord of Battles. Action which proceeds from any mixed and conflicting motives is likely to be a blunder. The German peace offer was no exception to the rule. To impress the German people, it had to be couched in a tone of high rhetoric and conscious superiority. To win its way with neutrals, it must emphasize Germany's past triumphs and present magnanimity. But these arguments would not appeal to the Allies, who denied the assumptions, so for their benefit something was added in the nature of a threat. The mere fact that the attempt was made at all implied a confession of weakness, when Germany's previous record was remembered. The consequence was that the impression left on men's minds by the German overtures was one of maladroitness carried to the pitch of genius. Of all combinations of manner, the least likely to impress is a blend of truculence and sentimentality, of cajolery and bluster. The antecedents of the step may be briefly summarized. As early as September 1916, the Imperial Chancellor was considering how President Wilson might be induced to offer mediation, if possible, before the presidential election in the beginning of November, and the army chiefs, somewhat skeptically, approved the notion. Count Bernstorff at Washington was encouraging. He believed that peaceful money-making is the sole life and interest of the American. In October, Baron Burian, the Austrian premier, came forward with the proposal that the Teutonic League should itself take the first action and make a direct offer to the enemy. There was some private discussion about minimum terms, from which it appeared that Austria and Germany were well agreed that the concessions must be trifling. Even Bethmann Hollweg, who was the most moderate, insisted upon the annexation of Liège and the mines of Brie, and the evacuation of French territory only after the payment of war indemnity. About the end of the month, the Emperor indited a letter to his Chancellor. Dismayed at the obstinacy of his enemies, he declared that they were obsessed by war psychosis, from which they possessed no liberator. Making a peace proposal, he wrote, is an act necessary to deliver the world, including neutrals, from obsession. For such an act, a ruler is wanted with a conscience, who feels responsible towards God, and who has a heart for his own and hostile peoples. A ruler is wanted who is inspired by a desire to deliver the world from sufferings without minding possible wrong interpretations of his act. I have the courage to do it. I will venture it, relying upon God. Hindenburg and Ludendorff concurred without much enthusiasm. Their main desire was the requisitioning of the whole of Germany's manpower, and the Auxiliary Service Bill, which satisfied part of their demands, became law on 2nd December. The majority socialists, who, under Scheidman, had now all but cut loose from the minority and become a government party, were sounded and promised their support. The fall of Bucharest on 6 December gave the cue for the entry of the peacemaker. It was unfortunate for his purpose that Neville chose the same time to inflict a signal defeat at Verdun on the peacemaker's all-conquering legions. On 12 December, the Imperial Chancellor made a speech in the Reichstag, in which he announced that, by the Emperor's orders, he had that morning proposed to the hostile powers to enter into peace negotiations in an invitation submitted through the representatives of neutral states. His peroration gave the key to his motives, for it struck all the different notes. In August 1914, our enemies challenged the superiority of power in a world war. Today we raise the question of peace, which is a question of humanity. We expect that the answer of our enemies will be given with that sereneness of mind which is guaranteed to us by our external and internal strength and by our clear conscience. If our enemies decline and wish to take upon themselves the world's heavy burden of all those terrors which thereafter will follow, then, even in the least and smallest homes, every German heart will burn in sacred wrath against our enemies, who are unwilling to stop human slaughter in order that their plans of conquest and annihilation may continue. In a fateful hour we took a fateful decision. God will be judge. We can proceed upon our way without fear or resentment. We are ready for war, and we are ready for peace. The note began by emphasizing the indestructible strength of Germany and her allies. It explained that this strength was used only to defend their existence and the freedom of their natural development, and all their many victories had not changed this purpose. They asked for peace negotiations at which they would bring forward proposals which would aim at assuring the existence, honor, and free development of their peoples, and would be such as to serve as a basis for the restoration of a lasting peace. No hint was given of what such proposals would be. The document was cunningly worded as to one part of its purpose, to impress the people of the fatherland. It was less skillful in regard to its effect upon neutrals, for it emphasized as facts one baseless assumption, that Germany was already the victor, and one falsehood, that the Allies were responsible for the origin of the war. A majority in the neutral world was probably indisposed to admit the first, and was almost certainly inclined to deny the second. As for the Allies themselves, the net was spread too brazenly in their sight. An invitation to a conference based on such premises would, if accepted, put them wholly in a false position. It revealed the lines of the German argument, lines which admitted of no conceivable agreement. It was an empty offer, not specifying the terms which Germany was willing to accept, but leaving them to be deduced from the arrogance of the peacemaker's language. For the Allies to consider the thing for one moment would have been a waste of time in the serious business of war. The design was too obvious to deceive any but the slenderest and most perverse section of Allied opinion. It was promptly exposed in France by Monsieur Briand, in Italy by Baron Sannino, in Russia by Monsieur Petrovsky, and in Japan by Viscount Otono, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. On 30th December, the French government communicated to the United States ambassador in Paris a formal answer signed by Russia, France, Great Britain, Japan, Italy, Serbia, Belgium, Montenegro, Portugal, and Rumania. The document expounded most temperately, but most clearly, the illusory nature of Germany's proposal. There could be no peace without retribution, reparation, and guarantees for the future. Of these German note made no mention, and its truculence precluded any hope of assent to them. The overtures were merely an attempt to justify in advance in the eyes of the world some new series of crimes. Once again, the Allies declared that no peace is possible so long as they have not secured reparation for violated rights and liberties, recognition of the principle of nationalities, and of the free existence of small states, so long as they have not brought about a settlement calculated to end, once and for all, causes which have constituted perpetual menace to the nations, and to afford the only effective guarantees for the future security of the world. About the same time, the German press took to publishing documents which showed that the Allies were right in their diagnosis of German tactics. One was a secret memorandum adopted 6 months before by the Council of the German Navy League, which, in sober, business-like language, laid down the minimum that Germany required as the result of war, a minimum which included the annexation of Belgium. More important still was the article published on New Year's Eve in the Frankfurter Zeitung by Professor Manneke of Freiburg on the development of Germany's war plans. The historian admitted what the publicists had denied. Germany had entered upon a contest which only in the political sense could be called defensive. From the military point of view, it was meant to be a knockout war. It had failed at the Marne, and the later phase, the war of attrition, had failed before the Somme began. She had come to the conclusion that victory in the full sense was impossible. She therefore favored the idea that the sacrifices demanded by the continuation of the war can no longer bear any relation to the military results, which can still be expected, and that it is a statesmanlike, intelligent, and wise to abandon the intention of destruction, which after all does not lead to destruction, and to seek a reasonable compromise. It was the truth. Having failed to destroy in the field, Germany sought to bargain. But the candor of the historian gave the lie to the rhetoric of the imperial chancellor and his master. Close on the heels of German overture came another note of a very different kind. Mr. Wilson was now in the position which has been described as the most powerful, enjoyed by any of the rulers of the world, that of an American president elected for a second term of office. The nation had affirmed by a great majority its confidence in him, and since, by the unwritten constitutional law of the United States, A third consecutive term as president is inadmissible. He was free from those considerations of tactics which must to some extent embarrass the most independent of party leaders. He was now able, if he so willed, to reopen the question of America's neutrality, subject always to the restriction that, as a constitutional ruler, he must carry the nation along with him. The election had been fought on narrow issues. Both parties had talked assiduously of the necessity of defending American rights against violation from any quarter. But Mr. Hughes, the Republican candidate, had contented himself with a general criticism of Mr. Wilson's policy toward Mexico and Germany, and had taken no clear line on the question of intervention. They were German sympathizers, as they were strong advocates of the Allies in the ranks of both sides. Mr. Wilson undoubtedly received the bulk of his popular support because he had kept America out of the war. Therefore, his mandate was to uphold so far as was possible the existing status of peace. But at the same time, in his election campaign, he had kept to the fore a kind of internationalism. The policy of the League to Enforce Peace had been part of his program, and this scheme for compulsory arbitration among the powers of the world, and the re-establishment of a definite code of public right, meant really a breach with the traditional foreign policy of America. It was clear that, in Wilson's view, no nation, however powerful, could live for itself alone. In the speech in which he accepted his renomination, he had declared, "No nation can any longer remain neutral as against any willful destruction of the peace of the world. The nations of the world must unite in joint guarantee that whatever is done to disturb the whole world's life must first be tested in the court of the whole world's opinion before it is attempted." Mr. Wilson was therefore elected not merely to keep America at peace. He was given a mandate for international reform, and the two missions might well prove incompatible. When, after his victory, he looked round the horizon, he saw many clouds that promised storm. The darkest was the German submarine campaign. Germany, in spite of her pledge to Washington, was busily engaged in very acts which in the preceding April he had unsparingly condemned. He saw, moreover, that the lot of neutrals was rapidly becoming unendurable, and that with Germany in her present temper, the most pacific among them might be forced into a war of self-defense. Accordingly, he felt obliged to clear up the situation by asking the belligerents to define their real aims. Such a step had in the main a tactical purpose. Elected as a peace president, he must be able to justify himself fully to his people if he were forced into a course which was not pacific. He had formulated an international policy with general assent. The war aims of the belligerents must be clearly shown to be in accord with, or antagonistic to, that policy before the United States could take sides. He felt that the compulsion of events was forcing him in the direction of war. He wished to point this out to the world, for it might have a restraining and sobering effect on the combatants. If he failed in that aim, he would at least prepare the mind of America for the inevitable. The note, which was presented on 18th December, had no relation to the German peace proposals. It was written, in part at any rate, before the Emperor's move, and, as we have seen, was a necessary consequence of Mr. Wilson's new position. Its construction and wording were devised with skill to serve the President's purpose. It stated that the published aim of both sets of belligerents appeared to be the same, and it defined these aims in a manner consonant with America's declared views. Each side desires to make the rights and privileges of weak peoples and small states as secure against aggression and denial in the future as the rights and privileges of the great and powerful states now at war. Each wishes itself to be made secure in the future, along with all other nations and peoples, against the recurrence of wars like this, and against oppression and selfish interference of any kind. Each would be jealous of the formation of any more rival leagues to preserve an uncertain balance of power against multiplying suspicions, but each is ready to consider the formation of a League of Nations to ensure peace and justice throughout the world. It was an adroit move, for by defining the aims of the Allies and crediting these aims also to the Central Powers, it brought the conduct of the latter, which from the first day of the war had been a flagrant denial of these aims, into bold relief. The note went on to invite a comparison of views in detail, since on generalities all seemed to be in agreement. It pointed out that the prolongation of the war to an aimless exhaustion would endanger the whole future of civilization. The President is not proposing peace, so ran the conclusion. He is not even offering mediation. He is merely proposing that soundings be taken in order that we may learn, the neutral nations with the belligerents, how near the haven of peace may be, for which all mankind longs with an intense and increasing longing. The purpose of the note was not at first detected among the Allied peoples. Small blame to them for their misapprehension. Combatants engaged in a struggle of life and death have no time to appreciate the finesse of a third party who stands outside the fray. Mr. Wilson's definition of Germany's war aims seemed to most people a misreading of the plain facts of the war, and of 1,000 printed and spoken German declarations. His request to the Allies to formulate in detail their proposals seemed to be open to the same objection which Lincoln urged against those who clamored for his plan of reconstruction before the North had won in the field. I have laboriously endeavored, Lincoln said in 1863, to avoid that question ever since it first began to be mooted, and thus to avoid confusion and disturbance in our own councils. The Allied governments judged more wisely. They saw Mr. Wilson's purpose. They realized that he was being forced towards a breach with Germany, and that he must make certain in his own mind and the mind of his people that the cause for which the Allies fought was consistent with American ideals. Accordingly, they received his note with a true appreciation of its meaning, and patiently and temperately set forth their answer. That answer was one of the most notable documents that ever emanated from European chancelleries. In the friendliest spirit, it declined to set out the Allied war aims in detail, since these could not be formulated till the hour for negotiations arrived. But the civilized world knows that they imply, necessarily and first of all, the restoration of Belgium, Serbia, and Montenegro, with the compensation due to them, the evacuation of the invaded territories in France, in Russia, in Rumania, with just reparation, the reorganization of Europe, guaranteed by a stable regime and based at once on respect for nationalities and on the right to full security and liberty of economic development, possessed by all peoples, small and great, and at the same time upon territorial conventions and international settlements, such as to guarantee land and sea frontiers against unjustified attack. The restoration of provinces, formerly torn from the Allies by force or against the wish of their inhabitants, the liberation of the Italians, and also of the Slavs, Romanians, and Czechoslovaks from foreign domination, the setting free of the population subject to the bloody tyranny of the Turks, and the turning out of Europe of the Ottoman Empire as decidedly foreign to Western civilization. The Allies associated themselves wholeheartedly with the projects of a League of the Nations, but pointed out that before such a league could come into being, the present dispute must be settled. The malignant ill in the body politic must be cured before a regimen could be adopted to ensure its future health. At the same time, the Belgian government submitted an answer to the American president, pointing the moral from the case of their own country. The barbarous manner in which the German government has treated and still treats the Belgian nation does not allow us to presume that Germany will trouble in the future about guaranteeing the rights of weak nations, which he has never ceased to trample underfoot since the moment when the war, let loose by her, began to decimate Europe. The American note met with no response from Germany, chagrined by her failure to produce dissension among the Allies and profoundly embarrassed by President Wilson's overtures. She contented herself with an angry declaration to neutrals, a mixture of bad logic and bad history, and a string of denials of what she had in her palmier days admitted and gloried in. This came on January 11th, 1917, and the next day the Emperor issued a proclamation to make certain that his tactics, if they had failed with the enemy, should at least have some success with the German people. Our enemies had dropped the mask. After refusing with scorn and hypocritical words of love for peace and humanity, our honest peace offer, they now, in their reply to the United States, have gone beyond that and admitted their lust for conquest, the baseness of which is further enhanced by their calumnious assertions. Their aim is the crushing of Germany, the dismemberment of the powers allied to us, and the enslavement of the freedom of Europe and the seas under the same yoke that Greece, with gnashing teeth, is now enduring. Burning indignation and holy wrath will redouble the strength of every German man and woman, whether is devoted to fighting, work, or suffering. The sympathetic reception of the Allied reply in America proved that the President had read aright the temper of his people, and that the Allied governments had been correct in their interpretation of the meaning of his message. Britain and the United States were alike in one thing. Both had regarded themselves in old days as extra-European powers. But the logic of circumstances had brought one into the family of Europe, and the same force seemed about to bring the other into a fellowship which was not of Europe alone, but of the civilized world. On January 22nd, 1917, the President, deeming that the words of his note needed amplification, delivered a remarkable address to the Senate, in which he unfolded his program for a League of Peace. Such a league could only come into being after the present war was over, and on the nature of the settlement depended America's support to guarantee the future. He outlined the terms which he would consider a satisfactory foundation for the new world. It must be a peace without victory, that is, a peace not dictated by a victor to a loser, leaving a heritage of resentment. It must be founded on the recognition of the equal rights of all states, great and small. It must be based on the principle that a people is not a chattel to hand from one sovereignty to another, but that governments only derive their power from the consent of the governed. It must assure, as far as possible, a direct outlet for every great people to the highways of the sea. The ocean must be free in practically all circumstances for the use of mankind, and armaments, both military and naval, must be limited. From no one of these conditions were the Allies disposed to dissent. By peace without victory, it was clear from the context that Mr. Wilson meant peace without that destruction and dismemberment of Germany which the Allies had expressly repudiated. In another sense, there could be no peace without victory, victory over the mad absolutism and military pride of the Central Powers. Unless they were crushed to the earth, no sanctions, no guarantees, no system of treaties, no rectification of frontiers, no League of Peace would endure for a decade, for it had long ago proclaimed itself against international law and a flouter of all rights, however sacred. If it were decisively beaten, the terms of peace mattered less, for the secular enemy of all peace would have disappeared. Victory, the right kind of victory, was, on Mr. Wilson's own argument, the essential preliminary of any lasting settlement. There comes moments in the middle of any great toil when it is desirable, for the good of the toiler's soul, that he straighten his back and look round. Respice venam is the best traveler's maxim. Without a constant remembrance of the goal, the pilgrim may find the rough places impassable, and will be prone to stray from the road. The value of Mr. Wilson's intervention was that it caused the Allies to reflect upon the deeper purpose of the war. It emphasized the essential idealism of their cause, which had become dim in many minds from that preoccupation with detail which a desperate contest induces. It was well that it should be so, for events were in train in Russia and in America itself, which were to change the whole complexion of the struggle and set the ideal aspect foremost in the eye of the world. For the remainder of the war, the question of ultimate aims was to be canvassed unceasingly, and every ally had to examine herself and discover her soul in the quest for a common denominator of purpose. Germany, too, discovered herself, and that speedily. The terrors, which the Imperial Chancellor had proclaimed in his speech of 12th December, were at once put into motion. In the previous August, Hindenburg and Ludendorff had opposed unrestricted submarine warfare on the ground that the time was not ripe for it. They changed their views after the Romanian victory, when it became certain that no European neutral was likely to enter the lists against them. The price, as they frankly recognized, was war with the United States, but they calculated that America would not put in the field more than 5 or 6 divisions during the first year, and they were clear that the campaign would have a decisive effect long before America could send armies on the grand scale. They had small hope of results from the peace offer, but they consented to postpone a decision until it had been given a fair trial. On 23rd December, Hindenburg told the Chancellor that in his view, unrestricted submarine warfare was not essential in view of Germany's dangerous economic and military position, and at the conference on January 9, 1917, the Emperor and the Chancellor accepted the view. The decision was, strangely enough, combined with the drafting on 29th January of Germany's peace terms were dispatched to Mr. Wilson. These included the renunciation of the part of Upper Alsace, then occupied by France, the return of the German colonies, a strategic rectification of the French and Russian frontiers, and the restoration of Belgium subject to guarantees. But this peace overture was obscured by the momentous declaration of the new submarine policy, for on 31st January, the German government announced that from 1st February, all sea traffic within certain zones adjoining Britain, France, and Italy, and in the eastern Mediterranean would, without further notice, be prevented by all weapons. This meant that German submarines would sink at sight within these areas all vessels, whether neutral or belligerent. The causes alleged were the illegality of the Allied blockade and the Allied rejection of Germany's peace offer. But Bethmann Hollweg, in the Reichstag, set forth another reason. He had always been in favor, he said, of ruthless methods of submarine warfare, if they were best calculated to lead to a swift victory. Last autumn the time was not yet ripe, but today the moment has come when, with the greatest prospect of success, we can undertake this enterprise. We must, therefore, delay no longer. The Imperial Chancellor was a maladroit diplomat, who occasionally blundered into speaking the truth. End of chapter 70.
Section 37 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Fortress Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 71. The Clearing of Sinai and the Fall of Baghdad. August 9, 1916 to March 11, 1917. We left the story of the war against Turkey at the point when in August 1916, Sir Archibald Murray's forces in Egypt had successfully repelled the Turkish offensive at Romani, while Sir Stanley Maud's army of Mesopotamia was slowly perfecting its preparations for the recovery of Kut. Yudenich in the Caucasus, with Erzurum, Trebizond, and Erzinian in his possession, was detaining at least half of Turkey's total fighting strength, and Baratov with his small column was hanging somewhat precariously on the western borders of Persia. For the moment Turkey was safe, but her security was not solidly founded. She owed it rather to her opponent's mistakes than to her own inherent strength. Her 50-odd divisions were widely scattered, half against Yudenich, 5 or 6 in Galicia and the Dobruja, 3 on the Tigris, 5 in Syria, and detachments on the Persian frontier at Gallipoli and on the Struma. If her enemies could combine, if Maud and Yudenich could join hands and Murray press northward through Syria, there was a chance of that decisive defeat in the field, which would put her out of action. The Allies had blundered grievously, but they had learned much and they had great assets. They had in Egypt an ideal offensive base, the advantages of which were only now being realized, and they had against them an enemy whose military strength had been heavily depleted by costly actions and weakened by every kind of internal distraction and misgovernment. The distinction between the Western and Eastern school of strategy among the Allies was largely fictitious. No sane man denied the necessity of making the chief effort on the Western front, and few but admitted that victory was no less necessary in the East. Germany must be beaten in the theater where her main forces were engaged, but it was not less important to cut her off from the eastern extension on which for a generation she had set her heart. Turkey, it was clear, must be brought to such a pass in the field that she would have to submit to the drastic terms of the Allies. Her policy had been thoroughly Germanized. She had flung off all her old treaty obligations and claimed the status of one of the great powers of Europe. Footnote: on January 1st, 1917, she finally denounced the Treaty of Paris of 1856 and the Treaty of Berlin of 1878, and at the same time abolished the autonomous organization of the Lebanon province. She had lost most of her shadowy hegemony over Islam, for the Grand Sharif of Mecca, who at the close of 1916 assumed the title of King of the Hejaz, had called the faithful to witness that the so-called Caliphs of Constantinople had at all times been puppets in the hands of some kind of janissary, and that the new janissaries from Prussia were conspicuously unsuited to be the guardians of the mysteries of the faith. Turkey had thrown down a challenge which could only be answered by her destruction as an empire and as a suzerain power. There was every military reason for an energetic campaign against her, for her immobilization would have immediate effects upon the Achilles heel of Prussianism, its Austrian and Bulgarian allies. The political reasons were even stronger, for no war of liberation could suffer the anomaly of the Near East to go unreformed. The Turk had been so long the nominal ally of Britain that many had come to regard him with an affectionate toleration, as a man regards the occasional misdeeds of a faithful and spirited dog. That the Turkish peasant was brave, hardy, and uncomplaining was beyond doubt. That a considerable section of the old Turkish gentry had good manners, a picturesque air, and certain virtues not too common in the modern world might be maintained with reason. But no sentimentalism could change the fact that the Turk and his kind had nowhere shown a trace of administrative genius or civic spirit, and that wherever he had set his foot, he had blasted the land. His race was like the wind from the desert, which scorches and never fructifies or blesses. Turkey was a military power, competent only when in the saddle, with the sword drawn. She had no gifts for the arts of peace, and no power to rebuild when she had broken down. Her history was, in the words of the Allied Statement of War Aims to President Wilson, a bloody tyranny. The old Turk was a blunderer with a certain redeeming qualities. The new Turk was no less a blunderer, but he had lost the qualities and adopted with easy grace the worst vices of his Prussian masters, whose creed was terribly akin to the root characteristics of his tribe. Turkey's dominion embraced the ruins of the richest and most enlightened lands of the ancient world, the cradle of civilization of the Christian faith. The old proud empires from New Rome to Baghdad were not destroyed by Islam. The rich Umayyad culture in Baghdad under the caliphs were the achievement of the eldest sons of Islam, the Arabs, who gave light and leading to all North Africa and 1/3 of Asia. They were destroyed by the Turk. Under his kindly rule, Baghdad became a city of hovels, and Mesopotamia a swamp and a sand dune. Persecutions, overtaxation, corruption, and incompetence characterized all the centuries of his regime. Since the war began, he had shown his natural instincts by causing the death of the better part of 1 million Armenians, and partly from fecklessness and partly from malice, letting half the population of the Lebanon die of famine. The world had been very patient with him, but the coup of his offenses now overflowed. So monstrous an anachronism as the Turkish Empire must be removed from the family of the nations, and the Turk must return to the part for which he had always been destined, that of the ruler of a tribal province. Through the autumn months of 1916, Sir Archibald Murray, this kind of warfare was much the same as the old Sudan campaigns. The condition was that before each move, large quantities of supplies had to be collected at an advanced base. An action was then fought to clear the front, and after it came a pause, while the railway was carried forward and a new reserve of supplies accumulated. The task was harder than in the Sudan, for there was no river to give water. In that thirsty land, after the Katia basin was left behind, water was almost non-existent, and supplies had to be brought by rail in tank trucks till a pipeline could be laid. The work entailed was very great, but the organization of camel transport gradually bridged the gap between the railhead and the front. The soldiers in the French and Flanders trenches were inclined to look upon the Egyptian campaign as the longed-for war of movement. Movement there was, but it was less the movement of cavalry riding for an objective than the slow progress of engineers daily completing a small section of line in the sun-banked sand. Sir Archibald Murray has described the situation. The main factor without which all liberty of action and any tactical victory would have been nugatory was work, intense and unremitting. To regain the peninsula, the true frontier of Egypt, hundreds of miles of water piping had been laid. Filters capable of supplying 1,500,000 gallons of water a day and reservoirs had been installed, and tons of stone transported from distant quarries. Kantara had been transformed from a small canal village into an important railway and water terminus, with wharves and cranes and a railway ferry, and the desert, till then almost destitute of human habitation, showed the successive marks of our advance in the shape of strong positions firmly entrenched and protected by hundreds of miles of barbed wire, of standing camps where troops could shelter in comfortable huts, of tanks and reservoirs, of railway stations and sidings, of aerodromes, and of signal stations and wireless installations, by all of which the desert was subdued and made habitable, and adequate lines of communication established between the advancing troops and their ever-receding base. Moreover, not only had British troops labored incessantly during the summer and autumn, but the body of organized native labor had grown. The necessity of combining the protection and maintenance, including the important work of sanitation, of this large force of workers, British and native, with that progress on the railway roads and pipes which was vital to the success of any operation, put the severest strain upon all energies and resources. But the problem of feeding the workers without starving the work was solved by the goodwill and energy of all concerned. The headquarters of the Egyptian Expeditionary Force under Sir Archibald Murray were now at Cairo, and the Eastern Force, with headquarters at Ismailia, was under Lieutenant General Sir Charles Dobell, the conqueror of the Cameroons. Of this, the spearhead was the Desert Column, consisting mainly of Australian, New Zealand, and British mounted troops, and the Camel Troops, now under Lieutenant General Sir Philip Cathwood, who had commanded the 2nd Cavalry Division on the French front. The immediate objective was El Arish, and during October and November much bombing work was done by the Royal Flying Corps, and there were various brilliant little cavalry reconnaissances. Between 13th and 17th October, for example, the enemy position on the steep hills at Magara, 65 miles east of Ismailia, was successfully reconnoitered after 2 difficult night marches. Meantime, the railway was creeping on. At the end of October, it was 4 miles east of Bir el Abed, and by 26 November, it had reached Mazar. The enemy's advanced position in front of El Arish and Masaid covered all the water in the area, and it was necessary to accumulate large supplies at railhead in case the operation of dislodging him should prove a slow one. By 20th December we were ready to strike, but the Turks did not await us. On the night of the 19th December they evacuated the positions which they had so elaborately fortified. Their retreat was discovered by our airmen, and on the night of the 20th, Australian and New Zealand mounted troops, supported by the Imperial Camel Corps, marched 20 miles and reached El Arish at sunrise to find it empty. The Turkish garrison of 1,600 men had fallen back upon Magdaba. Scottish troops entered El Arish some hours later, and the frontier town, which for 2 years had been in the enemy's hands, was now restored to Egypt. Mine-sweeping operations were at once begun in the roadstead. A pier was built, and by the 24th, supply ships from Port Said had begun unloading stores. We had won the necessary advanced base for the coming major operations. The next step was to round up the retreating garrison. At 12:45 a.m. on the morning of 23rd December, a flying column took the road under Chauvel and found the enemy at Magdaba, 20 miles to the south-southeast, in a strong position on both banks of the Wadi El Arish. Then followed a very perfect little action. The Australian light horse and the New Zealand mounted rifles moved east of Magdaba against the enemy's right flank and rear, while the Imperial Camel Corps attacked in front. The reserves, in order to prevent escape, swung round from the northwest. Shortly after noon, the Turkish position was completely surrounded. The mirage, however, impeded the work of the horse artillery batteries, and the entire absence of water made it clear that unless Magdaba was carried soon, the troops would have to be withdrawn. Chauvel, accordingly, was given orders to press the attack, and by 4 o'clock, after a bayonet charge by a light horse regiment, the place was won. Our casualties were 12 officers and 134 other ranks killed and wounded. We took 1,282 prisoners, 4 mountain guns, 1 machine gun, and over 1,000 rifles. Our airplanes reported that the enemy had entrenched himself at Magruntine, near Rafah, 30 miles northeast of El Arish. But Doble had to wait for supplies before he could strike a fresh blow. The new position was a formidable one, made up of a central keep surrounded by 3 strong series of works connected by trenches, with an open glacis in front of them. The Desert Column, under Sir Philip Chatwood, consisting of Australian and New Zealand mounted troops, British yeomanry, and the Imperial Camel Corps, left El Arish on the evening of January 8, 1917, and at dawn on the 19th had surrounded the enemy. As at Magdaba, the Australians and New Zealanders attacked on the right from the east, while the Camel Corps moved against the front. By 11 a.m., Rafah was taken, and by 4:45 p.m., the New Zealanders had captured the main redoubt. By 5:30 p.m., the action, which had lasted 10 hours, was over, and a relieving enemy column coming from Shelal had been driven back. Our casualties were only 487 in all, and from the enemy we took 1,600 unwounded prisoners, 6 machine guns, 4 mountain guns, and a quantity of transport. The actions of Magdaba and Rafah were models of desert campaigning and showed the perfect cooperation of all arms. They were battles of the old type, where mobility and tactical boldness carried the day, and where from a neighboring height every incident of the fight could be followed. The result was the clearing of the Sinai desert of all formed bodies of Turkish troops. Operations in the interior and the south, conducted by small flying columns of cavalry and camelry, had kept pace with the greater movement in the north. The British troops were now beyond the desert, on the edge of habitable country. The next objective was the Gaza-Beersheba line, the gateway to Syria. During the last month of 1916, the western borders of Egypt were comparatively peaceful. The last flickering of rebellion was stamped out in Darfur in November, when the ex-Sultan Ali Dinar was killed. The Bahariya and Dakala oasis had been occupied without trouble, and our chief business on that frontier was that of police patrols and on occasional reconnaissance. But during January, news came that Sidi Ahmed, the Grand Senussi, with his commander-in-chief Mahmoud Salah, and a force of 1,200 was preparing to leave Siwa Oasis and return to Jagbab. Major General Watson, commanding the western force, was ordered to advance on the Siwa and Jirba Oasis, with the object of capturing the Grand Senussi and scattering his following. But to conduct any considerable force over the 200 waterless miles between Mersa Matruh and Siwa would have taken at least a month's preparation, so the task was entrusted to a column of armored motor cars. The plan was for the main body to attack the enemy camp at Jirba, while a detachment should hold the Munasib Pass, the only pass between Siwa and Jagbab practicable for camels, and so deflect Sidi Ahmed's flight into the waterless desert. On 3rd February, the main enemy camp at Jirba was attacked. Saleh resisted strongly all day, while Sidi Ahmed made off westward. At dawn, on the 4th, Saleh too was in flight, and on the 5th, Siwa was entered without opposition. Meantime, the Munasib detachment had occupied the pass and ambushed a party of the enemy. Sidi Ahmed was therefore forced to abandon his natural route of retreat, and with his commander-in-chief make the best of a bad road to his distant sanctuary. The expedition, in the words of Sir Archibald Murray's dispatch, dealt a rude blow to the moral of the Senussi, left the Grand Senussi himself painfully making his way to Jangbub through the rugged and waterless dunes, and freed my western front from the menace of his forces. In August, Lieutenant General Sir Stanley Maude, who had commanded the 13th Division, had succeeded Sir Percy Lake in command of the Mesopotamian Expeditionary Force. The worst trouble of that army were now over. Hospital arrangements had been perfected, river transport had been reorganized, railway communications had been completed, and all the work behind the front, without which an advance of troops cannot be made, had reached a state of efficiency very different from the confusion of the early days. General Maude had before him an intricate strategical problem. His area of command stretched from the banks of the Euphrates to the walls of Ispahan, and it seemed as if the enemy aimed at containing the British on the Tigris, while attacking towards Nasiriyah on the Euphrates in the west, and in the east waging a campaign through Persia against the safety of India. In these circumstances, the British commander-in-chief decided rightly that to disseminate our troops in order to safeguard the various conflicting interests involved would have relegated us to a passive defensive everywhere. The true policy was to strike at the enemy's main center, Baghdad, for a successful advance up the Tigris, would relieve the pressure in Persia and on the Euphrates. Movement was, of course, impossible during the summer. The intense heat had tried the health of men who had already behind them an incredible record of desert warfare. The cooler days of the early autumn were employed in improving the training of all arms, accumulating supplies at the front and bringing forward drafts for the different units. By the end of November, the time was ripe for an advance. The battalions were up to strength and in good health and spirits, and the concentration on the river upstream from Sheikh Saad was completed. We have seen in an earlier chapter that after the fall of Kut, we had considerably advanced our lines, before the advent of the Mesopotamian summer put an end to campaigning. In the beginning of December, the Turkish front before Kut lay as follows. On the left bank of the Tigris, 15 miles from the town, they still held the Saniat position, now much elaborated and strengthened, between the Suwaichia march and the river, and all the hinterland as far as Kut was covered with a series of reserve lines. On the right bank, their front ran from a point on the Tigris 3 miles northeast of Kut, across the big loop which is called the Kudairi Bend, to the Shat el-Hai 2 miles below where it leaves the main river. There it crossed the Hai and ran northwest to the Shumran Band of the Tigris. There was a pontoon bridge across the Hai close to its point of exit from the main river, and another across the Tigris at Shumran. Further, the enemy held the Hai itself for several miles below the bridgehead. Everywhere he had strong trench systems and wire entanglements. On the left bank we were within 120 yards of him at Saniyat. On the right bank our contact was less close, our advanced posts being about 2 miles from the Kadairi Bend and 5 miles from the Hai position. The strategical situation was, on the whole, favorable for Maude. The enemy's lines on the right bank of the Tigris were a dozen miles upstream from those on the left bank. His communications were therefore, in the technical phrase, in prolongation of his battlefront. If we carried the line of the Hai, we should be in a position to threaten seriously the communications of the Sunniyat lines. On the other hand, our own situation was reasonably safe. The waterless desert made any flanking movement against us from the high precarious, and the Suwaicha marsh, if it protected the Turkish left flank, also secured our right. Again, the long front gave us many opportunities for feints to cover our real purpose. Maud's plan was simple and sound. His first object was to carry the high line and then gradually to drive the enemy from the right bank of the river. If he succeeded in this, he would be able by constant attacks to make him nervous about his communications. Then a great effort could be made to force the Saniyat position, which would mean the fall of Kut. But even if this operation proved too difficult, it might be possible, when the enemy was sufficiently weakened and distracted, to cross the Tigris west of Kut and cut his communications. As we shall see, Maud succeeded in each item of his plan. By 12 December, our concentration was complete, and our troops in a position for attack. The British striking force was divided into two parts. That on the right, under Lieutenant General A.S. Cobb, V.C., was devoted to holding the enemy on the left bank of the river to the Suniyat position and watching the right bank up to the Kadiri Bend, while that on the left, under Lieutenant General W.R. Marshall, which included the cavalry, was by a surprise march to win a position on the high. All through the 13th, Cobb bombarded Saniyat as if about to attack there, and that night Marshall moved westward against the high. The enemy was taken by surprise, and without much difficulty we crossed at Atab and Basrugia, about 8 miles from Kut, clearing the ground on the western bank to the depth of over a mile. We then swung northward along both banks to a point some 2.5 miles from Kut. 2 pontoon bridges were constructed at Atab. During the next 2 days we pressed steadily forward, while our aircraft bombed the Turkish bridge of boats at Shumran, and compelled the enemy to remove it to the west side of the bend. The Turkish bridgehead at the exit of Hai was now under a continuous bombardment. On the 18th, we succeeded in reaching the river between Kadairi Bend and Kut, thereby severing the Turkish lateral communications on the right bank. This left the Turkish force in the bend cut off on left and right, and sustained only by their connection with the enemy left flank across the river. On 26 December, the weather broke, and the rains fell steadily for a fortnight. The stream rose and spread over the countryside, so that our single-line railway, now extended to Atab, was worked with difficulty, and cavalry reconnaissances were hampered by the lagoons and sodden ground. Nevertheless, during the first week of 1917, we kept up a steady bombardment, and especially made the Turkish bridgehead at the Shumran a precarious lodgment. An attempt by us on the 20th January to bridge the Tigris 4 miles west of Shumran was anticipated by the enemy and had to be abandoned. But the chief work of these days was the clearing of the Kadair Bend. Our hold on the high had given us real advantages, the chief of which were that we were in a position to threaten constantly the Turkish communications west of Shumran, that we had removed the danger of any attack on Nasiriyah on the Euphrates, and that we had cut off the enemy's supplies from the rich country of the Middle Hay. We had reached the banks of the Tigris southeast of Kut, but between that point and Magaisis the Turks still held the right bank, and could, in flood time, open the bounds and swamp part of our front. Obviously, before we could advance, we must clear this Kadairi band, which would give us the mastery of the whole right bank from Kut downwards. The task was entrusted to Cobb, who, beginning operations on 5th January, succeeded by the 19th in effecting his purpose. The ground was flat and bare, and exposed on both flanks to fire at close range from across the river. Hence, many thousand yards of new trenches and covered approaches had to be dug in drenching rain and under continuous fire. The successive Turkish lines were carried by severe hand-to-hand fighting, which did much to weaken the enemy morale. Meantime, Marshall was busy winning the last fragment of the high line, that corner close to the Tigris, where the Turks held a strongly entrenched salient astride the lesser stream. It took him 13 days to get into position for the attack, but on 24th January, his trenches were within 400 yards of the enemy front. Next day he carried the Turkish first line on a breadth of more than a mile, and his right wing also broke through the second line, thanks to the clearing of Kadair Bend. His left wing on the western bank of the high had a more difficult task, for it was exposed to heavy enfilading fire. and had the enemy in strength against it. At first it, too, won the Turkish second line, but after 4 attacks it was compelled to retire. Next morning, 2 Punjabi battalions finally carried the ground, and by the 28th we held 2 miles of the position to a depth of from 300 to 700 yards. On 1st February, our right won the enemy third line, but a similar gain on our left could not be held against the Turkish counter-attack, supported by enfilading fire. Next day, Marshall extended his left towards the Tigris, with a view to operating presently against the Dara Bend, the loop of the river between Kut and the Shumran Peninsula. On the 4th, the whole of the left bank of the High was ours, and the Turks fell back to the licorice factory in the western angle between the High and the Tigris, and a line across the Dara Bend. The enemy's hold on the right bank of the Tigris was now rapidly weakening, and the next step was to clear the Dara Bend. The licorice factory was kept under constant bombardment, for it was a nest of machine guns, and on the 9th ground was won in the enemy's center, while on the left we pushed our front to within 2,500 yards of the south end of the Shumran Bend. On the Roth there was a general forward movement, in spite of a high wind and a dust storm, and the Turks were compelled to evacuate the licorice factory, and withdraw to a new line 2.5 miles long well inside the Dara Bend. Next day we reached the Tigris, southeast of the Shumran Bend, and so enclosed the enemy. Marshall resolved to attack the Turkish right center, and several days were occupied with driving the enemy from advanced posts and constructing trenches and approaches for the coming assault. On the 15th, we feinted hard against the Turkish left, and this enabled us to carry the enemy's right center on a broad front, since our barrage prevented him from transferring thither the men he had used to strengthen his left. Presently his left center was carried by Scottish and Indian troops, who pushed northeastward towards the Tigris, isolated the Turkish left, and took 1,000 prisoners. The enemy fell back across the river, leaving some 2,000 prisoners behind him, and by the morning of the 16th the Dara Bend was wholly in our hands. "Thus terminated," wrote Maud, "a phase of severe fighting brilliantly carried out. To eject the enemy from that horseshoe bend, bristling with trenches and commanded from across the river on 3 sides by hostile batteries and machine guns, called for offensive qualities of a high standard on the part of the troops." Maud had carried out the main preliminaries of his plan. He had won all the right bank of the Tigris in the vicinity of Kut. Khalil's line now ran east and west from Saniat to Shumran, with his left wing bent at right angles between the Suwaicha marsh and the river. It was geographically a strong defensive position, for it was protected throughout almost its whole length by the Tigris. But it had one weak point, at Shumran, where the enemy's battlefront and his line of communications met, and his fears for this point had compelled him to weaken other parts of his front. The moment had come for the British to cross the river, and the proper crossing place must be as far as possible to the west. If the crossing was to succeed, the forces at Saniat must be kept closely engaged, and activities maintained along the whole river line. We hoped to enter by the back door, but if that was to be forced open, it was necessary to knock violently at the front door to distract the occupants. On 17th February, Cobb attacked at Saniat over sodden ground, for during the last few days the rain had fallen heavily. His attack was a surprise, and with little loss he carried the first and second lines on a frontage of 400 yards. Enemy counterattacks, however, drove him back to his own lines before the evening. Then came a pause, while preparations were being made for the Shumran crossing, approaches being constructed and guns moved under cover of night, and the crews of the pontoons trained for their duties. On the 22nd, part of Cobb's forces again attacked at Saniat, and after a day's hard fighting secured the first 2 enemy trench lines. That night we made a feint as if to cross at Kut and Magasis, and during the daylight we had allowed our preparations to be furtively observed, so that the enemy moved troops and guns to the Kut Peninsula. On the 23rd came the real attempt. The place selected for the purpose was the south end of the Shumran Bend, and 3 ferries were provided immediately downstream. Just before dawn, the work of the ferries began. The lower ferries came immediately under such a furious machine gun fire that they had to be closed, though not until a gallant company of Gurkhas had reached the farther bank. But the troops using the uppermost ferry crossed with ease and took 5 machine guns and 300 prisoners. By 7:30 a.m., 3 companies of Norfolks and 150 Gurkhas were across, and the work of building the bridge began. The Turkish guns were engaged by ours, and the Norfolks and Gurkhas, pressing inland and along the bank, were soon a mile north of the bridgehead. At 4:30 p.m., the bridge was open for traffic. By nightfall, as a result of the day's operation, our troops had, by their unconquerable valor and determination, forced a passage across a river in flood, 340 yards wide, in face of strong opposition, and had secured a position 2,000 yards in depth, covering the bridgehead. While ahead of this line, our patrols were acting vigorously against the enemy's advanced detachments, who had suffered heavy losses, including about 700 prisoners taken in all. The infantry of one division was across, and another division was ready to follow. It was a crossing worthy to rank with the passage of the Eisen in September 1914, for if the Turkish strength was less formidable than the German, the swollen Tigris was a far greater barrier than the sluggish French stream. That same day, Cobb at Sinai had won the 3rd, 4th, and 5th lines, and was busy making roads for his guns and transport across the tangle of ruined trenches. On the 24th, Marshall advanced in the Shumran band, fighting hard in the northeast corner, where a series of nullahs were honeycombed with machine gun emplacements. That night the enemy, stoutly resisting, had been forced back 1,000 yards. Another division had crossed the bridge, and the cavalry, too, were over, and striving to break out the peninsula to cut off Khalil's retreat towards Baghdad. Our airplanes reported that every road was thronged with retiring troops, but the Turkish rear guards made a good defense, and our horsemen did not emerge from the peninsula till too late for a grand coup. That day, Cobb carried the enemy's 6th line at Suniyat and marched on the Nakailat and Suwada positions, only to find them empty. The iron fortress, which had defied all our efforts in the early months of 1916, had yielded to the resolute assault of our infantry, supported by the distraction at Shumran. Cobb entered Kut unopposed, and the gunboats came upstream from Falaya and anchored off the town where exactly 10 months before the Julnar had failed to run the blockade and bring food to Townshend's famished remnant. Meantime, Marshall's forces and the cavalry were not upon Khalil's track. 8 miles from the Shumran, the Turks attempted a stand, but were driven in with a loss of 400 prisoners. The cavalry on our right endeavored to get round the Turkish flank, but were held up by the entrenched infantry in the frequent marshes. The pursuit was in 2 columns, one following the river and the other striking across country in the hope of intercepting the enemy rear guards. But the Turkish retreat was well handled, and the bulk of their forces were too quick for us. Our gunboat flotilla had better luck, for it sunk or took most of the enemy's craft. Among its captures were the Firefly, the Sumana, and the Pioneer, vessels which we had lost in the preceding campaign. By 28th February, Marshall had arrived at Azizia, halfway to Baghdad, where he halted to reorganize his communications, while Cobb's forces closed to the front. Since the crossing of the Tigris, we had taken 4,000 prisoners, of whom 188 were officers, 39 guns, 22 trench mortars, 11 machine guns, besides vast quantities of other material. On 5th March, the advance was renewed. Marshall marched 18 miles to Zeur, while the cavalry pushed on 7 miles further to Laj, and had a successful brush in a dust storm with a Turkish rearguard, during which a Hussar regiment galloped straight through the enemy trenches. Next day, the Tisiphon position was passed. It was found to be strongly entrenched but empty, and the cavalry got within 3 miles of the river Diyala, which enters the Tigris from the east 8 miles below Baghdad. Next day, 7th March, our advanced front was in contact with the enemy along that river line. Here it was clear the Turks proposed to attempt a stand. After sunset on the night of the 7th, when we launched our first pontoon, it was greeted by heavy rifle and machine gun fire, and 4 later pontoons met the same fate. A small column from Marshall's force was ferried across the Tigris in order to enfilade the Diyala position, and during the night of the 8th, 4 attempts were made to cross the Diyala. One partially succeeded, and 70 men of the North Lancashires established a post in a loop of the river, and held it gallantly for 24 hours. At 4 a.m., on the morning of the 10th, Marshall attacked again at 2 points a mile apart, and by 7 a.m. the East Lancashires and the Wiltshires had crossed and joined the North Lancashires. A bridge was constructed by noon, the riverside villages were cleared, and some hundreds of prisoners were taken. That night we were in touch with the enemy's last position covering Baghdad from the southeast along the ridge called Tel Muhammad. Meantime, on the 8th, a bridge had been thrown across the Tigris below the Diyala mouth, and the cavalry and part of Qob's forces had crossed and advanced against the Turkish position at Shawa Khan, which covered Baghdad from the direction of the Euphrates Valley. Shawa Khan was easily taken on the morning of the 9th, but we were kept busy for the rest of the day with the Turkish rearguard a mile and a half to the northward. During the night this rearguard fell back, and on the 10th we engaged it within 3 miles of Baghdad, while our cavalry from the west came within 2 miles of the railway station, which lay on the right bank of the Tigris. A furious dust storm checked our advance that day, and at midnight the enemy retired. Next morning, 11th March, at 5:30 a.m., our troops groped their way through the dust into the railway station, and learned that the enemy force on the right bank had retired upstream beyond the city. Our advanced guards entered the suburbs on that bank, and the cavalry pressed the enemy to the northwest. Early that same morning, Marshall had discovered that the Turks were retreating from the Tel Muhammad ridge. He lost no time in pursuing them, but he found that the dust storm prevented him from keeping contact with the enemy. An hour or two later he had entered Baghdad and was warmly welcomed by the inhabitants, who were threatened with looting and burning by a riffraff of Kurds and Arabs. Order was presently restored, and the British flag hoisted over the city. The fleeing Turks had attempted to destroy the stores they could not remove, but a vast amount of military material was left behind. From the arsenal we recovered the guns, which Townshend had rendered useless before Kut was surrendered. The capture of Baghdad was an event of the first magnitude in the history of the war. It restored British prestige in the east, which Kut and Gallipoli had shaken. It deprived the Teutonic League of a territory which had always played a vital part in its policy. It hit Turkey hard in her pride, and not less in her military strength. It cheered and enheartened our allies, for Baghdad was so far the only famous city won from the enemy. But the chief importance of the success was its proof to the world of the morale of the British Army and the British nation. They had been beaten, but they had not accepted defeat. They had fallen back, after their fashion, only to come again. The gallant dash had failed, so they had set themselves resolutely to win by slow and sure stages. The Tigris expedition was in many respects a parallel to the old Sudan campaigns. In the one as in the other, Britain had begun with improvisations and failed. In the one as in the other, she had ended with methodical organization and had succeeded. Victory following on failure is doubtly creditable, and after the confusion and tragedy of her first venture, it was proof of a stout national fiber that she could so nobly retrieve her mistakes. The performance of Sir Stanley Maude would be hard to overpraise. On a broad basis of careful preparation, he had constructed a strategical scheme as brilliant as it was simple. The tactical work had been marked by great resourcefulness and ingenuity, and by the most meticulous care. Here there was none of that lack of generalship which at other times had made fruitless and gallantry of our fighting men. But if the leadership was excellent, the stamina and courage of the troops were super excellent. These were men who had for the most part been engaged for a year and a half in the same terrain, who had endured every extreme of heat and cold, who had suffered from the countless local diseases and the earlier disorder of the hospital and transport service, and who had in their memory more than one galling disaster. Of their achievement, let their leaders speak. Each difficulty encountered seemed but to steel the determination to overcome it. It may be truly said that not only have the traditions of these ancient British and Indian regiments been in safekeeping in the hands of their present representatives, but that these have even added fresh luster to the records on their time-honored scrolls. Where fighting was almost daily in progress, it is difficult to particularize, but the fierce encounters west of the Hai, the passages of the Tigris and the Yala, and the final storming of the Sinai position may perhaps be mentioned as typical of all that is best in the British and Indian soldier. End of chapter 71.
Section 38 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and The Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Book 3, The Great Sallies. Chapter 72, The Russian Coup d'etat, December 29th, 1916, to March 16th, 1917, Part 1. The opening of 1917 found Russia in a state of artificial calm. The stormy November session of the Duma and the unanswered and unanswerable attacks upon the administration had, it appeared, produced no lasting result. The autocracy had won, as was shown by the appointment of Prince N. Golitsyn as premier, the rehabilitation of men whose career had been a public scandal, and above all, by the increased activities of M. Protopopov, the principal agent of reaction. Yet behind the calm there was movement, the more significant because it was so quiet. The reasonable and patriotic elements in Russia's life, the Duma, the Union of Towns and Zemstvos, the Council of the Empire, the United Nobility, men of every shade of political opinion, were gradually drawing together. The communists in the industrial areas were grouped, though with a different purpose, on the same side. The army and the army chiefs were in full sympathy. Opposed to this great mass of opinion stood the court circle and the dark forces, small in numbers, but all powerful, for they controlled the administrative machine and the secret police were their docile servants. The back world of illiberalism, corruption, and neurotic mysticism was well aware that it was fighting for its life. It had forgotten the struggle with Germany and the interests of the nation. Its aim was to force on a feudal revolution, to quench it in blood, to quell by terrorism any agitation for reform, and to entrench itself anew in power for another century. It had become wholly unnational, and it had also become desperate, for an event that happened at the close of the year 1916, which had been a challenge to an implacable vendetta. 44 years before, there had been born in the Siberian district of Tobolsk a certain Grigory Neveysk, who, as he grew up, was given by his neighbors the name of Rasputin, which signifies dirty dog. He came of a peasant family, which, like many Siberian stocks, had a hereditary gift of mesmeric power. His youth was largely devoted to horse-stealing and perjury, and his prowess as a drunkard and a rural Don Juan was famed throughout the countryside. In early manhood he added another part to his repertoire. He became religious, let his hair grow long, and tramped about the world barefoot, while his long, ostentatious fasts proclaimed his holiness. He was never in religious orders, but his fame as an ascetic grew, and the dignitaries of the church turned a favorable eye on one who might prove a popular miracle worker. He did not change his habits, for on occasion he was as drunken as ever, and his immorality was flagrant. But it was not the first time that a Casanova had masqueraded in a hair shirt. Devout ladies of high rank heard of him and admitted him to their circles, and he played havoc among the devout ladies. His personal magnetism and his erotic mania gave him an uncanny power over hysterical women on the outlook for the miraculous. Moscow was, at first, his sphere of influence, but his reputation spread far and wide, and no scandals could check it. He started a new cult, where dancing and debauchery were interspersed with mystical seances, and presently, through the medium of one of the ladies-in-waiting, he had the imperial family among his devotees. The man was a scoundrel and a charlatan, but he must have had some strange quality of his own to attract and hold so great a following. He was given the office of lighter of the sacred lamps in the palace, but his real function was that of chief medicine man to the superstitious court. His filthy peasant shirt was used as a charm to cure the little Tsarevich of a fever. His lightest word became law, and he was consulted on matters of which he did not understand the names. Fashionable ladies fought for his favors. Great ecclesiastics and ministers waited patiently in his anteroom. He was a man of middle height, with curious, deep-set eyes, long, thick hair, and a tangled beard, dressing always in peasant's clothes, and rarely washing. Few more squalid figures have ever reached supreme power in a great nation. Footnote. He was thus described by an observer. The fascination of the man lay altogether in his eyes. Otherwise, he looked only a common mujik, with no beauty to distinguish him, a sturdy rogue, overgrown with a forest of dirty, unkempt hair, dirty in person and disgusting in habits. His language oscillated between the stock-and-trade odds and ends of scripture and mystic writ, and the foulest vocabulary of Russian, which of all white men's tongues is the most powerful in the expression of love and affection and of abominable abuse. But the eyes of the satyr were remarkable, cold, steely gray, with that very rare power of contracting and expanding the pupils at will, regardless of the amount of light present. End footnote. After drink and women, his chief passion was gold, and he found in politics full gratification for his avarice. To bribe Rasputin became the easiest and often the only way to high office. Those who opposed him or failed to cultivate him were dismissed. An unfriendly journalistic reference led to the suppression of the paper that printed it. He held the clergy for the most part in the hollow of his hand. He was a friend of Count Witt in his day, of Maglakov and Sokolinov and Gurenikin and Stuma. He had much to do with the retirement of the Grand Duke Nicholas, who never concealed his contempt for him. At the end of 1916, he had 4 principal creatures through whom he conducted his business. Protopopov, the Minister of the Interior, Rehev, the Procurator of the Holy Synod, Manasevich Manuilov, a jackal of Stumas, and Pitrian, the Metropolitan of Petrograd. Grand Dukes and Princes of the royal blood appealed to the Emperor and the Empress to shake themselves loose from his shackles, but the only result was the exile of the appellants. It is not probable that he had any serious pro-German proclivities, though he received German gold. He had no considered views on high politics and played for his low personal ends. But he was anti-national, insomuch that he stood for the dark backworld of Russia, which must cease to exist if the Russian people were to emerge victorious from the war. Such a man must live in perpetual danger, and it was noticed by those who interviewed him during that winter that he began to wear a hunted look, as if he heard the hounds on his trail. He had betrayed so many women that there was scarcely a noble family in Russia but had some wrong to avenge. He had been assaulted several times, and once had been soundly beaten. But to the amazement of Europe, he went on living. The events of November, however, in the Duma and the Council of Empire, showed him that his enemies were getting bolder. It was not the people at large whom he had to fear, for they scarcely knew of his existence. It was the nobility and the upper classes who wished to remove a plague spot from the national life. He grew frightened, shut himself up in his house, and only saw those who were first examined by his private bodyguard of secret police. Presently his alarm increased, and he tried to conceal his whereabouts. But by this time the ring was drawn close around him, and it was very certain that he would die. On the night of 29th December, 1916, Prince Yusupov, a young man of rank and wealth who had been educated at Oxford and had married a connection of the imperial family, rang up Rasputin on the telephone and asked him to supper at his house. Such supper parties were no unusual things in the man's experience, for he could drink any guardsman under the table and was famous as a ribald jester. Rather unwillingly he accepted the invitation and was fetched by his host in his own car. The chauffeur, who was a member of the Duma, followed him inside the house, where they found the Grand Duke Dmitri Polovitch. His executioners locked the door, and after a struggle, shot him dead. The noise attracted the attention of the police, who came to inquire as to its meaning. "We were getting rid of a troublesome dog," they were told. The corpse was placed in the car and taken to a lonely island in the Neva, where it was weighted with stones and dropped through a hole in the ice. Blood marks on the snow and one of his galoshes were the only marks of the deed. But 3 days later the body was found. After Mass said by the Metropolitan, it was taken to Sarko-Selo and buried in a silver coffin, the Emperor and Protopopov being among the pallbearers, and the Empress among the chief mourners. The executioners went home and telephoned to the police to proclaim what they had done. Next evening the Bourse Gazette announced Rasputin's death, and that night at the Imperial Theatre the audience celebrated the event with enthusiasm and sang the national anthem. The whole country applauded the equity of the deed and regarded it less as a murder than as a judicial execution. The man had put himself where the law could not touch him, and representatives of the people and of the nobility ceremoniously and deliberately brought him within the pale of a rough justice. The death of Gregory Rasputin was the first act in the Russian Revolution. It is the way of revolutions to have among their preliminaries some strange drama, apparently outside the main march of events, which yet, in the retrospect, is seen to be organically linked with it. In slaying him, the Russian nobility made their reckoning with one who had smirched the honor of their class, and the next step was for the Russian people to take order with what was smirching the honor of the nation. But for the moment, the autocracy grew the strings tighter. Rasputin was dead, but Protopopov remained. The Duma, which should have met on January 25, 1917, was postponed for a month in order, it was stated, to give the new premier time to revise the policy of his predecessors. The General Congress of the Union of Towns in Svetsvos had already been forbidden, and the police were given the right of being present at all private meetings of any organization. The censorship was drawn tight, and the Minister of the Interior turned the ordinary work of his department over to his assistants, devoting all his energies to the press and the secret police. The numbers of the latter were greatly increased, and Petrograd was filled with them, while machine guns, sent from England for the army and sorely needed at the front, were concealed on the roofs at commanding points throughout the city. All things were ripe for the forcing on of that abortive revolution which the reactionaries desired for their complete establishment in power. The protagonist in this sinister business, Alexander Protopopov, will remain one of the enigmas of history. Originally a liberal, he came to Western Europe in the summer of 1916 with a deputation of members of the Duma and the Council of the Empire, and delighted audiences in England and France with his perfervid oratory. He had great charm of manner and an air of earnest simplicity which deeply impressed those who met him. He talked the commonplaces of the Allied cause, but with a conviction and warmth of imagination which made his speeches by far the best made by any foreign visitor to our shores since the outbreak of war. But those who were often in his company observed that he seemed to be living always at fever point. He suffered much from insomnia, and his talk was often wild and strained. On his return to Russia, he fell completely into the hands of the court party, and more especially of those elements who were represented by Rasputin. His neurotic temperament and his restless romantic imagination predisposed him to be influenced by the glamour of the court and the necromancy of charlatans. He took to spending as much time at seances as in the council chamber. Towards the end he became known as the Mad Minister, and it is likely that his wits were seriously unhinged. That, at any rate, is the most charitable hypothesis on which to explain the aberrations of a man who had, in his time, done honest public service, and who was certainly no common traitor. During January and February, the people seemed apathetic under the new tyranny. No one desired revolution, except the agitators who had made it their business, for the thinking man realized that it would cripple the conduct of the war and play the game of the enemy. The reactionaries grew bolder, and on the 9th February, the labor group of M. Gustaf's War Industry Committee, the equivalent to the British Ministry of Munitions, were arrested on a charge of conspiracy and imprisoned without trial. The outrage was received with calm, for its intention was seen to be provocative. M. Miliukov and some of the labor leaders wrote appeals to the people to remain quiet, and their appeals were suppressed by the authorities. Petrograd was made a military district by itself, but even this menace failed to create disturbances. An Allied commission, including Lord Milner and General de Cassagneux, was in Russia at the time, and its members, though they believed revolution to be inevitable some time or other, misjudged the popular temper and thought that nothing would happen till after the war. On 27th February, the Duma met amid bodyguards of police. In the Council of the Empire, Shiglovitov, who had originally been dismissed from office, along with Sukhomalinov, and in the Duma, Markov, revealed themselves as the government's representatives, and it was clear that Protopopov was about to engineer new elections, that he might have a Duma to his liking. Things went so tamely that the reactionaries began to flatter themselves that their enemies were cowed, and that they had already won the game. Pupurishkevich, an extreme conservative and a sturdy patriot, spoke more truly than he knew when he concluded a fiery attack on Protopopov with the words, "Dawn is not yet, but it is behind the hills." End of section 38. Section 39 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 72, The Russian Coup d'etat, December 29, 1916, through March 16, 1917, Part 2. In the meantime, the people were hungry, and hunger is a great dissolvent of patience. It had been a bitter winter, with heavy snowfalls, and the supply of food was scanty. The immense demands of the army had strained the transport machinery to its utmost, and the situation was made worse by the restrictions imposed on the export of grain from one district to another, for in some areas there were large surplus stocks. The government had no plan to deal with the shortage, and by February the daily bread ration in Petrograd, small at the best, looked as if it were about to fail. Patiently the people waited for hours in the bread queues, telling each other that their kinsfolk were enduring far worse hardships in the trenches, and that it behooved them to be patient for Russia's sake. But word began to go around that before the spring came, real starvation would be upon them, and there were many, social democrats in the factories, mysterious figures at the street corners, to point the moral and ask what was the use of a government which could not give them bread. Long, straggling, innocent processions began to wander about Petrograd, helpless people asking only for food for their children. They seemed to beg and expostulate rather than demand. Thursday, 8th March, was a day of clear, fine weather. In the afternoon there was a gala performance of Lermontov's Masquerade at the Alexandra Theatre, on which 10 years' preparation and vast sums of money had been lavished. All day long, women waited in the streets outside the baker's shops for a chance to get their dwindling bread ration. Panis et circenses, the old antidotes to revolution. In the Duma, a debate on the question of food supplies was winding out its slow length. Everywhere there seemed a profound peace, the peace of apathy and disheartenment. But in the afternoon, a small party of Cossacks galloped down the Nevsky Prospect, causing the promenaders to ask whether there was trouble somewhere across the river. A little later, a few bakers' shops were looted in the poorer quarters, and a forlorn and orderly procession of students and working-men wives appeared on the Nevsky. Protopopov's spies reported that all was quiet. But they were wrong, for the revolution had begun. The breaking point had been reached in the people's temper, and the city was on the tiptoe of expectation, seeking for a sign. Next day, Friday the 9th, in the same bright, cold weather, it became apparent that some change had taken place. The people, by a common impulse, flowed out into the streets. Some of the chief newspapers did not appear, and those that did contained solemn warnings about the crisis. The food debate in the Duma took a new turn. The government was appealed to grapple with the provisioning of the capital. Crowds were everywhere, laughing, talking, and always expectant. The Cossack patrol stopped to fraternize with these groups and seemed to be on the best of terms with them. Workmen chaffed and cheered the soldiers, and the soldiers could be heard assuring the people that they would not shoot them, whatever their orders. "You are not going to fire on us, brothers," cried the crowd to the troops. "We only want bread." "No," was the reply. "We are hungry like yourselves." Towards the police, on the other hand, there was no friendliness. Stones and bottles were thrown at them, and there was some shooting. 2 workmen were arrested and taken into the courtyard, which was defended by a company of soldiers. The crowd tried to rush the courtyard to effect a rescue, and the soldiers seemed about to fire, when a band of Cossacks rode up, secured the arrested men, and delivered them to their friends. There was very little political speech-making. Late in the afternoon, a workman, standing on a tub in the middle of the Nevsky, announced that they must get rid of the government. One of his hearers shouted, "Down with the war!" and was at once sternly rebuked. "Remember, the blood of our brothers and sons must not be spilt for nothing. The thing to do is to get rid of the government. Peace then that comes must be an honorable peace." To the casual observer, it seemed as if there was no purpose except idle curiosity in the great throngs. They seemed too tolerant and good-humored to mean serious business. But to one who watched more closely, it was clear that there was some kind of organization behind it all. Otherwise, why the constant appeals for moderation made wherever there was a chance of the peace being broken? "The government wants an excuse to crush the people. Do not play into their hands by rioting, but to keep cool. The one great thing is to force the government to go." Something had already been achieved. There had been meetings and processions, and the soldiers had encouraged them. But it was hard to believe that these leaderless crowds could achieve anything great. They were unarmed and undisciplined, and in Petrograd there were at least 28,000 police, with many machine guns. Next day, Saturday, the trams stopped running, though the shops were still open and the cinematograph shows crowded. The expectation had grown tenser, and the streets were more densely packed than ever. The workmen, having received their week's pay, struck work and joined the throngs, and serious political talk took the place of the gossip and banter of the preceding day. The next move, lay with the government. Either it must satisfy the people, or it must coerce them. The following morning, Sunday the 11th, the government acted. General Kobalov, the new military governor of Petrograd, plastered the city with proclamations, announcing that the police had orders to disperse all crowds, and that any workman who did not return to work on Monday morning would be sent to the trenches. No attention was paid to the first part, and the crowds in the streets were enormous, including women and children who had turned out from pure curiosity. It was noticed that the police patrols had been much strengthened, and the detachments of regulars had been brought in to assist. Nevsky Prospect was cleared from end to end and put under military guard, but the people took it calmly. There was a certain amount of firing on the crowds, with the result that some 200 were killed. Observers, friendly to the revolution, saw in the day another complete fiasco after the fashion of Russian revolts, but 3 significant incidents had occurred. A company of the Pavlovsky regiment had mutinied when told to fire on the people. The president of the Duma, M. Rodzianko, had telegraphed to the emperor, "Situation serious. Anarchy reigns in the capital. Government is paralyzed. Transport, food, and fuel supplies are utterly disorganized. General discontent is growing. Disorderly firing is going on in the streets. Various companies of soldiers are shooting at each other. It is absolutely necessary to invest someone who enjoys the confidence of the people with powers to form a new government. No time must be lost, and delay may be fatal. I pray God that this our responsibility may not fall on the wearer of the crown." He sent copies of his telegram to different commanders-in-chief at the front and asked for their support. The government, after much hesitation, also acted, and Prince Golitsyn prorogued the Duma under discretionary powers which he had received from the emperor. But the Duma refused to be prorogued, and elected a provisional committee which continued to sit. Rodzianko's huge figure rose in the winter twilight, and waving in his hand the order for dissolution, he announced that the Duma was now the sole constitutional authority of Russia. Next day, the soldiers followed suit. Monday, 12th March, was to prove the decisive day, and the movement which had begun by slow and halting stages was to become a whirlwind. During the night, the 2 operative forces of the revolution had made their decision. The troops, both the Petrograd garrison and those brought in as reinforcements, were aware what their orders would be and were resolved to disobey them. They could not shoot down their own class. The consciously revolutionary elements in the army were small, and this resolve was simply the revolt of human nature against an unnatural task. At the same time, the socialist organizations among the workmen were preparing their own scheme. If the old regime were dissolved, they would be ready with an alternative. Before 9 o'clock in the morning, the streets were black with people, and it was curious to note that on the crest of the volcano, much of the normal life of the city continued. Men went about their ordinary avocations till they were pulled up by some lava stream from the eruption. The crisis came early in the day. The Preobrazhensky guards, the flower of the household troops, were ordered to fire on the mob. Instead, they shot their more unpopular officers. The Volensky regiment was sent to coerce them, and joined in the mutiny. The united forces swept down on the arsenal, and after a short resistance carried the place, and provided the revolution with munitions of war. Then began a day of sheer, naked chaos. The soldiers had no plans, and drifted from quarter to quarter, intoxicated with their new freedom, but still maintaining a semblance of discipline. There was no looting and little drunkenness. No leader appeared, and a force of some 25,000 men, made up of the Preobrazhensky, Volensky, Litovsky, and Keksolnsky regiments. Footnote: many of these troops were not pure Russian. The Volensky regiment was composed of Ruthenians and Ukrainians, the Litovsky with Poles, and the Keksolnsky of Finns. End footnote. swung from street to street as if moved by some elemental law. The headquarters of the autocracy fell one by one. At 11 a.m., the courts of law were on fire. Then the various prisons were stormed, and a host of political prisoners, as well as ordinary criminals, released. In the afternoon, the great fortress of SS Peter and Paul surrendered, and all day the nests of the secret police were being smoked out. The chief office was raided, and the papers which it contained were burned in the street. The Bastille of the old regime had fallen. There was now no semblance of government in Petrograd, except the Duma, still sitting under Radziansko's presidency. The emperor had not replied to the first telegram, so a second was dispatched, more strongly worded. Then about midday came the news that the emperor had wired to the minister of war that he was coming, and that he was bringing troops from the northern front to quell the rising. The Duma continued its session, scarcely less at a loss than the crowds now parading the streets. It did not realize as yet the completeness of the coup d'etat, and so missed the chance of riding the storm. Presently came deputations from the insurgent troops, who were informed of the messages sent to the emperor. The socialist deputies addressed them, and bade them at all costs maintain order, since order was vital to the cause of freedom. The regular Duma guard was removed, and a new bodyguard from the pavement substituted. In the afternoon the Duma conferred in secret and chose an executive committee of 12 men to act as a provisional government. Their names were Rodzianko, Nekrasov, Konovalov, Dmitriakov, Lvov, Rizhensky, Karalov, Milyukov, Shedlovsky, Shulgin, Dredze, and Kerensky. Outside its walls, another committee was also being formed, a committee of workmen and social revolutionaries. And since they were in the van of the actual work of the revolution, they speedily obtained a great influence over the troops now pouring into Petrograd. But the center of gravity was still with the Duma, and all that Monday, soldiers, workmen, and students thronged its doors, listening to speeches and making new constitutions every half hour. The chief Duma leaders visited the various barracks, and the trend of all appeals was the same. Maintain order and discipline, or your newfound liberty is lost. All day prisoners were brought in, officials and those of the police who had escaped the fury of the mob. One of these was Sheglavitov, the president of the Council of the Empire, and a pillar of the dark forces. When the night fell, the Admiralty searchlights lit the Nevsky from end to end, as if to prove that the old secret ways had perished. Close on midnight, a shabby man in a dirty fur coat spoke to one of the Duma guards. "Take me," he said, "to the committee of the Duma. I surrender myself voluntarily, for I seek only the welfare of our country. My name is Protopopov." The coup d'etat had been achieved in Petrograd, but not yet in Russia. The emperor had still to disclose his hand. The views of the great army beyond the walls of the capital were still unknown. But on Tuesday it became plain that no opposition need be feared from that army. Every regiment that reached Petrograd went over wholeheartedly to the revolution. On that day, 13th March, the Duma committee, now a little clearer in its mind, grappled with the immediate problems of government. It was composed mainly of men who would be called moderates in other countries, men who desired a stable constitutional government on the lines of the Western democracies. It had to fear reaction on the one hand, and on the other, the extremism of the Council of Labor, which had already organized itself more completely than the Duma, and had a great following both among the Petrograd masses and the incoming troops. Any strife between the two would lead to a bloody commune, and give reaction a chance to re-establish itself. So the Duma committee, using its two members, Dredski and Kerensky, as its liaison with the extremists, strove to keep in line with the other. Tuesday, the Taurus Palace was one babel of talk. Soldiers, students, Jews, workmen, and socialist agitators held their meetings and camped on its floor, while its courts were a mixture of arsenal and eating house. And in quieter corners, the harassed members of the executive committee made plans for getting supplies into the city, argued with labor delegates, and strove to forecast the future. News had come that Moscow accepted the revolution, but next day the emperor was expected, and might even then be marching a great army to take order with the new regime. Meantime, in the streets, strange dramas were being enacted. The Admiralty buildings at one end of the Nevsky Prospect had been besieged for 36 hours. It was the last stronghold of the old government, and thither General Kobalov had retired on the outbreak of the revolt. On Tuesday morning, a letter was sent to the naval minister, Grigorievich, announcing that if the place were not surrendered within half an hour, it would be destroyed by the big guns from the fortress of SS Peter and Paul. Kobalov capitulated. The troops marched out, and on the gates appeared the notice, "Under the protection of the State Duma." The Astoria Hotel, which had been a caravanserai for officers, was attacked, since shots had been fired on the crowd from its roof. The same thing happened elsewhere, for Protopopov's machine guns were still in position on the housetops, and the police did not surrender without a struggle. The taking of those wretched creatures provided the chief instances of barbarities during the first stage of the revolution. When captured, they were promptly murdered, often under revolting circumstances, for the people had a long and bitter count against them. During that day, too, the rest of the leaders of the old government were made prisoners. Stürmer and Petrum and Kurlov, Drubrovin, a leader of the Black Hundred, Sukhomlinov, who was only saved from being torn to pieces by the interposition of Kerensky. On Wednesday the 14th, the coup d'etat in Petrograd was virtually over, and the interest centered on the relations between the Executive Committee of the Duma and the Council of Labor, which had now grown into the Council of Workmen's and Soldiers' Delegates, the Soviet, which was to become a familiar name in Europe. Such sovereignty as now existed was divided between them, and as the revolution spread and the armies of Brussilov and Ruski announced their adherence, there seemed danger of a revolution within the revolution, of civil war between two sides whose feet were alike set on the new path. The Soviet rained proclamations, some of them noble and statesmanlike, some of them visionary and foolish, such as the notorious No. 1, framed by the Petrograd Soviet, which abolished saluting for private soldiers off duty and proclaimed that, quote, "the orders of the War Committee must be obeyed, saving only on those occasions where they shall contravene the orders and regulations of the Council of Labor Deputies and Military Delegates." The appeal of the Duma Committee was more wisely inspired. Citizens, the Provisional Executive Committee of the Duma, with the aid and support of the garrison of the capital and its inhabitants, has now triumphed over the painful forces of the old regime in such a manner as to enable it to proceed to the more stable organization of executive power. With this object, the Provisional Committee will name ministers of the First National Cabinet, men whose past public activity assures them the confidence of the country. The new cabinet will adopt the following principles as the basis of its policy. 1. An immediate amnesty for all political and religious offenses, including military revolts, acts of terrorism, and agrarian crimes. 2. Freedom of speech, of the press, of associations and labor organizations, and the freedom to strike, with an extension of these liberties to officials and troops insofar as military and technical conditions permit. 3. The abolition of social, religious, and racial restrictions and privileges. 4. Immediate preparation for the summoning of a constituent assembly with universal suffrage as a basis, shall establish the governmental regime and the constitution of the country. 5. The substitution for the police of a national militia, with elected heads and subject to the self-governing bodies. 6. Communal elections to be carried out on the basis of universal suffrage. 7. The troops that have taken part in the revolutionary movement shall not be disarmed, but they are not to leave Petrograd. 8. While strict military discipline must be maintained on active service, all the restrictions upon soldiers in the enjoyment of social rights granted to other citizens are to be abolished. Meantime, there was the emperor. He had not been deposed, and, to the vast majority of the Russian people, was still sovereign and father. On Wednesday the 14th, he tried to reach Petrograd, but he got no farther than the little station of Vologi, where workmen had pulled up the track, and he was compelled to return to Pskov. At 2 a.m. on the morning of the 15th, he sent for Ruski and told him, "I have decided to give way and to grant a responsible ministry. What is your view?" The manifesto, already signed, lay on the table. Ruski advised him to get in touch with Rodzianko and himself telephoned to the Duma in Petrograd and to the other generals. The replies he received made it clear that there was no other course than abdication, and at 10 a.m. he made his report to the emperor, saying that in his view it was confirmed not only by Rodzianko, but by Alexeyev, Brazilov, and the Grand Duke Nicholas. Rodzianko could not leave Petrograd, but Guchkov and Shulgin arrived in the evening and found the emperor in the royal train, haggard, unwashed, and weary. He had no one in attendance except his veteran aide-de-camp, Count Fredericks. He asked to be told the truth, and he heard that the army, led by his own household troops, had joined the revolution. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "You must abdicate," Guchkov told him, "in favor of your son, with the Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich as a regent. Such is the decision of the new government." The emperor covered his eyes. "I cannot be separated from my boy," he said. "I will hand the throne to my brother. Give me a sheet of paper." On that sheet of paper he wrote these words: "By the grace of God, we, Nicholas II, Emperor of all the Russians, to all our faithful subjects, in the course of a great struggle against a foreign enemy who has been endeavoring for 3 years to enslave our country, it has pleased God to send Russia a further bitter trial. Internal troubles have threatened to compromise the progress of the war. The destinies of Russia, the honor of its heroic army, the happiness of her people, and the whole future of our beloved country demand that at all costs victory shall be won. The enemy is making his last efforts, and the moment is near when our gallant troops, in concert with their glorious allies, will finally overthrow him. In these days of crisis, we have considered that our nation needs the closest union of all its forces for the attainment of victory. In agreement with the Imperial Duma, we have recognized that for the good of our land, we should abdicate the throne of the Russian state and lay down the supreme power. Not wishing to separate ourselves from our beloved son, we bequeath our heritage to our brother, the Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich, with our blessing upon the future of the Russian throne. We bequeath it to him with the charge to govern in full unison with the national representatives who may sit in the legislature, and to take his inviolable oath to them in the name of our well-beloved country. We call upon all faithful sons of our land to fulfill this sacred and patriotic duty in obeying the Emperor at this painful moment of national trial, and to aid him, together with the representatives of the nation, to lead the Russian people in the way of prosperity and glory. May God help Russia. But Amurath was not to succeed thus simply to Amurath. When Guchkov brought back his report and a fateful sheet of paper, he found Petrograd seething with constitutional squabbles. The moderates, the bulk of the Duma committee, sought a constitutional monarchy. The Council of Workmen's and Soldiers' delegates desired a republic insofar as they had considered forms of government at all. The abdication of the emperor was still unknown when, on Thursday afternoon, Miliukov made a speech in the Duma which declared the names of the new ministers. These were Prince George Lvov, Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior, Miliukov, Foreign Affairs, Guchkov, War and Marine, Kerensky, Justice, Terestchenko, Finance, Shingarev, Agriculture, Konovalov, Commerce and Industries, Nekrasov, Ways and Communications, Manulov, Public Instruction, Godnev, State Comptroller, Vladimir Lovov, Procurator of the Holy Synod, and Norychev, Finnish Affairs. It was in the most exact sense a coalition, for it included representatives of every party of the left and center. The Premier, Monilov, Miliukov, Rodichev, Shirogrev, and Nekrasov were constitutional Democrats. Vilov was a liberal nationalist. Godnev and Guchkov were Octoberists. Konovalov and Terestchenko were liberals, and Kerensky was a social revolutionary. Miliukov explained the credentials of the new ministry. I hear voices ask, who chose you? No one chose us. For if we had waited for elections by the people, we could not have wrenched the power from the hands of the enemy. While we quarreled about who should be elected, the foe would have had time to reorganize and reconquer both you and me. We were elected by the Russian Revolution. We shall not retain power for a single moment after we are told by the elected representatives of the people that they wish to see others more deserving of their confidence in our place. But we will not relinquish power now, when it is needed to consolidate the people's triumph, and when, should it fall from our hands, it would only be seized by the foe. He concluded by informing his hearers that the despot who has brought Russia to the brink of ruin will either abdicate of his free will or be deposed. He added that the Grand Duke Michael would be appointed regent. This announcement was the spark to the explosion. The Petrograd Soviet at once demanded a republic, and for an hour or two it seemed as if the new government would disappear in the horrors of the commune. The situation was saved by Kerensky. He went straightway to the Soviet meeting and broke into its heated debate. Comrades, he cried, I have been appointed Minister of Justice. No one is a more ardent Republican than I, but we must bide our time. Nothing can come to its full growth at once. We shall have our republic, but we must first win the war, and then we can do what we will. The need of the moment is organization and discipline, and that need will not wait. His candor and earnestness carried the day. The Soviet passed a resolution in support of the provisional government by a majority of 1,000 to 15, and the new regime entered upon office. But it was clear that arrangement made by Guchkov and the royal train at Pskov could not stand. Late on the night of Thursday the 15th, a deputation, led by Prince Lvov, and including Kerensky, sought out the Grand Duke Michael and informed him that the people demanded that he should renounce the regency and relegate all powers to the provisional government until a constituent assembly could decide upon the future. The Grand Duke bowed to fate, and on the morning of Friday the 16th, there was issued a declaration in his name which rang the knell of the Romanov dynasty. I am firmly resolved, so it ran, to accept the supreme power only if this should be the desire of our great people, who must, by means of a plebiscite, through their representatives in the Constituent Assembly, establish their form of government and the new fundamental laws of the Russian state. Invoking God's blessing, I therefore request all citizens of Russia to obey the provisional government set up on the initiative of the Duma, and invested with plenary powers until, within as short time as possible, the Constituent Assembly, elected on a basis of equal and universal and secret suffrage, shall enforce the will of the nation regarding the future form of the Constitution. This was on Friday, 16th March. A week before, Protopopov had been in power, and his police had been established in every corner of Petrograd. The patient-bred queues had been waiting in the streets, and the rank and fashion of the capital had been thronging to Alexander Theatre. Now, these things were as if they had never been. The sacred monarchy had disappeared, the strongholds of reaction had been obliterated as if by a sponge, and agitators, but lately lurking in dens and corners and dreading the sight of a soldier, were now leading guards regiments under the red flag and dictating their terms to Grand Dukes and princes. No more dramatic peripetia was ever witnessed in the checkered history of human government. End of section 39. Section 40 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cook. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 72, The Russian Coup d'etat, December 29, 1916, to March 16, 1917, Part 3. The fall of the Emperor was received among the Allies with a divided mind. Even those who acclaimed the revolution and recognized the inadequacy of the imperial rule could not view without some natural regret the fate of a man who, since the first day of the war, had been scrupulously loyal to the alliance, who, as was proved by his initiation of the Hague conferences, had many generous and far-sighted ideals, and who, on the admission of all who knew him, was in character mild, courteous, and humane. Moreover, in the West there is always a lingering sentiment for disinherited kings, a sentiment sprung of that intense historic imagination which is the birthright of France and Britain. Il garde de cœur les richesses stellaires, un grand nombre de rois oubliés. Hence, it was with some surprise that Western observers watched the utter eclipse of the Tsardom, which they had been taught to regard as something intertwined with the fiber of Russian folk thought and religion. But among a people so heterogeneous and so little integrated by a common educational standard, such sudden reversals of thought were not unnatural. The Russian mind remained as before, loyal to its own peculiar mysticism. But the ideal of a thing called liberty could supplant with ease the ideal of a paternal king. A race which had so little visualizing power among its mental furniture was not the stuff of which impassioned royalists were made. The house of Romanov may be said, in one sense, to have deserved its fate. It had allowed itself to become an anachronism in the modern world, a medieval fragment in line neither with the bludgeoning German absolutism nor the freedom of Italy and Britain. A stronger man than Nicholas might have established an efficient autocracy with the complete assent of his people. A wiser man could have transformed the Tsardom into a constitutional kingship. But for either change, a stalwart soul and a penetrating mind were required, and Nicholas was not cast in that mold. He wavered between the two alternatives, and was incapable of the sustained intellectual effort necessary to follow either course. His sympathies were, on the whole, liberal, but he was easily swayed by his entourage, and especially by his wife. He did not blunder from lack of warning. The Grand Duke Nicholas Mikhailovich told him the truth the preceding Christmas, and was banished for his pains. Your first impulse and decision are always remarkably true and right, but as soon as other influences supervene, you begin to waver, and your ultimate decisions are not the same. History can only regard that gentle, ineffective, tragically fated soul with tenderness and compassion. He was born to a destiny too difficult. His very virtues, his loyalty, his mercifulness, contributed to his undoing. The worst influence was the wife whom he deeply loved. The Empress Alexandra Feodorovna will be remembered with Henrietta Maria of England and Marie Antoinette of France as the instance of a devoted queen who dethroned her consort. In her eyes, the popular leaders were no more than traitors, to whom she hoped some day to give short shrift. She was possessed with whimsies about divine right, and her one object in life was to hand on the Russian crown to her son with no atom of its glory diminished. Her shallow mind, played upon by every wind of superstition, was incapable of distinguishing true men from false, or of discerning the best means of realizing her ambitions. In the end, she had so surrounded herself and her husband with rogues and charlatans that the court stank in the nostrils of decent citizens, and when it was assailed, there was none to defend it. The autocracy collapsed of its own inherent rottenness. The revolt succeeded not because it was well planned and brilliantly led, for there was neither plan nor leading. It won because there was no opposition. The old order ended at the first challenge, for it had become mere lath and plaster. The revolution triumphed in a week, and at a cost of human life far lower than any other movement of the same magnitude had ever shown. So, at any rate, it seemed to Western observers, but the view was scarcely accurate. What happened was a coup d'etat, supported by nearly all the troops, and such strokes are usually swift and bloodless. The real revolution was yet to come. On Friday, March 16th, it had scarcely begun. The cause of its immediate success was the adhesion of the army, for a government must collapse when it can no longer depend on its own armed forces. The decision as to who inspired it is more difficult. Without the Duma, the only nucleus of government, the business would have marched at once into naked chaos. There would have been a commune in Petrograd and probably in other cities, and it is certain that the army would not have been united. The great commanders would not have accepted the change, and presently there would have been civil war. At the same time, without the driving force of the working classes of the capital, it is possible that the revolution would have ended in a barren compromise. The Duma had not the power of free initiative. Even the Provisional Committee contained too many types of political thought to enable it to speak with a clear voice. Its moderate elements, the men who understood the mechanism of government, were the men who had already failed in the struggle with the autocracy. Even a strong man like Guchkov, who had labored hard to provide munitions for the army, had found his work hampered and nullified. The taint of failure was on them all, and the public mind turned naturally to the extremists, who had never sought to work with the old regime, who had never ceased to preach a roots and branch destruction. Revolutions are violent things, and their first result must always be to give a hearing to the fanatic rather than to the politique. The prestige and the initiative lay with the impromptu organization of the Petrograd proletariat. The dominant fact was that a great gap had been created and that gap must be filled. There were two rival theories as to the method and the principles to be followed, that of the constitutionalists and that of the extremists. The former, who were represented by the provisional government formed on 15th March, realized that Russia was in the throes of a great war and that some kind of stable administration was needed without an hour's delay. There were all shades of opinion in their ranks, for some would have preferred to maintain the dynasty under new constitutional restrictions, while others were ready to accept a republic. But all were practical men who were willing to jettison their pet theories and look squarely at facts. Their aim was a committee of public safety, which would guide Russia to peace, and then, with fuller knowledge and ampler leisure, prepare a constitution as Alexander Hamilton had prepared a constitution of the United States after freedom had been won. The premier, Prince Lvov, was a specialist in local government, a man who had busied himself not with political speculation, but with instant practical needs. Milukov and Shingarev were of the same cast of mind as somewhat doctrinaire British liberals. Guchkov, to continue the British parallel, was a moderate conservative. Tereshchenko was a rich and enlightened employer of labor, a Tory Democrat. Vladimir Lvov was a liberal country gentleman. Their following lay in the professional classes, the businessmen, the country gentry, and the bourgeoisie. They alone in Russia had any understanding of foreign politics and of the main problems of the war. They represented all the store of administrative experience which the country possessed. Worthy, honest, and patriotic, they had kept flying the banner of a reasonable freedom during the dark days, but they had failed in the past to achieve reform, and the memory of that failure clung to them. They were not, by nature, makers of revolutions. They lacked the fiery appeal, the demonic personality which awes and attracts great masses of men. Logical, capable, intensely respectable, they were also a little dull. They were wholly right in their perception of the needs of their country. But when an excited populace is clamoring for a new heaven and a new earth, it will not be greatly attracted by a plan for stable government. Moreover, the very blackness of the old regime seemed to demand a sensational and violent reversal. So foul a sky clears not without a storm. The extremists of the Council of Workmen and Soldiers represented a far narrower class. They stood for the working population of Petrograd, and in a lesser degree for industrial Russia. But Russia was not a highly industrialized country, and the workmen were a mere handful compared with the many millions of the peasantry. The rank and file were profoundly ignorant on all questions of government, and the leaders were little better. Their strength lay in the fact that they preached a creed which was the antithesis of all that had gone before, and which combined ideals that were capable of appealing both to a narrow class interest and to the generous and imaginative side of the Russian mind. Moreover, they were in Petrograd, at the center of affairs, and they were vocal, while other sections were dumb. Many of them were sensible men, who saw that victory in the war was essential to the safeguarding of their new-won freedom, and who had a wider outlook in political matters than the interests of one class. But even the best of them were inexperienced in public affairs. It is not easy for those who have been long compelled to work in the dark to come suddenly to the full glare of responsibility. With the best will in the world, there must be a certain jealousy, a certain suspicion, a certain mauvaise honte, due to the strangeness of it all. Precious time was wasted in the discussion of half-baked ideals when the nation cried out for action. Discipline, the supreme need in war, is hard to come at in a debating society, but the gravest peril arose from the intractable minority whose leaders, willingly assisted by Germany, were even then speeding to the storm center across Europe in locked and shuttered railway carriages, like some new secret munition of war. In a time of confusion, the wildest creed is often the most acceptable. And these men had a method in their madness, and could play cunningly on the weakness of a sorely tried and most malleable people. Some were beyond doubt in German pay. The majority were as honest as they were perverse. But unhappily in times of stress, the rogue is not more dangerous than the fool. The first news of the coup d'etat enheartened and inspired every ally of Russia. It seemed as if the dead weight which had clogged her efforts was now removed. She had been a giant with one arm shackled, but now she had the full use of her limbs. Corruption and favoritism, which had weakened her mighty purpose, would flourish no longer in the clear air of freedom. She was now wholly in line with the other democracies, and the old suspicion of an autocracy, which had always existed in some degree in Britain and America, was dispelled from the minds of her well-wishers. A revolution had been swiftly and completely carried out with the assistance of the army. More than a century before, the soldiers of revolutionary France had scattered their enemies. Would not the same be true of the soldiers of revolutionary Russia? These hopes were based on false analogies. Russia had gained freedom, but she was not yet confirmed in it. If the revolution was to endure, the war against Germany must be won, and any cataclysmic change, however beneficent in its ultimate effect, must weaken her fighting strength in the immediate present. The extremists who, if they did not make the coup d'etat, were its loudest propagandists, were adamantly anti-national. Not like the extremists of the French Revolution, who never lost their nationalist character. Moreover, the former were avowed pacifists, while the latter preached every folly but a hollow peace. The former wished to end one war to begin another, and while there might be little enthusiasm for the second part of their program, the first had a dangerous appeal to a people who had lost heavily of its manhood, and had suffered for 2.5 years the most grievous privations. In the villages, according to one observer at the time, quote, "The commonest record is that, of a number of adult brothers, only one is still left at the front, and sending home what money he can. A soldier's pay is 3 rubles a month. The families of all club together. The work of the fields is done by women. Any man fit to return to the line does so, some of them 5 or 6 times. Everywhere, in numbers unheard of in any other war, are to be seen helpless cripples, bringing home to all who see them the horrors of modern armaments and the present struggle." End quote. To a nation which has suffered thus, and which was essentially peace-loving and humane and without a tincture of military pride, immediate peace, buttressed by vague formulas about status quo ante and no annexations or indemnities, had an uncanny charm. They did not understand the phrases, but they liked the sound, and owing to the lack of popular education, they were unable to read the deeper meaning of the war. Already the Council of Workmen and Soldiers were extolling the maximum of peace without annexations or indemnities. No invention of their own, but a phrase borrowed from the Zimmermann Manifesto of September 1915, signed by the Russian Lenin and the Swiss Robert Grimm. What could the Russian peasant make of foreign words like contributia or annexia? He thought the first the name of a town which ought not to be surrendered, and the second the name of a 5th daughter of the emperor. But if they meant peace, he would shout for them, and in the next breath he would shout for the liberation of Belgium and Serbia, which meant a victorious war. It all spelled confusion and bewilderment and irresolution. The case was still graver with the army. The Russian army did not need to be democratized. It was already the most democratic force in the world. Relations between officers and men were almost uniformly excellent. But it was not a highly disciplined army. For, being spread out on a long, thin line, with sometimes no more than 150 men to the mile, the commanders had not the troops under their hand. It was a superb field for propaganda, and the Council of Workmen and Soldiers, seeing in it the only hope of reaction, resolved to democratize the army in their own peculiar fashion. Hundreds of emissaries were dispatched, and there was no one to say them nay. Already a carnival of loose talk was beginning. The men were told that the officers were bloodsuckers and tyrants, when they had looked upon them as friends. The give formulas of the demagogues were preached to audiences which had not the education to judge them truly. The army, whose influence had made the coup d'etat, was the one hope for the establishment of a stable government. Had there been someone with sufficient authority to veto this crazy electioneering. But military discipline is a delicate plant, and to set up the hustings in the field has before this wrecked many a gallant force. Those who loved and admired the Russian soldier and regarded his campaigns as the summit of mortal heroism and endurance saw with consternation his exposure to this incredible trial. He was called to debate in his ignorance on the foundations of statecraft in the presence of a vigilant enemy. A revolution may, at the outset, be the work of many, but its establishment is usually the task of one man, a Caesar, a Cromwell, a Napoleon. Among the extremists, there was no such man, for in the nature of things he must not be extreme. He may dream dreams and see visions, but he must have an iron hand and a clear eye for realities. In the respectable circle of the Duma statesmen, competent, honest, brilliant even, he seemed to be lacking. Guchkov was the nearest approach, but Gushchev had no magnetism to compel a following, and the man of destiny must be a traiton between the practical administrators and the masses. One figure alone seemed to stand out from the others. A young man, barely 35, the son of a Siberian schoolmaster, hitherto an obscure Petrograd lawyer, and a somewhat flamboyant orator in labor circles. His haggard, white face and melancholy eyes showed his bodily frailty, and indeed he was one who walked very close to death. In the first stage of the revolution, Alexander Kerensky played boldly. Himself a strong Republican and a staunch socialist, he seemed to recognize that a country cannot be saved by ideals alone, and to gird himself for the rough work of construction. His fervent speeches kept the new provisional government from being wrecked at the start, and he had his way alike with the elder statesmen of the Duma and the firebrands and amateurs of the Workmen's Council. Here, so at the moment it seemed, was a swallower of formulas, a second Mirabeau. Would he die like Mirabeau before he could guide the revolution aright? Would he faint by the wayside, baffled by problems too great for mortal solution, and handicapped by the trammels of his old environment? Or would he live to lead his people beyond the wilderness to the promised land? End of chapter 72, part 3.
Section 41 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jenny. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 73, The New Government in Britain, December 19, 1916 to May 2, 1917. Part 1. The new ministry in Britain entered upon office faced by a host of vexatious and intricate problems. Rumania had been overrun and was now making a last stand on the lines of the Seraph. Greece was in a state of naked chaos. In Russia, the incompetence of the bureaucracy was now grossly apparent. The campaign in the West had reached the apparent stagnation which comes with midwinter, and in consequence the attention of the people was diverted to domestic criticism. The peace overtures of Germany and President Wilson's note had produced a situation which called for a wary and patient diplomacy. At home, the increased activity of the German submarines had raised acutely the question of food and supplies. The need of men for the army was more urgent than ever if the strategic purpose of the forces in the field was not to be compromised. But the new government had one clear advantage. It had been accepted by the people as a government of action, and the country at large was prepared to make any effort which it should direct. It was in the eyes of most men a, quote, business government, end quote, an executive committee of the whole nation. Hence, when, in his first speech in the House of Commons on December 19, 1916, the new Prime Minister sketched a program of large and drastic measures, his demands were willingly granted. He summoned the country to a national Lent, an honorable competition in sacrifice. He asked that every available acre should be used for the production of food, and that the overconsumption of the rich should be cut down to the compulsory level of the poor. He proposed a system of immediate national service for war. He announced that the government would complete their control over mines and shipping. He warned his hearers that such as gave their trust to the new administration in the hope of a speedy victory would be doomed to disappointment, that there was a long and difficult road still to travel before victory was won. But his tone was one of grave yet buoyant confidence, and he gave a new encouragement to those who believed that the resources of the whole empire should be mobilized by his promise to summon at an early date an imperial war conference. The country looked kindly at his committee of experts and was ready to grant them a fair field for their energy. Few ministries have ever entered upon office accompanied by a more general goodwill. The linchpin of the coach was the Prime Minister, and with his accession to the highest place, the world became more fully cognizant of one of the most remarkable and potent figures in modern history. His pre-war record had shown that he had unsurpassed demagogic talents, and that rarer gift, a sense of political atmosphere. He might err in his ultimate judgments, but rarely in his immediate intuitions. If his strategy was often erroneous, his tactics were seldom at fault. He had been accused both by colleagues and opponents of lack of principle, for in truth he cared little for dogma and distrusted the Whig code, so far as he troubled himself to understand it. His interest was not in doctrine, but in life, and his quick sense of reality made him at heart an opportunist, one who loved the persistency of facts and was prepared to select, if need be, from the repertory of any party. This elasticity, combined with his high political courage, rendered him, even in his bitterest campaigns, not wholly repugnant to his opponents. He was always human and had nothing of the dogmatic rigidity, the lean spiritual pride of the elder liberalism. In December 1916, Mr. Lloyd George was but partially revealed to his countrymen and to the world, but enough was known to make it clear that he had great assets for the task. He was a born coalitionist, sitting always loose to parties. A born war minister, for strife was his element, and a born leader of democracy. Of democracy, indeed, both in its strength and weakness, he was more than a representative. He was a personification. He had its fatal facility in general ideas, its sentimentality, its love of picturesque catchwords, and he had also its incongruous realism in action. Devotees of consistency were driven mad by his vagaries, for a tyrant or an oligarchy may be consistent, but not a free people. He had a democracy's short memory and brittle personal loyalties. Perhaps his supreme merit as a popular leader was his comprehensibility. No atmosphere of mystery surrounded his character or his talents. The qualities and the defects of both were evident to all, and the plain man found in them something which he could himself assess, positive merits, positive weaknesses, so that he could give or withhold his confidence as if he were dealing with a familiar friend. This power of producing a sense of intimacy among millions who have never seen his face or heard his voice is the greatest of assets for a democratic statesman, and Mr. Lloyd George had it not only for Britain, but for all the world. He was a living figure everywhere, as well known in France as Monsieur Briand, an intelligible character in America as much as Mr. Roosevelt or Mr. Wilson. A reputation such as Mr. Balfour's or Mr. Asquith's was a local thing which grew dim beyond the seas, but Mr. Lloyd George's was like an electric current whose strength was scarcely lessened by transmission over great distances. When he spoke, he was understood by the whole round earth. His speeches made exactly the appeal which he intended, whether heard in London or read in Paris and Petrograd. He used a universal tongue, and his cardinal strength lay in this universality, in his abounding share of a common humanity. It is a rare and happy gift, and while it has been possessed by certain artists and thinkers, It has been the endowment of but few statesmen. Apart from this special genius, his most notable qualities seemed, at the moment of taking office, to be his courage and energy. His physical appearance was a clue to the man, the thick-set figure, the deep chest, the bright, wary swordsman's eye, all spoke of an ebullient and inexhaustible life. As the months passed, critics were to be found to depreciate his wisdom, his honesty, even his valor, but no man ever denied his vitality. He was exhilarated rather than depressed by misfortunes, even though he might be also a little frightened. His strength was that he overflowed at all times with zest and interest and passion. The Allied cause now made the same emotional appeal to him that the handicaps and sufferings of the poor had made in earlier days. He was not only energetic himself, but an inspirer of energy in others. Like a gadfly, he stung all his environment to life. He was inordinately quick at grasping the essentials of a problem, and with him the deed did not wait long on the thought. His well-wishers were less certain whether this instinct for action was combined with an equal sagacity in counsel and prescience in judgment, for it is a rule of mortality that the considering brain and the active will are not commonly found together in the same being. It was not enough that such a man should choose able colleagues, for his temperamental dominance was so strong that the subtlest and shrewdest of advisers would be apt to be dragged along at his impetuous chariot wheels. It was clear that he would not falter in the race, but there was the risk that his fine ardor might be sometimes wasted through misdirection, and that paths might be chosen in haste which would have to be abandoned at leisure. He was above all things the inspirer and comforter of the nation through the medium of the spoken word. As an orator he was in a unique position. There have been many greater speakers, men who have at their disposal a more complete armory of all the weapons of rhetoric and debate, but there have been few indeed who have had his specific talent. He had not the golden eloquence of Lord Rosebery, rich in historical allusion and imagery, or Mr. Balfour's architectural power, which made each part of the argument fall into its place with a mathematical precision, or the austere elevation like that of the English Bible, which is found in the best speeches of Abraham Lincoln. His oratory was altogether less accomplished, the product of a native talent rather than of a laborious apprenticeship. At its worst it was merely noisy, the robustious hammer-and-tongs business of the hustings. In its average quality it was homely, vigorous, hard-hitting, and usually effective, giving the ordinary man something he could readily understand, and providing the answer to his opponents which the ordinary man desired to give. It was platitudinous, but often witty, and invariably picturesque. But there were moments when it became poetry, a rare and exquisite music, which lingered on the air like an old song, and transformed the dusty arena of politics as a sunset transfigures a dingy landscape. Such passages were usually illustrations drawn from some episode of the natural world or some recollection of boyhood. Footnote: take such a passage as this from his speech at Carnarvon on February 3rd, 1917, spoken among the Welsh hills toward the close of a bitter winter. Quote, "There are rare epochs in the history of the world when in a few raging years the character, the destiny of the whole race is determined for unknown ages. This is one. The winter wheat is being sown. It is better, it is surer, it is more bountiful in its harvest than when it is sown in the soft springtime. There are many storms to pass through, there are many frosts to endure, before the land brings forth its green promise. But let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not." End quote. End footnote. They were never recondite, but their use was so apt, their presentation so beautiful, that they came to the mind of his hearers with the shock of a revelation. It was simplicity itself, but it was the simplicity of genius, and, save in a few rare utterances of Cromwell, the history of British oratory may be searched in vain for a parallel. And because it was poetry, its appeal was worldwide, for true poetry knows no frontiers of race or tongue. The machinery which the Prime Minister had announced on his accession to office seemed at first sight adequate to his purpose. The old cabinet of 23 had been too large and cumbrous. It had met infrequently, and it had kept no minutes. The Special War Committee which existed had been too informal and too ill-defined in its powers to be effective. Mr. Lloyd George's War Cabinet was 5 in number, and only one of its members, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had the cares of a heavy department to distract him. This body of 5 had their hands free to direct the management of the campaigns. They were picked men who brought to the common stock a great endowment of consultative and executive competence. Mr. Arthur Henderson was a labor leader with a wide knowledge of the mind of British workers, and he had the patience and sagacity and unrhetorical patriotism of the best type of his class. Mr. Bonar Law was a businessman with a high reputation for practical ability, and his remarkable skill in debate made him an admirable exponent of policy in Parliament. Lord Curzon had been the most successful Viceroy of India since Dalhousie. Lord Milner had been the civilian leader in a long and difficult war, and had borne the weight of the reconstruction of South Africa. All who had ever worked with him were aware that he possessed administrative talents which were probably not equaled by any contemporary Englishman. And at the head of this distinguished junta was Mr. Lloyd George, with his magnetic energy and his quick imagination. It seemed on paper an ideal arrangement for the conduct of campaigns. It was a proof of the elasticity of the British Constitution that a wholly novel machinery could come into being at once, without legislative sanction, without debate in Parliament or in the country, on the authority of one man. But those who examined the scheme closely, while fully alive to its merits, saw certain dangers in the near future. The new War Cabinet was the only cabinet. The other members of the ministry were departmental heads, without opportunity for consultation or collective decision except in so far as they might be summoned to attend the War Cabinet at odd meetings. But the British Constitution is based on collective resolutions and collective responsibility. Again, while the major business was the war, the normal government of the country had to be carried on. Important decisions must be taken in such matters as finance, education, and labor, which might be purely domestic in character, but which required the assent of the whole government. And even in internal affairs, many questions might bear a war complexion. Hence, it seemed certain that the War Cabinet would not only have to perform the special functions for which it was created, but to do the work of the old Cabinet as well. In practice, its membership could not be limited to 5, for other ministers would require to be constantly in attendance, and in practice it could not confine itself to problems directly arising out of the war, but must include in its province the whole government of Britain. Finally, one of Mr. Lloyd George's first acts was to create a number of new departments: shipping control, national service, food control, pensions, which were not branches of old departments, but directly responsible to the War Cabinet itself. It looked as if the Committee of 5 might be swamped with endless matters of detail, referred to them because there was no other mode of reference. At first, however, the danger was not pressing, and the War Cabinet, sitting in almost continuous session, endeavored to draw together the threads of war administration. It showed courage and energy in grappling both with internal and foreign problems. The Prime Minister went to Paris and Rome. Lord Milner was dispatched to Russia. Conferences of the Allies became frequent. And, most vital of all, a war conference of the British Empire was called for the early spring. This conference took the form of a temporary enlargement of the War Cabinet, the Dominion's prime ministers or their representatives and the Indian delegates being included for the purpose in its membership. It was the 8th conference of the Empire, which had been held since the first Jubilee Conference of 1887. At the earlier ones, the main questions discussed had been imperial defense, imperial reciprocity, and imperial consolidation. But the vital question of cooperation in war had not been seriously raised till the Conference of 1909. It had been developed at the Coronation Conference of 1911, when Sir Edward Grey took the representatives of the Dominions into his confidence on matters of foreign policy. But up to the outbreak of hostilities, these deliberations had not resulted in the devising of any real machinery for united effort. The old doctrine of a loose partnership of self-governing peoples held its ground, a friendly partnership based on frequent consultations, but a partnership in which the main burden both of responsibility and of action lay upon Britain herself. The war had wholly changed the outlook both of the mother country and of the Dominions. Cooperation in the field, in finance, and in all forms of war activity had become a tremendous reality. But the machinery of cooperation was still faulty. The conduct of the campaigns and of foreign policy still rested exclusively with the British government. This would have been well enough had the Dominions' contribution been made merely out of loyalty and friendship for the parent land, but that was not the main motive. Australian and Canadian, New Zealander and South African fought side by side with British troops, not primarily in defense of Britain, but in defense of their own homelands and on behalf of those ideals of civilization and international honor which they realized to be the only securities for their future freedom and peace. Hence there must be cooperation not only in effort, but in the direction of that effort. And from this practical and responsible partnership in the conduct of war, there must follow a true partnership in the conduct of peace. The Prime Minister was under no delusion. Quote, "You do not suppose that the overseas nations can raise and place in the field armies containing an enormous proportion of their best manhood, and not want to have a say, and a real say, in determining the use to which they are to be put. Up to the present, the British government has shouldered the responsibility for the policy of the war practically alone. It now wishes to know that in its measures for prosecuting the war to a finish, and in its negotiations for peace, it will be carrying out a policy agreed upon by the representatives of the whole empire, sitting in council together. Of this I am certain. The peoples of the empire will have found a unity in the war such as never existed before it. A unity not only in history but of purpose. Do you tell me that the peoples who have stood together and staked everything in order to bring about the liberation of the world are not going to find some way of perpetuating that unity afterwards on an equal basis?" End quote. End of chapter 73, part 1. Read by Jenny, 2023. Section 42 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress Continued, and The Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jenny. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 73. The New Government in Britain, December 19, 1916 to May 2, 1917, Part 2. The first great problem which the new ministry had to face was the need for men. The requirements of the army were growing, and it was calculated that, to keep the forces in the field up to the strength required by the strategic purposes of the High Command, 200,000 extra men must be found before the end of the summer. In March 1917, Mr. Bonar Law told the House of Commons that since the beginning of the year, recruits had fallen short of the number estimated by 100,000. To meet the demand, a comprehensive new examination of discharged and rejected persons was undertaken, which would enable the military authorities to deal with 1 million men. Such a, quote, combing out, unquote, involved many hardships. The doctors, acting under urgent War Office instructions, were inclined to be liberal in their view of what constituted physical efficiency, and thousands who had been hitherto rejected or placed in a low class found themselves passed for general service. In the same way, the tribunals were slow to grant exemptions, and pleas which a year before had been allowed were now summarily dismissed. The principle was undoubtedly right, that every man fit to be in the fighting line should go there unless his services were required for national work of equal importance at home. But the word fit was far too loosely construed. Men were drafted into the line who retired to hospital after the first week of service, and thereby increased the cost of our army without adding one atom to its strength. Side by side with this purely military scheme, there was established an organization for national civilian service similar to that set up in Germany the previous autumn. The idea was sound, to find substitutes for men engaged in vital industries and in military service by calling in men over age or debarred by some physical handicap from fighting. The country was split up into recruiting areas, and an appeal was made for volunteers, both men and women. An attempt was made to compile a great register in which should be set down the ability of each volunteer for the different branches of national work. Unfortunately, the mechanism was cumbrously devised, and volunteers were demanded before any scheme for their utilization had been framed. The result was that men and women were kept waiting indefinitely or hastily assigned to incongruous tasks. The National Service Department, much criticized and laboring amid hopeless difficulties, did something to ease the situation, but it cannot be said to have realized the aim of its promoters. The scheme of the military authorities, on the other hand, secured large numbers of men, but it involved so many mistakes that during the spring and summer it had to be constantly revised. Many of the blunders were so glaring that they inspired an unpleasant sense of insecurity and injustice among the people. It was too often forgotten that, having grafted compulsion upon our old voluntary plan, we had thereby improvised a system far less scientific and equitable than that which existed in conscript countries. Many thousands had volunteered in the early days of the war who under a proper scheme would have remained at home, and consequently our later compulsory methods could not be applied in a fair field. For a sedentary man of 40, with a family and a business depending on his own efforts, to be hurried into the ranks was a very real hardship, which the sight of multitudes of young men reserved for so-called vital industries did not tend to alleviate. The country, recognizing the urgent necessity of the case, bore the anomalies with amazing good humor, and that the protests were on the whole so few spoke volumes for the patience and patriotism of the nation. Scarcely less urgent was the supply of food and raw materials which the success of the unrestricted German submarine campaign forced into prominence. In a later chapter, we shall consider the features of that campaign. Here it is sufficient to note its results upon our domestic policy. On February 23, 1917, the Prime Minister informed the House of Commons that the ultimate success of the Allies depended, in his opinion, on solving the tonnage difficulties with which they were confronted. New restrictions were imposed on all imports not essential to the prosecution of the war. Certain forms of non-essential home production, such as brewing and distilling, were rigorously cut down. A great effort was made to increase the building of new standardized merchant ships. Home production was stimulated in such matters as timber and iron ore, and notably in the provision of food supplies. In order to extend agricultural effort, farmers were guaranteed certain minimum prices for wheat and oats and potatoes, that they might be induced to put pastoral lands under crop. A minimum wage was fixed for agricultural labor, and landlords were forbidden to raise rents except with the consent of the Board of Agriculture. These and many other schemes were aimed at the conservation and increase of Britain's economic strength, for it was realized that the enemy was directing against it his most serious attack, and that a long and stern struggle lay before the nation. A kind of practical communism came into being. No national asset could any longer be kept under unrestricted private management if the strength of Britain was to be mobilized for war, and state interference reached a height which 3 years before would have staggered the most clamorous socialist. An example was the government control of all coal mines, which came into force in February 1917. The truth was that Britain was blockaded, and her policy must be that of a beleaguered city. Germany was in the same position, and the world saw the astounding result of 2 sets of belligerents, each reduced by the other to a condition of economic stringency, the one by above water and the other by underwater naval operations. At the same time, there could be no comparison between the kinds of stringency. In Mr. Lloyd George's phrase, there was a vast difference between privation and deprivation, and the former had been for some time the lot of Germany, but was still unknown in Britain. The food problem, which was the one which affected most notably the ordinary man, was dealt with by a series of curious measures which included experiments not always well considered. Mr. Runciman, the president of the Board of Trade under the former government, had begun in November 1916 with the adoption of a form of, quote, standard, unquote, bread, with certain restrictions on the meals served in restaurants. When Lord Devonport became food controller, he found the position with regard to the grain supply very serious, and by a multiplicity of orders, culminating in the government control of all the chief flour mills, he endeavored to prevent the waste of foodstuffs. Stocks of sugar were also short, and during the first half of the year 1917 there was a very great dearth of potatoes. In February he appealed to patriotic households to accept a voluntary scale of rations, and the Royal Proclamation of 2nd May urged the nation to a united campaign of food economy. Apart from restrictions of consumption, there was a general attempt on the part of householders who had access to the land, whether in the shape of gardens or allotments, to increase the food supplies by the planting of potatoes and other vegetables. Shortage was followed by high prices, which bore heavily on the poorer classes, and were attributed by many to the quote-unquote profiteering of the large dealers. Lord Devonport's sporadic efforts to control these prices were attended with no great success, and the matter was not firmly handled till he had retired and given place to Lord Ronda, the former president of the local government board, who by his vigorous administration gave the country assurance that such high prices as remained were the inevitable effects of war, and not of private greed. The first financial measure of the new government was a gigantic loan, which was expounded by the Chancellor of the Exchequer at a great meeting in the Guildhall. The amount was unlimited and was to be raised in 2 issues, a 5% loan issued at 95 and repayable at par on June 1st, 1947, and a 4% loan issued at par and repayable on October 15th, 1942. The interest on the first issue was subject to income tax, and the yield was therefore £4 2 shillings 3 pence per cent. The interest of the second was free from tax. A sinking fund was instituted of 1 3/4% per annum. The 4.5% war loan and 5 and 6% exchequer bond issues were convertible into the new loan at par, but there was no right of conversion into any future war loan. The scheme was methodically advertised, and when the lists closed on 16th of February, it was found that the loan had yielded in new money £1,000 million, which was £300 million in excess of Mr. Bonar Law's provisional estimate. No such result had as yet been attained in any belligerent country, and the amount subscribed exceeded the combined results of the 2 previous British loans. There were no subscriptions from the banks, which were therefore left free to finance the general business of the country. Some 8 million people had subscribed, as contrasted with Germany's highest figure of 4 million, though the population of Germany was 50% larger than that of Britain. A little later it was announced that the government of India had agreed to subscribe £100 million to the general expenditure of the war. These heroic measures were needed, for the cost of campaigns was rising rapidly. On 12th February, the Chancellor of the Exchequer declared that the average daily expenditure had risen to £5,790,000, an increase of over £1 million a day since the beginning of the financial year. Such an increase was inevitable. There were now 14 times as many troops on the different fronts as at the beginning of the war, and as compared with the average in the first year, the smallest increase among the different types of munitions was 28-fold. The rate was soon to be greatly added to, for in the first 9 weeks of the new financial year, 1917-18, the daily average had risen to £7,884,000. Mr. Bonar Law's first budget, introduced in April, showed an actual deficit on the past year of £1,624,685,000, to be met out of loan money. His estimate for the year 1917-18 was an expenditure of £2,290,381,000 and a revenue of £638,600,000, leaving a deficit of £1,651,781,000. There were no new taxes, but a new revenue of £27 million was estimated for, chiefly from the raising of the tobacco duty and the increase of the excess profits tax from 60 to 80%. The figures were so vast that the most vigilant of financial critics were struck dumb. The thing was not in pari materia with anything in their past experience, or even in their wildest imaginings. The state was contracting a colossal debt to its citizens, but it was an internal indebtedness, and the worst difficulties concerning foreign payments were in process of being solved by the entry of America into the war. Without that fortunate event, the financial position of all the Allies would have been difficult in the extreme. Britain was expending her accumulated savings, but she had not yet entrenched seriously upon the assets necessary for the production of her national income. Moreover, a growing part of her outlay was returning to her war chest. The campaign of the War Savings Committee, conducted quietly and persistently through the land, was not only bringing a considerable part of the high wages now current back to the use of the state, but was inculcating habits of thrift and investment in classes who might otherwise have been demoralized by the changed conditions of the world. The opening of 1917 saw no change in the mass of British opinion concerning the war, save perhaps a certain hardening. The long struggle of the Somme had brought home to the nation the magnitude of the toil and the greatness of the needful sacrifices. And as Germany's policy unfolded itself, and as a fuller idea of her aims built itself slowly in the minds of those not given to reflect upon international politics, the conviction grew that no halfway house could be found between victory and defeat. The peace overtures of December 1916 did, it is true, induce the doubters to urge that a victory in the field was impossible, and that peace must be sought by negotiation, and the easily beguiled to cry out that there were signs in Germany of a change of heart, which it was the Allies' duty to encourage. Footnote, quote, "The bloodmen are a people that have their name derived from the malignity of their nature, and from the fury that is in them, to execute it upon the town of Mansoul. These people are always in league with the doubters, for they jointly do make question of the faith and fidelity of the men of the town of Mansoul." End quote. Bunyan's Holy War. But of pacifism in the dangerous sense there were few signs, and the plea for, quote, "peace by negotiation," end quote, sprang in most cases from an error of head rather than of heart. In every great struggle there will be a certain class who in the name of democracy choose to set themselves against the tide of popular opinion, and out of a kind of spiritual and intellectual pride misread facts which are plain to less sophisticated souls. Such views are middle class rather than popular, and they are found not among those who are bearing the burden of the contest, but in the small minority who even in war contrive to lead a sheltered life. But if there was no weakening in purpose, the country, as the third year of war drew to a close, was suffering beyond doubt from a high degree of war weariness. The revulsion from the hope of an early and dramatic close had plunged many into a dogged apathy. The losses on the Somme had been felt in every class, and very especially in those classes which had small military knowledge and could not view the campaign in a true perspective. It was remarked that in certain districts the temper of the people seemed to have lost its edge. They were resolute to go on to the end, but they had ceased to envisage that end, and were like a man towards the close of a day's journey who dully places one foot behind another without the sanguine enterprise of the morning hours. Workmen were weary with the strain of 3 years' overwork, and all were dazed with the long anxiety. The effect of staleness, which was to be noticed among troops who had kept too long in the firing line, was beginning to appear among the civilian population at home. It is the lesson of all wars. The stronger military force will win, pourvu que le civil tienne. But what had been an academic postulate in the early days of the campaign was now revealed as a most vital truth. The nation was determined to hold, but it realized that the endeavor might bring it very near to the limits of its strength. The class which suffered most was the least vocal. In a struggle which called forth the best from all conditions of life, it would be idle to compute degrees of sacrifice. But if one class were to be singled out as especially heroic, it would be what is commonly called the lower middle, the minor walks of commerce and the professions. A young man of the upper classes had, as a rule, a comfortable background behind him. The workman had his trade or craft to return to, and his separation allowance was generally sufficient to support his family in the mode of livelihood to which they had been accustomed. But take the man who had built up a little business by his own efforts, or had just won a footing in one of the professions. When he enlisted, he sacrificed all the results of his past toil. If he survived, he would have to start again from the beginning. The little shop or business was closed down. His professional chances disappeared. No separation allowance, no pay as a second lieutenant, could keep up his home on the old scale of modest respectability. It was from this class, it should be remembered, that the bulk of the officers of the new armies were drawn. For it, there was no chance of exemption, for its work was not regarded as of national importance. It had no trade union to watch its interests, and no popular press to expound its hardships. But of all the many sacrifices to which the nation was called, it bore the heaviest share. It was a melancholy experience to walk through the fringes of an industrial town. In the artisan area, life seemed to be going on as before. The streets in the daytime were full of women and children, and in the evening the fathers of families came back from work, as in the times of peace. But in the quote-unquote residential quarters, where the rows of small villas housed the clerk, the shopkeeper, and the minor professions, every second house was closed. A section of society, which above all others prided itself on the little platform it had won in the struggle for life, saw its foundations destroyed. The position of labor during the early part of 1917 was to some small extent influenced by the Russian Revolution. War is a time when the whole world requires a new sensitiveness, and the cataclysm in Russia made itself felt in remote quarters, as a great storm at sea will affect peaceful backwaters far up a tidal river. There were stirrings and questionings abroad, which did not formulate themselves in any revolutionary creed, but gave a special edge to the existing labor difficulties. Continual minor disputes and occasional strikes were proof of a real unsettlement, but it was too often assumed that this was mainly due to a gang of unpatriotic agitators. Agitators there were who, taking advantage of the absence of responsible leaders, preached the cruder doctrines of syndicalism and the class war, and had a fair field owing to the fact that the government did not organize counter-propaganda. The ordinary Briton was accustomed to a good deal of public speaking, but the war had dried up the usual founts of political oratory, and the extremist was left to provide most of the talking. But the influence of the firebrand was strictly limited. The real cause of unrest, apart from the inevitable war weariness, was to be found in certain specific grievances and discontents. It is important to recognize that labor had a good case and did not make trouble out of mere selfish perversity. The old charter of trade union rights had been abrogated during the war with the consent of the unions. It was too often forgotten what this sacrifice entailed. In other countries less highly industrialized than Britain, the land had remained as the sheet anchor of the peasant. But in industrial Britain, the workman was cut off from his ancient natural security and had to seek an artificial defense. This he found in the rules of his union, without which he was an economic waif unable to bargain on a fair basis. Hence he regarded any infringement of his union rules as a weakening of the safeguards essential to his very existence. He consented to drastic alterations on the understanding that they were purely war measures, but he was naturally jealous that the plea of military necessity should not be used to impair his ultimate rights, of which he stood as the trustee not only for himself but for his kinsmen in the trenches. Anything which seemed to point to a delay in the restitution of his old status after the war made him acutely uneasy, and his suspicion was not lessened by foolish talk on the part of some employers about a complete revision of the industrial system involving a repeal of the Factory Acts and the Trade Disputes Act. It seemed to him that in defending his rights as he conceived them, he was resisting Prussianism as much as the troops in the field. But in time of war, when new urgencies appeared with each day, it was hard for a government to keep the strict letter of a contract with labor. The British workman was not unreasonable, and when a fresh necessity was made clear to him, he would usually accept it. But unfortunately, the war had largely deprived him of the services of the men who might have done the explaining. His old leaders had been for the most part absorbed into the government, and in the stress of heavy executive duties were unable to keep in close touch with their followers. Moreover, the mere sight of them as part of the official machine caused them to be regarded with a certain suspicion. The consequence was that a new type of leader came into prominence, younger and less responsible men, who took a stand not only against the government, but against the proper trade union officials. Of such a type were the shop stewards in the engineering trades. Originally they had been merely agents of the district committees. But, since they were the only union officials left in intimate contact with the men, they acquired new powers, and became the spokesmen of the workers, not only against the state, but against the union executives. The strike of the engineers in May was organized in defense of their union by a self-elected committee of shop stewards. Finally, there was a very general suspicion of quote-unquote profiteering. The men objected to sacrifice their union rules in order, as they saw it, to swell the profits of private employers, and they bore with impatience the high cost of living because they suspected that private monopolies and corners played as large a part in producing it as the dislocation of war. In handling this difficult situation, the government made frequent mistakes. The whole state organization was overworked, and there were many departmental delays in starting the agreed machinery, and especially in adjudicating on differences between employers and employed. But the main sources of trouble in the May strikes were the withdrawal of the trade card scheme and the extension of dilution to private work. These 2 points demand a short explanation, for they were typical of the kind of disputes which, without discredit to both sides, were bound to arise. In order to prevent the confusion of work from the sudden calling up of skilled men, and to get rid of the suspicion that an employer could punish a man he disliked by declaring him no longer indispensable, the trade card scheme was approved in November 1916, under which every member of an engineering union was absolutely exempted from military service. It was obviously a bad arrangement, for it was hard to see why exemption should be based on membership of a particular union and not on national utility, and other unions, not thus protected, viewed the scheme with suspicion. When, early in 1917, the army authorities began to press for more men, the government, instead of trying to negotiate a fresh agreement, simply announced that the trade card scheme would terminate as from 1st of May. The quote-unquote dilution question was even more delicate. The principle of dilution in munition work, which, be it remembered, involved the most sacred principle of the craft unions, had been accepted by labor in 1915 on the understanding that no dilution should be enforced in work other than war work. But the necessities of the army, and the importance at the same time of keeping private industry alive, caused the government to bethink itself of dilution in private work. In November 1916, it came to an arrangement with most of the unions, but not with the engineers. Nevertheless, it introduced the Munitions of War Bill 1917 to give the Ministry of Munitions power, quote, to carry into effect a scheme of dilution of skilled labor by the introduction of less skilled labor, both male and female, upon private work, end quote. The result of these measures was that labor did not know where it stood. Explicit pledges had been violated, and the explanations did not harmonize. The Ministry of Munitions declared that it only wanted to spread skilled men more evenly over the whole industrial system, and not to take them for the army. But the military authorities made no secret of the fact that they expected to get large drafts from the engineering trades. There was the further grievance that the Chancellor of the Exchequer proposed to abolish the limitations originally placed on the profits of controlled establishments, and leave the employers subject only to the excess profits tax. The result of this atmosphere of suspicion was the outbreak of trouble in May in some 30 munition areas in defiance of the executives of the unions. 250,000 men were affected, and the arrest of the chief strike leaders did not improve the situation. Ultimately, the men were released, and an arrangement was reached with the strikers under which the government made important concessions as to the obnoxious legislation which they had contemplated. Incidents such as this showed the difficulties which attended cooperation between a government, forced constantly by new needs into new measures, and labor, suspicious of the intentions of the state, out of touch with its experienced leaders, and profoundly anxious about the future fate of those rights which it had temporarily surrendered. It may be doubted whether the making of a strike a punishable offense under the first Munitions of War Act in July 1915 was a wise step, for it deprived unrest of a natural outlet and caused doubts to brood like mosquitoes on stagnant water. Yet, when all has been said, overt discontent was the exception and not the rule. There was no sounder patriotism or stauncher resolution anywhere in the Allied nations and among the workers of Britain. When we remember the strain and monotony of their toil, the innumerable grounds for suspicion open to them, and the blunders in tactics made, sometimes avoidably and sometimes unavoidably, by the government, we may well conclude that the chief characteristic of British labor during the war was not petulant unrest, but an amazing stamina and patience. End of chapter 73, part 2. Read by Jenny, 2023.
Section 43 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3, The Beleaguered Fortress, Continued, and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Calkins. A History of the Great War, Volume 3, by John Buchan. Chapter 74, The Breaking of America's Patience. January 22 through April 6, 1917. In earlier chapters, we have examined the stages in the ripening of American opinion against the aims and methods of the Teutonic League. It was a slow process, for the great republic had a long road to travel from her historic isolation to the point of junction with the Allies in Europe. She had started with 3 principles which had always been the foundation of her policy. The first was the doctrine of Washington and Monroe, that she would not interfere in European disputes or entangle herself in any foreign alliance, and that her one external interest was to keep the New World free from foreign aggression. The second was that she would persistently labor to secure such a maritime code as would ensure to the whole world the freedom of the seas. For this purpose she had assisted Britain to clear out the Barbary pirates, and, save during the stress of her civil war, she had leaned towards the doctrine of the inviolability of private property at sea, a generous free list, and a narrow definition of contraband. The third was an endeavor to substitute a judicial for a military settlement of disputes between nations. These principles of policy were very dear to her, and to a desire to safeguard them she added the hope that, if she could keep aloof from the war in Europe, she might be in a position at its close to take the lead in rebuilding a ruined world and healing the wounds of the nations. But the American people were of Cromwell's opinion that it is necessary at all times to look at facts. Slowly and with bitter disappointment, they learned that isolation was not feasible, that there could be no freedom at sea unless they did their share in winning freedom on land, that right, instead of might, could not be set on the throne of the earth unless they were willing to restrain the power that worshipped force, that they could not bind up the wounds of the world until they compelled the oppressor to sheathe the sword. It was not always easy for the Allies to watch with patience the progress of this gradual disillusionment. It was so very gradual, apparently so blind to actualities, so much in love with the technicalities of a law which had been long since shattered. But the wiser statesmen in Europe saw that, behind the academic decorum of America, the forces of enlightenment were at work, and they possessed their souls in patience. For with a strong people, a slow change is a sure change. The initial atrocities in Belgium and France had induced in the greater part of the educated class in America the conviction that Germany was a menace to civilization. But such a conviction was still far removed from the feeling that America was called on to play an active part in the war. Her pride was first wounded by Germany's insistence that as a neutral, the United States had no right to trade in munitions with the Allied powers. The American view was well stated in the official presentation of America's case, issued after she entered the struggle by the Committee of Public Information. Quote, "If, with all other neutrals, we refused to sell munitions to belligerents, we could never in time of a war of our own obtain munitions from neutrals, and the nation which had accumulated the largest reserves of war supplies in times of peace would be assured of victory. The militarist state that invested its money in arsenals would be at a fatal advantage over a free people that invested its money in schools. To write into international law that neutrals should not trade in munitions would be to hand over the world to the rule of the nation with the largest armament factories." End quote. Then came the sinking of the Lusitania, and the preposterous demand that America should surrender her right of free travel by sea. Concurrent with the prevarications and belated apologies of Berlin ran a campaign of German machination and outrages in the New World. To quote again from the same document, "In this country, official agents of the Central Powers, protected from a criminal prosecution by diplomatic immunity, conspired against our internal peace, placed spies and agents provocateurs throughout the length and breadth of our land, and even in high positions of trust in departments of our government. While expressing a cordial friendship for the people of the United States, the government of Germany had its agents at work both in Latin America and in Japan. They bought and subsidized papers and supported speakers there to arouse feelings of bitterness and distrust against us in those friendly nations in order to embroil us in war. They were inciting to insurrection in Cuba, in Haiti, and in Santo Domingo. Their hostile hand was stretched out to take the Danish islands, and everywhere in South America they were abroad sowing the seeds of dissension, trying to stir up one nation against another, and all against the United States. In their sum, these various operations amounted to direct assault of the Monroe Doctrine." Close quote. The complicated negotiations between Washington and Berlin have already been described in these pages. When, on May 4, 1916, Germany grudgingly promised that ships should not be sunk without warning, it seemed as if the controversy was settled. But meantime, two currents of opinion in America had been growing in volume. One was the desire to make this war the last fought under the old bad conditions of national isolation, to devise a league to enforce peace, which would police the world on behalf of international justice. Of such ideals, Mr. Wilson was a declared champion. The second was the conviction that this war was in very truth America's war, that the Allies were fighting for America's interests, the greatest of which was the maintenance of public right. To this creed Mr. Root and Mr. Roosevelt have borne eloquent testimony. In the light of it, the various diplomatic wrangles with Britain over her naval policy became things of small moment. Quote, "As long as militarism continues to be a serious danger, peaceful neutral nations, by insisting on the emancipation of commerce from interference by sea power, would be adopting a suicidal policy. The control of commerce in war is now exercised by Great Britain because she possesses a preponderant navy. Rather than that control should be emasculated, Great Britain must be allowed to continue its exercise. We are more than ever sure that this nation does right in accepting the British blockade and defying the submarine. It does right because the war against Britain, France, and Belgium is a war against the civilization of which we are a part. To be fair in such a war would be a betrayal." Close quote. Footnote. These quotations are taken from the American weekly paper, The New Republic, of August 7, 1915, and February 17, 1917. End footnote. The presidential election in the autumn of 1916 caused public discussion on the question to languish, but it did not stop the steady growth of opinion. Then came the revival of German submarine activity in the early winter, and the hectoring German peace proposals, which boasted so loudly of German conquests and asked the world to accept them as the basis of all negotiations. Mr. Wilson, secure in power by his second election, and pledged to the ideal of a League of Nations, dispatched his own request to the belligerents to define their aims, for he saw very clearly that the hour of America's decision was drawing nigh. The interchange of notes which followed cleared the air, and established the fact that American and Allied opinion were moving in the same channels. On 22nd January, the President, in an eloquent address to the Senate, outlined the kind of peace which America could guarantee. The area of agreement had been defined, and the essential difference was soon to leap into blinding clarity. For on 31st January, as we have seen, Germany tore up all her former promises and informed Washington that she was about to enter upon an unrestricted submarine campaign. The Rubicon had been reached, and there could be no turning back. The German ambassador was handed his passports on 3rd February, and Mr. Gerard summoned from Berlin. On the same day, the President announced to both houses of Congress the severance of diplomatic relations with Germany. He showed by his speeches that he took the step unwillingly. He drew a distinction between the German people and the German government, the old distinction to which idealists in democratic countries were apt to cling till facts forced them to relinquish it. He declared that he could not believe that the German government meant, quote, to do in fact what they have warned us they feel at liberty to do, close quote, and that only, quote, actual overt acts, close quote, would convince him of their hostile purpose. But he ended with the solemn announcement that if American ships were sunk and American lives were lost, he would come again to Congress and ask for power to take the necessary steps for the protection of his people. The immediate result of the German decree was that American passenger ships were deterred from sailing for Europe. This brought the situation home very vividly to the dwellers on the eastern states, but had only a remote interest for the inhabitants of the West and the Middle West. At first, there was no very flagrant offense against American shipping, though the Housatonic was sunk on 3rd February and the Lyman M. Law on 13th February. But the situation was none the less intolerable, and on the 26th, Mr. Wilson again addressed Congress, pointing out that Germany had placed a practical embargo on America's shipping and asking for authority to arm her vessels effectually for defense. What he contemplated was an armed neutrality which should stop short of war. On 1st March, the House of Representatives gave this authority by 403 votes to 13, but in the Senate a similar vote was held up by a handful of pacifists, and could not be passed before the session came automatically to an end on 4th March. Nevertheless, an overwhelming majority of the Senate signed a manifesto in favor of the bill. Meantime, various events had roused the temper of the country. On 26th February, the Laconia was sunk and 8 Americans drowned. On 1st March, there was published an order issued on 19th January by Herr Zimmermann of the German Foreign Office to the German minister in Mexico. The latter was instructed to form an alliance with Mexico in the event of war breaking out between Germany and the United States, and to offer as a bribe the provinces of Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico. In the same document, it was suggested that efforts might be made to seduce Japan from the Allies and bring her into partnership with Germany. Such proposals inspired the deepest resentment in the West and in the Middle West, where the submarine atrocities were least realized. There was another consideration which was beginning to impress thoughtful Americans. Even if she avoided war, America would be forced one day or another to negotiate a settlement with Germany. Peace would not come to her automatically on the conclusion of hostilities, and her position in peace negotiations would depend on how the war ended. Mr. Wilson realized that his present policy could not endure. In his inaugural address of 5th March, he said, quote, "We have been obliged to arm ourselves to make good our claim to a certain minimum of right and of freedom of action. We stand firm in armed neutrality, since it seems that in no other way we can demonstrate what it is we insist upon and cannot forego. We may be drawn on by circumstances, not by our own purpose or desire, to a more active assertion of our rights as we see them, and a more immediate association with the great struggle itself." Close quote. The order for arming merchant ships was issued by the American government on the 12th of March. A week later came the overt acts of which the President had spoken. On the 16th, the Vigilancia was sunk and 5 American lives lost. On the 17th, the city of Memphis and the Illinois followed suit. On the 21st, the Helton was torpedoed off the Dutch coast and outside the prohibited zone, and 7 Americans perished. On 1st April came the loss of the Aztec, when 28 Americans were lost. The defiance was flagrant and unmistakable. The feeling against Germany rose to fever heat. At last the country was ripe for the final step. In the words of the official statement, quote, Judging the German government now in the light of our own experience through the long and patient years of our honest attempt to keep the peace, we could see the great autocracy and read her record through the war, and we found that record damnable. With a fanatical faith in the destiny of German Kultur as the system that must rule the world, the imperial government's actions have, through years of boasting, double-dealing, and deceit, tended towards aggression upon the rights of others. Its record has given not only to the Allies, but to liberal peoples throughout the world the conviction that this menace to human liberties everywhere must be utterly shorn of its power for harm. For the evil it has effected has ranged far out of Europe, out upon the open seas, where its submarines, in defiance of law and the concepts of humanity, have blown up neutral vessels and covered the waves with the dead and dying, men and women and children alike. Its agents have conspired against the peace of neutral nations everywhere, sowing the seeds of dissension, ceaselessly endeavoring by tortuous methods of deceit, of bribery, false promises, and intimidation, to stir up brother nations one against the other, in order that the liberal world might not be able to unite, in order that the autocracy might emerge triumphant from the war. All this we know from our own experience with the imperial government. As they have dealt with Europe, so they have dealt with us and with all mankind." Close quote. The case against Germany was plain, and an event had occurred which made an alliance easier with Germany's foes. On 9th March, the revolution broke out in Petrograd. By 16th March, the autocracy had fallen, and a popular government ruled in Russia. The issue was now clear, not as a strife between dynasties, but as the eternal war of liberty and despotism, and no free people could be deaf to the call. The special session of Congress was advanced by a fortnight, and on 2nd April, Mr. Wilson asked it for a declaration of war. The President's message on that day will rank among the greatest of America's many famous state documents. Couched in terms of studious moderation and dignity, it stated not only the case of America against Germany, but of civilization against barbarism and popular government against tyranny. He began with an indictment of the submarine campaign, recalling the promise given on May 4, 1916, and its complete reversal by the decree of January 31, 1917. Quote, "Vessels of every kind, whatever their flag, their character, their cargo, their destination, their errand, have been ruthlessly sent to the bottom without warning and without thought of help or mercy for those on board. The vessels of friendly neutrals along with those of belligerents. Even hospital ships." Footnote, notably the Britannic, the Gloucester Castle, and the Asturias, sunk 20th March. The Belgium relief ships were the Camilla, the Trevier, the Feinstein, and the Storstad. End footnote. And ships carrying relief to the sorely bereaved and stricken people of Belgium, though the latter were provided with safe conduct through the proscribed areas by the German government itself, and were distinguished by unmistakable marks of identity, have been sunk with the same reckless lack of compassion or of principle. Close quote. Germany had swept away the last fragments of international rights, and her new warfare was not against commerce only, but against mankind. He admitted that when he spoke on 26 February, he had hoped that an armed neutrality would be sufficient to protect his people. But Germany was resolved to treat the armed guards placed on merchantmen as mere pirates beyond the pale of law. Quote, "Armed neutrality is ineffectual enough at best. In such circumstances, and in the face of such pretensions, it is worse than ineffectual. It is likely only to produce what it is meant to prevent. It is perfectly certain to draw us into war without either the rights or the effectiveness of belligerents." Footnote. It had been tried before in American history. In 1798, President John Adams was empowered by Congress to arm American merchant vessels against French privateers. Several naval engagements took place, and it was clear that America was moving rapidly towards war. An army was being prepared under Washington and Alexander Hamilton, and an alliance sought with England when Napoleon came into power and offered terms which America could accept. End footnote. There is only one choice we cannot make, we are incapable of making. We will not choose the path of submission and suffer the most sacred rights of our nation to be ignored or violated. The wrongs against which we now array ourselves are no common wrongs. They cut to the very roots of human life. With a profound sense of the solemn and even tragical character of the step I am taking, and of the grave responsibilities which it involves, but in unhesitating obedience to what I deem my constitutional duty, I advise that the Congress declare the recent course of the Imperial German government to be in fact nothing less than war against the government and people of the United States." Close quote. He outlined the urgent practical requirements. War would involve the organization and mobilization of all the national resources of the country, the immediate full equipment of the Navy, the immediate addition of 500,000 men to the armed forces under the principle of universal service, and the authorization of further levies as soon as they could be handled. Above all, it involved, quote, "the utmost practicable cooperation in counsel and action with the governments now at war with Germany," close quote, and the extension to them of the most liberal financial credits. The problem was twofold: to prepare America for war, and at the same time to supply the Allied nations with the materials which they needed. Quote, "They are in the field, and we should help them in every way to be effective there." Close quote. The declaration was complete, explicit, and uncompromising. But the President did not end with that. His conclusion raised the argument to a higher sphere, for he gave expression to the eternal principles for which America entered the field. He restated his hope for the establishment of peace based upon the reign of law. Quote, "Neutrality is no longer feasible or desirable when the peace of the world is involved and the freedom of its peoples, and the menace to that peace and freedom lies in the existence of autocratic governments backed by organized force, which is controlled wholly by their will, not by the will of their people. We have seen the last of neutrality in such circumstances. We are at the beginning of an age in which it will be insisted that the same standards of conduct and of responsibility for wrong done shall be observed among nations and their governments that are observed among the individual citizens of civilized states." Close quote. He had dreamed of a League of Nations, but there could be no honest friendship with autocracies. Quote, "Self-governing nations do not fill their neighbor states with spies. Such designs can be successfully worked out only under cover and where no one has the right to ask questions. A steadfast concert for peace can never be maintained except by a partnership of democratic nations. No autocratic government can be trusted to keep faith with it or observe its covenants. It must be a league of honor, a partnership of opinion. Intrigues would cut its vitals away. The plottings of inner circles who could plan what they would, and render account to no one, would be a corruption seated at its very heart. Only free people can hold their purpose and their honor steady to a common end, and prefer the interests of mankind to any narrow interest of their own." Close quote. The world must be made safe for democracy. This phrase was the keystone of the speech, and it will stand among the dozen most celebrated sayings of modern history. Almost in the strain of Lincoln's second inaugural, the message concluded, quote, "It is a fearful thing to lead this great and peaceful people into war, into the most terrible and disastrous of all wars, civilization itself seeming to be in the balance. But the right is more precious than peace, and we shall fight for the things we have always carried nearest our hearts, for democracy, for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments, for the rights and liberties of small nations, for a universal dominion of right by such a concert of free people as shall bring peace and safety to all nations and make the world itself at last free. To such a task we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have, with the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other. Close quote. Under the American Constitution, the right to declare war lay with Congress. The President's message was received with stormy enthusiasm by the audience which listened to it, and a thrill of assent ran through the length and breadth of the land. The debate in the two houses revealed a preponderant weight of opinion for war. Senator Stone, the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, went into frank opposition, and various senators attacked the resolution on such grounds as that the war was a struggle of financiers which did not concern the people at large, or that the Republic was being made a cat's paw by the reactionary British monarchy. Echoes of anti-British feeling, the dregs of the romantic views of history once taught in American schools, were heard throughout the discussion. But the great issues were eloquently stated by men like Senator Lodge, and Senator John Sharp Williams of Mississippi delivered a passionate protest against the old hack criticism of Britain. On 4th April, the Senate passed the war resolution by 82 votes to 6. Next day it was introduced in the House of Representatives by Mr. Flood of Virginia, and the debate which followed showed that a good deal of confusion still existed among the members. Some defended it on the broadest lines of world policy and international right. Others took the narrower ground of American interests. Its critics lamented the end of the Monroe Doctrine, or expressed simply the humanitarian repugnance to bloodshed, or attacked Britain's naval policy, or reveled in the old spread-eagle republicanism. The comedian patriot was not wanting. Said one gentleman from Nevada, quote, "All crowned heads look alike to me, and I do not want to sleep with any of them, whether it be the Kaiser, the Mikado, John Bull, or the Sultan of Turkey. This fight is not of our making, and we had better keep out of it. I do not think Uncle Sam looks good mixed up with any of them. I want to tell you that every man, woman, and child in the country would applaud if we would take both John Bull and the Kaiser and bump their royal noddles together, open up all seas, and treat them both alike." Close quote. The arguments of the opposition were, for the most part, trivial, and were easily met by the supporters of the resolution. But they proved that a considerable section of the nation, its mental joints stiffened from 2.5 years of neutrality, found some difficulty in adjusting itself to the new conditions. They were not quite certain about their new allies, but on the whole they were certain about their enemies. The speech of Mr. Foss of Illinois expressed with vigor the predominant attitude towards Germany. Quote, "As a reward for our neutrality, what have we received at the hands of William II? He has set the torch of the incendiary to our factories, our workshops, our ships, and our wharves. He has laid the bomb of the assassin in our munition plants and the holds of our ships. He has sought to corrupt our manhood with a selfish dream of peace when there is no peace. He has willfully butchered our citizens on the high seas. He has destroyed our commerce. He seeks to terrorize us with his devilish policy of frightfulness. He has violated every canon of international decency and set at naught every solemn treaty and every precept of international law. He has plunged the world into the maddest orgy of blood, rapine, and murder which history records. He has intrigued against our peace at home and abroad. He seeks to destroy our civilization. Patience is no longer a virtue. Further endurance is cowardice. Submission to Prussian demands is slavery." Close quote. On 6 April, by a majority of 373 votes to 50, the House of Representatives passed the resolution, which ran as follows. Quote, "Whereas the Imperial German government have committed repeated acts of war against the government and the people of the United States of America, therefore be it resolved by the Senate and the House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that a state of war between the United States and the Imperial German government, which has been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and that the President be, and he is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the Imperial German government, and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States." Close quote. The entrance of America into the war on the Allied side meant an immediate increase of strength in certain vital matters. She was the greatest workshop on earth, and the high mechanical talent of her people was invaluable in what was largely a war of engineers. She had immense wealth to put into the common stock. She had a powerful fleet, though one somewhat lacking in the lighter type of vessel which was the chief need of the moment, and she had a great capacity for shipbuilding. Her army was small, but its officers were among the most highly trained in the world, and her reserves of manpower gave her the chance of almost unlimited expansion. It would be some time before she could make her potential strength actual, but in the meantime she solved the worst financial difficulties of the Allies, and her accession made ultimate victory something more than probable. Like her cousins of Britain, she was a nation slow to move, but on the path she had chosen she would walk resolutely to the end of the journey. Her coming seemed to make victory all but certain, and the right kind of victory, for she entered upon war not for any parochial ends, but for the reorganization of the world's life on a sane basis. Her organic internationalism, the more comprehensive since it was a reaction against the traditional policy of isolation, was in starker antagonism to Prussianism than any of the ordinary schemes of territorial readjustment in Europe. Her motives were a mingling of the best conclusions which American thought had reached during the past 3 years, the dream of a Pacific alliance of all peoples, the recognition that peace could only be won on the basis of a common freedom, and the desire to reconstitute public right on a surer foundation than partial treaties. She restated the ideals which had been at the back of the minds of all the Allies from the start, but had been somewhat overlaid by the urgent problems of the hour, and she prepared to give these ideals the support of the whole of her mighty practical strength. Mr. Wilson had justified his policy of waiting. The debates on the declaration of war showed that the public mind of America was still in some doubt and confusion, and if this were so even at that late hour, it is probable that the President could not have secured the national assent he needed at any earlier date. A different type of leader might, by the sheer force of personality, have swung his country into the war in 1915, trusting to facts to compel unanimity. Mr. Wilson, obeying another code, demanded an all but universal agreement before he acted. Fortunately, the very districts most averse to war were those where his personal prestige was greatest. He had played his part with remarkable skill. He had suffered Germany herself to prepare the American people for intervention, and Germany had labored manfully to that end. He had allowed the spectacle of American powerlessness in the titanic struggle to be always before the popular mind till the people grew uneasy and asked for guidance. He had shown infinite patience and courtesy, so that no accusation of petulance or haste could be brought against him. But when the case was proved, and the challenge became gross, he struck promptly and struck hard. If in the eyes of his critics he had not always stated the issue truly, and had shown an easiness of temper which came perilously near complacence, it was now clear that he had had a purpose in it all. As soon as he felt himself strong enough for action, he had not delayed. He had brought the whole nation into line in a matter which meant the reversal of every traditional mode of thought, and when we reflect on the centrifugal tendencies of American life and its stout conservatism, we must confess that such a feat demanded a high order of genius in statecraft. End of chapter 54.
Section 44 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 75. Germany shortens her western line. November 16th, 1916 to April 5th, 1917. Part 1. During the last weeks of the Battle of the Somme, British airmen, scouting far east of Bapaume and Perony, reported a great activity in front of Cambrai and St. Quentin. Thousands of Russian prisoners were at work digging trenches on a plan which seemed to imply the creation of a fresh fortified line. Shortly after, rumors began to spread in Germany of a new bulwark of the fatherland created by the genius of Hindenburg. The successive defeats on the Somme and the rapid loss of positions which had been pronounced impregnable had induced in the German people a profound nervousness about the situation in the West. At any moment it seemed that the defenses might crumble and the German frontiers lie open to the Allied armies. The magic of Hindenburg's name was invoked to reassure his people. He had had no part in the original defenses of the West and took no discredit by their failure. But if a position were created under his auspices, that position would stand, for in German eyes, failure and Hindenburg had never met. The new line was called after the heroes of Teutonic mythology: Woden, Siegfried, Alberic, Brunhilde, Kriemhilde, and the legend of it was whispered through Germany during the winter. The Allies, who followed with interest the stages in its construction, called it the Hindenburg Line, being well aware that its main value for Germany lay in its association with Germany's most popular commander. The situation in the West demanded a plan, for the Somme had shaken the German morale to its foundations. It was clear that a mere defensive battle was not enough, for to be driven from crest to crest by the Allied infantry and pounded day and night by the Allied guns would lead presently to a general disaster. Hindenburg resolved to prepare for an offensive in the spring, and for this purpose accumulated a strategic reserve which presently mounted to upwards of 50 divisions. He was aware that the Allies would advance as soon as the soil dried after the winter, and he proposed to yield ground which was no longer tenable, and fall back upon a position of his own choosing, where he might compel them to fight at a disadvantage. His argument was not without reason. The Allies in advancing would be moving over a country devastated by war, and every yard of their progress would be slow and difficult. The German retreat would be by good roads and railways in a terrain with which they were minutely familiar, and to a halting place which had been laboriously prepared. The odds were that in such a situation an opportunity would be found to strike a counterblow, with the chances in Germany's favor. A frontal offensive like the Battle of the Somme was not possible for Hindenburg, with his inferiority guns and, even after all his recruiting efforts, in numbers of men. Footnote: the Allies at the moment had a superiority in the West of between 30 and 40 divisions. End of footnote. His one hope was some ruse where advantage could be taken of a long-prepared position and the difficulties of an enemy advancing across an old battlefield. But if he were to succeed, the retreat must be meticulously planned and methodically executed. No area must be ceded to force instead of strategy. For if the withdrawal at any point were hustled, the whole program would fall to pieces and a counterstroke would become impossible. Footnote: the arrangements for the retreat were notified to the commanders as early as November 22nd, 1916. O. von Moser, Feldzugriff, Zeichnungen, 1914 to 1918. End of footnote. When, in the third week of November 1916, the larger operations on the Ancre came to an end, the condition of the German line was not enviable. From the Butte to Waldencourt to the River Somme, they had fairly good positions, though in most parts at the mercy of our observation from the higher ground. But to the north, the salient which had its apex on the spur above Beaumont Hamel was exposed to constant danger from the British movement in the Ancre Valley, where every fresh advance led to a more awkward enfilading, and laid bare to our view the rear of the defences at Serry and Gomencourt. To increase this awkwardness was obviously the British winter task. It could be done with small expenditure of men in the short spells of fine weather. But in the meantime, preparation must be made for the great spring offensive. On 16th November, Haig and Joffre had met at Chantilly and concerted a plan for 1917. The main principles were that the pressure in the West was to be kept up throughout the winter, and that the Allied armies were to be prepared for an offensive by the middle of February. On 27th November, Joffre issued more explicit instructions. By 1st February, the British armies were to be ready to attack between Bapaume and the Vinny Ridge, and the French Northern Group under Franchet d'Espèrey between the Oise and the Somme. Within a fortnight, the French Central Group was to attack on the Aisne, when the enemy had been weakened by this arpeggio of assault. It was Haig's intention to turn to Flanders and there finish the operations of the summer, and it might be of the war. For these projects, extensive preparations must be made. The troops, which had been so sorely tried in the past 5 months, must be rested and brought up to strength. New divisions must be trained, and the vast educational system continued under which the whole British hinterland had become a staff college. Above all, the communications must be perfected for the coming advance. We have seen how, in October, the incessant rain had played havoc with the roads in the Somme area. A hard winter would complete their ruin unless the whole system of routes were reformed. Light railways must be constructed on a colossal scale to ease the strain on the main highways and set the weather at defiance. The task of obtaining the amount of railway material to meet the demands of our armies, wrote Sir Douglas Haig in his dispatch, and of carrying out the work of construction at the rate rendered necessary by our plans, in addition to providing labor and materials for the necessary repair of roads, was one of the very greatest difficulties. It was indeed the key of the whole situation. The railway companies in Britain and Canada loyally cooperated, giving up locomotives and rolling stock, and even tearing up tracks to provide the necessary rails. The Somme, as we now know from the enemy's confession, had struck a blow at his strength far deadlier than at the time the world recognized. To the civilian governments of France and Britain, the long battle had seemed but a moderate success, won at a prodigious cost of life, and only to one or two of the fighting commanders was the truth revealed. It is probable that, had the pressure been kept high and the Chantilly plan put into effect in early February, before the enemy could perfect his arrangements for retreat, and long before he could draw any advantage from the chaos soon to reign in Russia, the summer of 1917 would have seen the victory of the Allies. But the fates willed otherwise, and their main instruments were the French politicians. For long it had been becoming clear to Joffre that France could not permanently sustain the chief offensive, that the depletion of her manpower made it desirable that she should gradually entrust the main attack to the rapidly growing British armies. In such a renunciation there could be no loss of honor. She had drawn all the spears to her breast in the first years of war, and might reasonably leave it to others to complete that which she had so nobly instituted. Joffre saw, too, the practical difficulty of calling upon the British armies at one and the same time to act on the defensive and the offensive, to increase the length of their front and also to carry out ambitious attacks. His views were not shared, however, by certain powerful groups in politics. These feared that France, who had already suffered so much, would miss the glory of the final blow. They held that her strength was still sufficient to deal that blow, but that some method must be found less banal, slow, and costly than the tactics of the Somme. Joffre was an old man, set firm in a groove. Let some new leader be chosen, with youth and genius on his side, to break through the miasmic tradition of limited objectives, advances measured by inches, and battles spun out to half a year. This view prevailed. On 16th December, Joffre was shelved by promotion, and Neville became commander-in-chief. Neville's policy, his difficulties, and the grave crisis which ensued in the French army belong to a later chapter. Here we are concerned only with the effect of his appointment on the British command. The Chantilly plan was at once dropped. On 21st December, the new French generalissimo informed Haig that there would be 2 preparatory attacks, as arranged at Chantilly, but on much shorter fronts, and that the main operation would be an attempt to break through on the Aisne by 27 French divisions. To obtain these divisions he requested Haig to extend the British line south of the Somme as far as the Amiens-Roye road. This completely altered the British plan. The extension of his front prevented Haig from exercising upon the enemy the close pressure he had intended, and the postponement of the attack by a matter of at least 6 weeks seemed to give that enemy a chance to recover and so undo the effect of the Somme battle. It was true that there would be ample compensation if Neville's great enterprise succeeded, and in 24 hours, as he promised, he had captured the enemy's heavy guns. Meantime, Mr. Lloyd George had become Prime Minister of Britain, and he had as little love for the Somme tactics as had the critics of Joffre. Moreover, his mental vitality made him adventure gaily on the most expert domains, and he was prepared to theorize about the conduct of war and to enforce his theories. On January 5, 1917, he attended a conference at Rome and delighted Cordona by a proposal to give him the British and French reserves and finish the war by pushing through the Julian Alps to Laibach and Vienna. But apart from the Italian General Staff, he could get no soldier to support this scheme, and Neville was openly scornful. On his way home, Mr. Lord George heard of Neville's plan: limitless objectives, the end of trench fighting, victory within 2 days, and naturally fell in love with it. On 15th January, the French commander-in-chief explained his conception to the British War Cabinet, and though Haig and Robertson were skeptical of its success, as were Pétain and nearly all the French generals, the British government, like the French, were prepared to take the risk. The latter proposed that Haig should be put under the orders of Neville. Mr. Lord George agreed, and on 20th February a conference was held at Calais to negotiate the details. The first French suggestion was for an amalgam of the 2 commands, a French generalissimo, a British chief of staff, and a mixed headquarters staff, with French control not only of strategy, but of the distribution and supply of the British troops. The ultimate decision was that during the period of the coming operations, Haig should conform to Neville's general strategy, but should be free to choose his own method. Any serious difference between the 2 was to be reported to the War Cabinet. Such an arrangement had little to recommend it. It was not a unified command. It was the placing of one army in subordination to another, and yet not in complete subordination. The Haig could not risk himself of his responsibility to his own government, and the British War Cabinet reserved the right to interfere. Difficulties were not slow in revealing themselves. On 27th February, Neville instructed Haig to attack toward Cambrai, which meant that the British commander would entangle himself in a pocket of the new Siegfried system, instead of destroying its pivot at Vimy. Neville refused to believe in a German retreat, though it had already begun with the loss of the Marymount Heights. As late as 4th March, we find him informing Franchet d'Espèrey, who sent him a memorandum on the subject that the Germans would never voluntarily abandon a front, which was a direct menace to Paris. Haig rightly protested against his instructions, and after an anxious controversy, carried his point at the London Conference of 13th March. It was arranged that his attack, when it came, should be in the Arras-Vimy section, and should have a general direction towards Douai, rather than Cambrai. Such is a summary of the confused preliminaries of the 1917 offensive. It is important to keep them in mind if we would appreciate the difficulties which faced Haig and Franchet d'Espèrey, and the good fortune which saved the enemy from a position of infinite peril. The change of plan in December nullified the chief results of the Somme battle. The close contact with the enemy, necessary to pin him down to a bad line, was lost while Haig was occupied with taking over fresh miles of front, and Franchet d'Espèrey was laboring to compile Neville's reserve. The postponement of the main attack from February to April gave the Germans the margin for refitment and rest, which made all the difference. The civilian governments of both France and Britain chose to regard the Somme as a failure, and ignorant of the mercies vouchsafed to them, declined to reap the fruits of an indisputable success. Neville offered a brilliant gamble, but in accepting it, they rejected a sober and certain victory. The French debacle of May, the horrors of Third Ypres, Caporetto, the final downfall of Russia, the 1918 retreat from the Somme, the Lys and Aisne may be regarded as implicit in that fatal decision. The attack of November 18, 1916, the last phase of the Battle of the Somme, had brought our line on the left bank of the Ancre, close to the outskirts of Pise and Grandcourt. The German position in this area now ran from the spur above Beaumont-Hamel, along the ridge north of Beaucourt, and then crossed the Ancre and enclosed Grandcourt, Miramont, and Pise. Behind him lay a strong second system, a double line of trenches heavily wired, in front of Boucauille and Arquet-le-Petit, Grevillers, and Loupart Wood, to the Albert-Bapaume road, whence it continued southeast past Le Transloy to Salicel. This position, which was called the Le Transeur-Loupart line, was, both for its natural and artificial defenses, immensely strong, scarcely inferior to the Thibault-Morville line, which we had carried in the autumn. Behind it, on the far side of the crest, a third line was being constructed during November and December, covering Roquevigny, Bapaume, and Ablain-Zavel. December was wet and misty, and with the opening of the new year came a period of bitter frost, varied by snowstorms, which tried sorely the endurance of the men in the front trenches. But in January, in spite of the weather, we began a steady advance. Our first business was to clear the Beaumont-Hamel spur. At dawn on 11th January, we carried the crest for nearly a mile east and northeast of Beaumont-Hamel, taking over 200 prisoners, and after repeated small attacks, by the end of the month we had won all the spur, had pushed 1,000 yards north of Beaucourt, and had gained a footing on the southern slopes of the ridge northwest of Miramont. Our casualties were light, for the ground had been magnificently prepared by artillery, with the assistance of direct observation from the Thiepval Ridge. Our new position gave us command of the whole western side of the high ground from Serre to opposite Grandcourt. The next objective was the top of this ridge. On the night of 3rd February and the following day, we bit into the German second line on a broad front, and carried our line north of the Ancre to a point level with the center of Grandcourt village. This advance made Grandcourt untenable by the enemy, and on the morning of 6 February, he evacuated the trenches between Grandcourt and Stuff Redoubt. Next morning, we entered the village, and that night, pushing forward on the right bank of the stream, took Bailey's Court Farm, within 1,000 yards of Miramont. Sarry had now become an acute salient, and, since we held most of the hollow which runs north from Beaucourt, it was only a question of days till it yielded. On the night of 10th February, after a sharp struggle, we carried a line of trenches at the southern foot of Sarry Hill. In the 2 succeeding days, we beat off counter-attacks and prepared for a more elaborate movement. At Courcelette, a clearly marked spur ran westward from the Thiepval-Morval Ridge. The northern end of this commanded the approaches to Pise and Miramont from the south, and moreover gave observation over the nest of enemy batteries concealed in the upper Ancre Glen, on whose support the defense of Sarry depended. South of the Ancre, this spur was our objective, while north of the stream we aimed at winning a sunken road on the ridge northeast of Bayless Court Farm, which would give us command of the western approaches to Miramont. A thaw set in on 16th February, and the night following was black as pitch, with a thin mist rising from the sweating earth. The enemy expected some movement, and about 4:45 a.m. on the morning of the 17th, he opened a heavy barrage, which caught our troops as they were forming for the attack. In spite of these drawbacks, our men advanced at 5:45 a.m. with perfect resolution. North of the stream they won all their objectives, and south of it, though they fell short of their full goal, they reached a line within a few hundred yards of Petit Miramont, the suburb of Miramont across the Ancre. 600 prisoners were the result of the day. Next day, the 18th, the enemy counterattacked without success, and during the subsequent days we crept to the summit of the desired ridge. The whole hinterland of Sarry and the whole of the upper Ancre Glen were now exposed to our direct observation, and it was clear that the German position in that area could not be maintained. Miramont was the key of Sarry. Sarry was the key of Pozio-Aumont and Commercecourt. When the cornerstone is taken from the building, the other supports must totter and fall. Haig was not mistaken in his forecast. On 21st February, our patrols reported that the trenches before Pise, Miramont, and Sarry seemed to be empty. That day and the next, we pushed continuously forward and discovered that the enemy had evacuated all his positions in front of the Le Transloy-Loupart line and north of the Albert-Beaupin road. By the evening of the 25th, we held the hamlets of Waldencourt-Aucourt, Pise, Miramont, the famous Dovecote at Beauregard, and the ruins of Sarry. The last gain brought satisfaction to the many thousands who on 1st July, and again in November, in the preceding year, had struggled in vain against its honeycombed ridges and its forest of wire. Our advance had few casualties and little opposition. The withdrawal had been skillfully managed, but it had all the chances on its side. In the words of the official dispatch, the enemy's retirement at this juncture was greatly favored by the weather. The prolonged period of exceptional frost, following on a wet autumn, had frozen the ground to a great depth. When the thaw commenced in the 3rd week of February, the roads, disintegrated by the frost, broke up, the sides of the trenches fell in, and the area through which our troops had fought their way forward returned to a condition of slough and quagmire even worse than that of the previous autumn. On the other hand, the condition of the roads and the surface of the ground behind the enemy steadily improved the farther he withdrew from the scene of the fighting. The position now was that north of the Albert-Beaupin road. We were face to face with the main Le Transloy-Loupart line, but that south of the road we had still to carry an intermediate position, running from a point in the Le Transloy line west of the village of Beaulancourt, in front of the Liggy, Thiloy, and Le Barque, to the south end of Loupart Wood. During the last week of February, we gradually ate our way into this position, and by the evening of 2nd March had won Le Barque, Ligny, Thiloy, and Thiloy, and were within 2,000 yards of Bapaume itself. North of the Ancre by that date, we had entered Poso-au-Mont and held Gommermancourt village, with its park and chateau. Only Earls remained. Now the point of a sharp salient linked up to Loupart Wood and Achiet-le-Petit by strong trench lines. It took us a week to make routes through the wilderness, and during our road making, we had to keep in constant touch with the enemy by raids and small outpost attacks. On 10th March we were ready, and at 5:25 that morning we captured Earls, taking numerous machine guns and trench mortars, and considerably more prisoners than our total number of casualties. End of Chapter 75, Part 1. Section 45 of the History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 75, Germany shortens her western line, November 16, 1916 to April 5, 1917, Part 2. But now there were signs that the time had ripened for the greater withdrawal, which Hindenburg had long contemplated. Haig had met Neville's request to take over a larger part of the front, and by 26 February had extended as far south as Roye, so that the British line in the west was now 110 miles long. This gave us a long and most intricate front to watch, and the two armies in the center area, the 5th under Sir Hervey Gough, north of the Albert-Bapaume Road, and the 4th under Sir Henry Rawlinson, to the south of it, had a task which tried to the utmost their capacities. The Germans were in an awkward salient between Arras and Le Transloy, and they were in a position scarcely less difficult in the greater salient between Arras and the Aisne. To cut off the former meant a withdrawal to the line on the eastern side of the Bapaume Ridge, running from Roquigny, 300 yards east of Le Transloy, through Bapaume to Ableville, 3,000 yards northeast of Boucauey. It meant the surrender of Le Transloy-Loupart line and the retirement of the last of the prepared positions of which we were cognizant in the Somme area. To cut off the larger salient involved a far greater retirement, a retirement to the Siegfried line itself, which branched off from the old position near Arras, ran southeastward for 12 miles to Quarante, and then passed west of Cambrai and Saint-Quentin and Le Fère to the heights of the Aisne. By the beginning of the second week of March, the Allies were conscious of a general movement in the enemy lines everywhere between the Aisne and Arras. For the Germans to carry out their program, it was necessary first to extricate themselves from the local Bapaume salient. There they held one of the strongest positions on the whole western front, and it was intended to yield it by slow degrees while preparations for withdrawal were completed in other areas. But the British advance was speedier than the enemy foresaw, especially in spite of the tortured ground. The guns had been brought forward with surprising celerity, and roads prepared for the ammunition supply. On 11th March, our artillery opened against the Le Transloy-Loupart line, and in 2 days the enemy had been shelled out of it and driven back upon his last position. This was not according to his program. Grevillers and Loupart Wood were now ours, and we lost no time in pressing the bombardment of the final line. The event dislocated the German plan and hustled a retreat which had been meant to be more orderly and leisured. On 14th March, our patrols found the German first line empty at St. Pierre Vast Wood. Cautiously pushing forward, we held the whole of that wood in the western half of Mouselaine Woods by the evening of 16th March. Meantime, we had discovered that the enemy front south of the Somme was becoming fluid. It had grown very thin and seemed to be held mainly by rear guards with machine guns. The time had come for a general pressure along the whole front. Hitherto the fighting had been almost exclusively in the British area. The advance was now to spread from the Scheldt to the Aisne. On the morning of 17th March, the Allied commanders, French and British, ordered a general forward movement on a front of 45 miles. The movement was indeed greater, for it embraced virtually the whole line from Arras to north of Soissons. 70 miles as the crow flies. Well over 100 at the sinuosities of the front trenches were followed. There was no serious resistance. Rear guards had been left in places like Shortens, Government Farm between the woods of St. Pierre Vast and Vaux, Beaupont, and Achiet-le-Grand. But they were no more than rear guards, and were easily pushed back, leaving a track of flaming villages. That night the Australians of the British Fifth Army were in Beaupont, and advanced troops of the Fourth Army were in Shortens. The French Sixth Army entered Roye, where they found some 100 civilians whom the enemy had had no time to remove, and southeast of the town, reached by the Roye-Le-Signy road. Next day, the 18th, British and French cavalry met in the streets of Nesle. Rawlinson entered Peronne at 7 that morning, and south of the town forced his way up to the bank of the Somme. By 10 in the evening, our engineers had partly repaired the bridge at Brie, and our vanguards were over the river. The next few days revealed to our soldiers some of the most surprising sights of the campaign. With the crossing of the Bogny-Ypres line on 18th March, they were beyond the old tortured battlefield, with its infinite ramifications of trenches. Henceforward, up to the new Siegfried line, there was open country. The fields were not pitted with shell holes. The trees were not splintered into matchwood. The villages had not been leveled by the Allied artillery. But the enemy himself, in falling back, had made a great destruction. Some of his doings were no doubt justifiable on military grounds. He was within his rights in destroying roads and mining certain areas and leveling buildings which might give billets to the Allies, and cutting down woods which could afford cover. Such is the ugly business of war. Such it has been from the beginning of time. But war among civilized folk had always had its decencies, and no rag of them remained to cover the nakedness of German barbarism. Around the villages were often little orchards of immature fruit trees, which could not have offered shelter to a rat. Every one of these had been methodically killed. Footnote: when thou shalt besiege a city a long time, and making war against it to take it, thou shalt not destroy the trees thereof by wielding an axe against them, but thou mayst eat of them, and thou shalt not cut them down. For it is the tree of the field man, that it should be besieged of thee. Only the trees which thou knowest, they be not trees for meat, thou shalt destroy and cut them down. Deuteronomy 20:19. End of footnote. Every house in town and hamlet had been looted of all goods that could be removed, and what could not be taken away had been smashed up or defiled. Churches had been ruthlessly violated. Graves had been broken open and plundered. Wells had been fouled. Sacred symbols had been defaced. And in these deeds Germany gloried. Shameless details were published in her press as examples of how masterly and orderly had been the retreat, and how thoroughgoing were German methods. On a wall in one ruined town some apologist had written, "Do not rage at these things, only wonder." The uncommon allies wondered, and they did not rage. Their loathing was too deep a thing for the honest passion of anger. When the French cavalry cantered into some village and saw the thin faces of their fellow citizens, lit now with a new hope, but bearing terrible marks of ravage and suffering, they said nothing. No more did the British soldier, when he found a peasant groping blindly among the wanton ruins of his cottage with some of his pitiful little treasures, now in some German haversack. The thing was beyond words. They recognized by his mark the evil thing which they were pledged to destroy, and the knowledge, long possessed but now 1,000-fold increased, was shown only in their eagerness to get to grips again. Their wrath found vent in superhuman labor to restore the roads so that the guns could come forward, for the guns were the only argument to deal with savagery. Like the sack of Belgium, the German retreat in the West emphasized that in the Allied purpose was penal and retributive. On the last day of March, Monsieur Viviani in the French Senate spoke the mind of his countrymen. These acts of murder and rapine and pillage are not merely an outrage on international law and honor. They constitute crimes dealt with in the penal code of all civilized countries. In order to prepare the verdict of history, these crimes must be placed on record adequately and accurately. We shall fight until victory be gained, for it is on it alone that chastisement depends. Footnote. Mangan's verdict is worth quoting. Consacra un grande quantité d'exposits a faire sauter de ruin importanti, et un main divers, considerable adresse to les arbres fruitiers, c'est le fait d'une sauvagerie perfectionnée. Comment feu de guerre, page 117, end of footnote. During those days, the Allies had literally to grope their way forward. They were advancing over country in which all means of communication had been destroyed, against an enemy whose armies were still intact. Strong detachments of his infantry and cavalry occupied points of advantage along the line of advance. His guns, which had been withdrawn to prepare positions, were available at any moment to cover and support a sudden counterstroke, while the broken country made the progress of the Allied artillery slow. He had a most formidable defensive system, upon which he could fall back should his counterstroke miss its aim, while the Allies, as they moved forward, left prepared defenses farther and farther behind them. The position craved wary walking, and those were anxious days for the Allied high commands. Their cavalry felt their way gingerly through a country full of unknown perils. The infantry behind them prepared, as they advanced, successive lines of resistance in the event of a counterattack. Behind them, again, the engineers and labor battalions did wonderful work in restoring roads and bridges and pushing on light railways, so that presently the difficulties of the old battlefield were conquered. The retreat of the Germans was, all things considered, a brilliant performance, but scarcely less brilliant was the work of the Allies, which nipped in the bud the counterstroke that had been one object of that retreat. To continue the chronicle of events, on the evening of 19th March, the British held the line of the Somme from Parnitzy to Peronne, with outposts across the river, while northward their front ran from Brovran, just south of Arras, by Saint-Léger, and Ville to Balestra. The French were moving toward Ham, and had entered Noyon in the Ypres valley. Between the Ypres and the Aisne they had occupied the old German front line, and had taken Crouy, on the plateaus north of Soissons. On the 20th the British were fairly across the Somme by the new bridge at Brie, which had to be carried across both the river and the canal, while the French were in Guiscard and east of Ham. Footnote. The magnitude of this performance may be judged from the official account. 6 gaps had to be bridged across the canal and river, some of them a considerable width and over a swift-flowing stream. The work was commenced on the morning of the 18th March, and was carried out night and day in 3 stages. By 10 p.m. on the same day, footbridges for infantry had been completed. Medium-type bridges for horse transport and cavalry were completed by 5 a.m. on the 20th March, and by 2 p.m. on the 21st March, or 3.5 days after they had been begun. Heavy bridges capable of taking all forms of traffic had taken the place of the lighter type. Medium-type variation bridges were constructed as the heavy bridges were begun, so that, from the time the first bridges were thrown across the river, traffic was practically continuous. End of footnote. The British advance was now reaching its limits in the north, for we were within a mile or two of the Siegfried Line, which entered the old German front-line system of Tilloy-les-Moufons. On the 21st we took Beaumetz, and had to rebut 5 attempts to recover it, for the enemy's resistance was hardening as he drew near his prepared position. The French on that day had pushed as far as Rouppy, only 5 miles from St. Quentin, had reached Terquier, and crossed the St. Quentin Canal, and south of Chauny were on the line of the Erlette. But though each day saw some gain, the progress was slower, and the enemy had to be forced out of each outpost. Those days saw some brilliant cavalry work. On 27th March, a single British squadron drove the enemy from Villers-Faucon and its neighboring villages, taking 23 prisoners and 4 machine guns. So at Econcourt and Logan-Vesny, where the Germans did not await the charge of a handful of our horsemen. At the beginning of April, the British were close up against the Siegfried Line from Beaurains to Dognes, and lay south by Epernay and Joncourt to near Salency, a few miles northwest of St. Quentin, at which point they again touched the German prepared position. The French were within a mile or two of La Fère. On 1st April, the British, after a sharp fight, took the village of Savy, which gave them a prospect of St. Quentin, and next day drove the Germans from Savy Wood. During the following days, in spite of frequent counterattacks, they pushed north of the wood between the St. Quentin-Cambrai Railway and the Corsade Canal, which links the Scheldt and the Somme. They took 6 villages on the western skirts of St. Quentin, and established themselves within 2 miles of the town. Farther north they carried the line of fortified villages, the outposts of the Siegfried Line, stretching from Dognes to Courcelles. There now only remained the advanced position between Dognes and Salency, and on the 4th and 5th of April, in bitter, snowy weather, they took the villages of Rossoy, Lemperre, and Maison-Aucourt, and pushed into the outskirts of Havrincourt Wood. Meantime, the French were moving towards the Ypres north of La Fère, advancing on the outworks of the Saint-Gobain Plateau, between the Ypres and the Alette, and south of the latter stream, moving along the ridge north of the Aisne. On the 3rd, in the first area, they took the villages of Dallon, Giffencourt, and Cesny, and in the last reached the edge of La Faux and occupied Vaux-Allion. On the 4th, they entered Moy, on the west bank of the Ypres, where it flowed due south to La Fère. The position now was that between Arras and the Aisne, the Allies were almost everywhere in front of the German Siegfried Line. By the capture of Moy, St. Quentin was slightly outflanked towards the south. The vital point was the Saint-Gobain Plateau, the occupation of which would make La Fère untenable, and would be the first step towards the capture of Laon. But the enemy was well aware of the importance of this plateau, and its many ravines and dense woods made it a hard position to carry. Already the French had won Coucy, with its noble old castle now blown up by the Germans, and had reached the western edge of the tableland. But there the enemy's front hardened, as it hardened south of the Alette, on the limestone scarp between that river and the Aisne. His plan was now apparent. He had reached his famous line, and believed it to be impregnable. He would fight desperately for all parts of it, but especially for the pivots on which its security depended. These pivots were the positions about Arras in the north, and those in the south around Lyon and the Chemin de Mars. The German retirement was an event of supreme military interest, skillfully conducted and on the whole successful. The enemy did not yield much ground, for though some hundreds of ruined villages were restored to France, the depth gained was at the greatest only some 20 miles. He had few casualties and lost few guns, but it is well to remember that he did not succeed in his full purpose. He sought to retire at his own time, but he had to submit to the Allied will, for the fighting on the Ancre in February and early March drove him from the Buchan Ridge, whether he willed it or not. He was more hustled in his retirement than he intended, and he wholly failed to draw the Allies into the snare which he had devised for them. He had never the chance of the crushing counterstroke for which he had hoped. Moreover, as he told his people, he aimed at restoring the old war of movement. But in a fortnight he was as tightly pinned to his entrenchments as he had been on the hills of the Somme. The Siegfried line was destined to remain for long not a fortress from which he could sally, but a prison. The honors of the retreat, therefore, were evenly divided. To follow in the wake of the advancing armies was a strange experience for one who through the preceding 8 months had watched the patient grinding movement of the Somme battle. The roads were speedily repaired, and the Albert-Bapaume highway, once a honeycomb of shell pits, soon attained the perfection of a route nationale in peace. It was strange and eerie to move swiftly through a country where a month before a man could scarcely crawl, and to pass the ghostly tumulus of the Big de Wallencourt, round which so much good blood had been shed. Beyond Bapaume, the observer saw, almost with a shock, fields yet cultivated and trees unbroken. In the shallow pocket where St. Quentin lay, the guns still rumbled. But by the end of the first week of April, the new Siegfried line seemed quiet, save for an occasional burst of counter-battery work and the bickering of outposts. But in the south around St. Gobain Forest and on the Aisne Plateau, there was a steady bombardment, and as the traveler went north and came to the point near Arras, where the new enemy positions branched off from the old, the ear was deafened with a heavy rumor of war. The Allies were preparing their spring offensive. The Siegfried line had been reconnoitered, and the next blow would be struck at its pivots. End of Chapter 75, Part 2. Section 46 of the History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 76, The Battle of Arras, April 4th to June 6, 1917, Part 1. At the end of the first week of April, the German armies were back in their sanctuary, and everywhere from Arras to the Aisne, the attack of the pursuing enemy had been checked. The French were involved in the difficult country of St. Gobain Plateau. Sir Henry Wallington's Fourth Army had halted at the outskirts of St. Quentin. Sir Hubert Gough's Fifth Army, having forced the outlying positions early in April, stood in front of the main defenses in the upper valleys of the Codel and the Sensee. In the Arras region lay Sir Edmund Allenby's Third Army, and beyond it, Sir Henry Horne's First Army, before Lens and La Bassée, and thence to the sea, Sir Herbert Plumer's Second Army, all three in the positions which they had held for more than a year. The group under the Crown Prince of Bavaria had been extended to include the 4th, 1st, and 2nd Armies, and with some 60 divisions held the front from the Channel to the Oise. Footnote: Duke Albrecht of Württemberg had been moved from Flanders to the group of detachments in Lorraine and the Vosges. The third group, That of the imperial crown prince lay from the east of Verdun and embraced the 7th, 3rd, and 5th armies. End of footnote. To meet the Allied artillery, the enemy had increased the range of his field guns by some 2,000 yards. He had in use a large number of long-range naval guns, and in his 5.9-inch howitzer, he had a heavy weapon of exceptional value. His air work had vastly improved, especially as regards fast single-seater fighting machines like the Albatross and the Halberstadt. He comforted himself with the reflection that his Siegfried line gave him a position stronger than that which he had lost on the Somme, that the Allies, wearied with the hectic business of pursuit, were not in a position to launch any great attack yet awhile, and that ere they were ready his defenses would have become impregnable. The eyes of the Allied generals were fixed on the pivots, and Britain's concern was that northern one where, at the hamlet of Tilloy-les-Mouflons, the Siegfried line branched off from the old front. Between that point and Lens, the original lines were very strong, consisting of 3 main systems, each constructed on the familiar pattern of 4 parallel lines of trenches, studded with redoubts, and linked up with numerous switches. A special and very powerful switch line ran for 5.5 miles from the village of Fuji northward across the Scarpe to beyond Thielis, and so constituted what was virtually a 4th line of defense. The whole defensive belt was from 2 to 5 miles deep, but the German command were not content with it. They had designed an independent line running from Drocourt, southeast of Lens, to the Siegfried line at Queant, which should be an alternative in case of an assault on the Ypres Salient. But at the beginning of April, this position, which was to become famous as the Drocourt-Queant line, was not yet completed. Footnote. Known to the Germans as the Wotan line. End of footnote. It was intended as a protection for Douai and Cambrai, the loss of which would have made the whole Siegfried system untenable. But it was designed only pro major cartella, for there was every confidence in the mighty remained defenses between Lens and Tilloy, and in the resisting power of the northern Siegfried sector. The plan devised at Chantilly in November 1916 had, as we have seen, to be wholly recast in view of the different policy and the enlarged powers of the new French commander-in-chief and the German retreat to the Hindenburg line. The position now was that the Arras attack, which Haig had regarded only as a preparation for the main campaign in Flanders, became the principal task of the British Army during the first half of 1917. This action, at the same time, was conceived as a movement subsidiary to the greater effort of the French in the south. It was admittedly an attack in the region where, except for an unexampled piece of fortune, good strategic results could scarcely be obtained. The success of the British depended on what the French could do on the Aisne. If the latter failed, then the former, too, must fail in the larger strategic sense, however valuable might be certain of their local gains. If, however, Nivelle succeeded, the pressure from Arras in the north would beyond doubt greatly contribute to the enemy's discomfiture. The danger of the whole plan was that the issue might be indeterminate, and the fighting at Arras so long protracted, without any decisive success, that the chances of the more vital Flanders offensive later in the summer might be imperiled. This, as we shall see, was precisely what happened. The Arras neighborhood had seen some of the bloodiest fighting of the war. It had been occupied by the Germans on September 1st, 1914, and on the 18th of the same month, reoccupied by the French. There, in October 1914, Madou had held the fort through a desperate month. There, in May and June 1915, D'Urville and the French 10th Army had battled in vain for the Vimy Heights. There, in September the same year, during the Battle of Loos, a portion of the heights was won, but the true crest was never gained, and during the succeeding month the French were forced back to the boggy valley of the Souchez. At the moment with which we are now concerned, the British line from Loos southward lay just west of the double Crassier, east of Souchez and Neuville St. Faust, and thence in a sharp curve eastward to recover Roquelincourt. The key of all this area was the Vimy Ridge, which dominated the British lines on the Souchez, as the Messines Ridge dominated the southern part of the Ypres Salient. Our front crossed the Scarpe just west of Blangy and south of the Arras-Cambrai road, came in contact with the Siegfried line from Toulouse-les-Bauffrons onward. Beaurains was now ours, and Arras was therefore free from its old encirclement on the south. Here, where the Picardy walls break down into the flats of the Scheldt, long lone spurs reach out to the eastward, separating the valleys of the Scarpe, the Codjel, and the Sensee. Their sides are scored with smaller valleys, and on their crests are various hillocks, such as Telegraph Hill, south of Tilloy, and the more considerable height above Montgey-le-Breux. It is a pockety country, the last foothills of the uplands of northern France, and like all foothills, a strong position for any defense. Haig had a formidable problem before him. The immediate key of the area was Vimy Ridge, the capture of which was necessary to protect the flank of any advance farther south. It was clear that no strategic result could be obtained unless the Drocourt-Quéant switch was breached, and that meant an advance of well over 6 miles. But this position was still in the making, and if the fates were kind, and the first 3 German systems could be carried at a rush, there was good hope that the Drocourt-Quéant line would never be manned, and that the drive of the British, assisted by the great French attack on the Aisne, might bring them to Douai and Cambrai. It was a hope, but no more. A result so far-reaching demanded a combination of fortunate chances, which as yet had not been vouchsafed to us in any battle of the campaign. The city of Arras, situated as it was less than a mile inside the British lines, might well have shared the fate of Ypres. It was, like Ypres, the neck of the bottle, and through it and its environs went on the transport for the front between the Scarpe and the Codjel. But, strangely enough, it had for 2 years been a place of comparative peace. It had been badly shelled, but mainly in the autumn and winter of 1914. The cathedral, a poor rococo edifice in the Palladian manner, had been wholly destroyed, and looked far nobler in its ruin than it had ever done in its integrity. The beautiful old Hôtel de Ville had been wrecked, and much damage had been done among the exquisite Spanish houses of the Grand Place. Few buildings had altogether escaped, but the place was a desert and not a fragment. It was still a habitable, though a desolated city. Entering it by the Baudemont Gate on a summer's day, the stranger saw the long white street running intact towards the railway station, and it was not till he looked closer that he noted shell marks and broken windows and the other signs of war. There were many hundreds of civilians still living there, and children could be seen playing on the pavement. Visitors came often, for it was the easiest place in all France from which to enter the first lines. Across the railway, a short walk in communication trenches, or even on the open road, and you were in the actual battlefront near Blangy, or in the faubourg of Saint-Sauveur. One inn at least was still open, where men could dine in comfort and then proceed to their posts in the line. But up till April 1917, the place had the air of a tomb. It was like a city stricken by the plague, whole yet tenantless. Especially eerie did it seem in the winter twilight, when in the long echoing streets the only sign of life was an occasional British soldier or a hurrying peasant woman, and the rumble of the guns beyond Vimy alone broke the depressed silence. The gaunt choir of the cathedral rose like a splendid headstone in a graveyard. At the beginning of April, Arras awoke to an amazing change. Its streets and lanes once more became full of life, and the Roman arch of the Bodemont Gate saw an endless procession of troops and transport. A city makes a difficult base for a great attack. It must be the route of advancing infantry in the habilitating area, and it is a mark which the enemy guns can scarcely miss. To minimize this danger, the Allied generals had recourse to a bold plan. They resolved to assemble in this section their armies underground. After the fashion of old French towns, Arras had huge ancient sewers, like those of Paris, which may be read of in Les Miserables. A map of them was found, and the underground labyrinth was explored and enlarged. Moreover, the town had grown over the quarries from which the older part had been built, and these also were discovered. The result was that a second city was created below the first, with 3 divisions could have been assembled in perfect security. The caverns were lit by electricity, and plans and signposts were put up as if it had been a tube railway station. As a matter of fact, the thing was not needed. The Germans shelled the town intermittently, but there was no real bombardment, and before Arras could be methodically assailed, the enemy had been pushed many miles eastward. The British front of attack was slightly over 12 miles long, from Givenchy-et-Cohel in the north to a point just south of Courcelles in the south. Against the Vimy Ridge lay the right of the First Army, Sir Julian Byng's Canadian Corps, with 1 British brigade. Then came the Third Army, between the Canadians and the Scarpe, Sir Charles Ferguson's 17th Corps. Opposite Arras, Aylmer Haldane's 6th Corps, and south of it, astride the Côte Jules, Snow's 7th Corps. In its constituents, the Army of Assault was largely Scottish. 38 Scots battalions were destined to cross the parapets, a larger number than the British at Waterloo, and more than 7 times the size of the force that Bruce commanded at Bannockburn. Footnote: the dispositions from left to right were: 1st Army, Canadian Corps, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st Canadian Divisions, and British 13th Brigade. 3rd Army, 17th Corps, 51st, 34th, 4th, 9th Divisions, 6th Corps, 37th, 15th, 12th, 3rd Divisions, 7th Corps, 14th, 56th, 30th, 21st Divisions. The 37th and 4th Divisions were to go through after the road had been opened. End of footnote. In the 3rd week of March, a systematic cutting of the enemy's wire began, and our heavy artillery shelled his back areas and communications. About Wednesday, 4th April, the British guns woke along the whole sector. There was a steady bombardment of all the enemy positions, more especially the great fortress of the Vimy Ridge. Wonderful counter-battery work was done, and battery after battery of the enemy was put out of action, located partly by direct observation from the air, and partly by our new device with sound identification. These were days of clear, cold spring weather, with the wind in the northeast, and from dawn to dark, our airplanes fought a mighty battle on their own account. In the history of air fighting that week must rank as an epic, for it was a less desperate struggle on the enemy's part to defend his side of the line against our encroaching supremacy. It was a week of heavy losses, for at all costs the foe must be blinded, and the British airmen kept up one continuous offensive. 48 of our own planes failed to return, and 46 of the enemy's were destroyed or driven out of control. The attackers, as was natural, paid the heavier price. The preparation was intense till Sunday, 8th April. That day was perfect weather, with a foretaste of spring. A lull seemed to fall upon the British front, and the ear-splitting din of the past week died away into sporadic bombardments. It is possible that this sudden quiet outwitted the enemy. He was perfectly aware of the coming attack, and he knew its area and objective. Footnote: the Germans had intended a local advance between Lens and Arras at the beginning of April. On the 6th, Ludendorff realized that a British offensive was coming and ordered up his reserves behind the 6th Army. My War Memories, English translation, 2, page 419. End of footnote. He had expected it each day, and each day had been disappointed. On the Sunday he began to reply and rain shells at intervals into the streets of Arras. But he did little harm. The troops of attack they were waiting comfortably in cellars and underground assembly stations. In the late evening the weather changed. The wind shifted and blew up to rain and squalls of snow. During the night there were long spells of quiet, broken by feverish outbursts of enemy fire from Vimy to Courcelles. Our own batteries were, for the most part, silent. 0 hour was 5:30 on the morning of Easter Monday. At 4 a.m. a drizzle had begun, which changed presently to drifts of thin snow. It was intensely cold, and it was scarcely half light, so that the troops waiting for the signal saw before them only a dark mist flecked with snowflakes. But at the appointed moment the British guns broke into such a fire as had been yet seen on no battleground on earth. It was the first hour the psalm repeated, but 100-fold more awful. As our men went over the parapets, they felt as if they were under the protection of some supernatural power, for the heaven above them was one canopy of shrieking steel. There were now no enemy front trenches. Soon there was no second-line trenches, only a hummocking waste of craters and broken wire. Within 40 minutes all the German first position was captured, and our men were moving steadily against the second, while our barrage crept relentlessly before them. On the left wing, the Canadians with a bound reached the crest of Vimy and swarmed onto the tableland from which the ground fell away to the flat industrial area between Lens and Douai. Few finer pieces of dogged fighting were seen in the campaign. The guns had done the work for them till they were beyond the crest. But after that, over a mile of plateau, they had to fight their way from shell hole to shell hole under a deluge of rifle and machine gun fire. Before 9 o'clock, all the Vimy Ridge was ours, except its northern corner and the high point, marked Hill 145. Between the Canadians and the Scarpe, the 17th Corps had taken La Folie Farm and were advancing on Thieles. In front of Arras, the 6th Corps had overrun Blangy and were facing the formidable railway triangle, while farther south, Tilloy-les-Beauflains had fallen, and south of it, the great fortress called the Harpe. The Harpe was such a place as in the early days of the Somme would have baffled us for a month or more. It was stronger than Contalmaison, or Rosières, or Guillemot. It was rushed with the assistance of a batch of tanks, some of which stuck fast in its entanglements, while others forced their way through to the plain beyond. By 9:30, the whole of the German second position had fallen, except a short length west of Bailleul. By the early afternoon, the enemy had been forced from the two worst points south of the Scarpe, Observation Bridge and the railway triangle. This last, formed by the junction of the Lens and Douai lines, was a formidable obstacle, bristling with machine guns, and for a little it stayed the advance of the Scottish division on the left of the 6th Corps. The 15th Division, which had captured Loos and Martinpuich, and had long ranked as part of the corps d'élite of the British Army. But our artillery came to their aid, and presently they were surging eastward, and in the hollow called Battery Valley, between the German 2nd and 3rd positions, they made enormous captures of enemy guns. By the evening that division had taken the German 3rd line at Fouchy, and to the north of the Scarpe, the right of the 17th Corps. The Scottish and South African troops of the 9th Division had carried Athens, and the 4th Division passing through them had taken Fampoux village and Hyder Adab redoubt, and broken into the German 3rd line on the front of 2.5 miles. The Fouchy switch line had now gone, and the enemy front had been utterly destroyed. He had no prepared position of the Drocourt-Quéant line, and that was still in the making. But the weather was on his side. The ground was sodden, and our guns took time to bring up. He was holding with machine guns in pockets, which prevented the use of cavalry for what was the true duty of cavalry. Had we possessed a light type of tank in reasonable numbers, the rout could have been made complete. As it was, there was no chance of a dramatic coup de grace. The infantry could only push forward slowly and methodically and complete their capture of the German third position. In wild weather on Tuesday, 10th April, the Canadians carried Hill 145 and with it gained the whole of Vimy Ridge. The relics of the 14th Bavarians, which had formed the defense, were withdrawn and sent to recruit on the eastern front. To the south, the village and wood of Arras were taken, and that evening, after hard fighting, the 6th Corps reached the hill which stood the village of Montgy-le-Preux. Next day, the 11th, in a snowstorm, Montgy was carried with the assistance of detachments of cavalry, but not without heavy losses. Footnote: the cavalry had been brought east of Arras on the afternoon of the 9th, in case the break in the German third line should be sufficiently wide to permit the use of mounted troops. They were held up, however, by the unbroken wire south of Fuji and by Montgy-le-Preux Hill. Some bodies were employed during the afternoon to maintain touch with the troops on the two sides of the Scarpe. On the 10th, an attempt to pass them south and north of Montgy was defeated by the enemy machine gun fire. They took part next day in the capture of Montgy, when Brigadier General Bulkley Johnson fell. On the 12th, they were withdrawn west of Arras. It was a clear proof that cavalry were useless for pushing on through a gap in a modern trench line. The event might well have been foreseen, and this needless slaughter avoided. End of footnote. It was a key position on the country, between the Scarpe and the Sensee, standing on the ridge of a little plateau some 90 feet above the surrounding levels. Its approaches on four sides were sunken roads lined with machine guns. In the end, it fell to a converging attack from the north and west, but its defense showed that the enemy was recovering from his first demoralization. Moreover, he had begun to counterattack. End of Chapter 76, Part 1. Section 47 of A History of the Great War, Volume 3. The Beleaguered Forest Continued and the Great Sallies. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 3 by John Buchan. Chapter 76. The Battle of Arras. April 4th to June 6, 1917. Part 2. We may take the evening of Wednesday, 11th April, as the end of the first stage of the Battle of Arras. It was now necessary for the infantry attack to wait on the advance of the guns, and meantime to devote itself to minor operations to round off its gains. It had been a remarkable success, won at comparatively small cost by a preparation of which no detail had been neglected. Aircraft, artillery, infantry, and tanks had worked in perfect combination. The result had been that on a front of 12 miles, we had broken through all the German defenses and come halfway to the Drocourt-Quéant line. We had carried 2 miles of the northern end of the Siegfried line. The exploits of each corps in action had been magnificent. The Canadians at Vimy had stormed the last of the great German viewpoints south of the Lys. By their speed, they had cut off large numbers of the enemy in honeycombs of the hill, and had taken over 4,000 prisoners. The 17th Corps had won desperate fortresses, like the Heiderdrad redoubt, where a general and all his staff were captured, and had between 3,000 and 4,000 prisoners. The South African Brigade taking nearly as many as it had effectives in action. The 6th Corps had dealt with the Harp and the Railway Triangle, and by their doings in Battery Valley were responsible for the larger number of guns taken. Altogether in the 3 days, something over 12,000 prisoners and 150 guns were captured, and the guns were speedily turned into British weapons. Being formed a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Pan-Germanic group, out of the batteries which fell to his share. These were the largest captures so far made by the British Army in a like period of time. But no victory can truly be measured by booty, and the essence of the achievement lay in the breach made in the German wall. It was an undeniable breach, the thing we had hoped for at loose, and on 2 occasions during the Somme, but it was a breach of which full use could not be made. Modern war is so intricate that against an enemy, with the proper equipment, it must be slow. The lightning dash is forbidden, since the speed of an advance is the speed of its slowest unit. The guns and the ammunition meant. Cavalry could not be used as in old days, since a machine gun outpost could frustrate any cavalry action, and the true weapon, the tank, had not yet been perfected. The first days of the Battle of Arras confirmed in their views those who had always held that on the Western Front there could be no shortcut to success. The Germans, it is true, had been able to drive back Russians and Romanians in a war of movement, but in both cases they fought against troops who had an imperfect military machine to support them. Against an enemy approximately our equal, we could hope for no spectacular triumph yet a while. The Somme tactics still held the field, the limited objective. Progress was slow in calculated stages, a steady, grinding attrition, since the debacle of Russia was not yet foreseen. Some days these methods would wear thin the stoutest metal, and then the end would come. Hagen never subscribed to the heresy, common at that time in certain civilian and military circles, that by some superior cleverness the fruits of victory might be reaped without the enemy being beaten. The first and only task was to beat the enemy, and against an enemy so well equipped, so stubborn, and on the whole so well led, success could not be won by any bold, sensational strategy. Each time we struck, we won a victory, though not the victory, but each time brought us nearer to the desired goal. On 12th April, we improved our position on each flank of the new battlefield. On the south, we took, with the assistance of tanks, the 2 villages of Wancourt and Heinetal, which faced each other from the opposite banks of the Kogel, and with them added to our gains another 1,000 yards of the Siegfried Line. It was a day of snowstorms, and on our left, north of the Vimy Ridge, the Canadians took the 2 small hills known as the Pimple and the Bois en Hoche, on each side of the Souchez stream, behind which the enemy might have concentrated troops for a counterattack. This last success drove the Germans back upon their third line from Gavril northwards, and compelled them to bethink themselves of the defences of Lens. The wind had veered to the south, and brought squalls of rain, through which on the 2 following days we pressed hard on their retreat. A wide tract of country from Fampoux to just south of Lens became ours, including the villages of Vimy, Balliol, Wolverall, Cavency-en-Gohel, Angers, and the town of Leven. There fell too the double Crassier, south of Loos, which had once before been ours. Looking from the ridge, our men saw clusters of red brick dwellings, broken by slag heaps, tall chimneys, and the headgear of mines, and now obscured by the smoke from burning buildings and the debris of explosions. In all the mining suburbs of Lens, the cités, named after diverse saints, the enemy strove to make a great destruction, but he was driven out before he could complete his work. We captured vast quantities of stores and ammunition, truckloads of tools, pioneered dumps, and many guns, including 4 8-inch howitzers, which he had not time to remove. But the rough weather had given him his breathing space, and his resistance was hardening. More guns had come up, and new divisions had arrived from the Eastern Front. On the 14th onward, counterstrokes were frequent south of the Scarpe, and on the morning of Sunday the 15th, an attack by 5 regiments of the Prussian Guard was launched on a 6-mile front astride the Bapaume-Cambrai road, from Hermes to Noriel, against the 1st Australian Corps under Birdwood. The assault failed completely, except at Langencourt, where, for a moment, the enemy gained a footing, only to be driven out an hour later. He left 300 prisoners in our hands and 1,500 dead in front of our positions. There was also heavy fighting around Monchy, where the famous 3rd Bavarians were in action against the not less famous 29th Division. Their advance up Monchy Hill in 5 columns was broken by our guns, and their losses were not less than 4,000. Next day, Monday, 16th April, saw the great French attack on the southern part of the Siegfried Line, the consideration of which belongs to the following chapter. As we shall see, its success fell far short of the hopes of its commanders, and it was incumbent on Haig to press his advance toward Douai and Cambrai in order to divert the troop strength from Esny Heights. So far as the British armies were concerned, their main task was finished, and their duty was now subsidiary to distract the enemy from the Ville, rather than to win their own special objectives. At dawn on Monday the 23rd, the British attacked on an 8-mile front on both banks of the Scarpe against the line Gavril-Rue-Gueniap, Pontet-les-Courcelles. Southwest of Lens, in a subsidiary assault, we advanced our front along the Souchez stream. The 17th Corps carried Gavril on the Arras-Douai road, and the enemy defenses for 2.5 miles south as far as Rouer's cemetery. Beyond the Scarpe, the 6th Corps won Guiliap on the Arras-Cambrai highway. It was a day of sustained and desperate fighting, continued during the night and prolonged far into the next morning. The enemy was in strength and counterattacked fiercely, and though some of his units made but a poor resistance, the 3rd Bavarians lived up to their old renown. 7 German divisions were engaged, and by the evening of the 25th we had advanced our line on the whole front from 1 to 2 miles, and by the capture of Guenap had won the key of the country between the Cogil and the Sensee. This section of the battle cost us dear, but it cost the enemy more, and his losses in these days' fighting were as high as any that he had suffered during the campaign. He left 3,400 prisoners in our hands, and it was estimated that the total casualties of the defense were at least thrice those of the assault. His misfortunes were due to the fact that he had to launch his counterattacks across ground swept by our artillery, and, since the fight was fought in clear weather, he had no shelter from our omnipresent aircraft. The 28th and 29th of April saw the battle renewed north of the Scarpe. The enemy had on the 9th lost his 3rd position from Fampoux for some miles southward, but on the left of our front he had been in his 2nd position since the 12th, and, at the moment, was holding his 3rd line of defense from Gavril northward. On the 28th we drove him out of it on a 2-mile front at Arles-en-Cohel, and won ground at Ampy and on the western slopes of Greenland Hill, between Gavril and Bro, taking over 1,000 prisoners. South of the Scarpe, we advanced our line to the north of Monchy. He was fighting stubbornly for his Douai positions, for we were already halfway from Arras to that city, and only the Drocourt-Quéant line barred the way. The countryside falls in long, easy slopes to the Douai plain, and no hill or river gave a natural protection. The Germans had to stop the gap with men, and let it be freely admitted that they showed a stalwart resolution. The close of April marked the end of the Battle of Arras as originally planned. That plan and its ultimate objective involved the destruction of the northern pivot of the Siegfried Line, and the first step to the reduction of the whole position. But the failure of the French at the southern pivot made this great scheme impossible in the immediate future. 2 tasks now lay before the British commander-in-chief. The scheme of the attack on the Siegfried pivots had not been his. His original plan had been to cut off the enemy in the Arras-Bapaume salient by flank attacks and win at the same time the Vimy Ridge. After the German retreat, he would have contented himself, had he been solely responsible, with carrying Vimy, and then would have flung his weight into the Flanders operation. The action against the Siegfried pivots was Neville's conception, accepted by the Allied governments, and once begun, it could not readily be broken off. Sir Douglas Haig had, therefore, to work with a double aim. He had to continue his efforts in the Arras area, partly to ease the pressure on the new French positions on the Aisne, partly in order that, when the time came for breaking off the battle in this sector, he should be able to leave his front in a favorable position for future operations. Likewise, he had to prepare for that great assault upon the German right wing in Flanders, which he had long ago determined should be the main British enterprise of the summer. The fighting of May was, therefore, in a different category from that of April. The initial impetus had gone, the main strategical end had not been attained, and, as during the last phase of the Somme, it was an affair of local offenses and limited objectives. The main attack was made on Thursday, 3rd May, on a 12-mile front from the Archeville-Valmy road, north of Arleux, to a point in the Siegfried Line at Bullecourt, south of the Sensee. Its objective was to distract the enemy in view of a new French attack impending on the Aisne. Our troops crossed the parapets at 3:45 a.m., just before dawn, and were faced by a stubborn resistance. On our left, the Canadians of the First Army broke through the strong Oppy-Mericourt line and took the village of Fresnoy, crippling the German 15th Reserve Division, which had just been brought up preparatory to a counterattack for the recovery of Arleux. In the wood north of Oppy, we forced our way forward, encountering the 1st and 2nd Reserve Divisions of the Prussian Guard. On both banks of the Scarpe, at Rouy, and the ridge called Infantry Hill east of Monchy, we advanced our front, and farther south made progress near Crécy. On the right, the 2nd Australian Division of the 5th Army carried the front and support trenches of the Siegfried Line at Bullecourt, and parties of advanced troops actually reached the Quai-en-Fontaine-Les Croiselles road beyond. Footnote. Some idea of the strength of the Siegfried position may be gained from the following details. There were two main lines, the first line and the support line. 125 yards in front of the first line was a belt of wire 25 feet broad and so thick that it was impossible for a man lying on the ground to see through it. In the line itself were double machine gun emplacements of ferroconcrete 125 yards apart, and other lesser emplacements were dotted all over it. The communication trenches were exceptionally broad and deep. More belts of wire defended the support line, which was the main line of defense. Here a continuous tunnel had been dug in the chalk at a depth of over 40 feet. It had been constructed entirely by Russian prisoners, and every 35 yards or so were exits with flights of 45 steps. The tunnel was roofed, lined and bottomed with 9-inch by 3-inch timbers, and had numerous rooms opening off it. It was lit throughout by electricity. Large 9-inch trench mortars with concrete emplacements stood at the traverses and were led with ammunition from below. Strong machine gun positions covered the line from behind. End of footnote. Our prisoners numbered close on 1,000. We were not left in quiet possession of our gains. At once the enemy counterattacked with determination, and his artillery shelled heavily our new positions. The struggle lasted all day and far into the night, and under the pressure of the incessant attacks, our center gradually retired, till, except for small lengths of line at Fontaine-Les Croiselles, and on both banks of the Scarpe, it was back in the trenches it had occupied before the assault began. Here the enemy was stayed. He had compelled us to relinquish our winnings, but he could not recover any of the ground he had formerly lost. On our flanks we fared better. The Canadians clung to Fresnoy, and the Australians still held the Siegfried supply port at Bullecourt. The situation now resolved itself into a struggle for 3 points, on which the enemy set high value: Fresnoy, Roeil, and Bullecourt. On the 8th May, very early in the morning after a heavy bombardment, a German division, the 15th Reserve, attacked our position northeast of Fresnoy village, which, since the enemy held Archeville and Mericourt were dangerously exposed. They entered some of our trenches, but were rejected by a counterattack. At 8 a.m., supported by 2 other divisions, the 4th Guard Reserve and the 5th Bavarians, which cut in on the flank, they renewed the attack on a wide front and compelled us to fall back from the salient formed by Fresnoy village and Wood. Next day we retook the Wood and held it thereafter. Fresnoy was one of the few cases in the campaign of a place won by us and held for more than 24 hours, which the enemy succeeded in recapturing. In the center there was steady fighting. On 5th May and again on the night of 10th May, we were busy pressing forward south of the Scarpe in the neighborhood of Infantry Hill. There were many counterattacks, and one on the night of 10th May, where Manoeuvres were employed, was of exceptional violence and complete futility. The following night, 11th May, we attacked in some force on both sides of the Scarpe. On the south bank, the 56th Division took Cavalry Farm on the Arras-Cambrai Road and a mile of trenches north of it. On the left bank of the river, the 4th Division carried Rueil Cemetery and the chemical works in the neighborhood of Rueil Station, taking some hundreds of prisoners. On 12th May, we took the enemy's position on a front of 1.5 miles between Rueil and Greenland Hill, and by the 14th, the whole of Rueil village was captured by the 51st Division. But the great episode of this final stage of the Battle of Arras was the struggle in the Siegfried Line around Bullecourt, where the Lair Regiment of the 3rd Guard Division, the Cock Chasers, toiled to win back the ground lost on 3rd May, and the Australians and British troops of the 5th Army sought in their turn to increase their winnings. The massive strength of the Siegfried Line was hard enough to force, but not less formidable, with the machine gun positions behind, linked to concrete pits protected by steel coverings, through an orifice of which the guns fired a few inches above the level of the ground. The Australians had carried this section on 3rd May with superb audacity, and they showed the same coolness in defense. But the situation was a grave one, for on the left Bullecourt village projected in a kind of promontory, and to the right was the Raincourt Ridge with Caillant behind it, and both positions were occupied by the enemy. The Australians' hold on the Siegfried Line was the ugliest kind of salient. On 7th May, the 7th Division gained a footing in the southeast corner of Bullecourt, and next day 10 of our men were rescued who had been in Bullecourt since the 3rd of May. By the 12th, the greater part of the village was in our possession, though parties of the enemy still held out in the south and southwestern outskirts. Then came the counterattacks, more especially upon the Australians in the Siegfried Line. The Lair Regiment had rehearsed every detail of their work, but 2 minutes after the assault was delivered at dawn on the 15th, the plan had melted into air. The Australians, gallantly assisted by London troops, turned their defense into a brilliant offensive. On 17th May, the 58th and 62nd Divisions completed the capture of Bullecourt village. On the 20th, the 33rd Division struck at the Siegfried Line between that point and Fontaine-les-Courcelles. On the morning of that day, after a stiff fight, the whole of the enemy's front position was captured. In the evening, we attacked the support line and carried it on a front of a mile. All counterattacks were repulsed, and on the 26th and 27th of May, we secured our position beyond danger. The battle was now drawing to its close. On Sunday, 3rd June, our advanced troops were attacked southwest of the Cherisy, and on the same day we gained and lost ground in an attack by the Canadians on the electric power station south of the Souchez River. On the 5th, we won the power station, and on the 6th we took a mile of the enemy position north of the Scarpe, on the western slopes of Greenland Hill. But these actions were in the nature of feints, for the center of gravity had now shifted north of the Lys. On 5th May, the French carried the Crayon Plateau, and thereby won their immediate objective on the Aisne. Haig's subsequent operations had, therefore, been either for the purpose of securing or rounding off the ground won, or of misleading the enemy by a show of activity in an area not seriously threatened. On the 4th and 5th of May, an Allied conference in Paris agreed to the British plan of an immediate Flanders offensive, a decision which marked the formal abandonment of Neville's policy. Already the Arras front was being thinned, and troops and guns were moving northward. On 20th May, the French extended their line to the Ormignon River, thereby taking over again the part of the front which they had relinquished to the British on 26th February. As early as 24th May, the German bulletins reported great activity in the district between Ypres and Armentières, and in the early days of June, they daily informed the world that the British artillery was shelling the Vicente-Vessini Ridge. They foresaw a new offensive, but they did not guess how deadly that offensive was to be. The Battle of Arras may be regarded with some truth as an action complete in itself. It lasted just over a month. It was a limited victory. That is to say, it attained completely its immediate objectives, but owing to events outside the control of the British command, it did not produce the strategical result upon the Western Front as a whole which was its ultimate design. It was, therefore, an action on the Somme model, a stage in the process of attrition, the value of which must be measured in terms of its effect upon the enemy's morale and the efficiency of his military machine. Judged by such standards, it compared brilliantly with every previous British advance. In a month, we took more than 20,000 prisoners, 257 guns, of which 98 were of heavy caliber, 227 trench mortars, and 470 machine guns. Footnote: between 1st July and 18th November on the Somme, we took 38,000 prisoners, 29 heavy guns, 96 field guns, 136 trench mortars, and 514 machine guns. End of footnote. If we contrast the first 24 days of the Somme with the first 24 days of Arras, we shall find that in the latter battle we took 4 times the amount of territory, engaged double the number of German divisions, and had half the casualties. We had advanced many stages in our knowledge of the new methods of war. But such figures did not exhaust the criterion. The vital fact was that we had defeated the enemy's plan. When his too hasty retreat to the Siegfried Line deprived him of the chance of taking the Allies at a disadvantage, he determined to avoid battle, to create a stalemate on the west, and to set his hopes of victory on the success of his submarine campaign. The first day of Arras shattered that illusion. He lost the Vimy Ridge, one of his most cherished observation posts. He lost Bullecourt, where the Wotan line joined the main Siegfried position. He lost between 6 and 7 miles of the cherished Siegfried line itself. The new defenses of which he had boasted had proved no more impregnable than Thiepval or Guillemont. He had 104 divisions in action, and of these 74 by the end of May had to be withdrawn to refit. The whole German plan of defense was based on the impregnability of the old lines from the sea to Arras, and of the Siegfried line from Arras to the Aisne. When he lost ground, he was compelled to throw in large numbers of his best troops in the attempt either to win it back or to gain time for the construction of other lines in the rear. We therefore achieved our major purpose of inflicting great losses on the enemy and using up his reserves. It was still hammer play. We were still painfully destroying the wall, and had not reached that nodal point which would involve a widespread cataclysm. But each blow of our hammer had gone truly home. Arras, therefore, though the earlier and better plan of Haig had been relinquished, emphasized and continued the effect of the Somme battle, and, had the Russian front remained intact, would have brought Germany's strength very near to breaking point. Already there were indications that, in spite of Hindenburg's new divisions, she was having difficulties with her manpower. New regiments, for example, which had been destined to form new divisions, were broken up to provide drafts for divisions shattered in the battle. More significant still, There was a general reduction in the establishment of infantry battalions from 1,000 to 750. But the slow weakening of the German machine was best shown by the new tactical device, the use of Sturmtruppen, or Strafstruppen, which the course of the action revealed. Footnote: a battalion of Strafstruppen was attached about this time to each army corps. This battalion contained 4 companies of assault, each 100 strong, a machine gun company with 6 machine guns, a company of bombers, a company of flamethrowers, and a battery of assault. The battalion commander had usually a captain's rank. Motor cars were attached to each battalion for rapid transport. End of footnote. Germany had always been inclined to amuse herself with the idea of crack corps, from the Pomeranian giants of the Great Elector to the Prussian Guards and the Brandenburgers of the present campaign. To some extent the idea was a just one. Each army had its units, which are respected beyond others. But in Germany's case, the practice was a contradiction of her whole theory of war. This skimming of the cream from the army left each time the residuum weaker. In her efforts to raise the drooping morale of the ordinary line, Germany still further depressed it. Moreover, the practice spoiled the machine. In the old warfare, a picked cohort of knights might cut its way through a mob of footmen, but with the mass armies of Germany, the foundation was the equal discipline and the even efficiency of every unit. For in a machine, one wheel should not be a better workmanship or one crank a fine temper than the rest, since the strength of the machine is not its strongest, but its weakest part. The well-oiled and remorseless modern engine, which had rolled smoothly through Flanders and Picardy in the early autumn of 1914, was changing to the archetypal form of barbarian armies, the sullen commonality, and the spirited and privileged few. Such conclusions might reasonably have heartened the Allies in that month of May, but the utter ruin of Russia was not yet dreamed of, a ruin which was to enable Germany to mass everything in the West, to win a substantial superiority in numbers, and to use her shock troops, begun as a counsel of despair, and a brilliant new tactical plan, which brought her to the very edge of victory. End of chapter 76, part 2.